this is the first time we're implanting this biochip into a human body. There's a significant risk it might fail, and it could cause irreversible damage. You might not even be able to walk away from this. Xiao Chang's gaze softens as he continues, you're young, with so much potential ahead of you. There's really no need to take such a big risk for this experiment. Chen Mingjie, however, is driven by a passion that's hard to ignore. As the youngest star in the Empire's scientific community, he's worked tirelessly to earn his spot in this prestigious institute. From a challenging childhood spent navigating the welfare system to achieving groundbreaking advancements in technology, he's dedicated his life to pushing boundaries. The biochip project? It's his brainchild, one he's poured his heart and soul into. With a mix of determination and a hint of trepidation, Mingjie prepares to embark on a journey that could change everything. Xiao Chang kept a close eye on the progress of the data transfer. When the data transfer progress bar was full, Xiao Chang finally relaxed and said, the transfer is completed, let's start the last stage, chip activation. However, just as Xiao Chang finished speaking, a sudden change occurred, and all the instruments suddenly turned on their alarms. Before Xiao Chang could stop the experiment, a violent explosion occurred in the laboratory, and the laboratory was instantly reduced to ruins. Chen Mingjie only heard a huge explosion. He understood that the experiment had failed after all, and he completely lost consciousness. When Chen Mingjie regained consciousness and woke up, he suddenly felt a splitting headache and gasped for air. Apparently he still hasn't recovered from the experimental explosion. After a while, Chen Mingjie noticed his current environment. At this time, he seemed to be lying in an ordinary wooden house. Didn't I get blown up during the experiment? Where is this? Is it the underworld? But is the legendary underworld a wooden house like this? Chen Mingjie thought in confusion. Just as Chen Mingjie thought about it, he felt another headache. Do you still feel pain after death? Chen Mingjie became even more confused. Suddenly, a surprising and childish voice came from the side, Brother Renaud, you're awake. Are you okay? Chen Mingjie looked at the bedside in confusion, and saw a little girl with bright red hair and a pair of watery black eyes looking at him with surprise and a hint of worry. Chen Mingjie looked at the cute little girl with tears on his face, and suddenly felt a severe headache, as if his head was about to split. He frowned, closed his eyes in pain, curled up and covered his head with his hands. The little girl next to her looked at Chen Mingjie in pain, held Chen Mingjie down with her pink hands, and called anxiously, Brother Renaud, Brother Renaud. At this time, a memory that did not belong to Chen Mingjie came into his mind. When Chen Mingjie remembered this memory that did not belong to him in his mind, the pain disappeared, his body slowly relaxed, and he slowly opened his eyes. Chen Mingjie looked at the anxious little girl beside him who was already crying, and comforted him softly, I'm fine, Alice. When Alice heard Chen Mingjie's voice, she threw herself into Chen Mingjie's arms and sobbed, Brother Renaud, don't scare me. Are you really okay? Chen Mingjie was hit by the wound on his body and felt a sudden pain. However, looking at the sobbing little girl in his arms, he endured the pain and comforted her softly, don't cry, I'm really fine. When Alice heard Chen Mingjie's words, she seemed to remember something. She stood up quickly and said guiltily, Brother Renaud, I'm sorry, I forgot that you are still injured. Chen Mingjie looked at the cute girl in front of him, without any hint of blame, and continued to comfort him, it's okay, I'll be fine soon. When Alice heard this, she was immediately happy. She wiped the tears from her face and said happily, Brother Renaud, have a good rest. I'll get you something to eat. Then she ran out of the room happily. Chen Mingjie looked at Alice's back and shook his head helplessly. He slowly lay on the bed and thought about his situation. Through the memory that just appeared in his mind, Chen Mingjie realized that he had traveled through time. The original owner of his body was named Renaud Marenti, a nobleman in distress. Renaud's father, Monte Marenti, was a noble who obtained the title of lord and his own territory through military exploits and strength. Renaud's mother Lucia died of heavy bleeding after giving birth to Renaud. Lord Monte loved Renaud's mother very much and never married another woman, so Renaud was Lord Monte's only son. He was also loved since childhood, received elite education, and was trained by Lord Monte as his successor. However, when Renaud was 13 years old, an accident suddenly came. The world he traveled to seemed to be in the medieval Europe of the Western countries in his previous life. It was in the first Industrial Revolution period, and steam trains were already used as a means of transportation. And the people here were all Westerners, mainly white and black. But Chen Mingjie couldn't see what his body looked like. It is worth noting that although this world is relatively backward, it has extraordinary powers. After all, Chen Mingjie's body was once a nobleman and had contact with the extraordinary. Even his family was destroyed and his father died because of extraordinary powers. 5 years ago, Lord Monty, the father of his body, accidentally got a silver ring from a thief while chasing a thief. This ring looks ordinary, but it is engraved with complex patterns. This ring has magical power and seems to be able to confuse others for a short time. The thief was invincible with the power of this ring. After Lord Monty got this ring, he realized that this ring had extraordinary power, so he carefully put it away and secretly used this ring to win several battles. However, there is no impenetrable wall in the world. The news that Lord Monty obtained the suspected extraordinary items was still known to Viscount Gel of the neighboring territory. Viscount Gel had always been thinking about Lord Monty's territory. After receiving this news, he was even more eager to move. However, Viscount Gel was a hereditary noble, and the family's guards were not strong. On the other hand, Lord Monty obtained the territory and title by his own military exploits. His guards were all elite troops who had fought on the battlefield. That's why Viscount Gel didn't dare to take action, but only gathered strength in secret. After all, in this backward world, the temptation of territory and extraordinary items to a person is still too great. On Renault's 13th birthday, Lord Monty officially handed the ring to Renault and told Renault the secret of the ring. In this world, 13 years old is considered an adult, so Monty told Renault all the secrets of the family. Not long after Renault's birthday, Viscount Gel came to Lord Monty's castle with a man wrapped in a black robe. Lord Monty prepared a sumptuous dinner to welcome Viscount Gel, but he did not expect Viscount Gel to directly ask for the extraordinary ring. Lord Monty would naturally not admit that he had the extraordinary ring. Viscount Gel had long expected this to happen, so he summoned people to prepare to rob it. Lord Monty was also on guard, and his guards had been around all the time. They rushed into the room in an instant, ready for a big fight. Viscount Gel saw this posture, and said with a grim smile on his face full of flesh, "I have long expected that you will not immediately hand over the extraordinary items, so you are ready to die." "Please, Lord Seville." The man wrapped in a black robe behind Viscount Gel stood up, waved his hand and sprinkled a circle of green powder. Most of Lord Monty's guards fell to the ground instantly wherever the powder passed. Lord Monty was not knocked down, and said with surprise and a little trembling in his voice, You are a wizard. Quick, sit, take Renault and run, I will hold him." Monty shouted to the most trusted guard around him. Sid reacted quickly, ran to Renault's room, picked him up, and ran to the wild. Lord Monty mobilized all his strength to buy time for Renault to escape. When Sid took Renault to the safe forest, Renault looked at his castle, which was already on fire. Renault sat on the ground in a daze, unable to believe what had just happened. His home was gone, which made him hard to accept for a while. Sid next to him had turned green all over and fell to the ground in pain. He told Renault everything that happened and lost his breath. The next day, Viscount Gel found a reason and took over Lord Monty's territory. After all, in this world of the survival of the fittest, no one would seek justice for a worthless person who had died. Renault changed into simple clothes, stood in the crowd, and looked at Viscount Gel who was patrolling the territory. His hands under his clothes clenched his fists silently. Renault did not look like an ordinary nobleman who was decadent and lazy. Instead, he received an elite education since childhood. He knew that he could not do anything now. Only by becoming stronger could he complete his revenge. In order to avoid Viscount Gear's pursuit, Renault came to the countryside and was taken in by a kind hunter, Old Mag. Old Mag had no wife and made a living by hunting in the mountains. He also adopted a little girl, Alice. After taking Renault in, Old Mag taught Renault all his hunting skills. Renault was originally strong and had learned combat skills from Lord Monty, so he was also good at learning hunting skills. After a few days, Renault was able to help Old Mag. Renault spent a year of ordinary and simple life, but the accident still happened. On this day, Renault was responsible for selling prey in the city, and Old Mag accidentally fell into a trap when hunting alone. When the villagers rescued him, Old Mag was already dying. His old body could not withstand such injuries. 2 days later, Old Mag passed away. Before he died, he handed his adopted daughter Alice to Renault. In this way, only the brother and sister were left in this wooden house. In this way, Renault took on the important task of supporting his family. However, just 1 day ago, Renault accidentally rolled down the cliff while hunting, hit his head, and fell into a coma. It was the hunter in the village who discovered Renault and carried him back. That's how Chen Mingjie had the opportunity to occupy Renault's body. Chen Mingjie recalled Renault's life in his mind, and he became more and more emotional. Since I have the opportunity to travel through time and be reborn, I must cherish it. I will be Renault in the future, and this is also to commemorate the original owner of this body. Moreover, this world seems to be completely different from the original world. Maybe I can walk out of another life. Wizard, it seems very good to have extraordinary power. Which boy has not fantasized about having extraordinary power? Renaud secretly thought in his heart. Determined to try to get in touch with extraordinary power, while not forgetting Renaud's revenge. While Renaud was thinking, Alice walked in with a bowl of steaming mushroom soup. Alice said softly, "Brother Renaud, you are hungry, drink some soup." Renaud smelled the aroma of mushroom soup and suddenly felt hungry. He stood up slowly and started to drink. He had never thought that a bowl of mushroom soup was so delicious. After eating and drinking enough, Renaud continued to rest. After all, this body was still injured, and with the medical conditions of this era, it was only a simple bandage. If he wanted to recover, he could only rely on his own body. Fortunately, Renaud's physical foundation was good, and with Alice's meticulous care, after a week, his body basically returned to normal. When Renaud recovered, he began to walk around the cabin and familiarize himself with the environment. Renaud and Alice's cabin was at the outermost edge of the village. It was an independent area, close to the mountains and forests, which was convenient for daily hunting. The cabin was surrounded by a fence, and some vegetables and wheat were planted inside. However, the vegetables were relatively simple, mainly carrots, potatoes, and corn, and the daily food was also black bread. Although Renaud didn't pay much attention to the taste of the food, it was still too different from the rich food on Blue Star before he crossed over. He was a little tired of it recently. There was also a clear stream next to their cabin. At this time, Renaud was standing by the river, looking at his reflection in the river. Renaud thought he would be a blonde and blue-eyed Caucasian like the people around him, but he didn't expect that he actually had black hair and black pupils, and his face was relatively softer, with the shadow of an Oriental person, and fair skin, the skin of a decent Caucasian. He was already 15 years old, and his height was close to 1.8 meters, which was in line with the tall stature of Caucasians. He was also carefully taught by Lord Monty since he was a child, and his body was strong and well-proportioned. Now that the bandages have been removed, he looks sunny and handsome. Renaud looked at the shadow of an Oriental person on himself, and recalled Lord Monty's story about his mother. Lord Monty once said that he rescued his mother at the seaside. His mother had a very soft appearance, and Lord Monty fell in love with her at first sight. Lord Monty also said that he looked very much like his mother, which proved that his mother was likely an Oriental race. Unfortunately, his mother died of dystocia after giving birth to him, and he didn't know what his mother really looked like. However, Renaud felt that there might be other races in this world. Just as Renaud was thinking, a beep sounded in Renaud's mind, followed by a mechanical voice from his ear. Blue Star Huaxia National Research Institute's first-generation biochip number 001 has completed charging. Would you like to start it? Renaud's eyes suddenly widened. The biochip he had dreamed of transplanting was successfully transplanted and came with him. Renaud's mind was filled with great surprise. Renaud slowly suppressed his joy and responded in his mind, "The chip is started." Another mechanical voice sounded in Renaud's mind, "Biochip 001 is at your service. Please name it." Renaud thought for a while and replied, "Let's call it number 1. Beep, naming is successful, number 1 is at your service." Renaud was even happier when he saw the chip start normally. He knew that his research was successful and the chip was successfully implanted into the human body. Unfortunately, Director Xiao and others could not see it. As for why the chip followed his soul to this body, its current capabilities cannot be studied. As the main developer of biochips, Renaud is very clear about the capabilities of the chip. The chip has two main capabilities. One is the ability to collect data and analyze and calculate. The other is the ability to store data. The ability to collect data, analyze and calculate is mainly to scan nearby environmental objects for data collection, and then analyze and calculate based on the data. The ability to store data is relatively easier to understand. It can store everything the host has experienced, which is equivalent to the ability to remember everything at a glance. Renaud ordered, "Number 1, collect your own data." Renaud saw a few words appear in front of him, "Data collection in progress." Ding, data collection completed. Do you want to build a digital human model? Can you still build a model? Renaud thought with some surprise, and then responded decisively, yes. Renaud saw a blue body model of himself appear in front of him, and the data of the body next to it was displayed. Renaud Marenti, Constitution, 0.9 Strength, 0.9 Agility 1.2 Status, slightly injured, expected to be fully recovered in 7 days. At the same time, The injured position was marked in red on the human model in front of him, with the head being the heaviest red. Renault was very satisfied with his data. Generally, the data of ordinary adult males is 1, and Renault is just 15 years old. His data is basically close to that of adult males, and even his agility is beyond that. It proves that his physical foundation is very good, but it is far from enough. Renault knows that this is a world with extraordinary power, and what he pursues now is extraordinary power. Now with the help of the chip, Renault believes that he can definitely embark on the extraordinary road and master extraordinary power. Renault suddenly thought of something and ordered the chip, number 1, organize and store my memory, and analyze the information about extraordinary power in the memory. Start organizing and analyzing, and the estimated completion time is 24 hours. After all, Renault is also a nobleman. The nobles in this world often hold unknown secrets. He seems to have learned some information about extraordinary power, but he can't remember it now. Research in the previous life has proved that the human brain will remember all experiences from birth to death. The reason why people forget is that the human brain cannot extract that memory. Now that the chip has the storage and analysis function, it will not be difficult to extract memories. What Renault wants to extract is his detailed memory of supernatural powers. Just as Renault was thinking, a crisp voice sounded in his ear, "Brother Renault, why are you in a daze again? What are you thinking about?" It was Alice who saw Renault in a daze again, and asked in confusion. Alice found that since Brother Renault woke up, he seemed to have become a different person, becoming much more mature and profound, and often in a daze. But Alice didn't take it to heart, because her intuition was very accurate, and she could clearly perceive the kindness and malice of others. She knew that although Renault in front of her was not as close to her as before, he had never had any malice towards her. Renault felt the concern in Alice's words, and his heart was warm, and he said, "Nothing, just a little homesick, let's go back." After that, he took Alice's hand and walked into the cabin. At the same time, he ordered the chip in his heart, "Number 1 scans Alice. Start scanning." The scan failed due to interference from an unknown force field. Unknown force field? How could Alice have an unknown force field? Does everyone in this world have force fields that cannot be scanned? Renault thought in his heart. So Renault ordered in his mind, "Number 1, scan the body data of everyone nearby and build a map at the same time." A mechanical voice sounded, "Beep. Mission established, data collection begins, collection range 200 meters. Beep. Data collection completed." Instantly, a map with a radius of 200 meters centered on himself appeared in Renault's mind, with everyone's data marked on the map. Old Baker, gender, male, physical fitness, 0.7, strength, 0.6, agility, 0.5, unknown name, gender, male, physical fitness, 1, strength, 1.1, agility, 1.2, unknown name, gender, female, physical fitness, 0.7, strength, 0.516, agility, 0.9, Alice, gender, female, physical fitness, strength, agility? Alice is marked with a red dot on the map, and there is still no data displayed on it. Old Baker is a good friend of the old Meg who took in Renault. The two houses are also next to each other. Old Baker is also quite old, so his physical data has declined. The rest is the data of ordinary men and women in this world, which is similar to the world before Renault crossed over. What surprised Renault was that the unknown force field on Alice was indeed a special case. What exactly is this? The chip cannot be analyzed at present, and can only be studied later. Renault returned to the cabin while thinking, and saw that the food had been prepared in the cabin, but the food was getting more and more simple, with only black bread and mashed potatoes. Looking at the simple food, Alice had to invite Renault to sit down and eat with a hint of apology. Renault knew that the only source of income for the small family was the prey he hunted. Renault had been recovering from his injuries these days, and there was no food at home. Although there were still some silver coins saved, he needed to go to the city to exchange for food. Renault looked at Alice, who was somewhat self-blaming, and his heart was warm. He knew that Alice was someone who really cared about him. Before crossing, Renault was alone. He devoted himself to the research of chips and had never been emotionally bound. And now, Alice's meticulous care for him every day has already touched the softest part of Renault's heart. Renault secretly vowed in his heart that he must protect Alice. Renault ate and chatted, "Alice, I can go out hunting tomorrow. When I catch the prey, I will go to the town, sell the prey, and buy some daily necessities." When Alice heard Renault's words, she said worriedly, "Brother Renault, are you really recovered? Why don't you take a few more days? We are not short of food." Renault comforted, "Don't worry, I know what I am doing. I will bring you meat tomorrow." Seeing Renault's confident look, Alice stopped persuading him, but just reminded him, "Brother Renault, you have just recovered, be careful when hunting." Renault nodded in response. In fact, with the help of the chip, Renault was still very confident. Hunting was a piece of cake for the chip. Although he had never hunted, he would definitely catch it with the help of the chip. The next morning, Renault took the crossbow and arrows into the forest and went hunting. Renault took the crossbow and arrows left by Old Mag and a short knife, and walked leisurely in the forest. Renault has already turned on the data collection mode of the chip, monitoring any movement within a 200-meter radius around him at any time, and building a nearby map, allowing Renault to thrive in the mountains and forests. Ding, the search target appears 150 meters southwest. The mechanical prompt sounded in Renault's mind. Renault slowed down and approached the direction of the Sika deer quietly according to the guidance of the map in his mind. When Renault was about 50 meters away from the Sika deer, he could already see a Sika deer grazing leisurely. You have reached the effective attack range of the crossbow arrows. Please stop moving forward and prepare the crossbow arrows, otherwise you will be discovered by the target. Renault stopped decisively after hearing the prompt of the chip, half crouched to avoid being discovered by the Sika deer. Then he raised the crossbow arrow in his hand and loaded the crossbow arrow. The wind speed angle has been measured, please adjust the shooting angle according to the prompt. The voice of the chip sounded at the right time. Angle prompts also appeared in Renault's eyes. Renault kept adjusting in the direction of the prompt, and no longer hesitated after the adjustment was consistent. With a whoosh, the crossbow arrow flew out. The Sika deer raised its head instantly when it heard the sound, but the crossbow arrow had already accurately shot into the heart of the Sika deer. The Sika deer fell to the ground instantly, and its body twitched twice before it lost its life. Renault walked forward, pulled out the crossbow arrow, and could continue to use it in the future, then carried the Sika deer and walked quickly down the mountain. He didn't want the bloody smell of the Sika deer to attract ferocious beasts. Renault was quite satisfied with the harvest of a Sika deer in his first hunt. This Sika deer is rare. Most hunters usually hunt small prey such as rabbits, while Sika deer are already large prey. This Sika deer is worth at least 1 silver coin when sold in town, which is enough for him and Alice to live for a month. Renault carried the Sika deer to the side of the wooden house, put it on the cart, and pushed it to the town to sell the Sika deer in exchange for 1 silver coin and 20 copper coins. There are 3 main currencies in this world, namely copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins. 100 copper coins can be exchanged for 1 silver coin, and similarly 100 silver coins can be exchanged for 1 gold coin. After Renault sold the Sika deer, he bought food and daily necessities, and then he did not leave in a hurry, but came to the tavern in the town. The chip has sorted out Renault's memory and found some clues about supernatural powers. There is a profession that seems to be related to supernatural powers, that is wizards. Wizards are often synonymous with evil and terror in the eyes of ordinary people. Wizards are said to conduct various experiments on ordinary people. They also make terrible poisons and can even communicate with dead souls, mastering various magical powers. And this is exactly the supernatural power that Renault wants to contact. So Renault wants to try to contact wizards. To find wizards, of course, collect relevant information, and in this era, the fastest way to circulate information is the tavern in the town, so Renault came to the tavern, the main purpose of which is to find out the news. Due to the restriction that minors cannot drink alcohol, Renault had to ask for a glass of orange juice and drank it silently on the side. But the chip was not idle. The chip was silently collecting all the news in the tavern, classifying and extracting useful information, and sorting it out for Renault. As expected, there was no news about wizards or supernatural powers. After paying the bill, Renault left the tavern and returned to the cabin. Renault's failure did not dampen his confidence. After all, it is not so easy to collect supernatural news. The place where Renault and his friends live is called the Grand Islands, which consists of a huge island, Grand Island, and countless small islands around it. Although Grand Island is called an island, its area is close to a continent in Renault's world in his previous life, but it is only called an island in this world. There are 2 countries in the Grand Islands, which have been fighting all year round. One is the Principality of Belmont where Renault is located, and the other is the Principality of Pain. According to rumors, the royal families of these 2 principalities have more or less mastered some supernatural powers. The footprints of wizards have indeed appeared in the Grand Islands. It is said that wizards will select people with wizard potential from all over the Grand Islands every 3 years, and go to the continent where wizards are located to learn witchcraft. Because of the ring with supernatural power, Lord Monty had specially collected information about wizards in the past. It's just that wizards are synonymous with mystery and terror in the minds of ordinary people, and those who have gone to the wizard's continent have not been recorded to have returned. Lord Monty was afraid of bringing disaster to the family, so he had never come into contact with wizards. These materials were given to Renaud when Lord Monty gave the ring to him. Renaud didn't care at the time, but just browsed through them all. Now Renaud sorted and analyzed them in his memory through the chip, and recalled the contents of these materials. For Renaud now, except for Alice, there is no worry, so Renaud can contact the power of wizards unscrupulously. Renaud returned to the cabin with food and beef. Looking at the beef in Renaud's hand, Alice's eyes were shining. She and Renaud hadn't eaten meat for a long time. After the death of old Mag, Renaud was inexperienced after all, and he didn't hunt much each time, so their lives were also relatively tight. But now it's different. Renaud believes that with the help of the chip, hunting by himself is not a problem at all. Just as Renaud thought, hunting was a piece of cake for Chip. Renaud had a good harvest every time he hunted, which made the old baker next door sigh. After falling, he awakened his hunting talent? I have to let my kid fall when I have time. A month passed quietly in the blink of an eye. At this time, Renaud shuttled through the forest and carried out daily hunting. Suddenly, Renaud stopped in front of a plant. The leaves of this plant were small and pointed, and there were a bunch of black and purple fruits on it. Renaud happily picked the bunch of fruits and put them in his mouth. The taste of this fruit was not good, it tasted sour and astringent, with little water, and it was wrapped with tiny seeds like sand, so Renaud named it purple sand fruit. Renaud swallowed the fruit with difficulty, and the voice of the chip sounded in his mind, ding. The subject has taken in the gained substance, and the physical fitness is improving. The physical fitness improvement is over, and the physical fitness has increased by 0.001. It is indicated that the subject has developed antibodies to this substance and cannot continue to improve the physical fitness. The animals and plants in this world are very different from Renaud's previous life, and the chip can analyze and use very little information. So when Renaud was hunting, he tasted various plants with his mouth, and then let the chip directly analyze their components, hoping to find plants that would help his body. The purple sandfruit is the only plant that Renaud found that can improve physical fitness after tasting almost all the plants in the mountains and forests. When Renaud first ate the purple sandfruit, his physical fitness increased by 0.02. This discovery surprised Renaud, but as the number of times he ate it increased, Renaud's body gradually developed resistance, and the physical fitness improvement became smaller and smaller. Now it can only be improved by 0.001, and antibodies have been completely produced. No matter how much he eats in the future, it will have no effect. Renaud also found a kind of fruit that was very similar to tomatoes in his previous life, which could quickly replenish physical strength. Renaud named it fire crystal fruit. There was also a kind of grass that grew close to the ground, which could help wounds recover. Renaud named it ground grass. All of them were recorded in the chip data. Number 1 shows physical data. Renaud ordered. Renaud, physical fitness, 1.05 strength, 0.92 agility, 1.25 status. Healthy. Renaud looked at his increased physical fitness, which was almost the same as that of an adult male, and nodded with satisfaction. However, Renaud knew that this was only in the scope of ordinary people, and it was far from enough. Renaud's goal has always been extraordinary. Ding! Danger alert! Danger alert! The source of danger is approaching quickly, and it is recommended that the subject stay away immediately. Hearing the danger warning, Renaud's heart tightened instantly. He was too focused on improving his physical fitness just now and did not pay attention to the surrounding environment. Renaud looked at the source of danger displayed by the chip data. It was obviously a grizzly bear running towards him quickly. The data of the grizzly bear was displayed above his head. Grizzly, physical fitness, 2.2 strength, 2.8 agility, 1.9. Looking at the grizzly's terrifying data, Renaud ran away. He knew that he could not fight against the grizzly head-on. But although the grizzly looked clumsy, it was actually running very fast. The distance between Renaud and the grizzly was closing rapidly. Renaud could clearly hear the grizzly's panting, but Renaud had no time to look back. The chip in his mind kept reminding him of the distance between the grizzly and Renaud. 50 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Renaud knew that he could not outrun the grizzly bear, so he had to give it a try. Renaud grabbed the mysterious ring hidden in his chest and pulled it off, just when the chip indicated that the distance between the two sides was only 1 meter. Renaud turned around instantly and pointed the ring at the grizzly bear's eyes. A magical thing happened. The grizzly bear was motionless in an instant, as if time had stopped. The grizzly bear's sharp claws were about to catch Renaud, and its mouth was wide open. Renault could even smell the fishy smell in the grizzly bear's mouth, but the grizzly bear just magically stayed there motionless. Renault sat on the ground, panting heavily, and sweating coldly. After all, it was the first time for Renault to face such a dangerous and terrifying situation. It was not easy to remain calm in the face of danger. Renault knew that it was not the time to relax. Renault cheered up, put a fire crystal fruit into his mouth to quickly recover his strength, then his eyes became sharp, took out a sharp dagger, cut the grizzly bear's throat with one knife, and then quickly moved away. Blood gushed out of the grizzly bear, and the intense pain instantly awakened the grizzly energy. The grizzly bear began to roar angrily and attack the surroundings randomly. At this time, Renault had already climbed up the tree, silently waiting for the death of the grizzly bear. A quarter of an hour later, the grizzly bear stopped struggling and fell in a pool of blood. After the chip confirmed that the grizzly bear had completely lost its breath of life, Renault really relaxed. Looking at the ring in his hand, Renault couldn't help but sigh at the power of extraordinary power. If it were just by himself, it would be impossible to survive from the grizzly bear. It is said that in the eyes of a real wizard, killing ordinary creatures is no different from crushing an ant. Through this dangerous experience, Renault became more and more eager for extraordinary power. Renault was worried when he walked to the grizzly bear's body. The grizzly bear was an adult male grizzly bear, weighing 400 kilograms. There was no way he could transport it back and sell it by himself. Moreover, grizzly bears can only be sold as a whole, and its fur must be kept as intact as possible to be valuable, so it cannot be broken down. It seems that we can only ask the villagers for help. Renault murmured helplessly. Having said that, Renault first processed the grizzly bear's body with the help of the chip, causing more scars and traces of struggle, proving that the grizzly bear had fallen into a trap and suffered serious injuries before he was lucky enough to encounter it and let Renault pick it up. Leak. Otherwise, no one would believe that a normal grizzly bear would be killed by Renault with one knife. After Renault disposed of the grizzly bear's body, he returned to the village to find help. The people in the village were shocked, but they had no doubts. After all, the chip's ability was not something ordinary people could see. They were just envious of Renault's good luck. Everyone worked together to transport the grizzly bear back to the village, and then old Baker and Renault took the grizzly bear to the city on a cart. Grizzly bears are also rare in the city, and they were sold for a high price of 5 gold coins. Renault generously gave a silver coin to each of the villagers who helped. The villagers were very happy and returned to the village happily. Renault came to a familiar tavern on the pretext of buying daily necessities, but today the tavern was somewhat overcrowded. Renault still asked for a glass of orange juice and sat quietly in the corner using a chip to record and analyze useful information about the conversations of the people around him. In this month, as long as Renault sells out his prey, he will come here to collect information about wizards and extraordinary powers, but he has not collected any useful information. Just when Renault finished a glass of orange juice and was about to leave, the chip's prompt sound suddenly sounded, beep. Target information has been collected and is being analyzed and sorted out. Hey! The arrangement is completed. Could you please check it now, master? Yes. Renault responded decisively in his mind. A piece of text appeared in front of Renault. 2 days later, a 3-day wizard qualification test will be conducted at the city lord's mansion. The fee is 1 gold market. Those who are found to have wizard qualifications will be arranged to go to West Avenue to join the Wizard Academy. Renault's eyes suddenly lit up. This was exactly the news that Renault needed. No wonder it felt like many strangers had come to the city recently. It seemed that most of them came to take the wizard qualification test. The corners of Renault's mouth raised slightly, and he was in a very good mood. Renault must seize this opportunity to master extraordinary power. Renault paid for the orange juice and returned to the cabin contentedly. 2 days later, the city lord's palace in Massa City. Massa City is the city where Renault is currently located. It is one of the 10 central cities in the Principality of Belmont besides the royal city, and is ruled by the Massa family. The current lord of Massa City is Cas Massa, and his title is Hereditary Marquis. In the Principality of Belmont, the nobles other than the king are divided into 5 titles from high to low: Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount and Lord. Titles are divided into hereditary titles and ordinary titles. Hereditary titles can be maintained from generation to generation, but after the death of the owner of ordinary titles, the titles and fiefs will be taken back by the principality. Therefore, hereditary titles are generally 1 level higher than ordinary titles. However, since titles are hereditary, the quality of the heirs to the titles varies, which can also lead to the decline of the family. In addition, nobles with titles will also have their own fiefdoms. Masa City is the hereditary fiefdom of the Masa family. The Masa family has inherited this territory for nearly 100 years, which is considered rare. The territory of Renault's father, Lord Monty, had been taken over by Viscount Bell, and the title was taken back due to Monty's death. At this time, there was already a long queue in front of the city lord's palace, and there were many people watching around. Renault did not line up, but blended in with the crowd. Renault didn't go straight to the queue because of impulse. The wizard's method was mysterious and he didn't know whether the chip on his body would be discovered by the wizard. If he is discovered, he will probably be captured by the wizard and become a guinea pig for experiments. There are many rumors about wizards using ordinary people for experiments. Therefore, Renault did not rush to participate in the qualification test without ensuring its own safety. After all, the premise of pursuing extraordinary power is to live a better life for yourself. My life before time travel was too short. Now that God has given me another chance, I naturally have to live well. And Renault believes that even if he does not become a wizard, he will find his own way with his own chip. At this time, the end of the team was a temporary tent set up at the entrance of the city lord's palace hall. There was a set of simple tables and chairs placed under the tent. A young figure in gray robe slowly walked into the tent and sat down, while a middle-aged man in noble attire followed respectfully behind the young man in gray robe. Through the discussions of people around him, Renault knew that this middle-aged man was the current lord of Masa City, Marquis Cass. Obviously the young man in gray robe is the rumored wizard. At this time, Marquis Cass saw that the young man in gray robe had sat down, so he stepped forward and asked respectfully, "Master Green, can we start the test?" Green said coldly, "Okay." After saying that, he took out a crystal ball and put it on the table in front of him, and continued to speak to Marquis Cass. Everyone comes forward and puts their hands on the crystal ball. If the crystal ball lights up, it proves that you have wizard qualifications. You can stay. If it doesn't light up, just leave. After Green finished speaking, he closed his eyes and rested, and said no more words. Marquis Cass nodded respectfully and arranged various matters. The qualification test began in an orderly manner. Renault carefully observed the crowd. Seeing that the test had begun, he quietly approached the city lord's mansion. When Renault walked about 200 meters away from the tent, the sound of the chip sounded at the right time. Beep. The target has entered the scannable range. Do you want to scan? Renault concentrated his mind and said with a tense body, "Start scanning." A ray of light flashed through Renault's eyes, and the chip prompt sounded in his mind instantly. Beep. Affected by the unknown force field, the target scan failed. At this time, Renault was concentrating on Green's reaction. Seeing that Green did not react at all and was still resting with his eyes closed, Renault was relieved. It seems that the chip scan will not be discovered by the wizard, but why is it an unknown force field again? Is Alice also related to the wizard? Renault thought in his heart. Renault got the desired result and left quietly and returned to the wooden house. Renault returned to the wooden house. Alice had already prepared hot meals and was waiting for Renault. Seeing such a scene, Renault couldn't help but feel at home. Ever since Renault started using chips to assist hunting, Renault has had a steady supply of prey, and the living standards of Renault and Alice have also improved a lot. There was basically meat on their table for every meal, and Alice even wore a beautiful dress. When Alice saw Renault coming in, she happily took Renault's arm and said, "Brother Renault, thank you for your hard work. Come and eat." Seeing Alice's happy look, Renault knew that Alice must have found out from old Baker that 5 grizzlies were sold. Renault nodded in agreement, then followed Alice to the dining table and started eating. Renault finished his meal with satisfaction and said, "Alice, after you finish cleaning up, come to my room." Alice was obviously stunned when she heard Renault's words. She glanced at the darkening night outside the house, and then whispered, "Okay. Brother Renault." Renault didn't notice anything strange about Alice and returned to his room alone. A quarter of an hour later. Alice dressed up carefully, put on a beautiful dress, and entered Renault's room with anxiety. Renault looked at Alice, who was lowering her head, with a blush on her cheeks, and fidgeting with her hands, and asked in surprise, "Alice, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Alice looked at Renault, who looked serious, and realized that she seemed to be thinking too much, so she said awkwardly, "I'm fine, brother Renault." Then she sat next to Renault as if nothing had happened. Renault looked at Alice and said seriously, "Alice, have you ever heard of a wizard?" Alice asked with a confused look, "Brother Renault, I haven't heard of it. What is a wizard?" Renault explained patiently, "Wizards are a group of people who possess mysterious extraordinary powers. They can control the wind and rain. It is said that they have a long life. Renaud told Alice the information he had collected about wizards, and then continued, in the past 3 days, Massa City is conducting a test for wizard qualifications. I want to go for the test. If you have wizard qualifications, you can go to the Wizard Academy. Learned. Alice, do you want to go for a test together? Renaud asked, looking at Alice. Alice said without hesitation, I will go wherever Brother Renaud goes. If Brother Renaud wants to become a wizard, then I will also become a wizard. I have no relatives anymore. I can't lose Brother Renaud anymore. Renaud couldn't help but feel a little distressed when he looked at Alice, who looked serious, and then said without any hesitation, okay, let's go together tomorrow. Alice suddenly became happy when she heard Renaud's words. In Alice's heart, as long as she was by Renaud's side, she would be the happiest thing. Renaud was very curious about the unknown force field on Alice's body, so he asked about Alice's life experience. But Alice only knows that she was picked up by old Mag when she was a baby and has been raising her ever since. She doesn't know anything else. Renaud knew that he couldn't get any results, so he could only go for a test tomorrow to see if there was any difference. The next morning the sun was shining brightly. Renaud brought Alice to the city lord's mansion early, paid 2 gold coins and joined the queue. Most of the team were nobles, but the simple attire of Renaud and Alice looked particularly eye-catching. Civilians rarely come to take the qualification test. Firstly, 1 gold coin is enough for an ordinary civilian family to live for a year, which is a large expense. Secondly, wizards do not have a good impression in the eyes of civilians. It is a symbol of mystery and terror, so civilians rarely participate in qualification tests. The surrounding nobles looked at Renaud and Alice with disdain and disgust, but Renaud and the others didn't care. In Renaud's eyes, only his own strength is the greatest capital, and other money and status are just external possessions. The team is moving forward slowly, but so far today no one has detected wizard qualifications. Through the chip's collection of comments from people around him, Renaud knew that after testing more than 1,000 people yesterday, only 1 person had wizard qualifications. It seems that wizard qualifications are still quite rare. As time passed, it was finally Renaud and Alice's turn. Renaud stepped forward first, and according to the instructions of the attendant next to him, he easily placed his hand on the crystal ball on the table. Renaud felt a burst of electricity pass from the crystal ball into his palm, and then the crystal ball lit up. There were waves of exclamations all around. Okay, you can take it away. A reminder sounded from my ears. Renaud obediently removed his hand from the crystal ball, and then noticed that the wizard Green, who had been closing his eyes to rest next to him, had opened his eyes and looked at him with some joy. Obviously the reminder sound just now came from Green. Green continued, congratulations, you have successfully detected your wizard qualifications. You can stay and stand behind me. Renaud bowed slightly and said respectfully, thank you, Lord Wizard. Seeing Renaud being so respectful, Green said happily, don't call me a wizard. I haven't become an official wizard yet, so just call me Green. Although Renaud was a little surprised after hearing this, he hurriedly said, okay, Lord Green. Then he walked behind Green. Green was quite satisfied with Renaud's performance. He could tell that Renaud was so respectful not to flatter himself, but out of respect for his own strength. Next it was Alice's turn. Seeing such a scene for the first time, Alice was inevitably a little nervous. However, when she saw that her brother Renaud successfully tested for wizard qualifications, she became determined. In order not to be separated from her brother Renaud, she must also have wizard qualifications. Alice imitated Renaud's movements and slowly put her hand on the crystal ball. The same feeling of electric shock came from Alice's fingertips. Changes occur suddenly. A scarlet light suddenly lit up on the crystal ball, and then it fell apart with a bang sound. Alice's hand still stayed in the same position, a little at a loss. Green's mouth opened wide in shock. What was going on? This was the first time Green had encountered the broken crystal ball. Green stepped forward and observed the fragments of the crystal ball for a long time, but found nothing. Could it be that this detection crystal ball has reached its expiration date and is automatically scrapped? This crystal ball is indeed old, so that's the only possibility. Green thought silently in his heart. Only then did Green notice Alice standing next to him. He recalled that the crystal ball had indeed lit up, and said, you also have wizard qualifications, so stand behind me too. Then he took out another crystal ball from his backpack and placed it on the table, signaling to the surrounding servants to continue testing. Alice happily ran to Renaud's side, waiting for Renaud's praise with a proud expression on her face. Renaud had no choice but to give a thumbs up with his hands. Looking at the happy face of Alice next to him, Renaud was also very happy and gently touched Alice's head. Renaud is also more convinced that the unknown force field detected by the chip is related to wizards or the extraordinary power of this world. Now he and Alice have half stepped into the door of the extraordinary world. After truly mastering the extraordinary power, you must study this so-called unknown force field carefully. At this time, the nobles who were watching looked at Renaud and Aliciana with completely different eyes, including shock, disdain, jealousy, and fawning. Renaud no longer cares about what these people think, because Renaud, who has half entered the extraordinary world, is no longer in the same world as ordinary people. Just like Green sitting in front, he completely ignores ordinary people. Really smart people have begun to think of ways to please Renaud and Alice. Renaud and Alice seem to have no background. Now if they seize the opportunity to win over each other, if Renaud and Alice really become strong in the future, even if they are against each other. A little kindness from your own family will bring huge benefits, which is an investment in the future. In the middle continent of the wizarding world, a scarlet moon hangs high in the sky. Gorgeous palaces surround a deep and simple scarlet tower sitting on top of the red moon. In the top hall of the scarlet tower, a beautiful woman with red hair and a scarlet wizard robe sat quietly in the middle of the hall. The moment Alice touched the crystal ball glowed red. The beautiful woman also opened her eyes at the same time, and the red light in her eyes flashed away. After a while, a beautiful girl with blonde hair and blue eyes also wearing the same red wizard robe appeared in front of the beautiful woman. The girl said respectfully, "Teacher, why did you wake up suddenly? What do you want to see me for?" The beautiful woman said slowly, "Elise, I just sensed the appearance of a chosen one chosen by the power of Scarlet." When Elise heard the words chosen one, she was moved and said, "Really? Teacher, where is she?" The beautiful woman said calmly, "Although the magic power is only released for a moment, my induction should not be wrong. It is on an archipelago to the east of the western continent." The beautiful woman continued, "Elise, go there in person. When you arrive on the western continent, you should be able to sense the specific location of the chosen one." Elise Gong decisively accepted this task, respectfully exited the hall, then turned into a red light and flew directly to the west continent. The beautiful woman slowly closed her eyes again. The 3 days of testing passed by in a blink of an eye. In the end, only 3 people with wizard qualifications were detected in Mosa City. They were named Maurice, who was detected on the first day. He was a blonde, blue-eyed, pure Westerner, and a count. His descendant, who is 15 years old like Renaud, has become arrogant since he was found to have wizard qualifications. Except for Green, even Marquis Cass did not take him seriously. The remaining 2 were Renaud and Alice. In the 3 days of testing, at least nearly 10,000 people were tested, but only 3 people had wizard qualifications. This shows that wizard qualifications are still rare. At this time, Renaud and Alice had already returned to the cabin to pack their luggage and arrived at the dinner prepared by Marquis Cass. Alice's delicate little face had red circles under her eyes. Obviously, facing the prospect of leaving the place where she has lived all her life, it is still a little uncomfortable for this little girl who is only 14 years old. But she must leave, not for any extraordinary power, but for brother Renaud who follows her. Because they had to attend the dinner, Renaud and Alice had to put on the clothes specially prepared for them by Marquis Cass. The clothes of the 2 of them were not very luxurious, and they fit very well. It was obvious that Marquis Cass had prepared them carefully. After putting on suitable clothes and the unusual faces of Renaud and Alice, their temperaments suddenly changed, and they were no different from nobles. This dinner was hosted by Marquis Cass to see off Renaud and the others. Tomorrow they will be taken by Green to the king's city of Prince Belman, where they will meet up with all those who have been found to have wizard qualifications, and then head to the western continent together to enter the Wizard Academy. Study. Marquis Cass knew that ordinary people and wizards were from 2 different worlds, so the dinner was not that grand. They just prepared a sumptuous dinner and invited the 4 heads of the 5 nobles in Mosa City and Renaud. At this time, Marquis Cass was sitting on the main seat, with Green, Maurice, Renaud and Alice on his left, and the patriarchs of the 5 families on his right. One after another delicious food was delivered to the table, and everyone started eating. The delicious white bread, plump foie gras, tender steak, mellow wine and other delicacies make Renaud very satisfied. Alice next to her was feasting on her meal, while Maurice looked disdainful and whispered, "You bumpkin." Renaud was too lazy to talk to him and was enjoying the food on his own. Seeing that everyone had almost eaten, Marquis Cass opened the topic and asked, "Everyone, I wonder if you have heard that Viscount Bell and his family all died mysteriously in their castle last night." Hearing Marquis Cass mention Viscount Bell, Renault's expression moved slightly and he silently paid attention. After all, Viscount Bell was his father-killing enemy. Renault originally wanted to take revenge after mastering extraordinary power. Unexpectedly, Viscount Bell's entire family was wiped out. Tsk, I heard that the death was very miserable, the whole body turned green, and turned into pus a day later, as if he died of poisoning. A nobleman next to Marquis Cass continued with some regret. Renault heard their description and instantly remembered the death of Sid at that time, which was exactly the same. This reminded him of the man wrapped in a black robe, who was probably a wizard with extraordinary power. Could it be that they were fighting among themselves? It just happened to help me avenge part of the revenge. Now the only enemy left is the one hiding under the black robe. Renault thought silently in his heart. After all, Viscount Bell was under the jurisdiction of Marquis Cass, so naturally he had to explore the cause of death. So Marquis Cass looked at Green next to him and said respectfully, "I wonder what Lord Green thinks, is this the work of supernatural power?" Green said slowly, "To determine whether it is the work of supernatural power, we need to conduct on-site inspections. It is impossible to judge by description alone. Marquis Cass, I suggest you don't worry about this matter." After Green finished speaking, he continued to sit quietly aside. Marquis Cass is a smart man. He has heard the meaning of Green's words, so he said to Green solemnly, "I understand, thank you Lord Green." Marquis Cass noticed that Green was a little impatient and obviously no longer wanted to continue the conversation, so Marquis Cass continued to say a few words to the nobles around him and ended the dinner early. Green took Renault and the others back to the room specially prepared by Marquis Cass. Just when Renault was about to take a rest, there was a gentle knock on Renault's door. Renault opened the door of his room with some doubts, and saw Hank, the old butler of the city lord's mansion, standing in front of Renault's door with a smile on his face. Seeing Renault come out, Butler Hank said respectfully, "Master Renault, excuse me, our Marquis Cass would like to invite you and Miss Alice to his study. Is it convenient for you?" Renault thought for a moment and realized that this was most likely due to Marquis Cass's efforts, and he readily agreed, "Okay, let's lead the way." So Butler Hank also called Alice respectfully, took the two of them to Marquis Cass's study, and then left respectfully. Marquis Cass looked at Renault and Alice with a smile and said, "Thank you both for coming here. I won't say any more nonsense. I called you here because I wanted to give you a gift on behalf of the Mosa family." After that, he took out two small bags woven with gold wire and handed them to Renault and Alice. Alice curiously opened the gold bag and poured out the contents, only to see three crystal-clear pieces the size of thumbcaps. The gem appeared in Alice's hand. Alice's eyes shone when she saw it, and she obviously liked it very much. Sure enough, women all like shiny things. Renault secretly complained in his heart. The voice of Marquis Cass rang out at the right time, explaining, "This is the magic stone, which is the currency used for transactions between wizards. The value of the magic stone cannot be measured in gold coins, and our Mosa family now only pays a huge price for it. Just got these 6 magic stones." At this time, Renault ordered the chip, "Number 1, scan the magic stone in front of you." Hey! Mission established. Bit. The scan found an unknown energy source. Energy source? Can it be used? Renault asked calmly. Insufficient data in the comparison database. No method of utilization found. Suddenly a warning sound sounded in Renault's mind. Warning! This energy source contains unknown trace amounts of radiation. It is recommended that the subject strengthen protection. Is it radiation? Renault thought for a moment, then calmly said directly to Marquis Cass, "The Marquis gave us such an expensive gift, what are the conditions?" Renault naturally understands the principle of not being rewarded for no merit. Since the other party gave Renault and Alice such precious things, he must have some agenda. And although the magic stones were precious, they would not, as Marquis Cass said, the entire family only had 6, and they would not give all the magic stones to himself and Alice, so Renault simply asked directly. Marquis Cass laughed and said, "Little friend Renault is really straightforward, so I'll tell you the truth. The purpose of our Mosa family is to establish a deep friendship with you two, and we hope that if our Mosa family encounters difficulties in the future, you will provide help to our Mosa family within your ability." Marquis Cass, he said frankly, and then looked at Renault sincerely, waiting for Renault's answer. He had already seen that Alice only listened to Renault, and as long as Renault agreed, Alice would never have an objection. Renault did not answer immediately, but thought for a moment. He knew that this was an exchange of interests, but he did not pay anything substantial, so there was no harm in it, so he nodded in agreement. Renaud put away the magic stone and took Alice back to the special residence. After Renaud and Alice left, Butler Hank walked up to Marquis Cass and asked with some confusion, "Master, the magic stone is worth a lot of money. Is it worth it to simply give it to them like this?" Marquis Cass said calmly, "Of course it's worth it. This friendship alone can protect the long-term development of our family, not to mention the promise of help. Now I only hope that the two of them will be on the path of wizards. The further you go, the better." Butler Hank saw that Marquis Cass believed that this was a business that would not lose money, so he said no more. Renaud returned to the room, washed briefly, and prepared to rest. At this time, a voice suddenly reached his ears. "I'll give you a piece of advice. The value of a wizard's friendship cannot be compared with that of a few magic stones." Renaud recognized that it was Green's voice, but he didn't know how the voice reached his ears, and naturally he couldn't respond. However, Renaud knew that this was Green's reminder to him, and it seemed that he still underestimated the value of wizard friendship. Early the next morning, Marquis Cass had already prepared two luxurious and comfortable carriages and was waiting in front of the city lord's palace. Green entered the first carriage alone, and the remaining Renaud, Alice, and Maurice rode together in the second carriage. Entering the interior of the carriage also made Renaud and Alice's eyes brighten. The interior of the carriage was very luxurious and spacious. Even if 3 people were seated, it would not be crowded at all. Drinks and delicious food were also prepared on it. Renaud and Alice sat next to each other, while Maurice sat far away, maintaining a proud posture. Massa City is not too far from the royal city, but it still takes 2 days by carriage. Marquis Cass arranged for a group of knights from his own bodyguard to escort Renaud and the others to the imperial city, and also prepared 2 ordinary carriages for logistics to follow. The mighty team set off in this way, destined for the royal city of Prince Belman. After 2 days of traveling, Renaud and his party finally arrived at the largest city in the Principality of Belman Royal City. Along the way, Green generously chatted with Renaud and the other two about a lot of useful information, allowing Renaud to truly begin to understand the world of wizards. First of all, wizards are the most mainstream profession in this world that Renaud traveled to, and this world is also called the wizard world. Of course, there are other professions that master extraordinary powers in the wizard world, but most of them have lost the way to continue to advance. In addition to wizards, the most common profession is knights, but it is said that only the War Academy has preserved the complete promotion method of knights. There is no formal promotion method. Knights are just ordinary people who are stronger and know some combat skills. This also proves that becoming a wizard is the most correct choice for Renaud to master extraordinary powers. Wizards are also the most powerful of all professions. According to Green, high-level wizards are already invading other worlds. Then, according to Green, he is not yet a formal wizard, but just a wizard apprentice, so Green does not let others call him the wizard master. Formal wizards and wizard apprentices are not on the same level. If you become a formal wizard, the essence of life will be sublimated, completely beyond the scope of ordinary people, and living for 300 to 500 years is not a problem. Of course, the higher the level of the wizard, the longer the life. Formal wizards are divided into 9 levels, from level 1 to level 9. So far, there has been no wizard beyond level 9 in the history of wizards. Wizard apprentices are ordinary people who have just begun to try to master extraordinary powers. The essence of life has not been sublimated, and the lifespan is only a little longer than that of ordinary people. At most, they can live to about 200 years old. Wizard apprentices are divided into 3 stages, namely primary wizard apprentices, intermediate wizard apprentices, and senior wizard apprentices. Only when you reach the senior wizard apprentice can you become a formal wizard. And Green is currently an intermediate wizard apprentice. Green is a wizard apprentice in the Wetland Garden. He came to the Grand Islands to help the formal wizards recruit apprentices after accepting the recruitment task. When Renaud and his friends arrive in the royal city, they can meet the leader of this mission, the first-level wizard Farisa. Farisa will protect all those who have wizard qualifications, go to the Western continent, and choose the Wizard Academy. Renaud and his friends enter the Wizard Academy, and they can officially become junior wizard apprentices after completing their first meditation. Finally, Renaud also learned that the wizard world is divided into 5 continents, namely the Central Continent, the Western Continent, the Eastern Continent, the Southern Continent, and the Northern Continent. There are many islands like the Grand Islands where Renaud is located around each continent. The continents are far apart and there are natural barriers. Only those who are strong enough can cross them, which makes the communication between the continents very rare. According to the analysis of Renault's chip, the wizard world is about 5 times larger than the blue star where Renault lived before crossing. After all, the Gran Islands can be regarded as a continent in the blue star, but in the wizard world, it is just an archipelago. As for why he had to go to the western continent to study wizards, Green also patiently explained. The wizard resources on islands like the Gran Islands are very poor, but the promotion and experiments of wizards require a lot of resources. Islands like the Gran Islands cannot meet the needs of many wizards at all. Therefore, there is no wizard academy in each archipelago. If you want to become a wizard, you can only go to the special wizard academy in the western continent to study. Through Green's introduction and the analysis and sorting of the chip, Renault has a preliminary understanding of the wizard world. Soon, Green brought Renault, Alice and Maurice to the castle of the king of the Principality of Belmont under the leadership of the guards. Ding! After 48 hours of observation, the radiation of the magic stone has a positive effect and will slowly improve physical fitness. The prompt of the chip suddenly sounded in Renault's mind. After Renault scanned the magic stone with radiation, he issued an observation order to number 1 to observe the effect of the radiation in the magic stone on his body in real time. After 2 days of systematic observation, it was proved that the effect of the magic stone radiation was positive, and Renault was really relieved. While Renault was stunned, Green had brought Renault and the other 2 to the hall of the king's castle. Renault looked up and saw a white-haired old man in a luxurious royal robe sitting on the main seat of the hall. It was obvious that this man was the ruler of the Principality of Belmont, the king of the Principality of Belmont, Alan Belmont. On the left-hand side of King Alan sat a wizard wearing a pure black wizard robe, a pointed wizard hat, loose skin on his face, and a long black beard. According to Green's previous description, Renault knew that this was the first-level wizard Farisa. Suddenly, a rapid alarm sounded in Renault's mind. Warning, a source of intense radiation has been found, and it is recommended that the subject stay away immediately. 2 red spots of light appeared in front of Renault, and the location of the spots of light was exactly the people sitting on the left and right of King Alan. One was the first-level wizard Farisa, and the one next to him who emitted the same intensity of radiation as Farisa must be the guardian of the Principality of Belmont, the first-level wizard Clin. The warning sound of the chip continued to remind Renault to stay away. Renault had originally wanted to try to let the chip scan the official wizard to see if the official wizard would find the existence of the chip. Now it is obvious that the official wizard did not find the existence of the chip, so Renault no longer worried about the chip being discovered and becoming a guinea pig for the wizard. What Renault did not expect was that the official wizard would emit such strong radiation. Number 1, test the radiation and assess the impact. Renault ordered the chip. Beep. Mission established, testing results are being fed back. The mechanical sound of the chip sounded. Beep. The radiation test result is a negative impact. Long-term exposure to radiation will affect physical health and reduce lifespan. It is recommended that the subject immediately stay away from more than 100 meters. The test result is a negative impact. It seems that for now, we should avoid staying with formal wizards for a long time. Renault thought secretly in his heart. At this time, Green's voice sounded, Your Majesty, Lord Farisa, Lord Clin, in the Mosa City area I am responsible for, a total of 3 apprentices with wizard qualifications have been detected. After listening to Green's report, the 3 nodded with satisfaction, and Farisa said, Green, you did a good job, you take them to sit down and wait for the banquet to begin. Yes, Lord Farisa. Green responded respectfully, and took Renault and the other 2 to sit in the seats below. After Renault and the others, 3 more waves of people who were also detected with wizard qualifications came. Then all the people arrived. This year, the 10 central cities plus the royal city detected a total of 25 people with wizard qualifications. Mosa City was the city that detected the most wizard qualifications besides the royal city, which also made Green praised it. Then the king's banquet officially began. The banquet arranged by King Alan was naturally much grander than the banquet in Mosa City that Renault and the others had attended. Not only did it include exquisite and delicious food, but also dance performances by scantily clad beauties, which attracted the attention of these young male wizard apprentice candidates. They all blushed and their hearts beat faster. After all, Renault has been a man for 2 generations. He is much calmer in comparison, but it is still a feast for the eyes. Alice secretly stared at Renault's handsome face from the side. Her cheeks were a little red, and she didn't know what she was thinking about. It was really difficult to guess what the girl was thinking. King Alan also focused on introducing the 7th prince, George Belmont, who also had wizard qualifications and had successfully become Pharis's sect. The appearance of this prince instantly attracted the attention of all the women in the room, and even Alice couldn't help but look at George twice. George has blonde hair, blue eyes, tall and long legs, sunny and handsome, and has the aura of a superior, which is exactly the same as the image of the prince described in the same fairy tale. Although George has the aura of a superior, he is approachable when talking to others, making people feel at ease. On the other hand, although Renaud has a unique black hair and is very unique and handsome, his personality does not like to communicate with others. This allowed George to instantly gain many fans among the candidates. Prince George greeted Renaud and Alice in a friendly manner, and Renaud and Alice only responded in a friendly manner and did not show excessive enthusiasm. George had already investigated the information of all wizard apprentice candidates. He knew that Renaud and Alice were just ordinary civilians. They did not take the initiative to please his behavior, which did not make George dissatisfied. Instead, he looked at them twice. Renaud asked the chip to scan George, but the result was also interfered with by an unknown force field and could not be scanned. It's just that the strength of the force field on George's body is much weaker than that of the wizard apprentices and Alice led by Green and others. It seems likely that George has become an official wizard apprentice. This is the benefit of having someone behind you, Renaud thought secretly. Suddenly, King Alan clapped his hands proudly, and each maid brought a delicate dinner plate to everyone present. There was only a blue palm-sized shell on the dinner plate. Seeing everyone's puzzled expressions, King Alan explained with a slightly proud tone, "This is a specialty of our Belman Empire that is only provided to wizards' mermaid shells. The mermaid shell can improve the physical condition of the eater when it is eaten for the first time. Although the mermaid shell is only effective for the first time, the meat of the mermaid shell itself is extremely delicious, which makes people have endless aftertaste, and it is also a rare delicacy." AI King Lewin continued. However, after eating mermaid shells, there will also be side effects. People who have eaten mermaid shells will have a scent that is irresistible to the sea monsters. Therefore, they will attract attacks from the sea monsters and cause certain troubles. F.A. Wizard Reza added in due course. Please enjoy it, everyone. After King Alan said this, he couldn't wait to open the mermaid shell. Renaud was also very curious and slowly opened the shell in front of him, only to see a mini version of a mermaid with a human body and a fishtail lying inside. When the mermaid saw the shell being opened, she showed a horrified expression, as if she knew what was waiting for her. Tears flowed out, and she instantly became pitiful and unbearable to eat. Renaud saw the others using a fork to put the mini mermaid directly into their mouths, and then showed an expression of enjoyment. So he no longer hesitated, and no matter how pitiful the mermaid shell was in his hand, he put the mermaid into his mouth with a fork. As Renaud chewed, the delicious juice exploded in his mouth, and a warm current flowed into Renaud's body, making Renaud also show an expression of enjoyment. Just as Renaud was enjoying the delicious food, the chip beeped. Hey, the subject is ingesting gain substances, and his physique is rapidly improving. Hey, the gain material has been absorbed, and the physical fitness has been improved. The feeling of improved physical fitness made Renaud feel comfortable all over. Retrieve my body data. Renaud ordered the chip. Drop. Renaud, physique, 1.55 strength, 1.0 agility, 1.3 status, health. Has the physique been directly improved by 0.5? Strength and agility have also increased with the improvement of the physique, but the increase is not obvious. It is a pity that this mermaid shell is only effective when eaten for the first time. If you can continue to eat it to improve your physique, just rely on this. The physical body is invincible. How can it be so simple? Renaud thought silently in his heart. Alice next to her looked at the poor mermaid in the shell and couldn't bear to speak. After eating, Renaud noticed Alice's condition. He knew that things to improve physical fitness were rare, so he persuaded Alice in a low voice, "Alice, eat quickly, it's delicious." Alice got encouragement from Renaud and stopped thinking about it. She closed her eyes and swallowed the mermaid shell in one gulp. Then Alice also showed an expression of enjoyment. Renaud saw Alice finishing her meal and whispered, "How is it?" "It's delicious. I didn't lie to you." Alice nodded with enjoyment and said, "Yeah, it's delicious." Just after everyone finished eating the mermaid shells, King Alan clapped his hands again, and saw the maids bringing exquisite plates again, but this time there was a bulging mermaid made of gold wire. Bags, and these bags were only given to the prepared wizard apprentices. King Alan immediately said, "These are 10 magic stones, which are the kingdom's funding for your registration fee. Each wizard academy requires 10 magic stones to enter and study there. I hope you can remember the kingdom's efforts and achieve success in the future. Come back and see your home country. Thank you, King. Everyone stood up and said in unison. A total of 25 preparatory apprentices who have been tested for wizard qualifications, that is, 250 magic stones, which is really a big deal. It is estimated that only the royal family with some wizard resources can afford it. Moreover, it can be seen that King Alan has also taken care of Farisa and the wizard apprentices who came for the qualification test this time, otherwise the 7th Prince George would not have directly become a disciple of the first-level wizard Farisa. Renaud thought while putting away his own magic stones. In this way, as the magic stones were distributed, the banquet was coming to an end. Everyone dispersed and, led by the servants, came to the room specially prepared for them. After a good night's rest, they will set off for the journey to the western continent tomorrow. The next morning, the first-level wizard Farisa took everyone to Arosa port in a carriage prepared by King Alan. Renaud and his team would take a special giant ship from here to the western continent. The Belman royal city is very close to Arosa port. It took less than half a day to reach the port. At this time, the port dock has been cleared, just to wait for the arrival of the giant ship. Toot the whistle of the giant ship came from afar, and a small black dot was seen approaching slowly in the distance. When the giant ship slowly approached, Renaud could see the behemoth in front of him clearly, and couldn't help but marvel at the wizard's skills. This giant ship has caught up with the largest ship in Renaud's previous life. No wonder the dock had to be cleared in advance. This giant ship almost filled the dock. Compared with this giant ship, the ordinary ships around were like babies. In this world that is still in the Middle Ages, there are already such advanced and huge ships, which can only show that the wizard's technology is incomparable to the ordinary world. Through Green's introduction, Renaud and his team learned. This giant ship is called Ocean Number 7. It was jointly funded by the Wizard Academy of the Western Continent. Currently, a total of 10 such giant ships have been built. The main function of the giant ship is to go to the islands around the western continent to receive apprentices with wizard qualifications, and at the same time collect and trade local special resources on each island. For example, the beauty shell of the Principality of Belman is one of the most famous resources. Of course, wizard apprentices with other tasks can also take this giant ship to reach the islands around the western continent. These giant ships are the link between the western continent and the surrounding islands. Ocean Number 7 set off a year ago. After 3 months, it arrived at the first island, and then passed through various islands one after another, dropping off wizards and wizard apprentices to test wizard qualifications. The Ocean Number 7 will check and repair the last island, and then start to shuttle between various islands for resource trading. There are special wizards and apprentices on Ocean Number 7 who are responsible for resource trading and daily maintenance. The sailors on Ocean Number 7 have also been transformed by wizards. They are not only very powerful, but also will not be affected by the wizard's force field, so they can work with wizards for a long time. There are 5 floors above the deck of Ocean Number 7. The official wizards of course live on the 5th floor, and the wizard apprentices live on the 4th floor. George was naturally arranged on the 4th floor because he was a disciple of Farisa. The remaining 3rd and 2nd floors are obviously where the candidates for wizard apprentices like Renaud live. The 1st floor is a public restaurant and a place for leisure and entertainment. The underground floor is where the sailors live, and the underground floor is where various goods and resources are stored. Since Renaud and his team were one of the earlier ones, they were arranged in the room on the 3rd floor. Alice's room was just opposite Renaud. When Renaud entered the room assigned to him, he found that the room was really small. There was only enough space for a single bed and a set of desks. Fortunately, there was a small window to see the scenery outside, and there was an independent bathroom for independent bathing and washing. Renaud was quite satisfied with this, but for those noble children, there were complaints. Renaud packed up briefly and followed Alice to stroll around to get familiar with the environment. Renaud and Alice walked through one floor and came to the deck. The ship had not yet set sail, and the dock was calm, so Renaud and his friends could visit the deck. The deck has opening hours. If there is bad weather, Renaud and his friends are not allowed to go to the deck. Renaud and Alice walked to the front of the deck, and a huge statue came into view. The surface of the statue is pure black, and it is unknown what material it is made of. The image of the statue is a wizard wearing a wizard robe, holding a huge magic stone above his head with both hands. According to Green, this huge magic stone is the core of the entire Ocean 7, providing power for Ocean 7. This huge magic stone is reusable, just like a rechargeable battery. The wizard apprentices are responsible for charging, and each wizard apprentice who boarded the ship needs to take turns to replenish the magic power of the magic stone. Suddenly, Renaud stopped and clenched his fists. Alice looked at Renaud in confusion. Following Renaud's gaze, a man covered in a black robe boarded the ship. The figure of this man overlapped with the figure in Renaud's memory. This man was the real culprit who killed Lord Monty. Viscount Bell seemed to call him Seville. Alice noticed Renaud's abnormality and asked with concern, "Brother Renaud, are you okay?" Renaud came back to his senses and regained his usual calmness. His fists were loosened, but Renaud was no longer in the mood to continue shopping, so he took Alice back to their respective rooms. Although Lord Monty was only the father of Renaud's body, and Renaud himself had never felt his father's love, it was precisely because of Lord Monty's desperate resistance that Renaud was able to run out of the territory alive, and he had the opportunity to successfully cross over and become the current Renaud. So Renaud was determined to help Lord Monty take revenge, but Renaud knew that he could not defeat Seville now. Because the strength of the force field on Seville's body was comparable to Green's through the chipscan just now, Seville was at least an intermediate wizard apprentice. Now Renaud could not defeat an intermediate wizard apprentice anyway, so Renaud chose to secretly endure and wait for the opportunity. Renaud was going to find an opportunity to ask Green for Seville's information, so that he could be fully prepared and ready to kill Seville at any time. Toot the whistle of Ocean Number 7 sounded, which meant that Ocean Number 7 officially started its journey and was about to leave the port of Arosa. Looking through the window at the gradually receding coastline, Renaud couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Before he crossed over, he had been working hard for scientific research. After crossing over, he officially embarked on the road of transcendence. It seems that he is destined to be an extraordinary person. Since he has made a choice, he must go on firmly. Renaud secretly made up his mind. Ocean Number 7 passed through several countries and picked up candidates with wizard qualifications, and then really started the journey to the western continent. According to the chip statistics, Ocean Number 7 passed through 3 archipelagos in 10 countries. A total of 231 candidates with wizard qualifications were recruited, 40 formal wizard apprentices, and only 5 formal wizards, because only the principalities with wizard resources would have formal wizards go there to conduct qualification tests in person, while ordinary countries only had wizard apprentices go there. Among these 5 formal wizards, according to the chip scan, the radiation intensity of 4 is basically similar, and they should all be formal wizards like Farisa. The other one lives in the largest room of Ocean Number 7, and the radiation intensity emitted by his body is 5 times that of other formal wizards. This person may be a higher level wizard and the real guardian of Ocean Number 7, but he has never shown his face. Every formal wizard emits strong radiation, which can only be resisted by the unknown force field of the apprentice and the sailors transformed by witchcraft, so Renaud decided to become a wizard apprentice as soon as possible, otherwise his body would not be able to bear it if he stayed near the wizards with radiation every day. That day, Renaud found Green, the only intermediate wizard apprentice he was familiar with. Green saw Renaud knocking on the door and asked in surprise, "What's the matter?" Renaud was not hypocritical and said directly, "Lord Green, I want to ask you for information about someone." "Who?" "It depends on whether I know it, and I guess you know it after so many days. Wizards believe in the principle of equal exchange, and the news will not be told to you in vain," Green said calmly. Renaud took out a magic stone and said, "I want to find out the information about the wizard apprentice Sevilla." Green thought for a while and said, "Is it Sevilla on the ship?" "I do know some news about him, but I don't know much." Green did not ask Renaud why he knew Sevilla and wanted to find out his information. In the wizard world, everyone has their own secrets, as long as they can exchange them equally. Renaud hurriedly said, "That's fine, I just need to know some basic information about him." Green said, "Okay, then I can tell you the information about Sevilla. The information I know about him is not worth a magic stone. I can answer another question for you." Renaud nodded happily and agreed, and handed the magic stone to Green. Green's magic stone continued, "Sevilla is a mid-level wizard apprentice like me, and comes from the Black Bone Tomb, which is also one of the top 10 wizard academies in the western continent. The Black Bone Tomb is ranked last among the top 10 wizard academies. It belongs to the camp of black wizards and is best at soul research and dark witchcraft. Of course, it is also the academy with the most evil wizards. Sevilla's personality is relatively withdrawn and he rarely contacts people. He is good at dark and poisonous witchcraft. The most famous witchcraft is the poison ring. That's all the information I know about Sevilla. Remember the strange death of Viscount Bell's family mentioned by the Lord of Mosa at the dinner in Mosa City? I suspect it was Sevilla who did it. Green stared at Renault and said, as if he had seen something. After all, Renault has lived 2 lives and has a maturity that does not belong to this age. Renault looked calm and did not show any abnormality. Green continued, I'll give you another piece of information. You'll know about the division of wizard camps sooner or later anyway. In our western continent, all wizard forces will be divided into 2 camps. One is the white wizards. White wizards focus more on experimental research and don't like fighting. Like the wetland garden I belong to, it is the white wizard camp, good at botany research. The other is the black wizards. Black wizards advocate strength first and are good at fighting. Of the 10 major wizard academies, 6 are listed in the white wizard camp and 4 are listed in the black wizard camp. However, in the daily competition for resources, black wizards still have the advantage because black wizards are good at fighting and their individual strength is strong. As for the evil wizards, they are those who do not abide by the unified regulations set by the Western Continent Wizard Organization, the Western Continent Wizard Code. Most of the wanted wizards are those who kill civilians on a large scale and conduct evil experiments on many civilians. The Western Continent Wizard Code clearly stipulates that it is not allowed to harm ordinary people, because wizards are born among ordinary people, and the soil where wizards are born must be protected. However, there are still many wizards who conduct experiments on ordinary people. As long as they do not cause large-scale deaths and do not bring them to the public, no one will investigate, and they will not be classified as evil wizards. Okay, this is all the information, ask the questions you want to ask. Green paused and asked. Renault digested Green's information for a while, thought for a while and said, Lord Green, I want to ask about the information of the academy that is recruiting wizard apprentices this time. When Green heard Renault's question, he praised, it's a very valuable question. The choice of Wizard Academy is related to your future path and is also the most important problem you need to face at present. So I will briefly introduce it to you. The most powerful in the Western continent are the top 10 Wizard Academies, and there is another existence independent of the top 10 Wizard Academies, the Sky City, and then there are various small wizard organizations. First of all, let's talk about Sky City. The headquarters of Sky City is in the central continent, and the other 4 continents are its branches. Sky City is the place where the most advanced wizard technology in the entire wizarding world was invented, and it has the most advanced scientific research and experimental base. It is a holy place for alchemy and pharmacy. The trade is also very developed and it is the most resourceful wizard organization. The Sky City mainly recruits apprentices with mechanical wizard talents, and alchemists and pharmacists need to obtain a certain level to join. Alchemy and potion do not rely on the apprentice's talent, but are skills learned later in life, so the current test of you cannot tell whether you have talent in this area. And Sky City is very tolerant. You can be a member of other wizard organizations or an honorary scholar of Sky City, so even if you can't enter Sky City at the beginning, you can still join Sky City later. This is the special nature of Sky City, so it is an organization independent of our Western continent. The president of our Western Continent Wizards Association is the minister of the western part of the Sky City. He is the person who stands at the top of the pyramid in our Western continent. The executive members are the deans of the top 10 wizard colleges. The remaining ordinary members are recognized by the association. An ordinary wizard organization was established. Decisions that determine the development of the Western continent are all decided by the Wizards Association, including the wizarding guidelines of the Western continent, which are also formulated by the association. Next, let me introduce to you the top 10 wizard colleges. Green said after taking a sip of juice. The top 10 wizard academies are divided into 6 wizard academies according to their affiliation: the 9-ring Holy Tower of the White Wizard Camp, Wetland Garden, Elemental Elf, Hurricane City, Gothic Sage's Hut and Ring of Destiny. The Dark Wizard Camp is divided into 4 wizard academies: Crow's Nest, War Academy, Mobius Ring, and Black Bone Crypt. Let me give you a brief introduction to the top 10 wizard colleges. A more detailed introduction will be displayed in the temporary wizard recruitment base. Green continued. Among the top 10 wizarding colleges, the most powerful ones are the 9-ring Holy Tower and the Crow's Nest. The two have different stances and are hostile. However, these 2 colleges are the most powerful and the most comprehensive wizarding colleges. Wizards with any talent can basically find corresponding knowledge to learn. The main difference is that different camps have different learning methods. The study at the 9 Rings Holy Tower is relatively gentle and comprehensive, and does not focus entirely on strength, while the Crow's Nest is the complete opposite. It relies on personal competition. In short, these two academies are suitable for most people. The remaining colleges have their own strengths. Our wetland garden focuses on plant witchcraft and is good at botany. The elemental elves are the world of various elemental wizards and are good at the research of various elements. The Hurricane City is completely focused on is for wind witchcraft. Gothic Sage's Cabin is relatively comprehensive and is good at all kinds of illusions, while Ring of Destiny is good at prophecy witchcraft. The War College focuses on the research of bloodline wizards. The Mobius Circle is also relatively comprehensive and is good at prophecy and witchcraft. The Blackbone Tomb is good at the research of souls and dark witchcraft, as I told you. When you arrive at the recruitment base and undergo a more detailed qualification test, just choose the college that corresponds to your qualifications. Of course, I want to remind you that these top 10 wizard colleges all require 10 magic stones for tuition. Other small and medium-sized wizard organizations may only have 5 or even no tuition fees. But unless it is really impossible to enter the top 10 wizard colleges, thousands of magic stones are not required. Never go to a small or medium-sized wizarding organization. Because these organizations don't have mature wizard training systems like the top 10 colleges. These organizations can't even guarantee the basic life safety of apprentices. There are many organizations spreading rumors of directly using apprentices for experiments, and there are even rumors of all apprentices disappearing mysteriously. After listening, Renaud nodded solemnly and said, "Thank you, Lord Green, for reminding me. I will remember it." Green said calmly, "You exchanged these for magic stones. Okay, our transaction is completed." After Green said this, he stopped talking and slowly closed his eyes. Renaud knew that Green was urging him to leave, so he wisely and quietly left Green's room. Renaud thought that the magic stone he spent was worth it. Not only did he know information about Sevilla, he also learned about the top 10 wizard colleges in advance, which made Renaud's understanding of the wizard colleges more complete. Renaud asked the chip to store and organize the information obtained today, and then returned to his room. At this time, in the deep sea, a group of green-gray, ugly-looking creatures with human bodies and fishtails quickly swam to the sea area where Ocean 7 was located. Each of these creatures was injured and a little embarrassed. They had obviously fled to this sea area. They are recuperating in the deep sea. As Ocean number 7 approached, the only creature in the group with 2 pairs of arms standing in the middle was obviously the leader of the group of creatures. He suddenly moved his nose, opened his scarlet eyes in an instant, and revealed a weird smile. Suddenly, the leader let out a piercing scream, awakening the others around him. These creatures were a little confused at first, and the leader screamed a few more times, as if he was talking to these creatures. Then, I saw these ugly creatures all getting excited, screaming, and following the leader's guidance, they quickly swam over in the direction of Ocean 7. The sea at this time was the rare good weather since entering the western continent route, with bright sunshine and gentle wind. Most of the newcomers, including some formal wizard apprentices, all came to the deck to get some air. Renaud and Alice also came to the deck together, looking at the endless sea. Their mood became much brighter. Alice was leaning on the railing of the deck. The breeze was blowing Alice's red hair, outlining her perfect and delicate face. Renaud couldn't help but stare at the scene. Renaud remembered the person who had been hiding behind him. The little girl has grown up unknowingly and begins to slowly show the charm of a woman. Although Alice rarely goes out, she still attracts a group of suitors. In this Western world, people are very open-minded. When they see the beautiful Alice, many people come forward to pursue her directly. But Alice completely ignored others and just stuck to Renaud's side, which made Renaud offend many people. However, Renaud didn't care. This is a world where strength speaks for itself, and you don't need to care too much about other people's opinions. Alice noticed that Renaud beside her said with slight confusion, "Brother Renaud, what are you looking at? Why are you so stunned?" When Renaud heard Alice's words, he came back to his senses instantly, touched his nose, covered up his embarrassment and said, "Ah, the sea view is so beautiful, I couldn't help but be stunned." While the two were chatting, Renaud's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. A scarlet alarm appeared in front of Renaud's eyes. Beep. A large number of unknown extraordinary creatures have been detected. The creatures are rated extremely dangerous. It is recommended that the subject stay away immediately. In Renaud's mind, from the perspective of the chip, a group of red light points representing danger were approaching Ocean 7 at an extremely fast speed. The danger intensity marked by the red mark of the leading creature is no weaker than the light represented by the strongest wizard on Ocean 7. Renaud reacted immediately when he saw the alarm. The extreme danger proved that he was completely unable to resist this creature. Renaud didn't bother to find out what kind of creature it was. He immediately took Alice's hand and ran towards the cabin. Faced with the attack of foreign creatures, an open place like the deck is undoubtedly the most dangerous, as there is no room for escape. Therefore, the only way for Renaud and Alice to evade is inside the cabin. This is the wisest choice. At least they have time to evade, and then wait for the powerful wizard to eliminate the unknown creatures. But things went against expectations. Just when Renaud was about to pull Alice into the cabin, huge waves suddenly appeared on the sea. A ship as big as the Ocean 7 was shaken violently from side to side by the waves. The people on the deck suddenly fell on their backs. Renaud pulled Alice into his arms, and then the two of them were knocked down on the deck together. At this time, 5 figures quickly flew out from the top floor of Ocean 7. They were the 5 official wizards. Among the 5 official wizards suspended in the air, one was Farisa. At this time, Farisa respectfully said to the leading wizard, "Lord Sam, what is stirring the seawater and blocking our progress?" The second-level wizard Sam said angrily, "It's a group of sirens, what a hateful race." Sam then said to the wizard in a white wizard robe next to him, "Kadir, you are not strong in combat, go to Ocean number 7 to preside over the defense magic array. Don't let ordinary sirens get on the ship. The rest of you follow me and meet this group of sirens." Sam said without question. After Sam finished speaking, Kadir quickly flew to the wizard statue on Ocean number 7, touched the statue with both hands, and recited a strange spell. A transparent protective shield spread out from the statue, and finally protected the entire Ocean number 7 and the transparent protective shield. Ocean number 7 instantly stabilized a lot, and the surrounding seawater could not hit the deck. Just now, a few newcomers were almost swept into the sea by the seawater that hit the deck, so they finally felt relieved. Seeing that Ocean number 7 had stabilized, Sam took the other 3 first-level wizards and dived into the sea. These formal wizards seemed to have a transparent protective shield on their bodies, and the seawater was blocked within a 1-meter range around these wizards, so it could no longer get close to the wizards' bodies. Sam led the 3 first-level wizards to dive to about 100 meters, and finally saw the culprit of the waves. There was an ugly figure with a human body and a fish tail, a blue-gray body, and 4 arms, blowing a golden horn. It was this horn that caused the turbulent waves and trapped Ocean number 7, and he was surrounded by a group of younger brothers who looked very similar to him but only had a pair of arms, cheering for him. Farisa looked at the creature in front of him and said in surprise, "The Siren Clan." The 4-armed siren seemed to have heard Farisa's voice. A strange smile appeared on his ugly face. He stared at Farisa and said with his mental power, "You smell delicious." There are various races in the wizard world. Each race has its own unique language and writing, but the intelligent races can use mental power to achieve barrier-free communication. Farisa felt cold all over when he heard the voice of the 4-armed siren, as if he fell into an ice cellar. The 4-armed siren corresponds to the strength of a second-level wizard, while Farisa is only a first-level wizard, so he naturally cannot resist the pressure of the 4-armed siren. Sam stepped forward and blocked Farisa. Farisa suddenly felt his body lighten and relaxed a lot. Sam took out a crystal-clear shell hanging on his chest and said, "This is a token from Sadar, the lord of this sea area. Please let it go." The reason why Ocean number 7 took this route was because the Wizard Association had signed a contract with Sadar, the lord of this sea area. Otherwise, it would be impossible to safely sail on this route. Sam took out the token not because he was afraid of the 4-armed siren, but because he wanted to avoid fighting as much as possible. After all, no one wanted to waste their mental power and engage in meaningless fighting. The 4-armed siren looked at the token in Sam's hand and sneered, "What's Sadar? I don't know him. I'm going to enjoy the delicious food today." Sam looked at the group of sirens, who seemed to be all injured, so he roughly guessed that this group of sirens probably escaped and mistakenly entered this sea area. Even Sadar, the lord of the sea area, didn't know him, so it seemed that there was nothing to talk about. Sam looked at the 3 wizards around him, and instantly began to prepare witchcraft and rushed towards the group of sirens. The sirens did not show any weakness either, and rushed towards the 4 wizards with a grin. Sam went straight to the 4-armed siren and fought with it. Among all the wizards, only Sam could fight this 4-armed siren. Sirens are all extraordinary creatures, and naturally have their own innate skills. Most of the sirens have the ability to control water. At this time, the 4-armed siren blew a horn in its mouth, and the surrounding sea water turned into thick sea snakes condensed from sea water, biting Sam madly. Sam had a calm face, and he was surrounded by thick silver electric currents. When the sea snakes approached, they would be defeated by the electric current and turned into sea water again. Sam occasionally released electric currents as thick as a baby's arm to attack the four-armed siren, and the four-armed siren could only dodge everywhere, but looked embarrassed. In this battle, Sam firmly occupied the upper hand. It can be imagined that if the four-armed siren had not had the home advantage in the ocean, it would have been defeated by Sam long ago. Sure enough, in the same level, the combat power of wizards is definitely much stronger than other professions, and it is the ceiling level. On the other hand, Sam is calm, while Farisa is a little stretched. Among this group of sirens, there are a total of 5 sirens with the strength of first-level wizards, and one of them has led the sirens with the strength of apprentices to attack ocean number 7. Then there are 4 sirens with the strength of first-level wizards, and there are only 3 first-level wizards on the wizard side. Farisa seemed to have magic power, attracting the sirens. The 4 sirens all came to Farisa directly. Fortunately, the other 2 first-level wizards went out to help Farisa lead away 2 sirens. But Farisa is still facing the siege of 2 sirens of the same level. Farisa is a wizard from the wetland garden. He is good at plant-based witchcraft and has no advantage in the deep sea. Farisa summoned 2 blood-red thorns with barbs as hard as steel to attack the 2 sirens. One of the 2 sirens was good at close combat. He held a harpoon made of water and rushed towards Farisa. The other one carried a longbow and turned seawater into arrows, shooting at Farisa. Farisa could only use the thorns in his hand to resist the attack of the harpoon siren, and then took out a seed and planted it on his back. An obscure spell sounded, and the seed turned into a giant fan in the shape of a 4-leaf clover at a speed visible to the naked eye. The blades rotated and were used as paddles by Farisa, allowing Farisa to move quickly and avoid the water arrows shot by the siren. Farisa tiredly dealt with the attacks of the 2 sirens, and beads of sweat had already flowed down his face. On the other hand, the 2 sirens showed greedy smiles on their ugly faces, which made people shudder. Farisa thought with regret, I was targeted by the sirens, probably because of that mermaid shell. If I had known, I would not have eaten it. But it was too late to regret now. He could only deal with the attacks of the 2 sirens with all his strength. Farisa could only hope that other wizards would end the battle as soon as possible to help him. On the other hand, it would be much easier for the other 2 first-level wizards to deal with a siren of the same level. However, these sirens had the advantage of home court and were much more difficult to deal with than usual. The screen turned and came to the Ocean 7. As Kadir opened the defensive witch formation, Ocean 7 gradually stabilized. Renault and Alice had been shaken close to the railing at the edge of the deck. Several unlucky newcomers who did not react fell directly into the sea. Renault pulled Alice to try to stand up, but contrary to expectations, violent shaking came again, and Renault and Alice were shaken to the ground again. I saw a group of ugly monsters with fish-tailed bodies and blue-gray skin, carried by the seawater, appearing in the mid-air around Ocean 7. This was the sea monster that had just been led by a first-level wizard and swam up from the deep sea. The Kraken clan. Several of these sea monsters were holding human-like tissues in their hands and chewing something in their mouths. Bright red blood flowed out of the ugly big mouths of these sea monsters, dyeing the sea water supported under the sea monsters red. It's scary to watch. Presumably, what the sea monsters are chewing at this time is the unlucky guy who just fell into the sea. Seeing such a bloody scene, some timid girls screamed loudly. Although the boys were more courageous, they were too frightened to move. The deck suddenly fell into chaos. After all, most of these newcomers were no child of 14 or 15 years old has ever seen such a scene. At this time, Renault kept trying to pull Alice, who was already a little scared, to stand up and enter the cabin to hide. However, the Krakens didn't seem to want to give Renault such a chance. I saw the leader of the sea monster, controlling the seawater, turning into water whips, constantly beating the protective cover of Ocean 7, while other ordinary sea monsters also attacked the protective cover crazily. What a group of hateful creatures! Wizard Kadir cursed the sea monster while outputting all his magic power to maintain the strength of the protective shield and prevent the sea monster from rushing into the Ocean 7. He could not take care of the chaotic deck at all. At this time, the official wizard apprentices on the deck quickly came to Kadir's side and decisively injected magic power into the wizard statue. Because they know that the protective shield of Ocean 7 cannot be broken, otherwise even they, the formal wizard apprentices, will not be able to resist the sea monsters that are 5 times their number, and they will eventually be torn apart by these ugly monsters. As the wizard apprentices joined in, Kadir's pressure immediately eased a lot. Kadir's eyes turned, as if he suddenly remembered something. He removed one hand, groped in his arms, and finally said with a smile, "Found it." Then he took out a simple wooden box and murmured to himself, "Let you ugly creatures feel the terror of wizards." Kadir manipulated the protective shield to reveal a gap, and the surrounding sea monsters instantly swarmed up, squeezing 5 ordinary sea monsters directly in. Then Kadir quickly closed the protective shield. A sea monster was stuck in the gap of the protective shield and was split into 2 halves in an instant, with blood splattering all over the floor. The other sea monsters didn't care at all about the death of their companions. They exposed their long tongues, licked their ugly mouths, and then threw themselves at the helpless newcomers next to them with a grin. Kadir waved an arm. His arm gradually became weak and boneless, and slowly turned into a thick octopus tentacle, which instantly swept towards the sea monsters who entered the protective shield. 4 of the sea monsters were thrown away by the tentacles and hit the protective shield. They were immediately knocked to pieces. The remaining siren was caught by Kadir's tentacles and brought to Kadir. When the sea monster with first-level strength saw his tribe members being captured, he immediately began to attack the protective shield even more crazily. Kadir could no longer distract himself from dealing with the remaining 4 sirens, so he could only order the 2 wizard apprentices to go. Kadir stretched out his tentacles, grabbed the ancient wooden box and kept chanting spells. He saw something shaking wildly in the wooden box, as if it was about to come out. Kadir's tentacles dexterously opened the wooden box, and he saw a dark, ant-like creature with transparent wings shaking crazily inside. The tentacles brought this ant-like creature to Kadir's eyes. Kadir observed it carefully and said, "This is the devouring goo. It's my first time to use it, let me see how you perform." Devouring goo, a kind of goo cultivated by wizards. After being awakened, it can only live for 1 hour. But as its name suggests, this kind of poison is good at devouring. If you put this kind of poison into the body of a devoured creature, it will multiply and devour it crazily. After devouring it, it will frantically look for the same kind of creature to continue to multiply and devour, until there are no others of its kind nearby. Devouring goo is generally used by wizards to eliminate a group of people, and this is a first-level goo, which is only effective on first-level wizards and below. And Kadir is currently going to use devouring goo on these sea monsters. Kadir's tentacles were seen holding the devouring goo and placed it on the captured sea monster's head. The sea monster finally realized that it was afraid and closed its mouth tightly. However, the devouring goo slowly crawled directly into the sea monster's ear. The sea monster began to struggle painfully, but any struggle was of no avail under the restraint of the tentacles. Looking at the other 4 sea monsters, after waking up, they stood up quickly. The fishtail did not affect their activities. The sea monsters all rushed towards the newcomers who fell on the ground around them. Blood splattered on the deck, and there was blood. The smell permeates the air. After a while, the 2 wizard apprentices arranged by Kadir finally arrived, and they temporarily stopped the krakens who were killing them crazily. However, there is always a fish that slips through the net. A relatively thin and agile sea monster quietly bypasses the wizard apprentice. It climbed flexibly outside the hold with both hands, sniffed the air with its pointed nose, identified a direction, and moved forward quickly. And the direction it was moving in was exactly where Renaud and Alice were. The chip in Renaud's mind was frantically reminding him of the danger. But Renaud had difficulty standing on the shaking deck, and with Alice, he had nowhere to run. Looking at the movement trajectory of the siren shown by the chip, it was obviously running towards him and Alice. According to the chip analysis, this was the attraction of the siren caused by eating the mermaid shell. Renaud regretted eating the mermaid shell at this time. At this time, the siren had appeared in front of Renaud and Alice, and it smiled grimly and pounced on the 2. Renaud knew that he could no longer dodge, so he could only push Alice away with force, and he resolutely turned around and chose to face the siren alone. Renaud hoped to use his body to buy more time for Alice, hoping to wait for the rescue of the wizard apprentice, so that at least his death would be more valuable. The siren looked at Renaud standing in front of it, but was not in a hurry to hurt him. Instead, it grabbed Renaud's head with its ugly big hands and lifted up with its body. Renaud already had the mysterious ring in his hand, but it seemed to have no effect on the siren. The siren opened its bloody mouth excitedly, ready to enjoy the delicious food that was about to come into its mouth. At this time, Alice looked at Renaud, who was lifted up, her eyes were bloodshot, and her heart was already desperate. She shouted angrily, "No!" As Alice yelled angrily, a scarlet energy suddenly emerged from her body. Her originally dark eyes also turned scarlet, and her long red hair fluttered with the energy fluctuations on Alice's body. Alice stared angrily at the sea monster in front of her. The sea monster also noticed Alice emitting powerful energy, and became a little afraid and did not dare to bite Renaud. Alice slowly stretched out a hand and shook it towards the siren. A burst of red energy instantly appeared around the sea monster, squeezing it crazily. Finally, the sea monster was squeezed until it exploded, with body tissues and blood splattering everywhere. Blood stained Renault's whole body, and he fell to the ground after losing the grasp of the siren. Renault hadn't yet reacted to this result. He had already smelled the fishy smell of the sea monster's mouth, but he didn't expect that the sea monster had now turned into a puddle of mud. There is indeed a mysterious power in Alice. The unknown force field on her body is probably caused by this mysterious power. Renault thought silently in his heart. Renault hurriedly looked at Alice and saw that Alice no longer had the previous red energy fluctuations, and her body was back to normal, but her hair turned from red to black. Alice smiled happily when she saw that Renault was fine. Seeing the tear-stained smile on Alice's face, Renault's heart was deeply touched. Renault wanted to go over and hug Alice, but Ocean 7 was still shaking violently, so Renault could only crawl towards Alice. After the explosion of energy, Alice's body was obviously a little exhausted, but she looked at Renault crawling towards her and crawled towards Renault without hesitation. Although she crawled very slowly, she never thought of giving up. Finally, their hands were held tightly together. Renault looked at Alice, whose hair color had changed, and was a little worried, so he ordered the chip in his mind. Number 1, try to scan Alice's status. Bit. Mission established, scanning. Bit. Scanning completed. Alice, Constitution, 1.5 Strength, 0.9 Agility, 1.3 Status, Weak. Renault was a little surprised. The scan was successful. It was probably because the red energy was exhausted. Fortunately, the result of the scan was only weak, so Renault was relieved. Looking at the sea monster entangled by Kadir's tentacles, it had stopped struggling at this time, and small bulges suddenly appeared on its body, as if something was moving inside. Suddenly, the sea monster's life breath completely disappeared, and a group of black swallowing goo flew out from the sea monster's mouth and nose. The scene was quite terrifying. When all the devouring goo flew out, only a skin of the kraken was left, gently floating on the deck. The internal body tissues had already been devoured by the devouring goo. The devouring goo hovered in the air for a while, found the direction, and flew towards the other 3 sea monsters remaining on the deck. The sea monsters were unable to resist at all. Only 3 skins were left after being swallowed instantly, and the number of devouring goo then it multiplied and became a mass of darkness. Kadir opened the protective shield and let the devouring goo out, and continued to devour other sea monsters. At this time, the positions of the prey and the hunter were completely changed, and the sea monsters became lambs to be slaughtered. In just a moment, the sea monsters screamed again and again, turned into a pair of skins, and fell into the sea like dumplings. Seeing the deaths of his people one by one, the sea monster with first-level strength became furious instantly when he saw the tragic death of his people, and began to control the seawater to attack the devouring goo, but it was too late. The devouring goo swarm was already gone. It turned into a dense black cloud, and the sound of chewing came from inside, which was very scary. The attack of the water whip was easily dodged by Hei Yun. Even if there were killed devouring goo, it would have no effect. On the contrary, the number of devouring goo was still increasing rapidly. Kadir looked at the angry siren and sneered, "Jia jia jia. Did you just realize it now? How stupid." After a while, all the ordinary sea monsters were wiped out. The swallowing goo swarm surrounded the first-level sea monster and kept trying to attack. The sea monster could only use the seawater to surround itself and protect it. I don't want to be bitten by the devouring goo, just to see how long this sea monster can hold on. Suddenly, a huge current of water rushed out from the bottom of the swallowing goo group, wrapping up the swallowing goo and the first-level sea monster. After the water flow passed, all the devouring goo were wiped out, leaving only the 4-armed kraken in the air supporting the first-level kraken. The 4-armed sea monster was in a very embarrassed state at this time, with obvious burnt black marks on his body caused by electric current. The first-level sea monster had exhausted its magic power and looked weak. When the ordinary sea monster was slaughtered, the 4-armed sea monster had already felt it, but the wizard on the opposite side was too powerful. Even if he had the home field advantage, he could not gain the upper hand. He was even shocked by the terrifying current. Down. The situation of the other first-level sea monsters is not optimistic. Except for the 2 sea monsters who have some advantages in the 2-on-1 situation, the other 2 sea monsters are all a bit unable to hold on. The 4-armed sea monster couldn't help other sea monsters at all. When the ordinary sea monsters were slaughtered and the first-level sea monster was surrounded by devouring goo, the 4-armed sea monster fell into madness, because the first-level sea monster was the partner of the 4-armed siren. He couldn't possibly watch his partner die, so he rushed out despite Sam's electric current and saved the first-level siren. However, after the four-armed sea monster left, Sam freed up his hands and killed all four first-level sea monsters on the seabed. The four-armed siren felt the death of his kind. Even though he was very angry, he had nothing to do. He knew that he had to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the wizard from the bottom of the sea came up, it would be difficult even for him to escape, let alone take his partner with him. The four-armed siren's scarlet eyes glared fiercely at ocean number 7, then turned into a stream of light and quickly swam away into the distance. Looking at the four-armed siren's eyes, Kadir suddenly felt a cold wind blowing through him. Fortunately, he left, and Kadir breathed a sigh of relief. Then four wizards from the bottom of the sea also flew up and landed on the deck. Except for Farisa, who was in a panic, the other wizards were very relaxed. Sam's mental power has been paying attention to the entire battlefield. Sam praised Kadir. Kadir, you did a good job. Thanks to your devouring goo, the battle was able to end so quickly. Your devouring goo, a little I will compensate you with the corresponding value of magic stones later. Kadir said flatteringly, thank you, Lord Syme, for the compliment. Sam nodded and said, okay, let the sailors clean the battlefield, and everyone else can go back and rest. After hearing this, everyone was allowed to go back to their cabins to rest. At this time, without the influence of the Kraken, Ocean 7 has returned to stability. Renaud helped Alice up and was about to return to the cabin to rest. However, the first-level wizard Kadir suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. Renaud secretly said in his heart, no. Well, what is supposed to come has come. It seems that Alice's abnormal energy has not escaped the wizard's eyes. Kadir looked down at Alice and said without question, I am very interested in the energy you just released. It's just right for you to cooperate with me to do a few experiments. Come with me. Alice knew that in front of the official wizard, all resistance was futile. In order not to affect Renaud, she was ready to agree to cooperate with the experiment. However, before Alice could finish her words, a not-so-generous figure firmly blocked in front of her. Renaud said fearlessly, what if we say no? The people who had not yet completely dispersed around were shocked to hear Renaud's words. There was actually a person who had not yet become a wizard apprentice who rejected the request of the official wizard in person. They could only silently give a thumbs up in their hearts and exclaimed, awesome. You have guts. Kadir narrowed his eyes slightly. It was also the first time he saw a newcomer who dared to refuse a formal wizard. He smiled contemptuously and said, since you are unwilling to follow me, then I will take you away myself. After that, one of Kadir's arms turned into an octopus tentacle again and grabbed Renaud and Alice. Renaud knew that Cadiel didn't want to take him away, but he couldn't let Cadiel take Alice away. Even if he was used as a guinea pig for experiments, Renaud had to stay with Alice, otherwise he would be worried. So Renaud took the initiative to annoy Cadiel. Looking at the tentacles that Cadiel had caught, Renaud could only try his best to block Alice behind him, and he and Alice closed their eyes and faced it calmly. The imagined entanglement of the tentacles did not come, but a scream came, and it could be heard that it was Cadiel's voice. Renaud and Alice opened their eyes instantly, and saw that the tentacles that Cadiel's arms had turned into were chopped on the ground, struggling constantly, and the broken place was very smooth, like a knife cut. Cadiel held the broken arm, screamed in pain, and bright red blood dripped on the ground. I saw a blonde girl wearing a red wizard robe appeared in the air. This girl seemed to appear out of thin air, and no one found it, and even Renaud's chip did not detect it in advance. A sharp flywheel with a silver-white body and red patterns, like a crescent, slowly surrounded the girl. Obviously, Kadir's broken arm was caused by this flywheel. And this girl is Iris, who set out to find the chosen one. Ding! Massive radiation is detected, please stay away immediately. Otherwise, it will have an irreversible impact on the subject. Renaud looked at the prompt of the chip and was shocked and speechless. The intensity of radiation emitted by this girl has caught up with the nuclear bomb of Renaud's previous life. This is just the usual radiation. If witchcraft is really launched, how huge the radiation intensity will be. Ding, the energy emitted by the radiation source is detected to be very similar to the energy on Alice. The specific value is currently lacking in data and cannot be analyzed. Hearing the prompt of the chip, Renaud relaxed a little. The similar energy source proves that she may not be here to hurt Alice. Moreover, with the strength of this girl who cut off Kadir's arm in an instant, if she wanted to harm herself and Alice, she and Alice would have died long ago. Iris said coldly, this is the price you have to pay for wanting to hurt the chosen one. Iris' appearance instantly attracted the attention of the official wizards. Sam brought 3 first-level wizards to Cadiel quickly. Sam stepped forward and asked, I am Sam, the second-level wizard of the Nine Rings Holy Tower. Who are you and why do you hurt our wizards? Iris raised her eyes slightly and snorted with disdain. Everyone on ocean number 7 suddenly felt an irresistible pressure coming. Everyone, including the first-level wizards, knelt on the ground under the pressure, and even ocean number 7 felt it sinking. At this time, the only ones who could stand on ocean number 7 were Renaud and Alice, who were not affected by the pressure, and the second-level wizard Sam, who barely maintained a standing posture. Sam was sweating profusely, and he trembled as he said, High-level wizard, may I ask why you came to ocean number 7? Sim knew that this high-level wizard was giving him face, otherwise he would not be able to bear the pressure from her high-level wizard and would kneel down like everyone else. Although Iris was a little impatient, she did not want to offend the wizards of the Western continent, so she explained, I am Iris from Scarlet Moon. Sim was a little shocked when he heard the word Scarlet Moon and said, Top Wizard Organization Scarlet Moon, are you from the Central Continent? Nine Rings Holy Tower and Crow's Nest, the top wizard academies in the Western continent, naturally have some connections with the Central Continent and know some of the situation in the Central Continent. Iris said, yes, you have some knowledge. I am here to take someone away. Sim said without hesitation, it will be her honor, please. Iris turned to look at Alice and said, do you want to go with me? Alice hid in Renaud and asked in fear, why should I go with you? Iris looked at Alice and explained patiently, because if you go with me, you can really become stronger and won't be bullied anymore. The special energy in you is the Scarlet Power. The Scarlet Power is a strange energy in the universe. Every 1,000 years or so, it will choose a unique girl to carry its power, and you are the only chosen one in the past 1,000 years. The power of Scarlet is very special. Except for the Scarlet Moon, no wizard organization has the method to use it. The Scarlet Moon already has a meditation method unique to the power of Scarlet. Only by using this meditation method can you truly use the Scarlet in your body. Only then can you become a truly strong person. Otherwise, if you go to another wizard organization, you can only become a wizard apprentice and you will not be able to go any further. You may even be dissected by experiments. Elise glared at Kadir and said, if you don't believe it, you can feel the energy on my body. As she spoke, scarlet energy fluctuations appeared on Elise's body. Alice felt the energy in Elise's body, and there was indeed a kind of familiar feeling from the same source, which made Alice believe what Elise said. But Alice still shook her head firmly and said, no, I will not leave my brother Renaud unless you take him away too. Elise narrowed her eyes and said angrily, are you negotiating terms with me? Believe it or not, I will kill him now. After Elise finished speaking, the moon disk surrounding her flew out instantly, and the sharp blade touched the tip of Renaud's brow. Alice was immediately shocked, pushed Renaud away and stood in front of the moonwheel and said firmly, if you want to kill brother Renaud, kill me first. Elise looked at Alice with firm eyes and said helplessly, another infatuated species. Sure enough, men don't have any good things. They only know how to coax little girls. Elise took back the moonwheel and said helplessly, I can take him away too, but it depends on whether he is willing to come with us. Our Scarlet Moon is very special. We have very few personnel, and there are only women. Men cannot bear the power of Scarlet. Moreover, Scarlet Moon only has witchcraft that is suitable for the power of Scarlet, and can only learn Scarlet witchcraft. No one can point him to the right path. If he comes back to Scarlet Moon with us, he may face the same situation as you do in other wizarding organizations. He will be a wizard apprentice for the rest of his life. Alice, you may have to protect him for the rest of your life. I can protect brother Renaud for the rest of his life. Alice said excitedly. Well, if he agrees, I can take him back to the Scarlet Moon. It depends on his choice. Elise looked at Renaud and said. After listening to Elise's words, Renaud also knew that Scarlet Moon was not suitable for him, even though it was the top wizard organization. Renaud looked at Alice and said seriously, Alice, you go to the Scarlet Moon, that is the place that suits you best. I choose to stay, and I have my own path. Tears instantly filled Alice's eyes, and she choked with sobs and said, but, brother Renaud, I can't let you go. Renaud gently wiped away Alice's tears with his hand and comforted, in this world, only with strength can you control your own life. I am a man, and I don't want you to stand in front of me again and again. So, I want to go out of my own way. My own extraordinary path. Alice, your brother Renaud is very strong. I believe we will meet again. I will definitely go to the Central Continent to find you. Then let me stand in front of you to protect you. Renaud said to AI Liz promised. Alice stopped crying. She also knew that everyone had their own path, and she could not selfishly keep Renaud by her side. Alice was still a little worried and said to Renaud, "Brother Renaud, I'm waiting for you in the Scarlet Moon, you must come to me." Renaud said firmly, "Yes, I will definitely do it." Alice suddenly stood up on tiptoes and quickly kissed Renaud's already chapped lips. A blush appeared on Alice's cheeks, she turned and ran towards Elise and said, "Let's go." Elise shook her head helplessly, released her energy and pulled Elise to her side, ready to fly away. Alice suddenly remembered something, tugged on Elise's scarlet wizard robe and said, "Ms. Elise, Brother Renaud just annoyed the official wizard with me. Brother Renaud is likely to be retaliated. Please help, Madame Elise. Solve it." Elise said easily, "This is easy to handle, just kill him." Looking at Elise's relaxed expression, Renaud knew that Elise was definitely a decisive person. If it was too important not to fall in love with Alice and she didn't want her to be resentful, Elise would probably kill him directly. "I wouldn't say so many words." Seeing Elise about to take action, Syme suddenly knelt down and said, "Lord Elise, please give the 9 Rings Holy Tower some face and let Kadir go. Every official wizard is precious to the Western continent. I promise Kadir will not harm this little friend Renaud." Elise thought for a while and said, "You know, verbal guarantees have no effect on wizards. Then let's give you a face and let him sign a contract. Within 5 years, he is not allowed to hurt Renaud, otherwise he will accept the Scarlet Trial." After Elise finished speaking, a red parchment appeared in front of Kadir. Kadir reluctantly signed his name, and then the parchment turned into ashes, but an inexplicable restraint appeared on Kadir. In his heart, he did not dare to have the idea of harming Renaud. Seeing that the contract was completed, Elise opened a space channel, stepped into it and disappeared. Elise took one last deep look at Renaud, stepped into it and disappeared into nothingness. In the space passage, Elise looked at the tearful Alice and comforted her softly, "Don't worry, you will have a chance to meet each other. That Renaud is also blessed by the power of luck. He is destined to be extraordinary. Otherwise I wouldn't have helped him." Alice nodded yes, but tears still flowed down uncontrollably. Elise shook her head helplessly and led Elise through the space passage to the Scarlet Moon in the mid-continent. After Elise and Alice left, the pressure of Elise's high-level wizard also disappeared. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, stood up, and returned to the cabin. Renaud was left standing motionless, staring in the direction where Alice left in trance. Renaud slowly tightened his hand, and his belief in gaining strength became stronger. He didn't want something like this to happen again in the future. At this time, Kadir came to Syme's room. He used his remaining arm to take out a pocket of magic stones, handed it to Syme respectfully and said, "Thank you, Sir Syme, for your life-saving grace." "It's so small. Not respectful." Syme put the magic stone away and said calmly, "Just do your job well, and remember to tell me the news about the Black Bone Tomb in time." Kadir said respectfully, "I understand, Lord Syme. Lord Syme, if there is a way to break the Scarlet Contract, I am willing to buy it at a high price." Syme looked at Cadiel and reminded him seriously, "Cadiel, don't think about breaking the Scarlet Contract. This is not as easy to break as the contract in the Black Bone Tomb, and the consequences of breaking the contract are not something you and I can bear. The Scarlet Moon is a top wizard organization in the Central Continent, not to mention in the Western Continent. They can even destroy the entire Western Continent." Cadiel said respectfully, "Thank you for your reminder, sir. I will withdraw." After that, he slowly left Syme's room. The voyage after that returned to peace. Occasionally, when encountering extraordinary creatures blocking the road, Syme always took out Lord Sador's token and was safely released. He did not encounter the situation of the siren again. Renaud's life gradually returned to normal, but he buried his longing for Alice deeply in the softest place in his heart. Everything was normal, but Renaud found that he seemed to be isolated, and even the newcomers who were slightly close to him before were far away from him. Renaud also roughly guessed the reason. After all, he had offended Cadiel, and Cadiel could not hurt him. They were probably afraid of being implicated by being too close to him. Renaud didn't care. This made him feel much more at ease. But Green secretly told Renaud a piece of news while eating. Green secretly said, "Renaud, you'd better not choose to go to the Black Bone Tomb Academy, because Cadiel is the instructor of that academy. If you go to the Black Bone Tomb, you will probably be targeted in various ways." Renaud was very grateful for the news given by Green. Green waved his hand and left quickly. Renaud could only shake his head helplessly and said, "It seems that I am like a plague now, and everyone is hiding from me." Finally, after 3 months of sailing, Ocean Number 7 finally arrived at its destination, Zelda Port in the Western Continent. Renault followed many newcomers and got off the Ocean 7. The feeling of stepping on the earth immediately made Renault feel a lot more at ease. After getting off the Ocean 7, several formal wizards and wizard apprentices left quickly. According to the guidance of the wizard apprentices, everyone came to a huge white tent to conduct a detailed qualification test. Only with the test results can they go to select college. Soon it was Renault's turn, and he saw a bird stand in front of the tent. Standing on the bird stand was a cockatoo with a yellow head and white feathers, which was very beautiful. Under the bird stand was a thick stack of forms and a quill. Renault walked to the tent and saw the parrot mouthing, "Boy, fill out the form first, and then take it in." After speaking, he pointed at the form below in a humane manner. Renault glanced at the parrot curiously and thought to himself, sure enough, in this wizarding world full of extraordinary power, anything magical can happen. Then Renault honestly signed his name, age and place of birth in the common script of the wizarding continent. Taking the signed form, Renault walked into the tent. The tent was dark, with only a huge transparent crystal ball placed in the middle of the tent emitting this faint light. Behind the crystal ball sits an old witch with a stooped body, loose skin, a pointed nose, gray hair, wearing a pointed black wizard hat and a black wizard robe. The old witch looked up and saw Renault walking in and saying in a hoarse voice, "Give me the form." According to the chip's prompts, the old witch in front of her also had strong radiation. It was obvious that she was also an official wizard. Renault did not dare to neglect and respectfully gave the form to the old witch. The old witch glanced at the form and said, "Reno." Renault replied respectfully, "Yes, sir." "Well, put your hand on the crystal ball later, close your eyes, and hold on until you can't bear it anymore. Remember to hold on for as long as possible." "Let's begin," said the old witch. Renault nodded slightly, put his hand on the crystal ball, and closed his eyes. Renault suddenly felt a spinning weightlessness, and at the same time, a painful feeling came from his hand, like an electric shock, and the pain continued to deepen. Renault didn't know how long it took. He really couldn't hold on anymore, so he took his hand away from the crystal ball. The moment he took his hand away, the weightlessness and pain disappeared at the same time, and Renault also took a deep breath. And opened his eyes. The old witch's hoarse voice came out, "It's a pity, I almost reached the 4th class qualification, and now it can only be regarded as the 3rd class qualification. From low to high, there are 5 levels of qualifications, from 1st level qualification to 5th level qualification. You belong to the middle level qualifications." After saying that, he filled in the 3rd grade on the form. Then, the old witch looked at the crystal ball, and Renault also looked up curiously. I saw that the crystal ball, which was originally transparent and emitted a faint light, now had obvious changes. Crystal snowflakes were falling one by one inside the crystal ball, and below was a dark vortex, with little green lights flashing on the vortex. The old witch looked at it carefully and said, "Reno, your elemental affinity is mainly frost, supplemented by darkness, and a little life." The old witch recorded the information as she spoke, then handed the form to Renault and continued, "Okay, take the form and go out from the back and choose Wizard Academy." As soon as the old witch finished speaking, a door suddenly opened automatically at the back of the tent. Renault thanked the old witch with the form and walked out. Behind the huge white tent are the tents set up by wizard colleges. There are hundreds of these tents and each has its own characteristics. Some are pure white, some look like gardens, and some have skulls hanging on them. The camps are easy to distinguish. Most of the tents in the white wizard camp have white as the base color in various decorations, while the black wizard camp has black as the base color in various decorations. There is a sign in front of each tent, which contains an introduction to each wizard academy and the requirements for recruiting apprentices. Renault was not in a hurry, and patiently walked around all the tents, recording and sorting out all the college information marked with chips. As Green said, some small wizard college organizations have very simple conditions for recruiting apprentices. Some organizations don't even charge tuition, and there are wizards teaching knowledge for free, which looks very tempting. But after Green's reminder, Renault also knew that wizards are all about equal exchange. The knowledge you can gain from free admission must be paid for. There is no free lunch in the world. As for what he would pay, that was unknown, so Renault would never choose a small wizard organization. On the other hand, the conditions for recruiting apprentices in the top 10 wizarding academies are a bit harsh. They all need to pay 10 low-level magic stones as tuition and must sign a confidentiality contract. There are also minimum requirements for admission, which is that you must have a 2nd-class qualification or above to register. Renault looked at the record of his 3rd-level qualifications and the 25 magic stones in his pocket, and felt relieved. Fortunately, he had enough magic stones and his qualifications met the requirements. As for Reno's magic stones, Alice gave them to him when she secretly kissed him. Alice gave all 13 of her magic stones to Reno. Reno looked at the frost, darkness and life marked on his elemental affinity. Through literal analysis, Reno also knew that the elements he was compatible with were the types of witchcraft he was suitable to learn. It seems that I have to find a wizard academy that is good at frost and dark magic. Reno thought in his heart. Number 1, filter the information of wizard academies and select the wizard academy suitable for me to enter. Reno ordered the chip in his mind. Ding. Task established, analyzing and sorting. Ding. Sorting completed. The wizard academies suitable for the main body are Crow's Nest, 9 Rings Holy Tower, Elemental Elves, and Blackbone Tomb. 2 white wizard academies and 2 black wizard academies. Blackbone Tomb should be excluded first. After all, I offended Cadiel, and I don't want to have a hard time there. White wizards seem to be more suitable for my professional scientific researcher in my previous life, but for this wizard world where strength is respected, no matter how good the research is, it is not as important as one's own strength. If you want to be truly strong, you have to be fearless of competition, so choose Crow's Nest. Reno made a decision in his heart. Reno is not a hesitant person. Since he has made a decision in his heart, Reno went to the tent representing Crow's Nest Academy. The tent of Crow's Nest Academy was as black as ink. There was a huge crow on the top of the tent. The 4 characters Crow's Nest were written in bright red on the front of the tent. It's quite scary, Reno complained in his heart, and then he walked in quickly without hesitation. After Reno walked into the tent, the surroundings instantly fell into darkness. Suddenly, 6 faint blue will-o'-the-wisps appeared in the distance, burning and beating, slowly approaching Reno. When they got closer, they became even more terrifying. They saw 3 skeletons slowly walking towards Reno, and the beating will-o'-the-wisps, it's the skull's eyes. Seeing such a terrifying scene, even Reno, who had lived for 2 generations, was so frightened that he dared not move. His heartbeat accelerated and he was sweating profusely. Reno kept calling number 1 in his heart, but there was something wrong with the chip and there was no response at all. As the skeleton got closer and closer, Reno did not retreat. Reno still maintained a trace of calmness. He knew that he was entering the tent of Crow's Nest Academy, and Crow's Nest should not allow skeletons to harm themselves. Sure enough, as Reno expected, just when the skeleton stretched out its bone claws to grab him, all the scenes disappeared instantly. Congratulations on passing the test and gaining the qualification to join the Crow's Nest. Reno found that he had arrived at the center of the tent, and in front of him was a table with a pile of forms and a black quill on it. Behind the table was an empty stool. Reno raised his head slightly and found a black crow standing on the tent support, preening its feathers leisurely. Apart from this crow, there was no other living creature in the entire tent. Obviously, the sound just now was made by this crow. The crow noticed that Reno had seen him, so he stopped preening his feathers and flew down. In Reno's surprised eyes, he turned into a man in mid-air wearing a green wizard robe and a green wizard hat. His skin had many wrinkles. The gray-haired but upright and energetic which then landed firmly on the ground. The witch said calmly, "Don't be surprised, this is just a simple transformation witchcraft. Let me introduce myself. I am Smeg, the wizard of Crow's Nest. Do you want to join Crow's Nest?" Reno knew that the witch in front of him was also an official wizard, so he said respectfully, "Lord Smeg, I would like to take a look at Crow's Nest Academy's requirements for wizard apprentices first." Smeg nodded clearly, then stretched out his hand, and a piece of parchment floated in front of Reno. Reno reached out and took it, reading it carefully. Crow's Nest Academy Apprenticeship Rules. 1. Apprentices must sign a confidentiality contract with the college and shall not disclose the knowledge and various information given by the college to anyone outside the college. 2. Apprentices must pay 10 low-level magic stones as tuition. At the same time, the academy will provide apprentices with a set of basic meditation methods, free public classes, and a 5-year residency. The residency includes independent dormitories and meals. After 5 years, they need to pay additional fee. 3. Apprentices need to choose a fixed mentor to provide the mentor with the required obligations and at the same time learn professional knowledge from the mentor. 4. The academy will provide equivalent knowledge for apprentices to purchase. 5. The academy allows fighting, but it cannot hurt lives. Reno quickly browsed the academy's regulations and asked the chip to perform simultaneous record analysis. The chip had returned to normal at this time and began to execute Reno's orders. Reno read all the regulations, and the chip analysis was completed. According to the chip analysis, there were no problems with the various regulations of Crow's Nest, and Renault was completely relieved. Renault respectfully handed the parchment to Smeg, who was already sitting on the stool, and said, "Lord Smeg, I am willing to join the Crow's Nest." Smeg nodded and said, "You have passed the test set at the door. We don't need weak people in Crow's Nest. Now give me your form. After I check that there is no problem, you can sign the contract." Renault handed the filled-in form to Smeg. Smeg looked at it carefully and saw that Renault met the requirements of Crow's Nest, so he took out a piece of black parchment in his arms, with the words white text. Smeg controlled the black parchment to float in front of Renault and said, "Reynold, this is the Academy's confidentiality contract and also the certificate of Crow's Nest apprenticeship. If you have no problem, just sign it. After signing, you will be the official wizard apprentice of Crow's Nest." Renault also let the chip scan the contents of the contract carefully. No problems were detected, so he picked up the black quill on the table and signed his name decisively. The moment Renault finished signing his name, the words on the black parchment lit up, and then a pale flame burned, burning the parchment. Finally, the parchment turned into a black light and penetrated into Renault's right hand. Renault suddenly he felt a tingling pain in his right hand, and then a black crow symbol appeared on the back of Renault's right hand. Renault suddenly felt that there was an additional restraint on his soul. Smeg saw that Renault had signed the contract and said, "Congratulations, you are already a member of my Crow's Nest. That crow symbol is the proof of the Crow's Nest apprentice. You can freely enter the Crow's Nest through it. The area open to apprentices. Also, don't think that cutting off your right hand can dissolve the contract with the Crow's Nest. That is quite stupid, because the contract is signed in the soul, and the crow symbol is just a manifestation." After speaking, Smeg took out a number plate marked with the number 19 and handed it to Renault and said, "This is your temporary residence, just behind the tent. All recruitment will be over in 3 days, and then we will return to Crow's Nest." Renault took the number plate and thanked Smeg before respectfully exiting the tent. The moment Renault exited, he saw Smeg seem to have turned into a crow again and flew to the shelf. Renault secretly complained in his heart, "Do all wizards have some special hobbies?" Renault walked to the back of the tent while asking the chip in his heart, "Number 1, what happened when I just entered the tent?" Ding! The subject was affected by the unknown force field at that time, and the blood flow of the subject accelerated, suspected to be in a state similar to hypnosis. Is it really a hallucination? The abilities of wizards are really strange and hard to guard against. We still have to be more careful. Renault thought in his heart. Number 1, can I detect or defend against the influence of this force field? Renault asked with a little expectation. Ding! The current chip capacity is insufficient and cannot detect and defend against force field interference. It is recommended to upgrade the chip. Upgrade. Renault did not expect that the chip could be upgraded, so he said decisively. Ding! The current main energy is insufficient and cannot be upgraded. Renault suddenly felt speechless. He waited for a long time in vain, but could not upgrade. Renault even had the urge to smash the chip, but he could not find the entity of the chip at all. Renault came to the temporary residence behind the Crow's Nest. The temporary residences were simple houses built of wood. There were numbers marked on the door of the house, and Renault followed the order and finally found the room marked with the number 19. As soon as Renault walked to the door of room 19, the door of room 18 opened, and a silly little fat man poked his head out. He was slightly fat, and his little fat body held up the white clothes on his body. Her short blonde hair was curled on her head, and her clear blue eyes were looking straight. Looking at Renault curiously, he asked, "Are you a newcomer to the Crow's Nest? I see that you are very lucky and will be designated as an extraordinary person in the future. My name is Parker. I have 4th level qualifications and am also a newcomer who has chosen to join the Crow's Nest, come a little earlier than you and make friends." After Parker finished speaking, he stretched out his chubby hand. His hand also had the mark of the crow. "I'm afraid this guy is the legendary Western magic stick." Renault secretly complained in his heart, but on the surface he still smiled and stretched out his hand to hold the chubby little man's hand and said, "I am Renault, 3rd class qualification, very good, nice to meet you." After Parker shook hands with Renault, he happily greeted loudly, "Everyone, come out quickly, there is a new person here." Apprentices came out of the wooden house in 2s and 3s and gathered together. Renault counted 8 or 9 people. Parker introduced Renault to everyone very familiarly, "This is Renault, 3rd class qualification." Then, he began to warmly greet everyone and introduce each other. "I'm Sim, 3rd class qualification." A boy with bright red hair and a cheerful personality said first. I'm Baker, third-class qualification. A tall, but somewhat honest boy said. I'm Anna, fourth-level qualification. A short girl with a few freckles on her face, flamboyant red hair, and a temper as hot as her hair said proudly. Renaud noticed that Parker's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the girl, and he continued to complain in his heart, it seems that this little fat guy likes this type. I'm Leon, with fourth-class qualifications, said a boy who looked like a man of power and had a sunny and handsome appearance. Looking at this boy, Renaud was reminded of Prince George of the Principality of Belmont. It was obvious that the two belonged to the same type of person. It's just that George should be at the Wetland Garden stronghold now. Since Renaud offended Kadir, George, as the leader of their group of wizard apprentices from the Principality of Belmont, has not shown any obvious dissatisfaction with Renaud. The same, but Renaud could clearly feel the distance, which made Renaud once again realize that strength is the last word in this world. Renaud was basically isolated on the Ocean 7 and made no friends. Finally, he made some friends in the stronghold of Crow's Nest. I am Lena, second-class qualification. A very shy and petite girl said, and then stepped aside. I am Orosa, second-class qualification, said an inconspicuous boy. After everyone was introduced, Renaud clearly felt that their third and fourth-class apprentices were in a circle, chatting enthusiastically, while the second-class apprentices were in a circle themselves, and the third and fourth-class apprentices obviously looked down on the second-class apprentices. Renaud learned the reason through a conversation with Parker. It turns out that the reason why the qualifications of wizard apprentices are divided into 5 levels during the qualification test is because wizard apprentices with different levels of qualifications have different probabilities of becoming official wizards. The highest 5th level qualification has a probability of more than 80% to become an official wizard. Basically, if nothing unexpected happens, people with 5th level qualifications are also called geniuses, while those with 4th level qualifications have hundreds of. There is a 50 to 70% chance of becoming an official wizard. For 3rd level qualifications, there is a 30 to 50% chance of becoming an official wizard, and for 2nd level qualifications, there is only a 10% chance. The probability of becoming an official wizard, 1st class qualifications are the worst, with only a 1% chance of becoming an official wizard. This is also the reason why the top 10 wizarding academies require apprentices to have 2nd class qualifications or above. The top 10 wizarding academies do not want to spend energy cultivating apprentices who have no hope of becoming official wizards. Renaud knew that he had 3rd class qualifications, and according to the old witch who tested him, he was very close to 4th class qualifications. Renaud was quite satisfied. The higher the qualifications, the smaller and rarer the number. Now among the newcomers in Crow's Nest, the number of 2nd class apprentices is almost the same as the number of their 3rd and 4th class apprentices combined. So far, there have been no apprentices with 5th level qualifications. It is said that apprentices with 5th level qualifications have been separated from them and will be uniformly distributed by the top 10 colleges based on the affinity of the apprentices. This is like the students who were admitted to college in Reno's previous life and were recommended. Let's talk about elemental affinity again. Each wizard has his own elemental affinity. Elemental affinity determines the future path of the wizard. There are many paths that wizards can choose. Most of them are elemental wizards. Elemental wizards use spiritual power to manipulate various elements such as thunder, fire, ice, etc. Although in theory, wizards can use witchcraft of any elemental system, using the element with the highest affinity to their own elements can make the release of witchcraft faster, and it can also increase the power of witchcraft and vice versa. For example, if a wizard's elemental affinity is ice, but he insists on performing fire witchcraft, it will not only consume more mental power and magic power, but also the power will be greatly weakened, and it is possible to summon a sea of fire. The mental power and magic power, and finally only released a small fireball. Wizards also have other choices related to elemental affinity, such as blood wizards. Blood wizards are wizards who have merged the blood of extraordinary creatures. The choice of extraordinary creature blood must also be the same as their own elemental affinity in order to obtain bonuses. There are also mechanical wizards in the Sky City. Although they rely on making various machines to improve themselves, most of the machines also need to have elemental inscriptions attached to them, so that they can use elemental attacks. The use of these elements is naturally related to their own elemental affinity. Even the profession of necromancer generally requires shadow elemental affinity. Only wizards of the illusion and prophecy systems rely less on elemental affinity. They focus more on improving their mental power, but these two types of wizards rely too much on their own talents. Through this conversation between apprentices, Renault has benefited a lot. Wizard apprentices like Parker, who come from the local Western continent, know much more about wizards than Renault. Wizards are not uncommon in the Western continent, especially wizard apprentices, which are even very common. The islands like the Grand Islands where Renault was located were called desert areas by the people of the Western continent. There were very few wizard resources there, and it was difficult to see wizards, so naturally the understanding of wizards was very limited. Renault completely integrated into their small circle of 3rd and 4th level apprentices. They kept communicating until the evening, and after eating dinner provided by the Crow's Nest Academy, they returned to their respective rooms. The room was small, all made of wood, with only a bed and a set of tables and chairs, and the toilet and washroom were all public. At first glance, this was a temporary residence. Renault simply cleaned his room and fell asleep. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Various colleges and wizard organizations have completed the recruitment of wizard apprentices. Crow's Nest has recruited a total of 37 wizard apprentices this time, which is already the largest number of wizard apprentices recruited among the 4 dark wizard academies. On the other hand, the White Wizard Camp has recruited many more apprentices. The 9-ring Holy Tower alone has recruited nearly 100 wizard apprentices, which is more than the 4 Black Wizard Academies combined. It seems that most wizard apprentices still prefer the more moderate White Wizard Camp. As for other small and medium-sized wizard organizations, they also recruit a lot of apprentices. After all, first-class wizard apprentices can only go to this kind of wizard organization. In the early morning, after eating the breakfast prepared by the academy, Leon began to organize everyone to gather at Zelda Port, and then headed to Crow's Nest Wizarding Academy. After these few days, Leon has become a small leader. Professor Smeg will directly notify Leon and let him arrange anything. Leon enjoys it very much. For Renault, Lion is an upright person, has a good character, and speaks very appropriately, so Renault doesn't care about Lion's leadership. He feels more comfortable having someone else arrange the notification. On the other hand, Parker next to Renault was a little aggrieved. In Parker's eyes, with the same 4th level qualification, Lion stole all the limelight, and even his own goddess's eyes were always focused on Lion. It is said that among their batch of apprentices, only Parker, Leon and Anna have 4th level qualifications, and Anna has shown a good impression of Leon, so Parker is naturally angry. Although Parker likes Anna, for some reason, he has been hanging around Renault these days. According to Parker, he regards Renault as a true friend, and being with Renault makes him very comfortable. Renault couldn't help it, but having the cheerful and lively Parker always by his side made Renault a lot more cheerful. After Alice left, Renault had no one to talk to on the Ocean 7, which made Renault unknowingly become withdrawn. Now he is much better. Everyone came to Zelda Port and were divided into different teams according to different colleges. Leon counted the number of people and found that there were 37 wizard apprentices on the record sheet, but only 36 came to the port. Just when Leon was about to search, Professor Smeg appeared from the back of the Crow's Nest team, accompanied by a brown-haired boy. The boy looked proud and didn't look at other wizard apprentices at all. Presumably, this is the 37th wizard apprentice. Professor Smeg walked to the front of the team, cleared his throat and introduced, "This is Lucas, with 5th level qualifications. I have accepted him as my direct disciple." Has Crow's Nest only been assigned a 5th level apprentice? It seems that 5th level qualifications are indeed rare. And as long as 5th level qualifications grow normally, they can basically become official wizards. This is why each academy attaches so much importance to it. Semi-Professor Gu obviously acted preemptively and directly accepted Lucas as his disciple, Renault analyzed in his mind. Seeing Professor Smeg's respect for Lucas, Leon secretly clenched his hands. Renault noticed the change in Leon's mood and could only think helplessly. A group of teenagers fell to the ground. The desire for comparison is still too strong. Suddenly, waves of exclamations came, and I saw 5 huge floating boats flying from a distance to the port and then falling into the water. They were all newcomers who had just become wizard apprentices. I had never seen such a scene before, so it came. Exclaimed. Even Renault, who had traveled through time, was shocked. The world before Renault traveled was a world that focused on technological development. The most advanced aircraft in that world could not compare with this floating ship. Although the airship is huge, it flies quite flexibly. The airship is made of special materials that cannot be scanned by the chip. It is obvious that the floating boat can also sail on the water and be amphibious. The technology of the wizarding world once again amazed Renault. These 5 floating boats all come from the city in the sky, and are the means of transportation arranged by the Wizards Association to pick up wizard apprentices. Renault and the others followed Smeg into the floating ship number 3. The floating ship number 3 was responsible for transporting the apprentices of the 4 Dark Wizard Academies. Numbers 1 and 2 are responsible for transporting the apprentices of the 6 White Wizard Academy, and the remaining wizard organizations are transported by the remaining 2 floating ships. The floating ship looks like a ship, except that there is a huge propeller at the rear of the ship as a driving force, and there are huge mechanical wings on both sides of the ship, which are responsible for adjusting the direction of the ship. When you walk into the cabin, you can't see any difference from ordinary ships. I just feel that the material of the floating ship is very special. It can be said to be metal, but it also feels like wood. It can be said to be wood, but it is as tough as metal. Renault's chip cannot analyze the ingredients at all. After everyone got on the boat, the float ship began to take off vertically. The long-lost feeling of weightlessness reminded Renault of the feeling of flying in an airplane in his previous life. Reaching the designated altitude, the aerospace ship began to sail according to the designated navigation. The speed of the aerospace ship was not as fast as Renault's previous aircraft, but it was smoother than before. After sailing like this for half a month, Renault had lost the original novelty and was left with boredom. Suddenly, the sky outside became dark, thunder and lightning kept flashing in the black clouds, and the originally stable aerial vehicle began to shake. A transparent protective shield appeared on the surface of the aerial vehicle, and then all 5 official wizards appeared on it. Ahead of the floating ship, the black cloud suddenly condensed into a huge human face, and the human face said, "This is the territory of the great Storm Lord Barbatoa. Who allowed you to break in casually?" The leading wizard took out a blue badge and said, "This is the airship of the Sky City. Please let it pass." After that, he took out a bag of magic stones and threw it to the human face. The human face caught the magic stone with his mouth, chewed it and said, "Sky City. You can pass." Then it dissipated into nothingness. After the storm elf left, the sky suddenly returned to normal. The wizards in front of the airship also breathed a sigh of relief, and then returned to the cabin, and the airship resumed normal driving. Renault couldn't help but sigh that there are dangers everywhere in this wizard world. Not only the ocean, but also the sky is not safe. In this way, the airship flew for a month, and apprentices from the Wizard Academy got off the ship one after another. The Crow's Nest Academy was at the end of the route and could only wait patiently. During the voyage, they encountered several obstructions from extraordinary creatures, but after showing the emblem of the Sky City, they passed safely. Finally, the airship began to descend, and a forest full of black trees appeared in front of the airship. This was the territory of the Crow's Nest. According to Parker's introduction, this forest is called the Black Forest. Ordinary people dare not enter it. There are many extraordinary creatures in it. The Crow's Nest Academy is located in the middle of this Black Forest. The entire Black Forest can be said to be the territory of the Crow's Nest. Parker's ancestor was the mentor of Crow's Nest, so Parker knew something about Crow's Nest. The airship flew over the Black Forest, and soon a large black castle appeared in front of them. The outside of the castle is a high wall built with black stone bricks, and black crow statues are evenly distributed on the high wall. There is a huge central square in the castle, surrounded by European-style buildings of different heights. The airship began to land smoothly. The airship was not allowed to enter the interior of the castle and could only land in the square outside the castle gate. The square outside the castle was specially used for public transportation such as the airship. Renault and everyone followed Professor Smeg out of the aerospace ship, and the aerospace ship brought up a hurricane and took off. The group finally arrived at the gate of Crow's Nest, which was like a huge city gate. At this time, the city gate was wide open, and 2 5-meter-high black crow statues stood in front of the city gate. As Smeg walked forward, one of the crow statues swayed slightly and suddenly came to life. In the surprised eyes of everyone, it turned into a huge black crow. The crow spoke human words, "Stop coming, please show proof, to enter." Smeg revealed the crow's nest mark on the back of her hand. As an official wizard, Smeg's mark was much more exquisite and complex than the marks of Renault and his apprentice wizards. The giant crow saw Smeg's mark and continued to speak, "Welcome back, Professor Smeg. The ones behind you are the apprentices recruited on the west coast." "Yes, Jaeger, let them come in with me," Professor Smeg replied. Crow Jaeger said to this group of newcomers, "New blood, each of you will reveal the mark of the crow's nest. After I check it, you can follow Professor Smeg in." After everyone listened, although they were still immersed in the surprise that the statue turned into a living thing, they all hurriedly revealed their crow marks. After Crow Yeager completed the inspection, everyone followed Professor Smeg's footsteps and truly entered the Crow's Nest Academy. Crow's Nest Academy was founded 2,000 years ago by the great wizard Musadar Claude. 2,000 years ago, Musadar, who was already a third-level wizard, met a third-level extraordinary creature and killed the Raven King in the Black Forest. Musadar fell in love with the environment of the Black Forest and wanted to establish his own wizardry. The Raven King wanted to protect his habitat, so the two started a war. The final result was that Musadar signed a contract with the dead Raven King and established the Crow's Nest Academy. The origin of the Crow's Nest, Smeg introduced to everyone while walking. Professor Smeg continued, "Next, I will take you to the teaching office to report and choose a mentor." After Smeg said that, he turned a few corners and came to a 5-story building with the 3 characters Logistics Department marked on the building. Smeg entered it and took the newcomers to the building with instructions written on it. In front of the house, Smeg pushed the door open and saw an old man with gray hair sitting inside wearing a black wizard robe, writing something down with a quill at the table. There was a crow standing on the old man's shoulder, carefully watching what the old man recorded. The old man noticed that someone had opened the door and said, "It's Smeg who's back. This is the newcomer you brought. He's very good." After saying that, he put down his quill, raised his head and looked at everyone with a smile. The crow on his shoulder also looked at everyone in a humane way. Smeg brought Lucas forward and said eagerly to the old man, "Aren't, quickly register Lucas under my name. I have already accepted him as my direct disciple." Arid looked at the eager Smeg and smiled and said, "Still the same, really impatient, but the 5th level qualification is still a treasure." Then he put Lucas's name under Smeg's name, and then said, "Okay, take your backpack and go to the dormitory. There is a set of basic meditation methods of Crow's Nest in the apprentice's backpack, and a set of basic meditation methods with cleaning witchcraft robes and assigned dorm room keys." After Arendt finished speaking, a scarlet eye suddenly lit up behind him. Everyone was startled. Only when they looked carefully did they realize that it was a red-eyed crow. The red-eyed crow is a common low-level extraordinary creature in the Black Forest, and its strength is only at the wizard apprentice level. When they first came in, the lights were dim and no one noticed the crows. Only then did they see hundreds of red-eyed crows standing so quietly behind Arendt with their eyes closed. The red-eyed crow flew to Lucas with a backpack in its mouth, handed the backpack to Lucas, and landed on his shoulder. Arendt's voice sounded at the right time, "This is the red-eyed crow I trained. It will lead you to your dormitory." Smeg said calmly, "Lucas, go to the dormitory first and come to my laboratory tomorrow morning." After saying that, he turned into a crow and left quickly. Lucas nodded respectfully to Smeg, and then in the envious eyes of everyone, Lucas left with the crow on his shoulder proudly. Ilan's voice sounded again, drawing everyone's attention back and saying, "Your information has been sent to the academy a month ago, and 2 of you have received direct invitations from your instructors and can directly become their disciples. When I read your name, you can get out of the queue and go directly to the dormitory with your things." Renaud didn't expect that their information would be transmitted back to Crow's Nest so early. There was actually a mentor who would directly invite an apprentice. It seems that the wizards in Crow's Nest still attach great importance to the training of apprentices. However, Renaud estimated that those who could receive the invitation from the mentor had to be at least 4th-class wizard apprentices. What Renaud didn't notice was that Parker beside him unconsciously straightened his chest. The first Leon Pelosa has received an invitation from mentor Verna to become her apprentice. Take your things and go. Remember to report to the mentor early tomorrow morning. Lion didn't expect that he would be directly accepted as a disciple. He happily took his backpack and left with the red-eyed crow. Looking at the happy Leon, Renaud frowned slightly. Although Leon was directly invited by the mentor, he had no idea what kind of person this mentor was, what subject he was good at, and whether it was suitable for him. At present, it seems that wizard apprentices have no right to refuse. If all mentors are selected in this way in the future, then apprentices can only rely on their own luck. After all, Crow's Nest is a dark wizard academy, and the instructors there are all kinds of people. Wizard apprentices can also be good experimental subjects in the eyes of formal wizards. Arendt continued, "The next one is Parker Smith. He has received an invitation from wizard Stephen Smith to become his disciple. Take your things and go." Parker proudly took a step forward, put away his backpack, and left with the crow, not forgetting to wink at Renaud when he left. Renaud was also relieved to hear that they were all from the Smith family, and he was probably the ancestor that Parker was talking about. It's good to have a background. Renaud couldn't help but feel a little envious. Arendt looked at the remaining newcomers and said, "Okay, it's your turn next." After speaking, Arendt took out a thick roster from a pile of documents and books on the seat, and continued, "This is the roster of mentors who need wizard apprentices. It records the information of all mentors who need apprentices. As for the requirements for apprentices, you can choose a mentor based on the information on the roster, but you need to pay for magic stones to see the roster. One magic stone can read an hourglass of time. If there are no magic stones, let my partner Daika do it for you. Choose." After Alenti finished speaking, he glanced at the crow on his shoulder. It was obvious that his partner Daika was this crow. "Okay, now I will read out the names of those who come forward and make your choice." After speaking, Arendt picked up the list of newcomers and called them one by one. Anna Lenata. Anna heard her name and walked forward quickly. She took out a magic stone and handed it to Elant and said, "Master Elant, I want to see a roster of hourglass time." Alenti nodded and handed the roster to Anna, and took out an hourglass to record the time. Anna quickly flipped through it, but the roster was very thick. When the sand above the hourglass drained away, Anna could only read a third of it. A list of left and right, and it's hard to remember. Arendt saw that the hourglass had drained clean and said, "The time is up, make your choice." Anna thought briefly and said, "I choose Tutor Lilina." Arendt said, "Okay, take your backpack to the dormitory, and report to your instructor tomorrow." Anna picked up her backpack and quickly followed the crow away. Arendt continued to call the names. Some apprentices took out 3 magic stones and carefully read the list of mentors and carefully selected their mentors. Some apprentices have no magic stones at all and can only resign themselves to the random selection by Crow Daika. After calling 4 or 5 people, Renaud finally heard his name. Reno Marenti. Renaud took a step forward, handed over a magic stone and said, "Lord Alenti, I need an hourglass to read the roster." Arendt accepted the magic stone and handed the roster to Renaud. Renaud opened the roster and began to flip through it quickly. It only took an hourglass to complete the entire list and handed it to Arendt. Arendt watched Renaud finish reading it so quickly and said with some surprise, "Have you finished reading it all?" Renaud said calmly, "Yes, Lord Arendt." In fact, Renaud didn't read it at all. It was impossible to read it in an hour and remember the information of all the instructors on the roster. Renaud didn't read it at all, but just flipped through it all, allowing the chip to scan all the content. "Sort it out." Arendt said with great interest, "Then make your choice." On the surface, Renaud was recalling and thinking seriously, but in fact, he ordered the chip in his mind. "Number 1, select the mentor who is most suitable for me." "Hey! The mission has been created and is being analyzed. Please wait." By simply looking at the roster, Renaud noticed that the roster contained basic information about the tutors, the subjects they were good at, the knowledge they could teach, and the requirements for apprentices. For example, some tutors will provide a lot of free paid knowledge, but require apprentices to cooperate with experiments. Some instructors may only provide one piece of free paid knowledge, but they do not force the apprentice to cooperate with the experiment. Even if they do, it is only on the premise of ensuring the apprentice's life safety. This is much worse in comparison. Although some tutors provide a lot of knowledge and good benefits, cooperating with experiments is not a joke. If you participate in the wizard's experiments, you may be transformed into a monster, not to mention the crow's nest. It is the power of the dark wizard, and the dark wizard's experiments will only be more extreme than the rumors. For paid knowledge, you can find a way to earn magic stones and then learn it, so Renaud naturally has to choose a mentor who can guarantee his life safety. The chip is helping Renaud quickly screen the information of these mentors, eliminate dangerous conditions, and select the most suitable mentor for Renaud. Dip. The screening is completed. The recommended results are as follows. Klein's ice-based tutor is good at ice-based witchcraft, anatomy, energy conversion, and pharmacy. A free piece of paid knowledge is available. Apprentices are required to provide a magic stone every month and are responsible for cleaning the laboratory, pre-processing experimental materials, and assisting in experiments. Simmons is a dark instructor who specializes in dark witchcraft, soul science, and spirituality. A free piece of paid knowledge is available. The apprentice is required to provide a magic stone every month to assist in the experiment. Vivian is a tutor in the pharmacy department and is good at pharmacy, plant cultivation, and plant witchcraft. 2 free pieces of paid knowledge are available. Apprentices are required to clean the laboratory every day, pre-process various experimental materials, and assist in pharmaceutical experiments. From so many lists, these 3 mentors were selected as mentors suitable for Renaud, and Renaud compared them in his heart. Teacher Vivian offers the best conditions. I have a chip in my hand and I am very interested in potions, but I need to clean the laboratory and process materials every day, which takes too much time. Simmons needs the least things from his apprentice, but he is not the most compatible with darkness, so he is not suitable. In comparison, Klein is the most suitable for me. The chip helped Renaud analyze a lot, but on the surface, Renaud just thought for a moment and said, Lord Arendt, I choose Teacher Klein. Arendt was a little surprised to hear Renaud's choice and said, it's a good choice. It seems that you have a good memory. Take your backpack and go to the dormitory. After thanking Arendt, Renaud took his backpack and followed the red-eyed crow to the door of his dormitory. According to the guidance of the red-eyed crow, Renaud put the mark on his hand on the dormitory door. Unexpectedly, the seemingly ordinary dormitory door actually lit up with complex lines, and the dormitory door opened. It seems that the mark on my hand is the key to enter the dormitory. The mark is very useful. Renaud thought to himself. Renaud was very satisfied with this design. This proved that this dormitory could only be entered by oneself without being destroyed. It was equivalent to a private space. Every wizard had his own secrets. Such a space was very useful. Of course, Renaud used the chip to analyze the defense strength of this door. It was estimated that it could not stop the formal wizards, but the apprentices' things were probably not attractive to formal wizards. Renaud entered the dormitory. The dormitory was not large, but it had everything. There was an independent bathroom, laboratory table, and lounge. Renaud was very satisfied. After Renaud cleaned up the house, he couldn't wait to take out the things that Arendt had given to the apprentices. A gray robe representing a wizard apprentice, a crystal ball that recorded the elementary meditation method of Crow's Nest, and an apprentice backpack containing these things. Renaud first changed into the gray robe of a wizard apprentice. Crow's Nest stipulates that all apprentices wear gray robes. Only when they become formal wizards can they choose to wear them freely. But most wizards still like wizard robes. Because wizard robes are simple and wide, wizards usually immerse themselves in experiments most of the time and don't like too much decoration. Wearing wizard robes is simple and comfortable, and wizard robes are convenient for casting witchcraft secretly. In this way, wizard robes have become the mainstream of wizards' clothing, and have been popular from ancient times to the present. Renaud touched the wizard robe on his body and felt very comfortable. Cleaning magic and constant temperature magic were also engraved on the wizard robe, so there was no need to wash it at all. It could be worn all year round. The defense of the wizard robe was also good. According to the calculation of the chip, it was equivalent to a leather armor. It was difficult for ordinary sharp weapons to hurt the wizard. Renaud liked the wizard robe very much. Then Renaud put the apprentice backpack on his back. The apprentice backpack was equivalent to a larger messenger bag, which could store the materials and tools used by the apprentice to cast spells. There were also various small cloth grids in it for easy storage of small items. Finally, Renaud solemnly took out the crystal ball that recorded the elementary meditation method. Only by mastering the elementary meditation method could he truly master the extraordinary power that Renaud dreamed of. Renaud looked at the crystal-clear crystal ball, but didn't know how to use it. He could only put his hand on the crystal ball easily as he did when he was doing the qualification test before. Suddenly, the chip in Renaud's mind suddenly issued a prompt. Ding! Data interface detected. Would you like to access the data? Access. Renaud answered decisively. Then Renaud's head was hit hard by a hammer, and he felt dizzy. Then, Renaud felt that a piece of knowledge that did not belong to his memory appeared in his mind, which must be all the content about the primary meditation method. Then Renaud ordered the chip, number 1, create a new folder and organize this information into the primary meditation method. Ding! The task was successfully established and sorted. Ding! The task is completed, sorted, and the optimization items are detected. Do you want to optimize the primary meditation method? Renaud was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the chip could also optimize the meditation method, and then he chose to optimize without hesitation. Ding! The task was successfully established, the meditation method is being optimized, useless information has been eliminated, and the optimization is complete. Do you want to transfer it to the memory area? Renaud's chip can directly transfer various data into its own memory area, which is very convenient to become its own memory. Renaud said decisively, transfer. Remembering the content of the meditation method in his mind, Renaud learned that the meditation method is a way to build his own spiritual world. The primary meditation method involves a total of 12 spiritual runes. Runes are naturally formed symbols that can trigger extraordinary powers. There are many kinds of runes, but so far, only 12 spiritual runes have been discovered in the wizard world. The so-called meditation method is to visualize these 12 spiritual runes, and then let the spiritual runes be imprinted in one's own spiritual world to form a complete spiritual world of one's own. Only by imprinting spiritual runes in the spiritual world can the original magic power of the outside world be attracted to enter one's own spiritual world and become one's own magic power. Only by mastering one's own magic power can one be considered a true wizard apprentice and truly possess extraordinary power. The first 4 runes to be imprinted are the primary wizard apprentice stage, the 5th to 8th are the intermediate wizard apprentice stage, and the 9th to 12th are the advanced wizard apprentice stage. When all 12 spiritual runes are imprinted and the magic power is completely filled in the spiritual world, it is called a peak apprentice, and you can start to try to become a formal wizard. If you want to meditate, you must first find your own spiritual world. Only those with strong enough spiritual power can find their own spiritual world. This is why the selection of wizard apprentices requires qualification testing first. Because only when the mental power is strong enough, the crystal ball will light up, and only then can one become a wizard apprentice. The division of wizard apprentice qualifications is also related to the strength of mental power. The stronger the mental power, the higher the qualification level. In this way, meditation will be faster and easier, and the 12 mental runes can be imprinted faster, and then they can become formal wizards. The shorter the time to complete the mental rune imprint, the greater the chance of being able to successfully impact and become a formal wizard. This is why apprentices with 5th level qualifications are valued. They have innate advantages. The speed of meditation is not comparable to that of ordinary wizard apprentices. They can naturally impact and become formal wizards faster. Renaud wanted to display his mental power and magic power in digital form like his physical strength, so that he could better observe his own state. So he asked in his heart, number 1, can we display mental power and magic power in digital form? Ding! The task failed to be established. There is not enough data at present. It is impossible to display mental power and magic power in digital form. You can establish a long-term data collection task. When there is enough data, it can be displayed. Establish. Ding! The task was established successfully. Data is being collected for a long time. Renaud had already guessed that there would be such a result, because the chip is not omnipotent, and the chip's analytical ability is based on the accumulation of data. He still knows too little about wizards, and the chip is powerless. It seems that I have to read more. Renaud silently set a task for himself in his heart. Although the chip has not yet optimized the meditation method, Renaud can't wait to do his first meditation. Renaud ordered the chip in his heart, number 1, monitor my status at any time. Ding! Task established, real-time monitoring. Renaud let the chip monitor his status, and then he began to try meditation with confidence. The first meditation was very difficult. According to the records of the meditation method, everyone's spiritual world is at the center of the eyebrows, so Renaud began to follow the method taught by the meditation method to condense his spiritual power and try to enter his own spiritual world. Renaud is only a third-class qualification, and his spiritual power is relatively slow to condense, so it is difficult to enter his own spiritual world. Lucas, who is a 5th-class qualification, must be much easier at the beginning. After countless attempts, Renaud finally entered his own spiritual world. For the first time, Renaud felt what his spiritual world looked like. Renaud's spiritual world was not as bare as he had imagined. Above the pale and clean spiritual world, there was a gray fog floating abruptly, and it seemed to be wrapped in something. Renaud slowly approached the gray fog with his consciousness, but found that the distance seemed to have not changed at all, and it seemed impossible to approach. Renaud felt that everyone's spiritual world was like this, so he stopped trying to get close and began to recall the appearance of the first spiritual rune and tried to imprint it in his spiritual world. As Renaud continued to recall the appearance of the spiritual rune, Renaud's spiritual world also changed a little bit. A golden dot appeared in the air of Renaud's spiritual world. Renaud suddenly felt that there seemed to be something more in the spiritual world. Then, before Renaud had time to observe and study it carefully, his eyes went black and he was forced to exit the spiritual world. After Renaud exited the spiritual world and woke up from reality, he suddenly felt mentally exhausted, which was a sign of mental exhaustion. But Renaud still forced himself to stay alert and ordered the chip in his mind, number 1, stop monitoring and report the monitoring results. Ding! Monitoring stopped, summarizing the monitoring results. Ding! The monitoring lasted 2 hours. In the first hour, the subject's mind was highly concentrated. After 50 minutes, the subject entered a special state and was mentally free. In the last 10 minutes, unknown energy particles entered the subject's body, and the subject generated a weak force field, which improved physical fitness. The subject's mind fell into a state of exhaustion. Only 2 hours have passed? I feel like a long time has passed in the spiritual world. The unknown energy particles should be the so-called magic power. I didn't expect it to enhance physical fitness. The unknown force field detected by the chip before should be generated by the magic power stored in the body of the wizard apprentice. Renault analyzed slowly in his mind, and then ordered the chip, name this special state as meditation state, the unknown energy particles as magic power, and call up my body data. Renault, Constitution, 1.1 Strength, 1.0 Agility, 1.3 Mental Power? Magic? Status, mentally weak. My physical fitness has increased so much, an average increase of 0.05 points. I didn't expect meditation to have such benefits. However, I guess this is the first time I meditated, which is why my physical fitness has improved so significantly. In the future, my body will slowly develop resistance, and it is estimated that it will not improve so much. Renault thought silently in his heart. After thinking clearly about the gains from the first meditation, Renault began to be unable to bear the mental fatigue, and the best way to restore mental strength is to have a good sleep. So Renault lay on his bed and fell asleep. The next morning, Renault stretched comfortably. This time, Renault slept very sweetly. His spirit had been fully restored. Renault was ready to pack himself up and go to see his mentor. Renault looked at himself in the mirror. He was now nearly 16 years old. Because he had been hunting for a period of time before, his body was also well proportioned and his height had reached 1.8 meters, the same as an average adult. Renault tidied his black hair and looked at his angular facial features. He was a little handsome, but still a little childish. Renault felt that meeting the mentor was just like going to an interview in the world before crossing over. He would always leave a good impression on the mentor if he was more energetic. Renault dressed neatly and went out early, and went to meet his mentor Klein with some trepidation. Klein was on the 121st floor of the laboratory building. Although most wizards had their own rooms, they spent more time in their own laboratories. The laboratory provided by Crow's Nest was also very large. The entire floor belonged to a wizard. This arrangement not only provided wizards with sufficient space, but also made it convenient for wizards to protect their own secrets. Renault quickly found the laboratory building, because the laboratory building was the tallest building in the entire Wizard Academy, with 300 floors. The top 10 floors were the exclusive laboratories of the senior management of Crow's Nest, which had always been shrouded in a thick black fog. Below were the laboratories of various mentors. Renault walked into the laboratory building and was troubled when he thought of the 121st floor where Mentor Klein was. Although I am in good physical condition now, I can't just climb more than 100 floors. Renault complained silently in his heart. Suddenly Renault noticed that a door suddenly opened from both sides, and several wizard apprentices walked out, and then the door closed automatically. Renault's eyes lit up and he thought, is that an elevator? Renault walked to the door curiously, and the crow mark on his hand lit up at the right time, and the door opened automatically. Renault walked in without hesitation, and then the door closed automatically. The space inside the door was not big, only 4 or 5 square meters, about the same size as the elevator space in Renault's previous life. 2 dim oil lamps illuminated the space slightly. Just when Renault was at a loss, an impatient voice suddenly sounded, "Where are you going?" Renault looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a small round face with a metallic texture looking at him impatiently on the wall. It must be the sound it made. Although Renault was a little frightened, he acted very calmly. This kind of magical thing is not uncommon in the wizard world. Renault said calmly, 121st floor. After hearing this, the little face merged into the wall and disappeared. Then a mechanical sound sounded. Renault felt that the room was rising rapidly. After a while, the door opened again. Renault had arrived at the 121st floor. When Renault left the room, he saw a black crow with a white circle around its neck standing on a shelf, looking at him curiously. When the crow saw that Renault had seen him, it took the lead and said, "I am your mentor Klein's raven partner Bake." When Renault heard the crow's words, he said respectfully, "Hello, Lord Bake." Raven partners are basically the standard configuration of formal wizards in the Crow's Nest. As long as the apprentice is promoted to a formal wizard, he can sign a contract with a crow from the Death Raven family and become a companion. The raven chosen by the formal wizard is naturally also at the formal wizard level, so Renault respects Bake as well. Seeing Renault being so respectful, Crow Bunker suddenly became happy and began to talk eloquently. You are really a nice guy and polite, unlike some wizard apprentices who don't know the heights of the world and look down on us accompanying crows. If it weren't for the rules of the academy, I would have ate them all in one bite. You don't know how annoying your mentor Klein is. He doesn't even let me go into his laboratory and always arranges for me to stay outside. Reno looked at the Crow Bunker who had already said that the spitting star was flying straight away, and he suddenly felt speechless. It turned out that this was a chatterbox, no wonder the instructor wanted to drive it out. Crow Bunker finally got tired of talking, flapped his wings on his forehead and said, I almost forgot, I want to take you to find Klein. Boy, come with me. Renault saw that Crow Bunker was finally getting down to business, so he hurried to follow. Crow Bunker came to a door, pushed it open and said loudly, Klein, I brought you the person, what reward do you give me? Suddenly, Crow Bunker's voice stopped suddenly. Reno could only wait cautiously outside the door, only to hear a deep male voice, Reno, right. Come in. Only then did Reno carefully and respectfully walk into the room. The first thing he saw when he entered the room was the middle-aged wizard sitting on the main seat. Most of the wizards Reno saw along the way were a bit old, but the Klein in front of him looked like a mature middle-aged man with short black hair mixed with white hair, a resolute face, and a messy stubble on his chin, a wizard wearing blue. When Renault entered the room, Klein was looking at him calmly, and in the ice block where the crowbuck was frozen on Klein's table, there was only one pair of eyes wandering around, and then he looked at Klein angrily. Renault respectfully introduced himself, Teacher Klein, I am Renault Morenti. Klein looked at the respectful Renault and said with slight surprise, Reynold, your information was sent to me yesterday. Have you successfully meditated? Renault replied, Yes, mentor, I successfully meditated once last night, but the time was very short. Klein said with satisfaction, Yes, it seems that your qualifications are top-notch among the third level. Reno, let me ask you a question. What do you think is the most important thing for wizards? Klein asked seriously. Of course, Renault's initial desire to become a wizard was to have power, to have the right to control his own life, and to experience a different life. But after this period of contact with wizards, Renault felt that the profession of wizards was becoming more and more attractive to him. He realized that wizards did not just want powerful power, they also pursued knowledge and truth. Many formal wizards spend much of their time immersed in their own experiments. This is also in line with Renault's preference for knowledge as an excellent researcher in his previous life, so Renault has already set his sights on becoming a wizard. So Renault blurted out, knowledge. Klein nodded with satisfaction and said, Yes, on the surface, people's perception of wizards is that they are powerful beings with extraordinary power. They can call the wind and rain, bring the dead back to life, and are almost omnipotent. However, the basis for a wizard to do all this is based on enough knowledge. As the saying goes, knowledge changes destiny. Only by constantly learning more knowledge and pursuing the truth can we go further on the path of a wizard. This is the first lesson I teach you. Klein said seriously. Renault nodded respectfully and said, Thank you, mentor, Renault has learned a lesson. Klein looked at Renault and nodded. Klein was completely impressed by Renault's performance. Except for the fact that his talent level was not outstanding, Klein was satisfied with everything else. But Klein knows that wizards never rely on talent, but on their own knowledge. Klein continued, Tomorrow, the basic courses prepared for you newcomers will begin. You can study on your own. According to my requirements for apprentices, you must spend at least 3 days a week to come to me to organize the laboratory and assist in experiments. You can allocate the remaining time freely. According to the promise, I have paid subject knowledge that I am good at. You can take free courses first. After you decide your direction, come and learn one from me for free. Renault also thinks this way. His current knowledge of wizards is still limited, so it is best to use free knowledge where he needs it most. Renault nodded, indicating that he understood. At this moment, 2 more people suddenly pushed in the door of Klein's laboratory. The leader was a beautiful girl with fiery red curly hair, wearing an apprentice wizard robe and walking in with cheerful strides. The other one was a handsome young man with short dark green hair, also wearing an apprentice wizard robe. He followed the girl elegantly and walked in with a smile. The girl was the first to speak, Father, is this the new junior? He looks good, he's a handsome boy. Then the girl introduced her familiarly, Hello, junior fellow, I am your senior sister, my name is Sienna, and this is your senior brother and my boyfriend Mark. Klein said at the right time, Reno, these are my 2 disciples who have not graduated yet, and they are also your senior brothers and sisters. Renault said respectfully, Hello, senior brother and sister, I am Renault. Sienna happily waved to Renault, while Mark nodded to Renault with a smile. Sienna suddenly glanced at Klein's table and met the eyes of Crowbuck. I saw the crowbank instantly broke through the ice, turned into a stream of light and threw himself into Sienna's arms. At the same time, with tears in his eyes, he cried out in grievance, "Little Nana, your father bullied me again." Then Sienna looked at her father angrily and threatened, "Father, how can you always bully Bunker? If you let me see it again, I will tell my mother that you will be the one to watch." Crow Bunker continued to pretend to be pitiful in Sienna's arms, while Sienna gently comforted him. Faced with his daughter's threat, Klein did not dare to say anything and could only stare at the Crow Bunker, while Mark stood aside with a smile, his eyes focused on Sienna, full of tenderness. Renault looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I am used to seeing the cold-blooded and ruthless wizards, but I never expected to see such a heart-warming scene. Sure enough, everyone has feelings, and wizards are no exception. I don't know how Alice is doing. I hope she is fine. Klein really had enough of Sienna's scolding, so he said, "Okay, Sienna, take Renault around the academy, and Mark will do experiments with me." In this way, Renault followed Sienna out of Klein's laboratory and started wandering around the crow's nest. The Crow Bunker also followed out and lay in Sienna's arms with a look of enjoyment on his face. Sienna took Renault to visit all the places in Crow's Nest where apprentices are allowed to enter. Sienna looked at Renault's obedient and humble look and she liked it more and more. Sienna also introduced the name and purpose of each building in Crow's Nest to Renault in detail, and also told Renault the places that apprentices must not enter. After Sienna took Renault away, Renault ordered the chip in his mind. Number 1, draw the map of Crow's Nest. Hey! The mission is created and the map is being drawn. Bit. The map is drawn. A three-dimensional map of Crow's Nest suddenly appeared in Renault's eyes. The name and purpose of each building were marked on the map in detail, and the areas that apprentices were prohibited from entering were marked in red. However, the map is not perfect, and some places are blurry black. Those places are inaccessible to apprentices, and the chip cannot scan and draw them. The current scanning range of the chip is still only 200 meters, which is not enough for Renault. Renault also noticed that many apprentices looked at Sienna with respect and even fear, which made Renault realize that Sienna's status among the apprentices must not be low. When Renault and Sienna parted ways, Sienna patted her chest and said confidently to Renault, "Junior Renault, if you have any difficulties in the future, please go to Senior Sister. Senior Sister guarantees that no apprentice in the academy will dare to bully you." Renault said obediently, "Well, thank you, Senior." Then he said goodbye to Sienna and returned to his dormitory. Renault returned to the dormitory and began to meditate. Meditation is the main way for wizard apprentices to improve their levels. It can help wizard apprentices improve their mental power and magic power. It is a gradual process, just like the legendary exercises, so you have to keep going. However, you can't meditate all the time, because meditation consumes mental power. You must fully recover your mental power before you can meditate, otherwise it will cause damage to the spiritual world. With Renault's current mental power, he can only meditate once a day. The mental power has reached its limit. The second meditation was obviously much smoother than the first one. Renault's mental power came directly to his own spiritual world. The spiritual world did not change much. It was still white, with gray mist suspended above. A golden dot shone with light, and a wisp of blue energy particles wandered in Renault's spiritual world. Looking at this wisp of blue energy particles, Renault knew that this was the magic power that entered his body after completing the first meditation. Magic power is the basis for releasing witchcraft. Because he quit too hastily after completing the meditation for the first time, Renault did not notice it. Renault stopped thinking about other things and started to meditate. He kept thinking about the first spiritual rune in his mind, and the golden dot in the spiritual world began to expand and form a stroke. The chip directly transferred the spiritual rune into Renault's memory area, without Renault having to memorize it again. This undoubtedly saved a lot of time, and the meditation method after the chip optimization seemed to be more concise. Apprentices with general qualifications may not be able to find the spiritual world in the first 3 meditations, but Renault succeeded in one go. 2 hours later, Renault felt mentally exhausted, so he withdrew from the spiritual world, ended his meditation, and fell asleep. The next morning Renault came to the teaching area early in the morning to prepare for free public courses. Through previous exchanges with Senior Sister Ziana, Renault knew that the Academy arranged a total of 8 free public courses, namely Ancient Byron Linguistics, Basic Energy, Basic Runeology, Everything, Basic Pharmacy, Basic Alchemy, Basic Cultivation, and Basic Anatomy. This is just a basic course, and more in-depth knowledge courses require magic stones to study. Ancient Byron linguistics is the language used by wizards to chant spells to release witchcraft. Basic energy science is the skill of using magic. Basic rune science is the basis for depicting witch-array runes, and omniscience is the basis for understanding various things in the world. Basic pharmacy is a basic subject for understanding various potions and trying to configure them. Basic pharmacy is a basic subject for the knowledge and production of witchcraft tools. Basic cultivation is a basic subject for cultivating various animals and plants, and basic deconstruction is a basic subject for describing anatomical methods. The first four are the most basic subjects that must be used in releasing witchcraft in daily life, while the last four are subjects that require superficial understanding and talent to go deep. Ordinary apprentices generally have limited energy. In addition to the first four basic courses that must be learned, they will choose one or two courses to study first. Renault has a chip that has a powerful memory storage capacity, so he naturally has to learn all of them. Renault looked at the course schedule on the wall of the teaching building, asked the chip to make the most complete course plan, and then walked to the classroom. The public course arranged by the Academy today is Ancient Byronic Linguistics. Renault walked into the classroom and found that it was a large tiered classroom that could accommodate hundreds of people to listen to the lecture together. Renault was just about to find a place to sit down when he heard a familiar greeting. "Renault, here." Parker greeted Renault enthusiastically. Renault then noticed that Parker had also come to class. Next to him sat Lion, Anna, Sim, Baker, and several wizard apprentices who came from the West Coast together. They had obviously formed a small group. Renault naturally walked over with a smile, greeted everyone, and sat down next to Parker. Feeling the fluctuation of Renault's magic power, Lion asked in surprise, "Renault, have you completed your first meditation?" According to the chip's detection, Parker, Anna and Lion, three wizard apprentices with 4th level qualifications, have already generated a weak force field, and obviously have completed meditation. What Renault didn't expect was that Parker's force field strength was the strongest. At least like Renault, he had meditated twice. Sim and Baker, two third-class wizard apprentices, have not yet generated a force field, so they should not have really completed meditation. Renault replied calmly, "Yes, I succeeded by luck last night, but meditation is really difficult." Anna and Leon nodded in agreement, while Sim and Baker cast envious glances at Renault, and Parker next to Renault looked indifferent. Just when Sim and Baker wanted to ask for some experience, the official wizard in charge of teaching walked in quickly. This was a blonde beauty wearing a pink wizard robe. As soon as she came in, she attracted the attention of all the wizard apprentices, and the classroom became quiet instantly. She walked to the podium and said, "I am Marilyn, the professor of Ancient Byron Linguistics, and the class will officially begin now." Strangely enough, Marilyn's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone in the classroom. Marilyn spoke very quickly teaching linguistic knowledge, and completely ignored whether the wizard apprentices in the audience could keep up. After all, for them, the free lessons are a complete waste of time. If it weren't for the mandatory requirements of the academy, no wizard would be willing to give lessons. For wizards, it would be better to do more experiments instead of giving lessons. The wizard apprentices in the audience all listened attentively to Marilyn's teaching. Gradually, many of them showed doubtful expressions, and it was obvious that they could not keep up with Marilyn's speed. Renault also listened to Marilyn's teaching seriously on the surface, but he was very relaxed in his heart, because with the chip plug-in, Renault did not have to worry about not being able to remember. Because the chip had recorded all the contents of Marilyn's lectures. And the one who really showed laziness was Parker. He did not seem to care whether the knowledge taught by Marilyn could be remembered. His attention was all on Anna, who was listening carefully. Looking at the serious Anna, Parker looked like a fangirl. Renault was very suspicious. If Anna did not come, would Parker not come? Looking at Parker's appearance, Renault deeply realized that this was the so-called dog licking. Half a day passed quickly, and an open class ended just like that. Marilyn left quickly without any hesitation. After Marilyn left, the apprentices complained, and it was obvious that they could not keep up with Marilyn's progress. Leon and Anna also frowned, only Parker looked indifferent. Parker said to Anna next to him with a flattering face, "Anna, do you want to go to lunch? I will treat you to a good meal." The cafeteria of Crow's Nest Academy is free, but it provides ordinary meals. If you want to eat some meat from extraordinary creatures, you need to pay extra. The meat of extraordinary creatures has many beneficial effects on wizard apprentices. Anna said indifferently, "No, I have to go back and consolidate the ancient Byronic language I learned today as soon as possible. It is too difficult." I have to sort it out. After Anna finished speaking, she left as quickly as the wind, and then Renaud also said goodbye to Leon and the others, and prepared to disperse. Parker ran to Renaud with a frustrated face and headed to the canteen together. Looking at Parker, who was in a low mood, Renaud, as a novice in love, didn't know how to comfort him. Renaud and Parker came to the cafeteria. All the people who came to the cafeteria were wizard apprentices, and no official wizard had appeared yet. The staff in the canteen are ordinary people who have been transformed by witchcraft and can protect themselves from radiation. However, at the cost of their own lifespan, they can only live for 30 years under normal circumstances. However, the rewards are quite generous, so many people are still willing to work there. Come. Wizard colleges are generally chosen in places with high magic concentration. Radiation naturally exists in such local environments, and the radiation concentration on official wizards is like a nuclear reactor. This causes the radiation concentration in the wizard college environment to be quite high. Without the transformation, ordinary people might not be able to survive for more than a year in a radiation-filled place like the Wizard Academy. This is also the reason why Renaud wants to become a wizard's apprentice as soon as possible. Renaud does not want his body to be affected by radiation. Only by becoming a wizard's apprentice as soon as possible and generating a force field can he resist this radiation. Renaud received 1 portion of food, and Parker received 3 portions of food. Renaud was also stunned when he saw it. Renaud couldn't help but wonder, has this guy turned his grief and anger into food intake? Then Parker brought 2 more beautifully decorated plates of grilled steaks, handed one of them to Renaud, and said, "Reynold, please eat this. This is a steak made from the meat of an extraordinary creature, the blood cow. It cost me a piece of magic. Sure bought it." Renaud was slightly surprised, feeling as if he had made a wealthy friend. Renaud did not refuse. Renaud also regarded Parker as a true friend, so he took it and ate it without any politeness. The steak made of blood beef melted in your mouth and was extremely delicious. It didn't look like beef at all. Then Renaud felt a warm current flow into his body, and the chip's prompt sounded at the right time, beep. It was detected that the subject had ingested beneficial substances, and his physical fitness was slightly improved. Promote. Renaud was very pleasantly surprised. The extraordinary creature food that needs to be purchased with magic stones is indeed extraordinary. It would be great if he could eat it all the time. Unfortunately, it is too expensive and magic stones are still in short supply. Renaud thought silently in his heart. Although the rest of the ordinary food is delicious, there is no way to compare with the steak. Renaud ate slowly, while Parker next to him began to inhale. Parker's mood improved a lot after eating, and he started chatting with Renaud. Parker asked with some gossip, "Renaud, I heard that several people saw you hugging the witch's lap yesterday?" Renaud said with a speechless face, "What a witch, what a hug, what is this rumor? I just walked around the academy with my senior sister yesterday." Parker slapped his thigh and said, "That's right, that senior sister of yours is a popular figure among the apprentices in the academy, and her title is the witch." "Is he so famous?" Renaud asked curiously. "Of course, she is very strong and has a good background. Almost no one among the apprentices dares to offend her. Her father is the ice instructor Klein, and her mother is the pharmacy instructor Wei Weian. She has 2 official wizards as her backers. Her boyfriend is not an ordinary person either. He is a rare pharmacy genius at Crow's Nest Academy and is the most valued person among the apprentices," Parker introduced to Renaud. Parker continued to ask, "Renaud, how did you hug the witch's lap?" Although Renaud sounded a little awkward, he still said truthfully, "Well, the mentor I chose is Klein." Parker suddenly realized, "No wonder, Renaud, your choice is very good. It is said that Klein is the most promising among the young formal wizards to hit the 2nd-level wizard. You must know that the 1st-level wizard is nothing in front of the 2nd-level wizard." Renaud didn't expect Parker to know so clearly about the situation in Crow's Nest, so he asked curiously, "Parker, how is your mentor?" Parker smiled and said confidently, "My mentor is the only prophecy wizard in Crow's Nest, Mentor Stephen. This is the ancestor of my Smith family. I am the only one among the younger generations who has awakened the wizard talent, and I am also the elder. Zhu's only disciple. I will be a great prophecy wizard in the future." Renaud knew that prophecy wizards had always been the smallest, most mysterious, and most difficult to learn among wizards, but looking at Parker, there was nothing mysterious about him. Renaud didn't expect that there was only one prophecy wizard in the entire Crow's Nest. In fact, what Renaud didn't know was that even the 2 wizarding organizations established by prophecy wizards only had 4 or 5 real prophecy wizards, and the rest were just followers. As the only successor to the prophetic wizard, Parker is naturally highly regarded by the academy and his tutors, even more so than the genius pharmacist Mark. Therefore, Parker is naturally not short of magic stones. It can be said that Renault has really made a friend. Rich and generation friends. Parker gossiped with Renault for a while, and then it was time for afternoon classes. The afternoon course was the science of everything that Parker chose, because Parker said that he had a premonition that he would see Anna in the class of everything. This choice did not affect Renault's course plan. Renault simply went to study everything with Parker. Renault didn't expect that when he and Parker walked into the open class of the School of Everything, they really saw Anna sitting next to Leon and happily chatting with each other. It seems that Parker, the so-called apprentice of the prophecy department, has some truth to say. Renault thought secretly in his heart. Parker saw that Anna and Leon were chatting happily, and whispered in Renault's ear, "Look at Leon's proud look, I guess he won't be proud in the future. His mentor is not a good person. It is said that he likes young men very much. Leon will have to suffer in the future." Renault suddenly felt like a crow flew over his head. After Parker finished speaking, he ran to Anna with a flattering face and sat down. Anna didn't even look at Parker seriously. Renault could only sit next to Parker helplessly. However, Leon still greeted Renault Parker enthusiastically. The mentor of the School of Everything is a male wizard. Like the mentor of linguistics, he speaks very fast, as if someone owes him a magic stone. Fortunately, the School of Everything is more about the memory of knowledge, which is not difficult for Renault. In this way, the day's classes ended quickly. After dinner, Renault returned to the dormitory and first let the chip organize and transfer today's knowledge into Renault's memory area. Renault instantly transformed the knowledge he learned today into his own memory. Renault reviewed it and began his daily meditation. In this way, Renault seemed to have returned to his college days. In addition to taking open classes every day, he went to Tutor Klein's laboratory to help clean the laboratory and simply handle materials. The rest of the time was spent meditating and resting. Renault is pragmatic and serious in his work. He always completes the tasks assigned by Master Klein very well, handles the materials neatly, and shows his thirst for and respect for knowledge. Klein is very fond of this new disciple. Is satisfied. A month passed like this. At this time, Renault was meditating with his eyes closed in the dormitory. Renault's expression was serious, and there were even beads of sweat on his forehead. It turns out that Renault is working hard to imprint the first spiritual rune completely in the spiritual world. Under Renault's constant attempts, the first spiritual rune was finally completely imprinted. Only then did Renault relax. Renault discovered that the blue magic power in the spiritual world that he had been unable to mobilize suddenly seemed to have come to life and completely obeyed his orders. Renault knew that this meant that he had truly become a junior wizard apprentice. As Renault's consciousness exited his spiritual world, Renault, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, opened his eyes instantly. Then Renault waved his right hand gently, and a ball of flame appeared. He waved it again and the flame dispersed and turned into a ball of water, and then turned into a beam of bright light. Renault kept trying changes in various elements. This is Renault mobilizing the magic power in the spiritual world and transforming it into various elements. This is the simplest application of magic power. It can only be attempted after a truly complete spiritual rune is condensed in the spiritual world. At the current junior apprenticeship stage, Renault can only perform this simple application of magic power, and cannot yet use witchcraft or use witchcraft weapons. Only when he reaches the intermediate wizard apprenticeship can he seriously release zero-level witchcraft and use basic witchcraft weapons. Because the junior apprentice's magic and spiritual world are still too fragile and cannot withstand strong magic fluctuations. The witchcraft that apprentices can cast are collectively called zero-level witchcraft, and the witchcraft that apprentices can use are called basic witchcraft. There is a ring hanging around Renault's neck that is suspected to be a basic witchcraft, but Renault has never had time to carefully search for relevant information to determine what kind of witchcraft this ring is. Before becoming an intermediate wizard, Renault must go to the Academy's library to find out what kind of witchcraft this ring is. Renault also found that he was the fastest and most convenient when converting magic power into ice elements. This should be caused by his affinity with ice elements. Ice element is essentially a special form of water element, but because ice element is more offensive and practical, and wizards with ice element affinity can skip the process of water turning into ice and directly release ice element, so the ice element was separated and became a relatively independent element system. This is what Renault learned in a basic course on energy conversion. Just as Renault was thinking, a message suddenly popped up in his mind. "Hey! The chip has met the upgrade conditions. Do you want to upgrade? Renault looked at the prompt in front of him with some surprise. Renault did not expect that the chip met the upgrade conditions when he officially became a junior wizard apprentice. This made Renault wonder whether the upgrade of the chip was related to his level. It's just that the chip has only been upgraded this time, and there is no way to verify it. Renault stopped thinking about it and agreed to the upgrade. Beep. The upgrade task has been established. The estimated completion time is 3 hours. During the upgrade, the chip will stop other functions. Then the progress bar of the chip upgrade appeared in front of Renault's eyes, and the chip lost its response. 3 hours? I just finished my meditation and can take a nap. Renault murmured to himself, then lay on the bed and fell asleep, waiting for the chip upgrade to be completed tomorrow morning. Next morning Renault woke up from his sleep. The progress bar in front of him had disappeared. It must be that the chip had been upgraded. Renault ordered the chip in his mind. Number 1, show the upgrade content. Dip. This upgrade took 3 hours. The computing power of the chip has been greatly enhanced. The scanning range of the chip has been increased. The precise scanning range is 500 meters around the body, and the rough scanning range is 1000 meters around the body. It can scan the data of apprentice-level creatures, as well as mental and magic data. Completed. This upgrade of the chip surprised Renault. First, the scanning range was greatly improved, and it was now possible to conduct rough scans. Then, it was able to break through the apprentice's force field for scanning. This was the most helpful thing to Renault at the moment. In the past, the chip could not be scanned at all due to the force field on the wizard apprentice. Renault had no way to obtain the information of the wizard apprentice. But now it is different. Renault can accurately know the information of each wizard apprentice scanned. It's just that the official wizard's body is emitting strong radiation, and the chip still can't break through and scan. But it's enough for now. The remaining surprise is that after this month of data collection, coupled with this successful upgrade, the chip can finally digitize mental power and magic power. Renault couldn't wait to order the chip. Number 1, display my body data. Renault, physique, 1.22 strength, 1.2 agility, 1.5 mental strength, 2.1 magic power, 21 status, health. A complete force field has been generated. Renault was very satisfied with his data. After a month of meditation and the extraordinary creature stake that Parker gave him, his physical fitness improved so much in just 1 month. Renault continued to ask the chip, calculate the time required to be promoted to an intermediate wizard apprentice. Ding. Task established, evaluation calculation in progress. Ding. Calculation completed. It is estimated that it will take 1 year to be promoted to an intermediate wizard apprentice. Will it take another year? Renault muttered to himself. Then he tried to ask the chip again, is there any way to speed up the promotion? Ding. Task established, data search in progress. Ding. Found 3 methods. The first one is to meditate directly using magic stones, which can improve the efficiency of magic absorption. The second one is to use azure potions or other potions to improve the effect of meditation. The third one is to use magic tools that assist meditation or improve mental power. Looking at these 3 methods, Renault felt a little helpless. Among these 3 methods, only the first one is the easiest to implement. The remaining 2 are simply impossible for Renault, who is currently only a junior wizard apprentice. Renault now has 15 low-level magic stones left, but magic stones are also quite precious for wizard apprentices, and they are not willing to be used directly for meditation. Renault also saw that the speed of meditation was related to the concentration of magic in the environment and one's own mental strength. Presumably, those wizard apprentices with 4th and 5th level qualifications had much higher mental strength by nature, so their meditation speed was naturally faster. The earlier they reached the peak apprentice stage, the easier it would be to become a formal wizard. Time flies, and nearly a year passes quickly. The new wizard apprentices have begun to be promoted to intermediate wizard apprentices one after another. Among them, all 4th and 5th class wizard apprentices have been promoted to intermediate wizard apprentices. Now only a small number of 3rd class wizard apprentices and 2nd class wizard apprentices are still there. Stay in the junior wizard apprenticeship stage. At this time, Renault has successfully imprinted the first 4 spiritual runes in the spiritual world and has begun to imprint the 5th spiritual rune. This also means that Renault has also been successfully promoted to an intermediate wizard apprentice. The spiritual runes become more and more complex from the 1st to the 12th, so it becomes more and more difficult to imprint in the spiritual world. This is also the reason why it becomes more difficult for wizard apprentices to be promoted in the later stages, and it takes longer. Reason: the free public courses provided by Crow's Nest Academy are coming to an end. If you want to obtain more advanced knowledge, you need to use magic stones to purchase courses or purchase them from your own tutor. Moreover, intermediate wizard apprentices have already begun to try to master witchcraft, but witchcraft models also need to be purchased with magic stones, so magic stones are quite in short supply for wizard apprentices at this stage. The wizard apprentices naturally became busier and began to take on various tasks. The easy and lucrative tasks of earning magic stones had long been taken away by wizard apprentices with backgrounds. Most of the remaining tasks require going to the wild and relying on the wizard team to collect extraordinary resources from various resource points. This kind of task is quite dangerous for wizard apprentices who have not yet fully mastered witchcraft. Parker is still well informed. He once told Renault that several wizard apprentices of the same class had died in the wild. Now, the wizard apprentices who are in the same class as Renault no longer have the student atmosphere at the beginning. Instead, they all have serious expressions and are walking in a hurry, and their bodies have begun to reveal the mysterious aura that only wizards have. Renault is also preparing to start learning witchcraft, but purchasing an ordinary zero-level wizard model requires 10 low-level ash stones. Renault only has enough magic stones to buy one, so Renault is also currently facing a shortage of magic stones. Perhaps only Parker, the only prophecy wizard apprentice in the academy, does not have to worry about magic stones. Anyway, Renault has never heard from Parker that magic stones are useless, and Parker is the first among Renault and his class to become an intermediate wizard. One of the apprentices, in terms of speed, is no worse than a 5th-level wizard apprentice. Parker is still desperately trying to please Anna, but Anna obviously cares more about Leon. It is said that Lucas, who was directly accepted as a direct disciple by Professor Smeg, has been able to successfully release zero-level witchcraft. The resources of a direct disciple are indeed unmatched by ordinary people. Lion always wants to find opportunities to compete with Lucas, but Renault is not optimistic about Lion. Today is also an important day for Renault. Renault is ready to go to the classroom of the Basic Pharmacy Open class. Today's classroom is not in a huge lecture hall, but in a smaller classroom. Experimental tables are neatly placed in the classroom. On the tables are the instruments and required materials for making medicines. That's right, the content of today's basic pharmacy class is to make finished pharmaceuticals. Potions are one of the most sought-after items in the wizarding world, and each potion can be of substantial help to wizards. However, making potions also requires talent. Although wizard apprentices who can become pharmacists are not as rare as the prophecy system, they are still very few. Crow's Nest Academy attaches great importance to the training of potion apprentices and does not want to miss any wizard apprentice who has the talent to make potions. However, the trial and error cost of making potions is too high, not only the cost of materials, but also time-consuming. The average apprentice simply does not have magic stones and time to try. That's why the last open class of basic pharmacy was changed to actual preparation of pharmaceuticals, and the college generously provided experimental equipment and materials. Naturally, the purpose of the academy in doing this was to detect apprentices with talents in pharmacy and to train them in specialized pharmacy. Renault would not miss such an opportunity. Renault was already very interested in making potions, and he wanted to see if the chip would be helpful in making potions. Most of the contents of basic pharmacy are the types, functions and methods of use of pharmaceuticals. How to make potions is rarely mentioned, and even if it is mentioned, it is only on paper. The only opportunity to actually make it is the last class of the day. Renault randomly picked an experimental table and sat down, waiting for the arrival of the pharmacy instructor. Not many apprentices come to take the last class of potion, because all apprentices know that making potions requires very fine operations and extreme patience. If you don't have the patience to make potions, it means you don't have the talent to make potions, and you will naturally not be able to make potions. Will waste my time? As footsteps came, a tall, middle-aged female wizard with short fiery red hair and wearing a green wizard robe walked in quickly. This is Vivian, the current pharmacy master with the highest level of pharmaceutical production in Crow's Nest College. She is also the current leader of the pharmacy department. It is said that she has successfully produced a second-level pharmaceutical. Vivian is the partner of Mentor Klein, the mother of Senior Sienna, and can be regarded as Renault's master wife, but Renault has never met her. Because for formal wizards, experiments take up most of their time, even partners rarely meet each other. Xianna was bred after Vivian and Klein became official wizards, so Xianna has good wizard talent and resources. Although the talent of a wizard is not determined by blood, ordinary people can also be born with wizard talent, but often the descendants of wizards have more wizard talent and better talent. Vivian walked to the podium quickly and said directly without any nonsense, "The materials in front of you are the materials for making the most basic potion, hemostatic potion. These materials are 10 portions, enough for 10 uses. Next, I will tell you how to make hemostatic potions, and you can start making them." Looking at Vivian's fiery red short hair and vigorous personality, Renaud knew that Xianna must have inherited more from her mother. Because Mentor Klein's personality is very calm and cautious, which is completely different from Xianna's personality. Then Mentor Vivian introduced the method of making hemostatic potions in detail to everyone, and everyone began to try to make them. Hemostatic potion is the cheapest and easiest to make among the basic potions, between ordinary medicines and wizard potions. Even ordinary people have made successful examples. And its effect is also very simple, that is, to stop bleeding. The price is also the cheapest among the potions, and it is most suitable for testing potion talent. Moreover, although the hemostatic potion can only stop bleeding, it is also one of the potions that can save the lives of wizard apprentices who are on missions in the wild, and it is basically a must-have for everyone. After Vivian finished explaining how to make the hemostatic potion, many wizard apprentices began to try it. On the other hand, Renaud was not in a hurry. Renaud gently touched the 3 materials in front of him with both hands. These 3 materials were 10 blood-red grasses, 10 green fruits and a pile of black powder. On the surface, Renaud closed his eyes, as if thinking about something, but in fact, Renaud ordered the chip in his mind. Number 1, detect the material status and establish a material model. Hey! Mission established, start data collection. Generally speaking, although the materials used to prepare medicines are the same, there are always differences in the subtle individual activity states. When making medicines, the slightest difference will lead to different results. This is also one of the difficulties in making medicines. A qualified pharmacist must be exposed to different test materials and constantly calculate and adjust the subsequent procedures in order to truly make the medicine. Being able to do this depends only on talent and the accumulation of a lot of experimental experience in the later period. The chip can comprehensively scan the material in advance to understand the status of the material, which can save the test process. Beep. Data collection is completed and the data model is successfully established. Renaud continued to order the chip. Number 1, try to conduct a simulation experiment. Hey! The mission has been established, the simulation experiment is in progress, the estimated time is half an hour. Sure enough, half an hour? It's not too long. Renaud thought happily, but remained calm on the surface. Most of the wizard apprentices started to take action and started processing the materials, but a small number of wizard apprentices were closing their eyes and meditating like Renaud. Vivian released her mental power to observe the apprentices who were starting to make potions. When she noticed a few wizard apprentices who were thinking with their eyes closed, she nodded slightly and thought in her heart, "It seems that there are still a few more in this class." A smart person knows to think about the preparation method first. There is no need to rush the preparation of potions. Making potions right away will not succeed, but will waste a lot of materials. Half an hour later, the wizard apprentices who had just closed their eyes and thought all started making potions. Only Renaud was still closing his eyes and thinking, and Vivian had begun to notice Renaud. Bit. The simulation experiment is completed. The estimated success rate is 33.5%. Do you want to transmit data? Transmission. Renaud ordered decisively. Renaud did not expect that the simulation through the chip would have a success rate of up to 1/3. Although the hemostatic potion is not like other basic potions, the success rate of the first production is almost 0, but a success rate of 5% is not bad. Renaud did not expect that following the simulated operation of the chip could improve the success rate so much. Next, Renaud only needs to transfer the chip simulation situation to his own memory area, and Renaud can start making potions directly like a veteran who has tried countless times. Transmission completed. Do you want to perform real-time monitoring assistance? Yes. After Renaud finished speaking, he opened his eyes, and the information on the materials he saw was instantly marked in front of his eyes. Renaud skillfully picked up a blood-red grass in front of him, which was the main ingredient of the hemostatic potion, blood coagulation grass. The first step in making a hemostatic agent is to extract the juice of coagulant grass with water. Renaud picked up a test tube, then used his mental power to mobilize his magic power to condense half a test tube of pure water out of thin air, put it into the test tube, and put in the blood clotting grass, and then heated the test tube. The temperature needs to be maintained at 60 degrees Celsius. Only then can the juice of the blood coagulation grass be extracted. The chip always displayed the temperature of the test tube, allowing Renault to control the temperature very accurately. With constant temperature heating, the blood clotting grass completely melted in the test tube, and the liquid in the test tube also turned blood red. Renault exhaled, knowing that this first step of extracting the juice of the blood clotting grass was considered a success. The second step is to process the green fruit. This fruit is called Blatilla striata fruit. You need to dry the Blatilla striata fruit to get its seeds, and then grind it into powder. Renault puts a Blatilla striata fruit in the dryer for drying. It is necessary to observe the degree of drying at any time. After all, the state of each Blatilla striata fruit is different, and the drying time is also slightly different. If the drying time does not meet the requirements, as a result, Blatilla jejezi has no effect. Chips are very good at this kind of thing, which is very easy for Renault. After drying the Blatilla striata fruit, Renault took out the pure white Blatilla striata seeds, and then used an instrument to grind the Blatilla striata seeds into powder to obtain Blatilla striata powder. This second step was successfully completed. The third step is to slowly pour the Blatilla striata powder into the blood clotting grass juice that is still at constant temperature. As Renault poured it slowly, the juice of the blood clot grass gradually turned white. When the juice turned pure white, the pouring must be stopped, otherwise it would be all in vain. Since Renault did the first two steps very smoothly, he finally relaxed a little. After the chip prompted, he did not stop in time and added a little more Blatilla striata powder. Unexpectedly, the potion that was still white just now turned black directly, and a puff of green smoke came out, which was very pungent. Renault knew that this meant that his potion production had failed and all the potion materials were in vain. However, similar things happen all the time, and no one of the surrounding apprentices can actually prepare a hemostatic agent. Renault did not give up on Lay. After all, he had never heard of anyone successfully configuring potions for the first time. Renault took a deep breath, poured out the spent potion, and started the configuration again. However, the second configuration was somewhat affected by the first one. The temperature of the blood coagulation grass was not controlled well, and the first step failed directly. The third time, the drying time of the white striata fruit was not mastered well. The fourth time. Finally, in the sixth time, Renault succeeded when pouring the white striata powder into the blood coagulation grass juice, and the liquid in the test tube successfully turned into pure white. The next step was the last step, which was to add black powder into the test tube. The black powder is the black hair on the bamboo peach, which is called bamboo peach powder. Renault concentrated on adding the black bamboo peach powder into the test tube little by little. The color of the liquid in the test tube gradually turned pink with the addition of black powder. When the liquid turned pink, it meant that the hemostatic agent was successful. However, Renault added a little less bamboo peach powder at the end, which caused the liquid in the test tube to not react fully, and finally turned into a pure black liquid with a foul smell. Renault could have completed it successfully this time, but Renault failed on purpose. Because Renault learned from his conversation with Senior Mark that Mark only succeeded in preparing the hemostatic potion after the seventh attempt, which caused a sensation in the entire crow's nest at that time, and Mark became a celebrity in the academy. If Renault succeeded on the sixth attempt, it would be too conspicuous. Genius is acceptable, but the more powerful one is a demon, and it is inevitable that he will be targeted by a formal wizard. The wizard's methods are extremely strange. If the secret of the chip is discovered, then Renault can only be a guinea pig. So Renault chose to actively fail, so that it would not be too conspicuous. Next, Renault began to configure the hemostatic agent for the seventh time. This time, Renault seemed to have found the feeling and succeeded again. However, Renault adjusted the temperature at the last moment, which also caused the illusion of configuration failure. The eighth time also failed. At this time, the potion preparation class organized by the college had lasted for a day. Many wizard apprentices who had run out of materials or lost patience left one after another. Only a few wizard apprentices were left, persevering hard. On the surface, Vivian, the tutor of pharmacy, seems to have been closing her eyes and recuperating on the podium, but in fact, her mental power has been observing the people preparing the hemostatic medicine. As the number of people decreases, Vivian's mental power becomes more concentrated. Observing the remaining people, Renault couldn't help but become a little nervous, which led to the failure of the eighth configuration. Renault took a deep breath, calmed down, and started preparing the ninth potion. Renaud knew that this configuration must be successful, so that he could prove his talent for potions and gain access to the college's resources without appearing too outstanding. After all, there are still many apprentices who can configure hemostatic potions. If the 9th configuration is unsuccessful, all the pressure will be given to the 10th time. That would be too stressful and not conducive to the configuration of the medicine. Finally, with the addition of the last bit of bamboo peach powder, all the medicine in the test tube turned pink and then stabilized. Renaud's first successful medicine, the hemostatic medicine, was completed, and Renaud also breathed a sigh of relief. When Renaud's hemostatic potion was completed, Vivian seemed to have sensed it. She opened her eyes instantly and quickly came to Renaud. She picked up the prepared hemostatic potion and carefully observed it. She said with satisfaction, although it has flaws, but it is indeed a qualified hemostatic agent, very good. Renaud hurriedly said respectfully, "Thank you, master, for the compliment." Hearing the word master, Vivian was a little surprised and said, "Are you the old man's new disciple, Renaud?" Renaud nodded and said, "Yes, master, I am Renaud." After receiving Renaud's confirmation, Vivian murmured angrily, "The old man has found a treasure again. It's not easy to snatch it." Then he forced a smile on Renaud and said, "Renaud, are you interested in pharmacy? Follow me to learn pharmacy. I can give you the knowledge of pharmacy for free. In the entire Crow's Nest College, my pharmacy is the most authoritative. The old man is nothing. I can change you to my name and become a direct disciple. How about it?" Vivian continued to seduce. Renaud felt a chill down his back when he saw his master mother Vivian forcing a smile that was uglier than crying. Although Renaud wanted to study pharmacy, he didn't want to give up his study of elements. When it comes to the manipulation of ice elements, Instructor Klein is definitely more professional. Renaud also doesn't want to give up easily. Renaud is in a dilemma. Moreover, both sides are well-known official wizards, and no one can be easily offended. Renaud thought for a moment and said, "Master, thank you for your kindness, but I still need to ask for the opinion of Master Klein." Vivian was not surprised when she heard Renaud's answer, so she said, "Okay, I won't embarrass you. I will go with you to find the old man tomorrow morning." "Okay, you can go." Renaud breathed a sigh of relief. If Vivian forced Renaud to become his disciple, Renaud would have no choice. After all, the wizard apprentice had no right to speak in front of the official wizard. What Renaud didn't know was that Vivian could indeed use the power of the academy to force apprentices with potion talents to become her own disciples. However, Renaud's mentor Klein is also good at pharmacy, and Vivian cannot force Renaud to become her disciple. Just when Renaud was about to leave, a sound of surprise came, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The source of the voice was a petite female wizard apprentice with brown curly hair. At this time, she was looking at the test tube in her hand with a surprised face, and saw that the pink hemostatic potion was successfully produced. Renaud was surprised to find that he actually knew this wizard apprentice. It was Lena who came from the West Coast with Renaud and the others and had only second-class qualifications. Lena was very shy at the time and left a little impression on Renaud. What surprised Renaud was that the ordinary Lena actually had a talent for pharmacy. Without the help of a chip, it would have been impossible for Renaud to successfully prepare a hemostatic medicine, but the seemingly ordinary Lena did it. Sure enough, in this extraordinary world, no one can be underestimated. Renaud thought silently in his heart. Vivian quickly appeared next to Lena, took the test tube and observed it carefully, while Lena stood aside obediently with an uneasy look on her face. Vivian looked at the potion and said with some surprise, "It just meets the passing standards, great." Then he forced out an ugly smile and said to Lena, "Whose apprentice are you? Are you willing to learn pharmacy from me? I can provide you with free pharmacy knowledge." For a resolute wizard like Vivian, it is really difficult to show a gentle and kind smile. Lena looked at Vivian and said with some fear, "My name is Lena, and my tutor is Tutor Klinka from the feminine department. I want to study pharmacy, which is where my tutor is." Vivian decisively interrupted Lena's voice and said directly, "If you want to learn pharmacy, it's easy. Leave your mentor, that old monster, to me. He can't beat me. From now on, you will be my direct disciple." Then Vivian took out a crystal ball and handed it to Lena, saying, "This is the knowledge of making basic potions. Go back and study it carefully. Come to the laboratory to see me on time every day." Lena nodded and solemnly held the crystal ball in her arms. Lena knew that this was an opportunity to change her fate. Her qualifications were still too low. She was still a junior wizard apprentice, so Lena cherished this opportunity very much. Lena happily left the classroom with the crystal ball in her arms, and happened to meet Renaud, who was also leaving. Renaud smiled and said to Lena, "Lena, congratulations." Lena was obviously a little surprised to meet Renaud. She had been focusing on her own potion configuration and did not notice that Renaud had completed the configuration of the hemostatic potion before her. Lena glanced at Renaud, shyly lowered her head quickly, and said shyly, "Hello Renaud, thank you." Then she ran away with a slightly red cheek. Renaud looked at Lena, who was still so shy, shook his head helplessly, and went directly to the cafeteria. After nearly a day of preparing medicines, Renaud was already very tired. He decided to fill his stomach first before returning to the dormitory to think about the choices he would make tomorrow. The next morning, Renaud came to the door of Professor Klein's laboratory with some trepidation. Before Renaud walked in, he heard Sienna's voice. Sienna said angrily, "You two are hundreds of years old, can you be more mature? You are still like children, fighting over a disagreement. Can you let me worry less? Really, you don't know how to be ashamed. Don't vent your anger on Renaud, or I will make you look good." Sienna did not forget to warn Renaud. Renaud had no choice but to stand in front of the door, hesitating whether to go in, secretly thinking in his heart, "My thigh is indeed Sienna." Klein suddenly coughed lightly, and Sienna stopped scolding, and then Klein's voice reached Renaud's ears and said, "Renaud, come in." Renaud walked in slowly, and saw that Master Klein was still sitting in the main seat. His hair was a little messy, and there were some traces of burns on his wizard robe, while Master Vivian sat opposite Klein with her hands on her chest, and there were obvious traces of freezing on her body. She tilted her head angrily and didn't even look at Klein. Sienna stood between the two with her hands on her chest, looking at the two from time to time. Mark stood next to Klein with a helpless look on his face, and Lena stood carefully next to Vivian. On the bird stand next to Klein, Crow Bunk was playing happily with a black crow, not paying any attention to what was happening below. As Renaud walked into the room, everyone's eyes were all focused on him, making Renaud feel a little uncomfortable. Of course, among the many eyes, Lena's eyes were the most shocked. Lena's experience today can be described as ups and downs. First, in the morning, she followed Teacher Vivian to her former terrifying teacher Klinka and changed her name to Teacher Vivian. Then she came here with Teacher Vivian to snatch someone. The two of them started fighting after a disagreement, which scared Lena half to death. Fortunately, she was stopped in time by the beautiful sister. Lena only knew that her teacher was here to snatch someone, but what shocked her was that the person to be snatched was Renaud, whom she had met yesterday. Renaud greeted everyone politely and stood aside honestly. He didn't know how to start. It was the impatient mentor Vivian who spoke first. "Renaud, I discussed with the old man that the choice is still yours. We will each offer you conditions, and you can choose. Do you understand?" Renaud was a little surprised. He saw from the moment he entered the door that Klein and Vivian had already fought a big battle for their right to belong. Renaud was already very satisfied that two formal wizards were willing to fight for him. What Renaud didn't expect was that they actually gave him the right to choose. Renaud felt very lucky that he chose a humane mentor Klein family. They all respected apprentices and didn't force them to do anything. You know, many formal wizards don't treat apprentices as human beings at all, let alone let apprentices make choices. Renaud came back to his senses and said respectfully, "I understand, Master's wife." Vivian continued, "If you choose me, I will accept you as my personal disciple and enjoy the treatment of a personal disciple. The Wizard Academy will give you a subsidy of 5 magic stones every month and mandatory mission exemption. I will also provide you with 2 pieces of knowledge for free. One is the knowledge of basic potions and the other one you can choose. I am also good at cultivation and anatomy, and I will also provide you with free guidance. I have made a 2nd level potion beyond my level, and my guidance is very expensive. Of course, you also have your responsibilities. You need to assist me in potion experiments and follow the reasonable arrangements of the academy." "Okay, I'm done. It's your turn, old man," Vivian said, looking at Klein with a proud face. Klein looked at Renaud calmly and said, "Renaud, I was very pleased to learn that you also have excellent talent for pharmacy. You should know that my pharmacy attainments are not worse than your master's wife, otherwise how could I have trained such an excellent pharmacist apprentice like your senior brother Mark? And if your master's wife hadn't had my help, she wouldn't have been able to configure the 2nd level potion." Hearing Klein mention Mark, Vivian's face turned pale and snorted coldly, turning her head away with disdain. Klein changed the subject and continued, "But don't feel pressured. After all, your master's wife and I are from the same family. Even if you choose your master's wife, I won't blame you. We all respect your choice." Hearing this, Vivian's face eased. Let me tell you my conditions. If you continue to choose me as your mentor, you will also be accepted as my direct disciple and enjoy the same treatment as the direct disciple of the academy. Similarly, I will also provide you with 2 paid knowledge for free. One is the knowledge of basic potions. The other one, I remember that you are ice friendly. I am best at using ice elements. This is the second free knowledge I can provide. Similarly, I will also provide free guidance. What you need to be responsible for is to assist me in conducting experiments. Of course, it is not limited to potion experiments, but also ice element experiments. You must know that you, Mark, are plant-based, and Ziana is fire-based. They can't cooperate with my experiments. This is one of the reasons why I need you. Okay, the next time is for you. Make your choice. Klein closed his eyes and waited quietly. Vivian didn't say anything else, and also waited for Renault's choice. Renault knew that he was now faced with 2 choices. If he chose Vivian as tutor, he would prefer pure pharmacy. Vivian's professional knowledge would also be biased towards pharmacy experiments. If you choose Klein, you can learn potions and how to use ice elements. It is undoubtedly more comprehensive, but it is not focused enough and it is easy to learn nothing well. For Renault himself, he definitely wants to follow the path of an elemental wizard and gain power, and pharmacy is just the method that Renault uses to gain power. Moreover, Renault knew that he had no talent for pharmacy. Without the aid of a chip, he would not be able to produce even a single hemostatic potion. And with the chip there, Renault is not worried about not being able to learn both knowledge well. So Renault thought briefly and made his choice. Renault raised his head and said firmly to Klein, I still choose Mentor Klein. Then he turned to Vivian and bowed, I'm sorry, Master, I failed in your kindness. Renault wanted to say something more, but Vivian interrupted him directly, okay, no need to say more, once you make a choice, just go on. I hope you won't waste your talent in pharmacy. I believe the Lena I trained will not be worse than you. Let's go, Lena. By the way, old man, don't even think about going to bed for the next 6 months. Vivian said the last sentence and left quickly with Lena in anger. The pure black crow also flew away with Vivian, and the crowbank flew out with a pitter-patter. After Vivian left, Sienna also ran out angrily, apparently to comfort her mother. Before leaving, she did not forget to give Mark a hard look with her eyes. Suddenly there were only 3 grown men left in the room, staring at each other in confusion. The 3 men looked at each other, and it was Klein who broke the awkwardness. He cleared his throat and took out 2 crystal balls and said, one of these 2 crystal balls records my basic knowledge of pharmacy, and the other records my basic knowledge of ice element usage. It also contains 3 level 0 ice witchcraft models. Take it back and study it well. Then Klein took out a small black crystal ball and handed it to Renault, and then said, this is a communication crystal ball. You can inject your own spiritual power into each other in the crystal ball, and you can communicate with each other, but it is only limited to the range of Crow's Nest Academy. When the distance is close enough, communication can be carried out. This is only available to new disciples. Ordinary wizard apprentices simply cannot have it. Okay, Renault, go back and study the 2 kinds of knowledge I gave you. Remember to take steady steps and don't be radical. You can come to me if you have any questions. After saying this, Teacher Klein waved to Renault, indicating that Renault could leave. Renault left Teacher Klein's laboratory very tactfully, leaving only Mark and Klein, the master and apprentice, in the laboratory. Mark couldn't help but ask, Teacher, do you want to explain what happened back then to your wife? Klein rubbed his brows and said, I will explain it to the old woman. Don't worry. You can go back too. I'm tired. I won't do experiments today. Mark respectfully left the room. Only Klein was left in the laboratory, sitting quietly, not knowing what he was thinking. Renault returned to the dormitory alone, and was very happy to see his harvest. The knowledge recorded in these 2 crystal balls was exactly what Renault needed most at the moment. Renault happily put his hand on the crystal ball that remembered the basic knowledge of medicine, and the chip prompt popped up at the right time. Ding! Data interface detected, whether to transfer data. Transfer. Renault said without hesitation. Then Renault suddenly felt a little dizzy, and a large amount of data was transferred to Renault's mind, but Renault's mental strength had improved a lot, and he would not feel as uncomfortable as before. Data transfer is complete. Do you want to optimize and organize it and transfer it to the memory area? The mechanical sound of the chip sounded in Renault's mind. Renault responded, optimize and organize, named Basic Pharmacy. Ding! The task was successfully established, and the estimated optimization time is 3 hours. Then Renault used the same method to transfer the basic use knowledge of ice elements to the chip, and the optimization time was also 3 hours. Looking at the 2 progress bars, Renault knew that he could only wait for the chip to be optimized and organized. He had nothing else to do, so he had to go to the cafeteria to have lunch and take a nap. 3 hours later, both types of knowledge were optimized. The chip's prompt sounded again, ding. Data optimization is complete, ready to be transferred to the memory area. Renault suddenly felt that a bunch of memories about the use of basic potions and basic ice elements appeared in his mind. The memory crystal ball is very good. It can directly transfer knowledge into memory, saving time to memorize. However, although it is your own memory, the actual operation still needs continuous practice. It was already afternoon, and Renault was not in a hurry to learn the knowledge he had just acquired, but decided to relax and go to the apprentice trading area to take a look. In the center of the apprentice trading area is the trading hall and task hall set up by the academy, which is responsible for the distribution and trading of the academy's tasks. The items placed inside are all tested by the Crow's Nest Academy, and are of guaranteed quality, but the prices are relatively expensive. Surrounding the trading hall are private stalls. The quality of personal stalls is not guaranteed, but the prices of the same goods are relatively much lower. Moreover, most of the resources in the trading hall are fixed, but the personal stalls are full of various things. Many stalls do not sell fixed types of things, because many wizard apprentices bring out unknown things from various wizard ruins, and they will be sold in personal stalls. Therefore, there is a chance to pick up leaks in personal stalls, but this kind of thing rarely happens. This is also Renault's first time to the trading area. Renault's main purpose is to buy a set of instruments for making potions and the formula and materials for making basic potions. Renault went to the trading hall first and found that the things inside were indeed very good, but the prices were also very expensive, but Renault's requirements were not that high, so Renault started to stroll around the personal stall area. The things displayed in the personal stalls are really diverse. There are many things that even Renault, who has a chip and has learned everything, can't recognize. Renault secretly scanned with the chip, but there was no surprise. Renault was almost done shopping, and came to a stall with a huge potion bottle hanging on it. Sitting in the stall was a fat wizard apprentice wearing a gray apprentice-level wizard robe, exuding the fluctuations of a third-level wizard apprentice. The fat wizard saw that there were customers coming, and smiled professionally and said, "Hello, my friend, I am Mozant, is there anything I need? I want a set of equipment for making potions, do you have it here?" Renault asked. Mozant thought for a while and said, "You are a potion apprentice, I happen to have a second-hand set, is it okay?" It was eliminated by a third-level wizard apprentice, and it does not affect the use. Renault nodded and said, "Okay, how many magic stones? Since this is your first time here, I'll give you a purchase price of only 1 magic stone." Mo Detective said sincerely. Renault had seen the equipment for making potions produced by Crow's Nest, which required 5 magic stones to buy. Renault originally only had 12 magic stones. This time, after becoming Klein's new disciple, he directly received 5 magic stones, a total of 17 magic stones, and he was reluctant to buy it. The price of this second-hand equipment seemed very cheap. Renault nodded and said, "It's a fair price, pack it up for me." "Do you have the formula and materials for basic potions?" Renault asked. Mo Detective smiled and said, "Of course, I specialize in buying and selling potions here, how can I not have them? I have the formula and materials for basic healing potions, basic physical potions, basic magic recovery potions, and basic detoxification potions. Choose one." The formula of a basic potion is worth 1 magic stone, and 1 potion material is worth 1 magic stone. 1 material can make 10 potions. Mo Detective added. Renault thought about it and chose the magic recovery potion. This potion can quickly restore a certain amount of magic power and is a must-have for wizard apprentices who go out on missions. Renault took out 3 magic stones and handed them to Moshent. Moshent packed up the potion equipment and potion formula making materials at once, and arranged for the Shadow Servant to deliver the things directly to the door of Renault's dormitory. Shadow Servant is a simple dark level 0 sorcery that can turn shadows into slaves who only know how to obey orders. It is very suitable for handling goods. Renault is very satisfied with the service of the Shadow Servant delivering things directly to the dormitory. When Renault returned to the dormitory, he saw the things he bought were neatly placed at the door. The black Shadow Servant sensed Renault's arrival and turned into a shadow and left. Renault moved the things to the dormitory, and then neatly placed the potion equipment on the table in the dormitory. Looking at the materials for making the basic magic recovery potion, Renaud couldn't help but feel a little entangled, whether to make the potion first or study witchcraft. Renaud thought about it and decided to try to make the basic magic recovery potion first. After all, what Renaud needs most at present is the magic stone. At present, Renaud has no plan to go out to do tasks, and is not in a hurry to learn witchcraft. Renaud took out the parchment with the formula of the basic magic recovery potion, which densely recorded how to configure the basic magic recovery potion. The formula of this basic magic recovery potion is much more complicated than that of the hemostatic potion. The material processing item alone is twice as much as that of the hemostatic potion, not to mention that these materials have to be fused, and even mental power is needed to assist in the preparation. Now Renaud also understood why the selection of potion talents used hemostatic potions instead of other basic potions. The complexity of basic potions is simply not something that an apprentice who has just started to learn potions can complete. Moreover, the prices of the two are also incomparable. The price of hemostatic potions is 2 magic stones, while the price of other basic potions is at least 5 magic stones. The difficult to make basic potions even require 10 magic stones. And the materials for 10 basic potions are only 1 magic stone, which is why it is said that pharmacists are all lucrative professions. However, the initial investment of pharmacists is also a lot. According to chip calculations, a wizard apprentice with pharmacist talent like Lena, if he wants to successfully make a basic potion in the early stage, he must go through at least hundreds of attempts. Only after multiple attempts, the success rate of production will increase. If a wizard apprentice without potion talent wants to successfully make a basic potion, it is simply a fantasy. However, Renaud has a chip, which saves the work of early attempts and allows the chip to complete the simulation, which is really a big help for Renaud. Renaud was very glad that the path of wizards he chose was indeed the most suitable path for him who had a chip. Renaud asked the chip to record the formula of the basic magic recovery potion, tested the characteristics of the materials, and began to simulate the experiment. Renaud was reviewing the knowledge of all the basic courses. Through the basic courses, Renaud finally truly integrated into the wizard world and became a wizard apprentice. Ding! The simulation experiment is completed, and the expected success rate of making potions is 15.5%. The success rate is so high. Brother Mark, who is known as a genius pharmacist, now has a success rate of making basic potions. The success rate of making basic potions can only reach 30%. Renaud thought in his heart. This is the success rate that Renaud has not really configured. If Renaud really successfully configures the basic magic recovery potion, then the success rate can be improved. After repeated practice, it is possible to improve it to the level of Mentor Klein. After thinking about it, Renaud couldn't wait to start trying. The main material of the basic magic recovery potion is a small blue fruit called sky blue fruit. According to the chip data, this sky blue fruit has the ability to restore magic, and the potion is to amplify its ability and offset the side effects of direct consumption. Renaud first crushed the sky blue fruit, took out the juice, and burned the remaining sky blue fruit residue into white powder and put it aside for use. Renaud then took out a small grass with broad leaves called weeping blood grass, and then took out a fine needle and kept piercing the grass leaves. The grass screamed in extreme pain, and then drops of bright red blood beads emerged from the grass leaves. Renaud carefully collected these weeping blood beads, and the weeping blood grass was useless. Renaud took out a green feather, which was a green peacock feather, and burned it with a 150°C flame. Finally, a pile of yellow powder was left, and the peacock powder was made. This is not over yet. Renaud then took out a black branch called black dead branch, and the bark of the black branch needed to be slowly scraped off. After Renaud prepared all the materials, he was ready to start the last step, to fuse them all. Renaud gradually added these materials into the test tube according to the requirements of the formula, and at the same time, his mental power penetrated into it to promote the fusion of the materials. However, Renaud was not careful and his mental power was not well controlled. The potion in the test tube instantly turned black and emitted a fishy smell. Renaud knew that this was a failure in making the basic magic recovery potion for the first time. Renaud was very calm. After all, it was very good to be able to do this last step for the first time. Since he had no experience in using mental power to assist the fusion of potions, failure was also normal. Renaud took a break and tried again. The steps of the basic potion are much more complicated than those of the hemostatic potion, and it also consumes mental power. Renaud needs to rest every time he finishes it, otherwise his mental power will not be able to bear it first. Renaud kept trying, and finally successfully configured a tube of sky blue basic magic recovery potion when he made it for the 7th time. Renault worked hard and succeeded in the 8th attempt based on his experience. However, he failed in the 9th and 10th attempts, and all the materials for making the basic mana recovery potion were used up. Renault cleaned up the lab table and looked at the 2 blue basic mana recovery potions in his hand, and a smile appeared on his face. After all, based on the calculation of the chip, Renault only has a 15.5% success rate, and Renault has configured 2 basic magic recovery potions in one go, which is quite lucky. When the basic magic recovery potion is configured again next time, I believe the success rate of the chip calculation will also increase. Renault put the 2 basic magic recovery potions away and put them in a wooden box under the bed. At the same time, a simple warning rune was engraved on the wooden box to ensure that Renault can find it in the first time if someone opens the wooden box. The reason why Renault sealed these 2 bottles of potions is that Renault dare not sell them at all. If they are discovered by someone with ulterior motives, Renault has no way to explain the origin of these 2 bottles of basic magic recovery potions. If Renault truthfully confessed that he successfully made 2 bottles of basic potions for the first time, then I am afraid that the entire crow's nest will be a sensation. This is not what Renault wants. He doesn't want to be treated as a guinea pig and studied by wizards. What Renault wants is to grow up in a wretched way and don't waste time. Renault rubbed his brows tiredly. The preparation of these 10 basic magic recovery potions was very mentally exhausting, so he inevitably felt tired. Renault looked out the window and saw that the sky was gradually getting brighter. It was obvious that Renault had been preparing the potion from the afternoon until the next morning. Renault rarely meditated, so he fell asleep on the bed and fell asleep. Bang, bang, bang! Renault was awakened by a series of rapid knocks on the door. When he opened the door, he saw the little fat boy Parker standing outside the door with an excited look on his face. Looking at Renault with 2 dark circles under his eyes, Parker's expression became intriguing and asked, "Renault, what did you do? Did you indulge in excessive sexual activities?" While Parker was talking, he looked into Renault's dormitory. For this world similar to the Western Middle Ages, people are relatively precocious, and what Parker suspected is normal for them. But for Renault, who received traditional education and traveled through time, he always knew that he was still a minor and should not do that kind of thing, even though his body had developed no different from that of an adult. And he always had that red figure in his heart, and he had never considered falling in love with someone else. Renault dragged Parker in and slammed the door. Renault said angrily, "Look around, there's nothing, your mind is full of dirty thoughts all day long." Parker looked around and really found nothing, so he could only laugh out loud with a guilty conscience. Renault looked at Parker with some surprise and asked, "Parker, why are you here? Are you free?" Parker slapped his forehead and said with some annoyance, "I remember, I have something important to talk to you about. I heard that you and Lena both have the talent for making potions? Have you both been accepted as personal disciples?" Renault said proudly, "Yes, Lena and I both have the talent for potion making and have been accepted as personal disciples by formal wizards." Parker was so excited that he almost jumped up and said loudly, "Great, it really makes our wizard apprentices from the West Coast proud. I didn't expect Lena, a wizard apprentice with a second-level talent, to have a talent for potion making. This directly changes her fate." Renault looked at the excited Parker and said helplessly, "Now the news is confirmed. Are you satisfied? Let's go quickly, I still need to make up for my sleep. It took too long to try to configure basic potions yesterday." Okay, my future potion master, I still count on you for my future potions. You take a rest, I'm leaving," Parker said and left happily. Renault made up for another nap and slept until the afternoon. Renault thought about it and did not go to the trading area to buy the materials for the basic magic recovery potion again. This seemed a bit too frequent. After all, it was very time-consuming for ordinary potion apprentices to process the materials at the beginning, and it was impossible to use up all the materials in one night. Renault set his sights on the witchcraft model. The basic application of the ice element given by Mentor Klein included 3 level 0 witchcrafts improved by Mentor Klein. Renault couldn't wait to study it. I wonder if that boy has never imagined how handsome he would be when he mastered ice, fire, thunder, and lightning. The 3 level 0 witchcrafts improved by Klein are very comprehensive, including ice cones for attack, ice shields for defense, and an auxiliary witchcraft frost. It is also very rare to master a level 0 witchcraft. First of all, you must master the relevant knowledge involved in this level 0 witchcraft. For example, the ice cone must first master the ancient Byron language, which is the language used to chant the spell to release the witchcraft. Then you must also master basic energy science, which is the method used to operate magic to release witchcraft. Finally, you need to master the knowledge of basic mimicry. Although this subject is not included in the free basic courses provided by the college, it has many practical applications and is easy to learn. Renaud has already studied it in the library in advance. In addition to mastering the knowledge needed in advance, you also need to practice countless times, follow the energy operation mode recorded on the witchcraft model, and be familiar with the magic operation of witchcraft to truly master a level 0 witchcraft. If you are not proficient in mastering it, the witchcraft released may not only not attack the enemy, but also cause backlash damage to yourself. Renaud's knowledge reserve is enough, so Renaud is ready to try it. Renaud took the lead in taking out the witchcraft model of the level 0 witchcraft ice cone. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to him. Since the chip can even simulate the production of potions, can the release of witchcraft be simulated? So Renaud asked in his mind, Number 1, scan the witchcraft model that records the ice cone and conduct a simulation experiment. Ding! Task established. The witchcraft model is being scanned. Ding! The scan is completed, named as the level 0 witchcraft ice cone, and the simulation experiment is being conducted. The estimated completion time is 7 hours. Sure enough, Renaud thought happily. Through the simulation of the chip, Renaud can completely save the time of constantly trying to familiarize himself with the process of witchcraft. Time is very precious to Renaud now, and he has a lot of things to do. Looking at the long progress bar, Renaud scanned all the remaining ice shield and frost into the chip, and let the chip simulate the use of witchcraft. After finishing these things, it was already dark outside the window, and it was obviously night. Renaud went to the cafeteria to have dinner, and then returned to the dormitory to start meditation. Meditation is a process of gradually improving oneself. Renaud was very upset that he did not meditate yesterday, and naturally he could not interrupt it today. Before meditating, Renaud was going to check his physical condition first, so he ordered the chip. Number 1, adjust my status. Renaud, Constitution, 1.51 Strength, 1.55 Agility, 1.7 Mental Power, 4.2 Magic, 42 Status, Healthy. Renaud found that after such a long period of meditation, his mental power was the most improved, and the total amount of magic power was about 10 times that of mental power, so that mental power could perfectly control his magic power. If mental power and magic power are not synchronized, there will be flaws in the use of magic power, resulting in poor witchcraft effects. The improvement of his physical fitness is entirely due to the magic power entering the body, and the changes brought about by the force field generated by the amplification of the body. However, the improvement of physical fitness has also slowed down. It is obvious that Renaud's body has developed a certain resistance to the force field of magic power, which is why the improvement of physical fitness has become slower and slower. According to the calculations of Renaud on the chip, the influence of magic power can only improve Renaud's physical fitness to 2 points at most, which is the genetic limit of Renaud as a human being, but for formal wizards, it may not be the limit. Because formal wizards have already left the scope of humans, and are essentially completely different from ordinary humans. Unfortunately, Renaud's chip cannot penetrate the radiation on formal wizards and cannot scan formal wizards at all. Renaud estimated that if he wanted the chip to acquire the physical qualities of a formal wizard, he would need to upgrade the chip again. After thinking about this, Renaud prepared to meditate and rest, waiting for the completion of the simulated witchcraft model experiment tomorrow morning. Hey! The witchcraft simulation experiment is completed. Do you want to transmit data? Renaud was woken up early in the morning by the cold mechanical prompt sound of the chip. Renaud reacted and saw that the 3 witchcraft simulation experiment progress bars had finished, so he said, Transmission. 3 memories of 3 basic witchcraft appeared in Renaud's mind. Renaud instantly became familiar with these 3 basic witchcraft, as if he had practiced them many times. Ice cone technique. The most basic type of ice witchcraft, consumes 1 to 4 points of mental power, 10 to 40 points of magic power, and has a damage intensity of 2 to 8 degrees. The ice cone technique is to convert one's own magic power into ice elements, condense it into an ice cone, and then launch it to attack the target from a distance. The attack distance can reach up to 100 meters. The characteristics of the ice cone technique are that it attacks quickly and has a long distance, but the power is not too high, and it only damages a single target, so it cannot lock the enemy. However, the inability to lock onto the enemy is not a disadvantage for Renaud, which has a chip. And because this ice cone technique has been improved by Klein, as the user's mental power and magic output increases, the size and intensity of the ice cone technique will also increase. Ice shield defensive witchcraft consumes 1 to 4 points of spiritual power, 10 to 40 points of magic power, and has a defense strength of 2 to 8 degrees. The ice shield technique is to convert one's own magic power into ice elements, and then condense it into an ice shield. This ice shield can appear anywhere within 20 meters of the body to resist damage. The same ice shield technique has been improved by Klein. As the mental power and magic power output of the user increases, the thickness and defense range of the ice shield can be increased. Frostfall Auxiliary Witchcraft consumes 2 to 4 points of spiritual power, 20 to 40 points of magic power, and has a damage intensity of 2 to 4 degrees. Frostfall is a range-based auxiliary witchcraft, which forms a cold frost area within a range of 30-60 meters around the body, which can cause slight damage to the target. Its main function is to slow down the target's movement speed, even if the target has been in frostfall for a long time. Targets can be frozen in the area. As the mental power and magic output of the user increases, the range and freezing ability of frostfall can be increased. This is the detailed information of the 3 level 0 witchcrafts recorded by Klein. Renault couldn't wait to try it in the dormitory. Based on his own memory and the auxiliary prompts of the chip, Renault skillfully recited the ice cone spell in ancient Byronic, Kiranin, Isiko. I saw a small ice cone gradually forming in the air. However, before the ice cone was completely formed, the inside of the ice cone suddenly became unstable. Beep. Warning. Warning. The witchcraft model constructed by the subject is unstable and may explode at any time. It is recommended that the subject end the witchcraft immediately and stay away from a distance of more than 50 meters. The piercing alarm sounded in Renault's mind. Without hesitation, Renault waved the ice pick, which was not yet fully formed, and shot it towards the dormitory wall. He quickly squatted down and hid in the wizard's robe. The ice pick hit the wall with a loud bang, and white ice mist instantly swept into Renault's entire dormitory. The temperature of Renault's dormitory dropped instantly. As the ice fog gradually dissipated, it was seen that the wall where the ice pick hit had been sealed with a layer of ice. Fortunately, the material of the dormitory building was good, and the ice pick did not cause any damage to the wall. Looking at Renault again, he was hiding in the wizard's robe, and there was frost on the wizard's robe. Fortunately, except for feeling the extremely cold, Renault was not substantially harmed. The angry voices of other apprentices came from outside the door. Which bastard is testing witchcraft in the dormitory? Don't you want to go to the testing area? Renault could only scratch his head in annoyance. Renault had just learned witchcraft and was so excited that he forgot about the risks of witchcraft and started experimenting in the dormitory. Renault had no choice but to clean his dormitory obediently. He first controlled the magic power to melt the ice on the wall and turned it into water, then controlled the water flow to flow directly into the sewer, and then released a cleaning technique to clean the dormitory. Things like cleansing, lighting, amplification, and spiritual hands are not serious witchcraft. They are just simple applications of magic and spiritual power. Renault has mastered them very skillfully. Renault packed up his dormitory and rushed to Tutor Klein's laboratory without stopping. Today is the day when Renault is responsible for cleaning the laboratory and assisting in processing materials. Renault does not want to be late. When Renault came to Tutor Klein's laboratory, Brother Mark was already preparing something. When he saw Renault, he greeted Renault warmly and continued to work hard. As a genius in pharmacy, Senior Brother Mark does not rely entirely on talent, but relies on his accumulated efforts over time to truly achieve the title of genius. Brother Mark is almost as if he lives in the laboratory, and you can see his busy figure every day. Renault also started doing his own work. Renault was mainly responsible for pre-processing the materials that Master Klein would use. Renault likes this job very much. It allows Renault to practice anatomy and drug processing, and he can also learn about many new and weird materials. All of these materials are analyzed and recorded by the chip in order to enrich his database. After Renault had processed all the materials, it was almost noon. Renault cleaned up the experimental area that had been used and ended today's task. Instructor Klein and Brother Mark were both immersed in their own experiments. Renault left the laboratory without disturbing them and came to the cafeteria. Today, there seemed to be too many wizard apprentices in the cafeteria. Some time ago, the freshmen who had finished the basic courses frequently accepted tasks in order to earn magic stones, which made the cafeteria seem deserted. Now there are more people. It must be that the new wizard apprentices have realized that field tasks are not for wizard apprentices like them who have not yet mastered witchcraft. The casualties are very serious. Renault heard that Baker, who had taken classes with him before, was bitten off an arm by a mountain bear during a mission. Fortunately, he escaped and did not lose his life. More and more low-level wizard apprentices have realized the reality, and all of them have reduced their outdoor tasks and started to keep a low profile. Renault has the path of potions, so he is not worried that he will not have magic stones in the future. After lunch, Renault went to the trading area and came to the stall of Fatty Mo Detective. Moshent greeted Renault enthusiastically. "Isn't this Renault? Are you here to buy materials again?" The path of a wizard focuses on the improvement of mental power, so every wizard is a smart person. Even though Renault and Moshent have only met once, Moshent can still remember Renault clearly. Renault pretended to be uncomfortable and said, "Alas! All the materials last time were wasted. Let's get 100 more materials for basic magic recovery potions." After that, Renault directly took out 10 low-level magic stones. Seeing Renault so happy, Moshent said, "Since you bought a lot, I will take 9 magic stones. I hope you can consider selling them to me after making the finished potion. I will buy them at the price of 4 magic stones." After that, Moshent packed the materials for 100 basic magic recovery potions for Renault and sent them back to the dormitory. Renault said, "Thank you." He took back a magic stone and left. Moshent looked at Renault's back and murmured to himself, "I hope my early investment will not be in vain." Renault returned to the dormitory and looked at the only 3 magic stones left in his hand. He was a little worried and could only sigh helplessly. Alchemy is really too expensive. According to the progress of ordinary wizard apprentices, it would be good to make a finished basic potion with these 100 materials, and a finished basic potion is only sold for 4 magic stones. This alchemy is a completely loss-making business at the beginning. Only in the later stage, when the success rate is improved, can it really become a highly profitable industry. Originally, Renault wanted to rent a test site, but a test site requires a magic stone a day, and Renault currently has only 3 magic stones, which is a bit reluctant. Renault is also thinking about how to sell the basic potion that has been configured. It is impossible in the academy. It will definitely attract attention, so he can only find a way to sell it at the wizard market outside. But if Renault wants to go out, he must accept the task to have a chance. With Renault's current strength, it is unrealistic to accept the task. He can't get out of the Black Forest at all, let alone go to the wizard market outside. Renault thought about it and decided to prepare the potion and practice witchcraft at the same time. The preparation of the potion is the main source of income for Renault in the future, and learning witchcraft is the most powerful guarantee of this source of income. Neither can be relaxed. A month later, Renault took the basic magic recovery potion he made for the first time with excitement and showed it to Mentor Klein. After a careful look, Klein said with some surprise, "Not bad, it has reached the requirements of the finished potion, but it is a little lacking in the coordination of mental power." "Renault, how many times did you successfully prepare it?" Mentor Klein asked. Renault thought about it and said, "Teacher, I succeeded by luck when I did it for the 102nd time." Teacher Klein nodded with satisfaction and encouraged Renault, "Renault, your potion talent is really good, not much worse than Mark. Keep working hard, I believe you can go further." Renault asked brother Mark privately and learned that he successfully prepared the first basic potion when he prepared it for the 83rd time. So Renault only needs to perform worse than Mark to not be too conspicuous. You should know that Renault's success rate in configuring basic magic recovery potions has stabilized at around 25%, which has surpassed Mark. Now Renault has 28 finished basic magic recovery potions in addition to the finished potion in his hand, hidden under Renault's bed. Renault said respectfully, "Thank you, Mentor, I will continue to work hard." With the recognition of Mentor Klein, Renault can finally sell the potions he made openly. Renault came to Mo Detective's stall in the trading area. Mo Detective still greeted Renault enthusiastically, "Long time no see, Renault, are you buying materials again?" Renault shook his head and said, "No, I'm here to sell potions this time." After Renault finished speaking, he took out the blue basic magic recovery potion and handed it to Mo Detective in Mo Detective's shocked eyes. Emogenta took the potion, checked it carefully, and said excitedly, "Qualified finished potion, I am willing to buy it at the price of 4 magic stones as mentioned before." Generally, the purchase price of basic potions like this is 5 magic stones, and the purchase price is 4 magic stones, which is a normal price. Renault nodded and said, "Change them all into materials for basic magic recovery potions." Emogenta said readily, "No problem." While packing the materials for basic magic recovery potions, Emogenta asked, "Renault, did you make this basic magic recovery potion?" Renault nodded and said with some regret, "Yes, it's a pity that so many materials can only make one." Emogenta couldn't hide the shock in his eyes and said, "It's already very good. You know, many apprentices can hardly make a finished basic potion from buying 200 or 300 materials." Renault didn't say anything more, picked up the packed materials, and prepared to leave. Moshent looked at Renault, who was about to leave, and said, "Renault, you can get a 10% discount on all materials you buy from me in the future, and no matter how many potions you have in the future, I can buy them." In Moshent's eyes, it is worth it to exchange a pharmacist's friendship with a 10% discount. Renault politely said, "Thank you," and turned away. Time flies, and a year has passed quietly. The location of Crow's Nest Academy seems to be very special, the temperature is very stable, and the change of seasons is basically unnoticeable. During this year, Renault spent more time on the production of basic potions. Now, in addition to the basic magic recovery potion, Renault has also mastered the production of explosive potions, swift potions, and healing potions. By constantly selling potions, Renault no longer has the embarrassment of lacking magic stones at the beginning, but has become rich. Renault now has a deposit of nearly 100 magic stones, not to mention the full box of potions accumulated under Renault's bed. Moreover, Renault's practice of witchcraft has not been neglected. Renault has already mastered the 3-0 level witchcrafts. It's just that Renault's meditation progress is a little unsatisfactory. After all, Renault only has the 3rd level qualification, which is far behind the apprentices of the 4th and 5th level qualifications. Renault's current spiritual world has been branded with the 6th spiritual rune, while the apprentices of the 4th level qualification have already started to brand the 7th spiritual rune. It is said that Lucas, who rarely shows up and has the 5th level qualification, has already started to brand the 8th spiritual rune. It won't be long before he can become a high-level wizard apprentice. However, it is not so easy to become a high-level wizard. Even Lucas, who has the 5th level qualification, is not so easy to succeed. Renault has begun to use magic stones to assist meditation, but the role of magic stones is limited. Magic stones are more for storing magic power and helping to restore magic power. Using magic stones to assist meditation can only make the magic power conversion faster, and it has limited help in improving mental power. So even if Renault is completely free of magic stones now, he can't catch up with the meditation progress of wizard apprentices with 4th and 5th level qualifications. To improve mental power, the only way Renault can think of is to use potions to improve mental power. Renault asked Mozant about the potion formula for improving mental power. Mozant did have one, but the formula of the mental power potion was expensive, and the price of the materials was also very expensive, and it was also difficult to configure. It was not something Renault could afford at the moment. So Renault was more eager to exchange the potion he had hidden for magic stones, and he also wanted to try his luck at the wizard market to see if he could find the formula for the potion to improve mental power. If it really doesn't work, Renault can only ask for help from Teacher Klein. Although Renault is Teacher Klein's direct disciple, Teacher Klein obviously pays more attention to Ziana and Mark. Moreover, wizards pay the most attention to equal exchange, even for direct disciples. Renault doesn't want to attract too much attention from the academy, so he has been asking Teacher Klein about mental potions. If Renault wants to go to the wizard market, he must first find out the situation outside the academy, so Renault came to the mission center today and prepared to take a field mission first to understand the external situation of the academy and test his witchcraft in actual combat. As soon as Renault arrived at the mission center, he met an acquaintance, Leon. Leon saw Renault greet him enthusiastically and said familiarly, "Long time no see." "Renault, why are you in the mission center?" Lion, a pure elemental wizard, began to frequently accept various tasks after mastering witchcraft. And Renault has been staying in the wizard academy to make potions, so naturally he rarely encounters him. Lion is still the same as before, sunny and handsome, but his eyes are slightly dark. Renault has seen through the chip scan that Lion's body is actually a little weak. Renault couldn't help but secretly think of what Parker once said, that Lion's mentor is very interested in young men. Thinking back to when Renault and his friends first came to the Crow's Nest, Lion's 4th level qualifications could directly become a direct disciple, perhaps it was really related to his appearance. Renault still smiled on the surface and responded, "Long time no see, Leon, I want to accept the task." "Accept the task? As a pharmacist, do you still need to accept the task to earn magic stones?" Leon asked curiously. Renault patiently explained, "It's too boring to make potions all the time, and I have recently mastered a witchcraft, and I want to go out and try the power of witchcraft." The average level of wizard apprentices in Renault's class is now to master a level 0 witchcraft. Disciples like Leon have mastered at least 2 level 0 witchcraft. As a potion apprentice, it is normal for Renault to master a witchcraft. Hearing Renault's words, Leon asked happily, "Renault, we just accepted a field collection task, and we are short of one person. Do you want to go with us?" Renault knew that Leon and Anna had gathered wizard apprentices from the West Coast to form a daily task team, and they often went out to perform tasks together. Leon was the captain of the team, and Anna was the deputy captain, and Anna had already confirmed a romantic relationship with Leon. When Parker heard the news, he was struck by lightning and cried to Renault for a whole day. But Parker still never gave up pursuing Anna. Parker said that he had a hunch that Anna would be with him in the end. Faced with Leon's enthusiastic invitation, Renault did not refuse. After all, it was much better to perform tasks with a group of relatively familiar and trustworthy people than with strangers. Leon introduced the content of this patrol mission to Renault in detail, which was to collect purple cloud mushrooms outside the academy. Purple cloud mushrooms are a kind of medicinal material with toxins. Its appearance is the same as ordinary shiitake mushrooms, but it has purple cloud patterns on it, so it is called purple cloud mushrooms. Purple cloud mushrooms have a fixed growth area outside the academy, but this area is also the activity range of the extraordinary creature purple-tailed rabbits. Purple-tailed rabbits feed on purple cloud mushrooms and have strong territoriality. They do not allow wizard apprentices to collect their rations at will. Therefore, the biggest obstacle to this collection mission is probably these purple-tailed rabbits. After listening to the content of the task, Renault said he had no objection, and agreed with Leon on the time and place to meet, and then they separated. Renault continued to walk around the task center, while Leon hurriedly left. He was going to inform others about the task information. The next morning, Renault arrived at the place agreed with Leon on time with his apprentice backpack. Leon, Anna, Orosa and Baker also arrived at the agreed place on time. The few people were familiar with each other, and without too much greetings, they left the Crow's Nest Academy together and went to the area where the purple cloud mushrooms grew. Renault scanned the 4 people with a chip. Leon, as a direct disciple with 4th-class qualifications, also had the highest mental power among the 4, reaching 5.1 points. Anna was second with a mental power of 4.9 points, and Baker was 4.4 points. As for Orosa, who only had 2nd-class qualifications, his current mental power value was only 4.1, which was just reaching the level of an intermediate wizard apprentice. What is worth Renault's attention is that Baker, who lost an arm, now has an arm, but it is hidden under the white wizard robe. On the surface, there is no difference except that the movements are a little uncoordinated. But Renault's chip detected slight radiation on Baker's arm. It must have been transformed by witchcraft that gave him another arm. In the wizard world, losing an arm is nothing at all, but it may gain stronger power. According to the chip's detection and evaluation, Baker's danger level is only lower than Leon. After the 5 people left the Crow's Nest Academy, they became cautious when entering the Black Forest and maintained a relatively safe formation. Leon walked in front and led the way, followed by Anna, Orosa and Renault in the middle, and at the back was Baker, who had become a little taciturn, who was responsible for the rear. The Black Forest is very large, surrounding the entire Crow's Nest in the center, and the resources inside are also rich. There are many resource points designated by the Crow's Nest Academy, and the purple cloud mushroom growth area that Renault and his team are going to is one of them. The Black Forest where the Crow's Nest is located is not an ordinary forest. It is full of low-level supernatural creatures. Every year, most of the apprentices who die in the Crow's Nest die while performing missions in the Black Forest. Therefore, one must always be careful in the Black Forest. Suddenly, Renault felt like he was being watched, and the chip's prompt sounded at the same time. Ding! A supernatural creature is detected approaching, with a medium risk rating. It is somewhat dangerous, and the subject is advised to respond with caution. Renault looked in the direction of the chip prompt, and saw a crow with red eyes as big as an eagle, staring at them motionlessly with its head tilted. This is the most common supernatural creature in the Black Forest, the red-eyed crow. As the name suggests, the crow's nest is the crow's nest. The crow's nest is the habitat of the death raven. Although the red-eyed crow also likes to stay near the crow's nest, it has no blood relationship with the death raven. The red-eyed crow even exists as food for the death raven. The strength of the red-eyed crow is generally only that of an intermediate wizard apprentice. It is completely incomparable to the death raven, which has the strength of a formal wizard after adulthood. Lion and the others noticed Renault's abnormality and became alert. Then they followed Renault's gaze and found the red-eyed crow standing on the tree. Lion and the others did not show any panic. For them who often perform field missions, red-eyed crows are nothing new. They have 5 intermediate wizard apprentices, and they don't have to worry about a red-eyed crow with the strength of an intermediate wizard apprentice. Lion was a little surprised at Renault's keen perception, because usually they can only detect the existence of red-eyed crows at close range, and even have the experience of being attacked by red-eyed crows. Renaud discovered the existence of red-eyed crows from a long distance. However, when facing extraordinary creatures, you must never take it lightly, because the advantage of extraordinary creatures lies in their strong physical strength and speed. Although the physical fitness of the wizard apprentice has long surpassed that of ordinary people after being nourished by magic, and his lifespan can be twice that of ordinary people, he is still equivalent to a fragile wizard for extraordinary creatures and poses no threat. The advantage of the wizard apprentice lies in his strong mental power, clever mind, and weird witchcraft. The body of the wizard apprentice has been nourished by magic, which is a rare delicacy for carnivorous extraordinary creatures. So when extraordinary creatures meet wizard apprentices, it is just like a hunter seeing prey. When the red-eyed crow saw that he had been discovered by the wizard apprentice, he directly spread his 1-meter-long wings and rushed towards Renaud and others. Lion and his friends were not panicked at all. Obviously, they had dealt with this situation many times. Lion stood in front and chanted a spell, and a light green shield composed of wind elements appeared in front of him. It was the level 0 witchcraft wind shield technique. Obviously, Lion was a wizard apprentice with wind elements. Anna, who was next to Renaud, also had magic power surging, and was obviously preparing witchcraft. Orosa and Baker did not make any moves at all, but just carefully observed the surroundings. Renaud was relieved when he saw their tacit cooperation, and silently used the chip to monitor the surroundings at all times. The red-eyed crow hit the wind shield head-on, and the red-eyed crow was directly knocked out by the wind shield by the recoil force, and the wind shield also reached its limit and dissipated instantly. Lion, who was standing behind the wind shield, was also shocked by the recoil force and sat on the ground. According to the chip detection, the impact force of the red-eyed crow's collision reached 4 degrees, and Lion's wind shield defense force was also 4 degrees, which offset each other. Anna seized the opportunity, and the magic power surged on her body. A small fireball condensed in Anna's hand, which was the fire-type 0-level witchcraft fireball. Then Anna quickly threw the fireball at the red-eyed crow, and the feathers on the red-eyed crow instantly burned, and it screamed in pain. The power of the fireball reached 5 degrees under the detection of the chip, directly igniting the red-eyed crow with only 4 points of physical fitness. When the flames dissipated, only the stench of burning protein remained in the air. The red-eyed crow turned into ashes, and only a bird beak with a metallic texture remained in the ashes. This is also the only valuable part of the red-eyed crow, which can be exchanged for a magic stone. Lion stepped forward and put away the bird beak, preparing to distribute it uniformly after the task was completed. Naturally, everyone had no objection. The 5 people continued to go to the growth area of the purple cloud mushroom. In the middle, they encountered several attacks from extraordinary creatures. Renaud always discovered them in time, and the 5 people dealt with them quite easily. Anna, who was anxious in character, couldn't help but ask curiously, "Renaud, how can you always discover the attacks of extraordinary creatures in advance?" Hearing Anna's question, others also focused their attention on Renaud. Obviously, they were also very curious, but Anna couldn't hide her thoughts and asked first. Renaud couldn't tell them about the existence of the chip, so he could only make up an excuse and said, "This may come from the pharmacist's intuition. You know, we pharmacists usually come into contact with a lot of extraordinary materials, many of which come from extraordinary creatures, so I am very sensitive to extraordinary creatures and can discover them in advance." Hearing Renaud's answer, Lion and the other 4 all showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Obviously, they didn't know much about pharmacists, and they had no doubts about Renaud's explanation. It was nighttime, and Renaud and others still didn't reach the growth area of the purple cloud mushroom. The growth area of the purple cloud mushroom was indeed some distance away from the Crow's Nest Academy. According to the speed of Renaud and others, it would take at least tomorrow noon to arrive. Now they can only rest in place, because the Black Forest at night is more dangerous. Lion led everyone to choose a relatively safe area based on past experience and set up a tent. There were 5 of them in total, 4 men and 1 woman, so they set up 3 tents. 2 boys shared a room, and Anna, the only girl, had a room by herself. Building a tent was very simple for these wizard apprentices. Leon took out 3 black seeds and planted them in the ground at an equilateral triangle. As soon as the seeds entered the ground, they took root and sprouted instantly, growing thick black vines, and finally entwined into a tent in the air. The name of this seed is the weaving vine. It only needs to inject magic power into the seed, and it can quickly grow vines and weave into a tent. Moreover, this seed can be recycled and reused, so the weaving vine is very popular among wizards who go out and it can be said to be a must-have for home travel. Leon took out yellow powder and sprinkled it around the area where they set up the tent. Most of the extraordinary creatures that are active at night rely on smell to find prey. And this yellow powder can well block the smell of Renault and others, which undoubtedly plays a good concealment role. Anna ran to the periphery of the tent area and set up several element traps. Once a creature touches it, Anna can know it immediately. After everyone finished the arrangement, they sat in front of the tent and had dinner together. Their dinner was simple. They all took out a white steamed bun the same size as a Ruggiamo and ate it with big mouthfuls, but there was nothing in the white steamed bun. This white steamed bun was specially made by Crow's Nest for taking out. First of all, this white steamed bun would not emit any smell, so as not to attract extraordinary creatures. Then the ingredients of this white steamed bun are mixed with the flesh and blood of extraordinary creatures, but the amount is relatively small, but it can help the eater quickly replenish physical strength. For a growing teenager like Renault, one white steamed bun is enough to fill him up and maintain his physical strength for a day's activities. However, the taste of this white steamed bun is really unsatisfactory, so only when carrying out tasks in the wild will people buy and eat it. After eating the white steamed bun, Leon suggested that the 4 boys take turns to keep watch, while Anna can sleep peacefully. The 4 boys naturally had no objection. Then Leon allocated tents again, one for Renault and Baker, and one for Leon and Arosa. Renault and Baker kept watch in the first half of the night, and Leon and Arosa in the second half of the night. Renault took the lead in keeping watch, and the others entered the tent and prepared to sleep. Keeping watch is very easy for Renault, because there is a chip monitoring the surroundings in real time, and Renault himself does not need to do anything. Renault kept watch for 3 hours, then woke up Baker and went to sleep in the tent. Renault's first night in the Black Forest passed peacefully, and nothing happened. But Renault saw Leon in the morning, who looked a little unnatural. Leon was hiding something, and there seemed to be a red slap mark on his face. During the day, Renault and his team continued to head to the growth area of the purple cloud mushroom, but the atmosphere of this temporary team became a little weird. Lion walked in front with his head down, obviously unhappy, while Anna next to Renault looked a little angry, and Baker and Arosa looked as if they were used to it. Renault retrieved the chip records and found out what happened last night. It turned out that Lion took advantage of the gap between the night watch and the others fell asleep to touch Anna's tent. The final result was that he was discovered by Anna and slapped. Renault didn't expect Lion to do such a thing secretly, but for this relatively open Western world, such things between lovers are very common, but Anna obviously doesn't accept it. Renault belongs to the traditional Eastern thought, and naturally doesn't like Lion's behavior. The group seemed to talk less, and finally walked for another half a day and walked to the growth area of the purple cloud mushroom. The humidity in this area is obviously higher, and the air is filled with a faint purple mist. According to the chip scan, the purple mist contains hallucinogenic toxins, which are released by the purple cloud mushroom. This is the means by which the purple cloud mushroom protects itself and hunts prey. Many creatures that are unable to resist toxins will never get out of the area where the purple cloud mushroom grows and become nutrients for the purple cloud mushroom. The extraordinary creature that can live freely in the purple cloud mushroom growth area is the purple-tailed rabbit. The purple-tailed rabbit is a huge gray rabbit with a purple tail. They are immune to the toxins of the purple cloud mushroom and have a symbiotic relationship with the purple cloud mushroom. Whenever a creature is attracted by the purple cloud mushroom, the purple-tailed rabbit will take the opportunity to attack, and finally become the food of the purple-tailed rabbit and the nutrients of the purple cloud mushroom. Lion stopped in front of the purple mist, took out 5 protective masks and 5 pairs of gloves, and distributed them to everyone. The protective mask is to resist the purple poisonous fog in the air, and the gloves are to facilitate the picking of the purple cloud mushroom. The purple cloud mushroom not only releases poisonous fog, it is also highly toxic, and physical contact will also cause poisoning. Pharmacists like Renault are very familiar with purple cloud mushrooms. When they handle toxic materials such as purple cloud mushrooms, they will not directly touch them, but use spiritual hands to handle them. Spiritual hands are a simple application of spiritual power, which can condense spiritual power into a pair of transparent hands, just like one's own hands. Spiritual hands are a skill that pharmacists often use in daily life. But in the wild, it is more appropriate to pick purple cloud mushrooms directly with hands, because there are dangers in the wild at any time, and you must always be vigilant, and the spiritual power naturally cannot be distracted to use spiritual hands. After the 5 people were equipped, they began to act separately. The growth area of purple cloud mushrooms is very large, and the efficiency of 5 people searching separately is obviously higher. But the danger to be faced is also greater. Fortunately, the attack power of the purple-tailed rabbit is not strong, otherwise Renault and others would not dare to act separately. Renault's chip has already scanned this area and drawn a detailed map, with the location of the purple cloud mushroom marked with purple dots on the map. It was just that due to the existence of the extraordinary power of purple mist, the scanning range of the chip was reduced a lot. The rough scanning range was only 500 meters, and the precise scanning range was 100 meters, which was directly reduced by more than half. But this was enough for Renault to seize the initiative. The chip planned the best route, and Renault set off. The others also chose a direction and set off. The goal of this mission was 30 purple cloud mushrooms. The value of one purple cloud mushroom was one magic stone, which was also a very valuable resource. Renault and his team had a total of 5 people. In the end, only 6 purple cloud mushrooms were needed for each person to complete the mission, and the rest were their own. So how many magic stones you can earn depends on your personal ability. The size of purple cloud mushrooms is similar to that of ordinary mushrooms. They are very small and not densely distributed, so they are not as easy to pick as imagined. Renault had the chip to assist in carpet scanning, which naturally saved a lot of trouble. The 5 people soon separated. Renault walked to the marked location according to the guidance of the chip. Soon he saw the ground slightly raised, and a small purple umbrella bag emerged from it. This was the purple cloud mushroom. Renault carefully dug up the soil and pulled out the purple cloud mushroom. The umbrella bag above the purple cloud mushroom was purple, and the bottom was pure white. Renault took out the box he had prepared in advance and put the purple cloud mushroom in it. The first purple cloud mushroom was collected. This was Renault's first time to go out to collect extraordinary materials. He felt like picking up treasures. After all, this was equivalent to a magic stone. Then Renault quickly found the second, third, and fourth according to the guidance of the chip. Just when Renault walked to the location of the 5th purple cloud mushroom, the red warning sound of the chip sounded. Ding! It is detected that there is an extraordinary creature approaching rapidly. It is recommended that the subject take precautions. Danger level, low. A red dot in front of Renault was approaching Renault rapidly from a position of 500 meters. Renault knew that this should be the purple-tailed rabbit. The strength of the purple-tailed rabbit is probably between the strength of a low-level wizard apprentice and an intermediate wizard apprentice, and the purple-tailed rabbit's attack power is not strong. What it is powerful about is its own speed. Therefore, the danger level of the purple-tailed rabbit is only low, and it basically poses no threat to Renault. This purple-tailed rabbit ran very fast and silently. It went behind Renault, jumped up instantly, showing its purple front teeth, and bit Renault hard. The purple teeth are very sharp and poisonous. If bitten, the wizard apprentice will lose his ability to move. The purple-tailed rabbit found a good angle, but unfortunately it encountered Renault with the help of a chip. The chip had already calculated the attack route of the purple-tailed rabbit. An ice cone appeared accurately in the direction of the purple-tailed rabbit's jump. The ice cone instantly pierced the purple-tailed rabbit. The purple-tailed rabbit fell directly to the ground and lost its life after struggling for a few times. Renault was a little confused. According to the knowledge learned from the School of All Things, this kind of purple-tailed rabbit has weak combat power and appears in groups. Why is there only one this time? Just when Renault was still wondering, the chip's prompt sounded again, and 3 red dots immediately appeared in front of Renault, approaching rapidly. It seems that the first one is just a vanguard, and the rest are the main force of the attack. But this extraordinary creature that is good at speed and has weak attack and defense power is easy for Renault with a chip to deal with. The chip can easily record the trajectory of the purple-tailed rabbits. Renault only needs to prepare witchcraft on the trajectory. After a while, there were 4 more purple-tailed rabbit corpses on the ground. Renault also relaxed, took out a tube of blue basic magic recovery potion, and drank it in one breath. Killing these 4 purple-tailed rabbits almost exhausted Renault's magic and mental power, so Renault directly used the basic magic recovery potion he configured to restore his magic and mental power as soon as possible. Fortunately, there were only these 4 purple-tailed rabbits in this group, otherwise Renault could only use potions to attack, and his mental power could not hold on at all. Renault took a break and took off the front teeth of the 4 purple-tailed rabbits. The most valuable thing about the purple-tailed rabbit is the fangs, but the value is not too great. These 4 are almost exchanged for a magic stone. The fur of the purple-tailed rabbit is also good, especially the purple tail is very unique, but it is of no use to wizards. The meat of the purple-tailed rabbit is also good, tender, and has no toxins, which is also good for the body of wizard apprentices. Renault froze the bodies of the 4 purple-tailed rabbits with ice, then released the witchcraft shadow servant, turned his shadow into a servant and took the body with him, and then went to collect the next purple cloud mushroom. The purpose of freezing the body is to keep it fresh and to prevent the blood smell from spreading, so as not to attract stronger extraordinary creatures. In one afternoon, Renault was very efficient and directly collected 36 purple cloud mushrooms. In the middle, he encountered an encirclement and attack by 10 purple-tailed rabbits, which he solved with a tube of explosive potion. A tube of explosive potion is worth 8 magic stones, which is equivalent to the power of the explosive fireball of level 0 witchcraft. The explosive fireball is a kind of 0-level witchcraft with a high attack power, reaching 8 degrees. Only pharmacists like Renault are willing to use explosive potions to deal with this group of purple-tailed rabbits. Seeing that the weather was getting darker, Renault no longer lingered and directly withdrew from the area filled with purple mist and gathered with Leon and others. The Black Forest at night was too dangerous. Renault and his intermediate wizard apprentices did not dare to act alone, so they could only keep warm together. Renault and his 5 people chose a relatively safe area and prepared to spend a night before returning to the Crow's Nest Academy. The 5 people set up a temporary base and sat together while eating white steamed buns and chatting. Everyone's harvest was similar. Leon collected 12 purple cloud mushrooms, Anna 13, Baker 15, and Orosa only 8. And Orosa was the most embarrassed among the crowd. Baker was the most, which was not surprising to everyone, because Baker was a wizard apprentice with plant attributes, and his ability to sense the purple cloud mushroom, which was also a plant, must be stronger. Renault did not tell the truth, but only said that he had 13 materials. After all, as a pharmacist, collecting purple cloud mushrooms was naturally a piece of cake, but he could not be too outstanding, so as not to cause unwarranted suspicion. Today's collection of purple cloud mushrooms has reached the limit of collection. If too much is collected, the purple-tailed rabbits will unite to protect the purple cloud mushrooms. At that time, these apprentices who have just reached the strength of intermediate wizard apprentices will not be able to safely walk out of the purple cloud mushroom growth area. So, today's collection is completed, and tomorrow we will return directly to the Crow's Nest Academy. Renault touched his nose and thought, no wonder I encounter more and more purple-tailed rabbits. It turns out that I have collected too much and touched the limit of the purple-tailed rabbit's endurance. What Renault and others did not notice was that while they were talking, a black insect with a weird appearance was quietly lying on the tree next to them. Suddenly, Renault's pupils shrank suddenly, a dazzling red light appeared on the chip, and a dangerous warning sounded. Ding! A dangerous target is detected approaching, suspected to be an alien wizard apprentice. The target is a peak apprentice. The danger level is high. It is recommended that the subject stay away immediately. Renault stood up instantly and summoned the ice element to freeze the strange black bug on the tree. According to the chip's prompt, this black bug has a close connection with the approaching peak apprentice, so Renault killed the bug immediately. Renault's strange behavior surprised the other 4 people. Leon asked curiously, "What's wrong, Renault?" Renault replied nervously, "Someone is coming, very strong, very dangerous." Hearing Renault's words, the 4 people all became nervous and faced the direction Renault was facing, ready for battle. A black shadow appeared from the front and slowly approached Renault and the other 5. Renault released a light spell, and a light source rose from Renault's hand into the air. Only then did everyone see the person clearly. There was only one person, hiding under a black cloak, revealing extremely pale skin, bloodless, very scary. He dared to walk alone in the Black Forest at night. This person must be extraordinary. Moreover, everyone did not feel the breath of the Crow's Nest mark. Obviously, this was an alien invader. Looking at the 5 people who were on high alert, the invader let out a creepy laugh and slowly approached while speaking. "Not bad. It seems that some of you have a keen sense of perception, but how are you going to compensate for killing my little baby? Hand over all the valuables on you, and then take me to the Crow's Nest Academy, and I may consider letting you go." He. Lion stood in the front and shouted with courage, "Who are you? How dare you invade my Crow's Nest territory? Aren't you afraid of our Crow's Nest's revenge?" The 4 people behind Lion were discussing quietly. Orosa whispered, "This person is not simple at first glance. How about we run?" Renault said calmly with a livid face, "I can't run away, I can only fight." From the perspective of the chip, Renault was surrounded by the black bugs just now. These black bugs are like black ants, with sharp jaws that look sharp with a metallic luster and a pair of transparent wings that can flap quickly. These bugs rely on these wings to quickly surround Renault and the other 5. The intruder said nonchalantly, "If I were afraid of the crow's nest, I wouldn't have come. Since you don't want to be obedient, let my babies teach you to be obedient. Anyway, I only need to leave one alive and take me to the crow's nest." Jia jia jia. As soon as the intruder finished speaking, there were countless rustling sounds around Renault and the others. I saw black bugs flying in the air, instantly surrounding all 5 people. Then these insects turned into black torrents and attacked the 5 people. Faced with this all-round attack, the 5 people could only fight independently without any reservations. At this time, the only way to survive is to fight hard. Leon first used the wind shield technique to form a fully surrounding green wind shield around himself to prevent himself from being bitten by bugs, and then waved his hand to release green wind blades to attack the bugs. It's just that the wind blade is also biased towards single target attacks, and the damage effect on these bugs is not good. And Anna has the affinity with fire, so she can deal with these swarms of insects with ease. Anna did not learn the defensive witchcraft of the fire system. She could only use magic power to mobilize the fire element to float around her body to resist the damage of insects. Fortunately, the fire element had a very good killing effect on these bugs. No bugs could get close to Anna. Then Anna threw out fireballs one after another. The fireballs exploded in the black torrent, causing great damage to these bugs. However, these bugs seemed to be endless. After Anna killed one, another one quickly rushed over. It was relatively easy for Renault to face this group of bugs. Renault did not choose the ice witchcraft he had mastered. Only the witchcraft Frostfall was more suitable to deal with this situation, but Renault did not want to expose too much. So Renault took out a purple potion from his backpack and threw it directly on the ground. A circle of purple poisonous mist appeared around Renault. This is the highly toxic potion prepared by Renault himself. Renault has already drank the corresponding antidote in advance. The poisonous mist formed around Renault by this highly toxic potion has become Renault's protective umbrella. All bugs that rush into it are poisoned. It turned purple, fell to the ground, twitched a few times and died. Then Renault threw an explosive agent at the place where the insect swarm was densely populated. The violent explosion blasted a large hole in the ground. The effect was very obvious, and many insects were directly killed. Renault's behavior successfully attracted the attention of the mysterious intruder. The intruder narrowed his eyes and murmured, "There is actually a pharmacist. Not bad. You can keep him and take him back to prepare medicine for me." Jia jia jia. Renault was attacking while observing and looking for opportunities to escape. Obviously it was impossible to defeat the peak apprentice, so he could only look for opportunities to escape. Although I am the easiest at the moment, the potion will always run out, so I must think of a way to escape as soon as possible. But Baker's response method was the most surprising. Baker showed his right arm that was covered with bandages and took off the bandage. I saw that Baker's right arm was no longer a normal human arm, but an arm as thick as a tree trunk with green vines wrapped around it. Obviously, Baker's right arm was an arm transplanted by witchcraft. As the bandage was untied, Baker injected magic power into the arm, and the arm became thicker. The vines wrapped around the arm gradually spread, covering Baker's whole body, forming a vine armor. Baker's wooden arm swung towards the sea of insects, but the damage caused was limited, but the armor could temporarily defend against the bites of the insects. Baker's arm was transplanted from the ancient war tree to his body through witchcraft experiments by his mentor, but this arm has big drawbacks. Looking at Orosa, it is quite difficult to deal with insects. Orosa only masters a single attack type of witchcraft acid shot. Although it is powerful, it has very limited lethality against swarms of insects. Orosa had no spare energy to mobilize the elements to protect herself, and was soon surrounded by insects, crawling all over her body. Then came the screams of Orosa, the teeth-searing chewing sounds of the insects, and the horrifying laughter of the intruder, jia jia jia. At this time, everyone else was unable to protect themselves, and no one could help Orosa. After a while, Orosa's screams disappeared, and it was obvious that Orosa was dead. After a while, the swarm of insects dispersed, and Orosa's clothes fell to the ground, revealing only the stark white bones. These insects gnawed Orosa until only the bones were left. Seeing such a horrific scene, Anna couldn't help but scream and attack the surrounding insects crazily. When Baker saw Orosa's tragic death, his eyes instantly turned red. The vines on Baker's body began to reveal blood red, and the arms of the ancient war tree also turned red. This is the disadvantage of transplanting the arm of the ancient war tree. Extraordinary creatures like the ancient war tree are easily agitated and become bloodthirsty. In this state, the physical fitness will be greatly improved, but the mind will be lost. Baker is now equivalent to a red tree man. According to the detection of the Renault chip, the will of the ancient war tree is gradually occupying Baker's will. If Baker's will is completely occupied, he will completely turn into a tree man. At this time, Baker's eyes were already red, and he had obviously lost his self-awareness. However, through the detection of the chip, the strength of Baker's vine armor has reached 8 degrees, exceeding the highest level that an intermediate wizard apprentice can achieve. Baker rushed directly towards the mysterious intruder. The mysterious intruder was also surprised. He did not expect that Baker's ability had improved so much. Although the senior wizard apprentice cannot yet pose a threat to him, it can still cause some trouble. Swarms of insects rushed towards Baker, trying to intercept him, but for Baker in a blood rage state, they only became angrier. Baker directly broke through the blockade of the insect swarm, came to the intruder, and slapped the intruder with one claw. It was this opportunity that Renault was looking for, and this was the only time the 5 of them posed a threat to the invaders. Renault was about to take the opportunity to escape, but unexpectedly an accident happened. Renault naturally knew that even Baker in this state could not pose a real threat to the intruder, but he only needed to distract the intruder. Unexpectedly, with Baker's angry blow, the intruder turned into a swarm of bugs. Baker only slapped a few bugs to death, and nothing else happened. On the contrary, the bugs in front of Renault began to gather slowly, and finally gathered into a human shape, taking on the appearance of an intruder. Baker completely lost his goal and just kept angrily swatting the surrounding bugs in front of him. Obviously, Parker has no use now. Renault looked at the intruder who appeared in front of him, and his heart was unavoidable. He did not expect that this intruder would change his body into a bug. And the current target of this intruder is obviously Renault himself. Renault reached into his quilt and touched his potion, preparing to make a desperate move. At this time, all we can do is fight. Suddenly, Renault seemed to have noticed something, and took his hand out of his backpack, looking at the intruder in front of him calmly. I saw a flaming arrow shot at the intruder from a distance. The intruder did not expect that someone would come again. Facing the attack of the flaming arrow, the intruder turned into a bug again. The flaming arrow shot to the range where the intruder had just stood, and directly produced a huge explosion, and groups of bugs died in it. Renault looked at the damage caused by the flaming arrow in shock. According to the detection of the chip, the attack of this flaming arrow has reached 9 degrees, the limit of the wizard apprentice. I saw a figure that Renault was very familiar with walking out of the woods. It was the red-haired Ziana. Ziana also exuded the aura of a peak apprentice, and behind her were 2 senior wizard apprentices. Ziana said angrily to the intruder who had condensed his body again on the side, "Evil insect Morix, you are so brave that you dare to invade my crow's nest. Do you think that our crow's nest law enforcers do not exist?" Morix looked at Sienna in front of him and said, "It was discovered so quickly. It seems that the defense system of Crow's Nest is pretty good. You are Sienna, the witch of Crow's Nest. Then let me try to see if the peak apprentice of Crow's Nest is worthy of your name." Jia jia jia. Morix let out a weird laugh, and then manipulated the surrounding evil insects gathered into many black torrents and attacked Sienna. Sienna looked at Renault and the others and said, "You guys stand back, the battle here is not something you can participate in." At this time, the evil insects that attacked Renault and the others had already been mobilized by Morix to attack Sienna. Facing Sienna at the same level, Morix naturally did not dare to be careless and had to deal with it with all his strength. So Renault and the others are relatively safe at the moment. When they heard Sienna's words, they quickly and decisively ran behind Sienna. Seeing that Renault was far away, Sienna no longer had any worries. She looked at the swarm of insects attacking her and said disdainfully, "Oh, just these insects can hurt me." After Sienna finished speaking, she opened her mouth and continuously spit out black smoke from her mouth to surround the swarm of insects. The insects entered the black smoke and were a little overwhelmed at first, but they did not feel any harm and continued to fly towards Sienna. Sienna smiled disdainfully, bit her silver teeth lightly, and a ray of fire appeared from Sienna's mouth and passed into the black mist. The black mist suddenly burst into flames, and the originally harmless black mist turned into extremely high-temperature ashes. A black evil insect surrounded by black mist was directly burned to death by the ashes and turned into ashes. This is Sienna's range attack level 0 Witchcraft Ember Burn. The attack effect of ash burning was very obvious. In such a short time, most of Morix's bugs had died. Morix's face was ashen. These bugs were the hard work he had accumulated over the past few years and were his most important treasures. Unexpectedly, Sienna killed most of them directly. At this moment, Morix felt his heart bleeding, and he was already full of hatred for Sienna. While everyone was marveling at the power of Sienna's witchcraft, a purple scorpion-like bug secretly crawled from Morix's body to the ground and disappeared in an instant. What Morix would not have expected is that although this bug escaped everyone's eyes, it could not escape the all-round scanning of the chip. The chip has discovered this special bug. Under the surveillance of the chip, this scorpion-like purple evil bug has appeared at Sienna's feet, ready to attack at any time. Sienna mocked Morix arrogantly. What, the rumored terrible evil insect Morix, is this all he is capable of? It seems that this rumor is very full of water. Listening to Sienna's ridicule, the purple evil insect hiding in the ground could no longer hold it any longer. He showed off his poisonous tail needle and rushed out to teach Sienna a harsh lesson. Just before the purple bugs rushed out of the ground, Renaud loudly reminded Sienna, "Senior Sienna, be careful on the ground. There are bugs." Renaud's reminder made Sienna instantly notice the purple evil insect that had rushed out of the ground and was about to pierce her. But at this time, the witchcraft was obviously too late, and Morix had a cold smile on his face. This scorpion-like purple evil insect is a highly poisonous insect carefully cultivated by Morix. Even a peak apprentice will be poisoned and die if he is stung by such an insect. There is no antidote at all. Moreover, this kind of evil insect is very good at lurking and is very fast. It can be said to be Morix's trump card. It's just that this kind of evil insect is difficult to cultivate, and Morix has only cultivated 3 such evil insects now. Sienna also knew that it was too late for witchcraft at this time. She directly touched a white crystal necklace hanging on her chest and injected magic power into it. I saw a transparent shield completely wrapping Sienna in it, protecting her from all sides. Looking at this white crystal necklace chip, I directly retrieved its basic information. The basic witchcraft, the heart of the guardian, can form an all-round protective shield to resist all attacks. The intensity of the attacks it can withstand is the same as the magic power output by the user. Related, it can withstand attacks up to 9 degrees. Obviously, this magic weapon is the strongest basic defensive magic weapon. Sienna once told Renaud that the crystal necklace around her neck was Klein's special 18th birthday gift to Sienna. I didn't expect that this birthday gift would be such a powerful defensive magic weapon, and Renaud couldn't help but be a little envious. But then again, how could Sienna, who has a pair of official wizard parents, not have any trump cards and witchcraft weapons? Morix's poisonous evil insect directly hit the transparent shield and was bounced aside. Sienna's eyes widened angrily, and she directly summoned a fireball to hit the poisonous evil insect. This highly poisonous evil insect was instantly blown away to ashes. This is also the biggest weakness of the poisonous evil insect, which is that its defense is very poor, so it was directly blown up by a fireball spell without leaving any ash. Morix saw that the poisonous evil insect he had worked so hard to cultivate was killed so easily. Suddenly his body trembled with anger, and he had already lost his mind. For people like Morix who transformed their bodies into evil insects, their hearts are naturally a little twisted. At this time, Morix could no longer suppress his anger and began to lose his mind. Morix transformed himself into an evil insect, but lost the rationality of a wizard. This behavior was totally unworthy in Renaud's opinion. A wizard is a profession that uses knowledge to gain power. A qualified wizard will not be affected by his emotions. Morix no longer held back. He directly transformed himself into countless evil insects, and then gathered all the evil insects together to form a huge insect ball. Morix's angry voice came from the huge insect ball. "Sienna, I want you to be buried with my babies." Then the huge insect ball crashed towards Sienna. Obviously, Morix had lost his rationality at this time and was going to fight desperately. Which Sienna was not afraid at all. She shouted loudly, "Come on!" Then she chanted the spell and prepared to release the witchcraft. Fulemu, Timus. As the spell was chanted, a fiery red vortex condensed from flames formed in front of Sienna. The temperature around her also rose rapidly, and the air was distorted. Sweat also appeared on Sienna's forehead. It was obvious that even Sienna, a peak apprentice, had a hard time releasing this sorcery. In Renaud's eyes, this flame vortex had reached the power of 9 degrees, which was the highest damage intensity that a wizard apprentice could cause. Sienna manipulated the flame vortex to directly hit the huge evil insect ball head-on. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and a cloud of smoke filled the air. After the smoke and dust dissipated, the huge evil insect ball had completely disappeared, leaving only some charred evil insect corpses scattered on the ground. More evil insect corpses had already been burned to ashes by Sienna's flames. At this time, there is no longer any living evil insect here. One of the two senior wizard apprentices behind Sienna asked curiously, Lady Sienna, has the evil insect Morix been killed? Sienna shook her head and said, how can the evil insect Morix be killed so easily? As long as there is an evil insect, he can be resurrected. This is why he dares to come to our crow's nest alone. The mental power of the evil insect Morix can no longer be sensed nearby, but I didn't feel his death either. That guy must have been resurrected far away. After Sienna finished speaking, she looked at Renaud and the others who were approaching, thought for a moment and continued, Junior brother Renaud, just go back to the crow's nest with us. With your strength, you cannot survive in the Black Forest at night. Walking, and now the threats in the Black Forest are no longer purely supernatural beings. We need to report the situation to the college as soon as possible, so we can take you back together. The three Renauds looked at each other and nodded in agreement without hesitation. The former 5-person team now only has 3 of them left with fighting ability. Orosa has turned into a pile of bones, and Baker has been released from the blood rage state due to exhaustion of magic power, and is now unconscious on the ground. The vine armor wrapped around his body has faded away, but the woody texture has begun to show on his exposed skin. Presumably, the cells of the ancient war tree are slowly penetrating into Baker's body. Baker is likely to become a tree man in the future. Seeing Renaud and others nodding in agreement, Sienna immediately greeted everyone to set off, with Sienna walking at the front of the team. Renaud followed her closely, followed by Leon and Anna, and then the unconscious Baker who was carried by the shadow servants. At the end of the team were 2 senior wizard apprentices. Sienna originally didn't want to care about Baker. In her opinion, Baker had lost his value. The biggest possibility for Baker in the future would be to become a useless tree man, and taking Baker with him would also affect their speed of returning. So Sienna originally wanted to abandon Baker directly. Don't think Sienna is cold-blooded. The wizard's world is like this. Wizards never care about things that are worthless. The title of Sienna the Witch is not for nothing. Perhaps her gentleness is only shown when she treats the family around her. Of course, fortunately, this includes Renaud. Renaud didn't want to abandon his companions. After Renaud's plea, Sienna asked a senior wizard apprentice to summon a shadow servant to take Baker with her. If he hadn't been brought along by Sienna, it is estimated that Baker would never be able to return to the crow's nest. Leon and Anna kept their heads down and became somewhat silent. Through this experience, they truly realized the gap between themselves and the peak apprentices. Originally, they were still complacent that they had mastered 1 or 2 witchcrafts, and even formed their own small group. They were somewhat proud of being able to form an independent team to complete tasks. But when they really faced the peak apprentices, the feeling of powerlessness deeply stimulated them. If Sienna hadn't arrived, they would have turned into bones like Orosa. Renaud walked up to Sienna and asked with some curiosity, Sister, why does that evil insect dare to come to our territory of Crow's Nest? Is this kind of thing common? Sienna changed from her usual liveliness, shook her head with a serious face and said, This kind of thing is rare. Our Crow's Nest is the most powerful dark wizard academy. How dare ordinary people come to provoke? That evil insect Morix is the apprentice wizard of the Black Bone Crypt. I already have a guess as to why he dared to come, but I can't say more. Ask my father when you go back, and he will tell you the answer. After Sienna finished speaking, she continued to walk silently, and Renaud couldn't continue to ask further questions. He could only wait until he went back to ask Master Klein. In a forest 20 miles away from Crow's Nest Academy, a group of evil insects were quietly crawling on the branches. Suddenly, the group of evil insects waved their transparent wings and flew around randomly, and finally the figure of Morix was condensed. It's just a smaller version, half shorter than usual. At this time, a female wizard apprentice with sexy clothes and a hot figure slowly walked out from the side. Her body also exuded the mental fluctuations of a peak apprentice. She looked at the somewhat embarrassed Morix and taunted him in a sharp voice, Master Morix, why have you become like this? You can't do it either. I told you a long time ago, don't rush to provoke him. Crow's Nest, now I've lost my wife and lost my troops. Gia. Morix gritted his teeth and said, Valina, shut up. If you have the ability, go and find out the information. Verena said disdainfully, Of course I have my own ways, I'm not as stupid as you. After Verena finished speaking, she walked into the shadows with enchanting steps and disappeared. Morix was filled with hatred, but he did nothing. He knew that in his current state, he could not pose any threat to Verena. Morix once again transformed into a swarm of evil insects, splitting up to find prey. Morix's evil insects reproduce rapidly by constantly catching prey and laying eggs in the corpses of their prey. As long as there are enough prey, Morix's evil insects can quickly return to their previous size. Ziana led everyone to the gate of the crow's nest at noon the next day. The speed was very fast, which was mainly due to the fact that they did not encounter any attacks from extraordinary creatures along the way, even at night. In fact, Renault's chip scanned many extraordinary creatures secretly spying on Renault and his team, but these extraordinary creatures did not dare to approach at all. Extraordinary creatures are not fools. Instead, they can clearly feel the existence of danger, and the biggest danger around is Ziana, who exudes the spiritual power fluctuations of a peak apprentice. The strength of a peak apprentice is the highest strength of the extraordinary creatures in this black forest. The extraordinary creatures sensed Ziana's breath and naturally did not dare to approach. Renault and his team showed their crow marks to the Death Raven guarding the entrance of the academy and successfully returned to the academy. Renault and his 3 companions breathed a sigh of relief and felt relieved. Outside the academy, they dared not let down their guard at any time. Only when they were inside the academy were they truly safe, and naturally they were much more relaxed. Ziana said goodbye to Renault and the others and quickly went to the academic affairs office. She had to report the evil insect invasion to the academy as soon as possible. Lion took Renault, Anna, and the awake Baker to the mission center to submit the mission. Baker had woken up in the morning, and when he saw his situation, he felt like crying but had no tears. He now felt that his limbs had begun to become woody, becoming a little stiff, and his skin was gradually showing more wooden textures. He also knew that he had to find a way to solve his physical problems, otherwise he would really become a tree man. Lion first took out the apprentice backpack belonging to Orosa, which was found by Lion from Orosa's pile of bones when they left. The 6 purple cloud mushrooms collected by Orosa were still intact in it. It was obvious that the evil insects seemed to have no interest in plants, which allowed Orosa's purple cloud mushrooms to be preserved intact. Lion handed in all 6 purple cloud mushrooms of Orosa as materials required for the mission. Then Lion asked Renault and each of them to take out 6 purple cloud mushrooms as materials for handing in the mission. After that, he took the 30 purple cloud mushrooms required by the mission to the mission center to hand in the mission. Renault and the other 3 were waiting outside. Renault was keenly aware that although he and Lion had only been out for less than 3 days, the atmosphere between the apprentices seemed to be a little wrong. The apprentices who came to the mission center seemed to be in a hurry, and the flow of people in the trading area seemed to be significantly increased. The apprentices seemed to be preparing something. After a while, Lion came out of the mission center after handing in the task. He distributed 7 magic stones to each person, and then there were 2 magic stones left. Lion directly gave it to Renault, and the others had no objections. Because they knew that if it weren't for Renault, the witch would probably not be so kind to bring them all back together. These 2 purple cloud mushrooms were their thanks to Renault. Renault was not polite and took them up directly. After the magic stones were distributed, Baker left first. He must have been anxious to find a way to solve his physical problems. Renault also separated from Lion and Anna. Renault came to the trading area, ready to sell all the materials he collected in this mission, and by the way, see if he could find out any news. Renault came to Moschent's stall. When Moschent saw Renault, his eyes lit up and he said, "Renault, my friend, you are finally here. Are you going to sell potions again? Recently, the demand for basic potions has increased a lot. The price of an ordinary basic potion has increased to 6 magic stones, so I can buy your potion for 5 magic stones now." Renault said calmly, "I am not here to sell potions. I have some materials for selling purple cloud mushrooms and purple-tailed rabbits. Do you want to buy them?" Moschent was obviously stunned for a moment, and then he came back to his senses and said, Buy, why not buy, Renault, I will buy everything you sell." When Renault heard what Moschent said, he took out all the materials he got from collecting purple cloud mushrooms this time. After counting, Moschent gave Renault a total of 34 magic stones. Together with the 8 magic stones Renault got from the mission, Renault earned a total of 42 magic stones this time, and Renault was quite satisfied with it. But this is also thanks to the chip. Without the chip, Renault would not have been able to collect so many purple cloud mushrooms, so under normal circumstances, it would be good to earn 15 magic stones for this mission. However, these 42 pieces can almost offset Renault's losses. After all, Renault used several potions in this mission. The value of the explosive potion and the poisonous potion are both 8 magic stones, so Renault didn't really make much money. After the transaction was completed, Mozant whispered to Renault, "Renault, how can you go out to do the mission if you don't configure the potion well? This is the sum of the remaining materials for your group's mission. How can this be suitable for making potions? You know, the demand for potions is quite large now. Renaud replied, I have been making potions for a long time, and I also want to go out for a walk, so I took a mission. By the way, why is the demand for potions so high now, Mozant? Renaud tried to ask. Mo detective looked around and saw that there were no people around, so he approached Renaud's ear and whispered, It is said that something is going to happen that concerns all wizard apprentices, and many wizard apprentices are making preparations. I can't tell you what it is specifically, so you should ask your mentor. Renaud was speechless because he couldn't tell him again. He had to say goodbye to Mo detective and went to find Mentor Klein. Renaud came to Mentor Klein's laboratory and found that only Klein was there. Mark, who usually took charge of the laboratory, was rarely in the laboratory. Mentor Klein didn't find it strange to see Renaud coming. Klein sat on his desk and said to Renaud, Renaud, I know what you want to ask, let me answer your question. A week ago, a space gap was discovered at the junction of our Crow's Nest sphere of influence and the Blackbone Tomb sphere of influence. It is suspected to be the remains of an ancient wizard organization. And this space gap has restrictions. Currently, only apprentice-level people can enter, and formal wizards cannot enter at all. And this gap is right at the junction of the two academies. After discussion between the two sides, it was decided that the apprentices would compete for the ownership of this space gap. So yesterday the Academy decided to issue a mandatory task, requiring all apprentices to participate in the competition for the space gap. This kind of competition requires constant fighting for territory in the space gap until one side is completely expelled, and then it is considered a victory. This mandatory mission may be an opportunity for top apprentices and high-level wizard apprentices, because there are ruins of ancient wizards in that space gap, and there may be some opportunities. But this kind of mission may be a disaster for mid-level wizard apprentices and low-level wizard apprentices. Anyone may die in it. So you should have noticed that many apprentices are trying their best to arm themselves and fight for a chance to survive. Your senior brother Mark, as a genius in pharmacy, the Academy has directly arranged him to go out to perform tasks to avoid participating in mandatory tasks. But Ziana must participate because she represents the peak combat power of apprentices. Renaud, as a direct disciple, you also have the opportunity to choose. You can choose to participate in the mandatory mission, or you can choose not to participate. My advice to you is definitely not to participate. After all, you haven't really grown up yet, and it's not worth the risk. Teacher Klein said with a serious face. Renaud thought about it and felt that what Teacher Klein said was indeed reasonable. He should still develop slowly for the time being. Although there may be unexpected opportunities in the wizard ruins, his current strength is not enough to compete for it. And Renaud just needs such an opportunity to go outside to dispose of his excess potions. Renaud looked at Teacher Klein and said, Teacher, I understand. I choose not to participate. Klein nodded approvingly and said, Okay, I have applied for an outing mission for you. On behalf of Crow's Nest, you will sit in the Principality of Crotia for 3 years. The Principality of Crotia is located in the border area of our Crow's Nest and is a subsidiary principality of our Crow's Nest. Currently, the Principality of Crotia is at war with Cassida, a subsidiary principality of the Blackbone Tomb. You don't need to do anything to sit in the position, nor do you need to participate in the war. After all, this is just a struggle between ordinary people. You just need to reflect the attitude of Crow's Nest. Don't worry, I carefully selected the Principality of Crotia for you. Their king is my descendant, and the guardian wizard of the Principality of Crotia was once my student named Kalman. He can help you with some advice. Teacher Klein finished the task in one breath, and threw a metal plate with the word gram and a parchment map to Renaud and continued, This is the task certificate and the map outside. You can leave the academy with it. Go as soon as possible. The academy will probably be completely closed in 2 days. Renaud took the metal plate and the map, put them away, said goodbye to Teacher Klein respectfully, and left quickly. Renaud came directly to Parker's dormitory. Renaud was not good at socializing. In the entire Crow's Nest Academy, Parker was the only one who could be considered a true friend of Renaud. Renaud knocked on the door gently, and Parker immediately opened the door, pulled Renaud in, and then closed the door tightly. Parker saw Renaud and said proudly, Renaud, I knew it was you, my hunch was right. Parker suddenly became serious and asked, Renaud, how come you just came back? Do you know about that? What are you going to do? Renaud nodded and said, I have heard from Mentor Klein that I am not going to participate in the mandatory mission. I accepted the outbound mission from my mentor and I am ready to leave. I came here just to see how you are, Parker. Renault said to Parker. Parker said with some emotion, brothers still have to be brothers at critical moments. They can still care about me, unlike some women who don't care about me at all. Renault, don't worry, as the only prophecy wizard apprentice in Crow's Nest, I don't have to go to the battlefield. I just need to stay in Crow's Nest Academy. It's just that you are all leaving, and I will inevitably be a little bored. Parker said with a look of discomfort. Is your Anna going to the battlefield? Renault asked with some curiosity. Parker said with some worry, yes, Anna is not a new disciple yet, and she has no right to be exempted from the mandatory mission, so she can only go to the battlefield. And I lent my guardian magic weapon to Anna, I believe she will be fine. Renault didn't expect that Parker would generously lend out his guardian magic weapon for Anna, and couldn't help but ask curiously, what is the charm of Anna that makes you willing to pay so much? You know, the price of a most ordinary basic magic weapon is hundreds of magic stones, and it is hard to buy it. Parker's guardian magic weapon was specially prepared by the Academy to protect Parker, a wizard apprentice of the prophecy department. Naturally, it is the top basic magic weapon, worth at least thousands of magic stones. With this guardian magic weapon, Anna's strength can at least reach the level of a senior wizard apprentice, and it is basically no problem to ensure her safety and survival. And Parker actually gave it to Anna like this, which inevitably surprised Renault. Parker said indifferently, I am very safe in the Academy, and I don't need that magic weapon at all. Moreover, I believe that Anna will definitely be my woman in the future, so I will naturally protect her. The predictions of the prophet have always been very accurate, and Renault also believes Parker's words, but as of now, I am afraid that it will take a lot of time for Parker to make Anna his woman. Renault knew that he could not control other people's feelings, so he didn't say more. Seeing that Parker was fine, he was relieved. Renault said goodbye to Parker and prepared to pack up the things he needed to take and leave. Renault's things were not few, the most important of which were various materials and instruments for preparing potions, and some books that needed to be studied. Of course, the most important thing was the potion that Renault hid under the bed. Renault took out the wooden box under the bed, which was already filled with tubes of potions. Renault looked at the full potion and showed a look of money grubber. These are all magic stones. I'm rich. Renault couldn't help but have such thoughts in his mind. Renault took out the prepared sponge and filled the wooden box tightly to prevent the potion from being damaged on the road. Renault packed the potion materials and instruments, and packed all the necessary books. Renault packed 2 large bags of things, and finally finished packing. After meditating, Renault slept beautifully in his bed and set off early the next morning. Renault bought a carriage, put all his things in the carriage, and drove the carriage to the entrance of the college. Renault usually uses shadow servants to carry things, but this time the journey to the Principality of Croatia is still far away. It will take at least a month. It is obvious that he cannot use shadow servants all the time, so Renault decisively bought a carriage and 2 horses. These 2 horses have also been transformed and cultivated through witchcraft. They can resist the influence of the apprentice's force field, and their endurance is much stronger than ordinary horses. It's just that the lifespan of this kind of horse is very short, only 5 years from birth to death. Renault drove the carriage to the gate of Crow's Nest. A crow statue at the door opened its eyes, looked at Renault and said, now the Academy is not allowed to go out casually. Renault respectfully took out the metal plate and a piece of magic stone, and said to the crow statue, Sir, this is proof of the mission, please let me go. The crow statue picked up the magic stone and swallowed it directly. He looked at the metal plate and said, so you are a student of Klein. You can go out now. Renault temporarily left Crow's Nest College like this. Renault couldn't help but look back and felt a little emotional. In just over 3 years, I have gone from an ordinary person who just traveled through time to a wizard apprentice who has mastered extraordinary power. It does sound unreal. However, thinking that there was still a long way to go in the future, and there was still someone waiting for him, Renault's eyes became firm again, no longer nostalgic, and drove the carriage directly to leave the Crow's Nest. Renault has roughly understood the situation around Crow's Nest through the Western Continent geography he looked up in the library and the map of the influence of Mentor Klein and his Crow's Nest. Crow's Nest and 9 Rings Holy Tower are the top forces among the black and white wizards in the Western Continent. They are located in the northern center and southern center of the continent respectively. The most central area is Free City, the seat of the Western Continent Wizard Association. Above Free City, the Western Continent headquarters of Sky City is suspended. Basically, the southern part of the Western Continent is the territory of the White Wizards headed by the 9 Rings Holy Tower. There are more white wizard organizations than black wizard organizations, so their area is larger than that of the North, with richer resources and more people. The North is the Black Wizard Organization headed by Crow's Nest. Although the Black Wizard Organization occupies a relatively small area of resources, the Black Wizard may not lose to the White Wizard in a real fight. Black Wizards are more aggressive. Only in real competition can the real strong be born. So this time, when Crow's Nest and Blackbone Tomb encountered the Wizard Ruins, they would use the form of an apprentice war to fight for ownership. If this kind of thing happened in the White Wizard Organization, it would probably be that the two wizard organizations jointly explored the Wizard Ruins. This is the power division of the continent. Let's take a look at the territory division of Crow's Nest. Crow's Nest Academy is surrounded by the Black Forest. To the north of the Black Forest is a mountain range called the Karamay Mountains, which separates the Black Forest from the world of ordinary people. To the west of the Black Forest is the more terrifying Death Valley, which is said to be the place where the official wizards of Crow's Nest conduct soul experiments. It is said that ghosts and skeletons often appear there. To the east of the Black Forest is a wide river called the Sina Hill River. This river runs from north to south, almost running through the entire western continent, and is considered the mother river of the western continent. The southern part of the Black Forest is flat and close to the villages and towns of ordinary people, so the south of Crow's Nest is also the main channel for communication with the outside world. In the sphere of influence of Crow's Nest, the center is the only empire supported by Crow's Nest, the Quran Empire. The Quran Empire also infects several principalities in the name of the emperor, and the Principality of Crotia that Renault was going to was one of them. Renault was going to leave from the south of Crow's Nest and go to the Principality of Crotia, which was located southwest of the Crow's Nest sphere of influence. Renault drove the carriage quickly along the main road in and out of Crow's Nest. This road is the main route for Crow's Nest to trade materials with the outside world. There will be members of the law enforcement team to regularly clean up the surrounding extraordinary creatures, so this road is the safest road in the Black Forest, and basically no extraordinary creatures will appear. Otherwise, with Renault's current strength, he would not dare to drive the carriage and walk into the Black Forest in such a swagger. The speed of the carriage is much faster than that of a person, and Renault arrived at the border of the Black Forest just before sunset. Even though this road is relatively safe, Renault still dares not walk around alone in the Black Forest at night. There is a circle of light fog at the border of the Black Forest all year round. This fog is arranged by the Crow's Nest, specifically to confuse ordinary people with low mental power and prevent them from mistakenly entering the Black Forest. When ordinary people enter the fog, they will unconsciously go around a few times and walk out again, while wizard apprentices with qualified mental power will not be affected at all. Renault pulled the carriage out of the fog, which was considered to be truly out of the scope of the Black Forest. There is still a forest outside the fog, but it is much smaller than the Black Forest, and there are basically no extraordinary creatures, only ordinary creatures. After Renault passed through this forest, it was already night, and there were lights in the distance. That was the town where ordinary people lived, and the kerosene lamps were lit. For 2 years, Renault has been living in the extraordinary world. Now seeing the town of ordinary people, it is inevitable that he also misses the life of ordinary people. However, Renault did not go to the town, because Renault now subconsciously believes that he is different from ordinary people, and there is no need to contact ordinary people. Renault found a flat place, tied up the horse, and arranged a simple elemental early warning array around, and then meditated and rested in the carriage for a night. The next morning, Renault continued on his way, and most of the roads he chose were remote paths. Renault's chip had already recorded the map given by Mentor Klein. According to the guidance of the chip, Renault would not worry about getting lost. Just choosing a small road will inevitably encounter robbers who want to rob. After all, the world is not developed enough, and it is normal to have robbers. It's just that the robbers are really unlucky to meet Renault, a wizard apprentice. Renault can scare the robbers to death with just simple element manipulation. Renault did not kill these robbers. Renault did not like killing. Renault just asked the robbers to hand over all their treasures and let them go. Although the treasures of ordinary people are worthless in the eyes of wizards, Renault will be stationed in the Principality of Crotia for a period of time after all, and these money may still be useful. In this way, Renault walked for 5 days and finally arrived at his first destination, the Wizard Market. This Wizard Market is marked on the map and is the closest wizard market to Crow's Nest. Renault came to a long abandoned village. This Wizard Market is located underground in this village, so it is named the Deserted Village. Market. The reason why this village was abandoned was because of the establishment of this Wizard Market. After the establishment of the wizard market, the original villagers in the village became weak and sickly. The villagers occasionally heard strange sounds and saw strange figures. After that, the villagers here basically had difficulty living beyond 30 years old. In the long run, this village became a deserted village, and no one dared to approach it, let alone continue to live there. Renault knew that the villagers became weak and sickly due to the long-term close-range wizard radiation, and the strange sounds and figures were probably the wizards who came here to participate in the market. Renault tied the carriage outside, put the potion to be sold into the apprentice backpack, and walked into the village calmly. According to the introduction of this deserted village market on the map, Renault came to an ordinary wall. Renault mobilized his magic power and easily clicked on 3 positions on the wall, and a circle of water ripples suddenly appeared on the wall. After seeing the ripples, Renault walked directly towards the wall. The wall collision he imagined did not happen. Renault entered the wall and disappeared. Renault had already entered the wizard market, which was full of stalls and shops. Apprentice wizards wearing various wizard robes were walking around in it, making it very lively. It was in sharp contrast to the deserted village outside the wall. This deserted village market was created by the Gryll family, the 3 major wizarding families in Crow's Nest. It is not small in scale and is mainly used to provide resource transactions for wizards. Although this market is within the sphere of influence of Crow's Nest, there are wizard apprentices from all over the place. There are free wizard apprentices from other forces, and guardian wizard apprentices from various countries. It can be said that it is a mixed bag. There are relatively few official wizards. Under the chip scan, only 3 radiation sources are suspected to be official wizards. Presumably official wizards have their own trading venues. The wizard apprentices in the market also wore various costumes. Renault even saw a wizard apprentice with a green snake head. This should be a blood wizard transplanted with extraordinary snake-like creatures. Renault also saw a wizard apprentice wrapped in a black robe, and the exposed part was a skeleton. This kind of wizard should be a wizard who is good at soul witchcraft. Renault could really see what wizards from the outside world looked like, which was an eye-opener. Renault's eyes moved away from the various apprentices and began to look for the stalls in the wizard's market whose main purpose was to sell potions. Renault discovered a shop with huge potion bottles hanging on it. It was obvious that this was a shop selling potions. Renault walked to the store. There was a signboard of Glur's pharmacy hanging on the door. Renault confirmed that he was looking for the right store, and it seemed to be the official store of the market, so he opened the door and walked in. After Renault entered the store, an old man with thinning hair was sitting in front of the counter, lowering his head to record something. According to the detection of the chip, the old man's mental fluctuations have reached the level of a 3rd-level wizard apprentice, but it is also obvious that he is still only a 3rd-level wizard apprentice at this age. This proves that he has reached the limit of reaching the 3rd-level wizard apprentice, and there is no chance to become a formal wizard. The old man noticed Renault's arrival, raised his head and said to Renault without a trace of emotion, "Welcome to the official Glenold pharmacy. I am Malos. If you need anything, you can tell me directly." Renault looked at the old man in front of him in slight surprise. He didn't expect that this old man actually had a mechanical right eye. This is the first time Renault has seen a mechanical wizard, and he is inevitably a little surprised. When Renault heard Malos's words, he came to his senses instantly. He coughed and covered up his embarrassment and said, "Maros, are you here to buy potions?" When Malos heard Renault's words, his eyes suddenly lit up and he said, "Of course the purchase will be made. We are an official store and the transaction is absolutely fair. Please rest assured." Renault nodded and took out the prepared potions. Renault took out a total of 60 basic potions, including hemostatic potions, basic magic recovery potions, explosive potions, poison potions, basic healing potions, and basic physical strength potions. Plant a potion that Rainer often makes. Malos was slightly surprised. He obviously did not expect that Renault would come up with so many potions for sale. In fact, what Malos didn't know was that these were only about 1/3 of all the potions that Renault had accumulated. Renault did not sell all the potions at once, as that would have been too much and too conspicuous. The route arranged by Renault chip requires passing through 3 wizard markets, which is exactly divided into 3 sales. When Malos saw Renault taking out so many potions, his tone suddenly became a little respectful and said, "Guest, please wait a moment, I need to test the quality of these potions one by one." Renault nodded slightly, indicating that Malos could test it casually, and started looking around in the store. Malos revealed his mechanical left arm, which had gears rotating on it. He gently picked up the potion and carefully observed it with his mechanical right eye. Then, his right arm flexibly recorded something on the parchment. A quarter of an hour later, Malos finished checking all the potions and said to Renault more respectfully, "Guest, there is nothing wrong with your potions. Our store is willing to pay 350 magic stones to buy them. What do you think?" Renault knew that his potion was worth almost as many magic stones, and even the price given by Malos was higher, so he nodded and said, "Okay, deal." Malos took out 3 intermediate magic stones that were larger than the low-level magic stones and 50 low-level magic stones and handed them to Renault. The value of 1 intermediate magic stone is equivalent to 100 low-level magic stones. Obviously, the intermediate magic stone is more convenient to pick up. Renault's magic stone purchased some potion materials from Malos, and then asked tentatively, "Malos, do you have a potion formula to enhance mental power?" Malos said, "I'm sorry, we don't have it here. All psychopharmaceutical formulas are strictly controlled by various family forces, and it is generally impossible to sell them to the outside world." "Excuse me, my guest, are you a pharmacist? I can extend an invitation to you on behalf of the Claire family. If you are willing to join our Claire family, you will naturally be able to obtain the formula for psychotropic potions." Renault knows the importance of a pharmacist to the family, but joining the wizard family requires signing a contract and preparing potions for the family, as well as various conditions. This is not in line with Renault's wishes. Renault does not want to be bound, nor does he want to become a producer. Potion tool man. So Renault shook his head to express his refusal and was about to turn around and leave. However, Malos hurriedly called out to Renault and said, "Guest, please wait a moment. Although I don't have a formula for a psychoactive potion here, I do have a formula for an ancient psychotropic potion. Are you interested?" Renault immediately became interested when he heard the words ancient spiritual potion. He turned back to Malos and asked, "Ancient potion formula? Please introduce it in detail." Malos introduced, "This ancient spiritual potion formula is called Azure Potion. It was found by an official wizard of our family from the remains of an ancient wizard. Due to the long history, many of the materials in the formula are now extinct, so I couldn't configure it, so I put it here for sale. But this formula still has research value, and if it is successfully prepared, the effect may be better than the current spiritual potion, and it is worth 100 low-level magic stones." Through his studies at Crow's Nest Academy, Renault knew that the ancient era was also a golden age for the development of wizards. At that time, the wizarding world was extremely powerful and conquered one world after another, but a war broke out with the powerful Void World. Although the ancient wizard finally succeeded in driving away the void, his vitality was severely damaged, and he gradually declined. Later, after continuous development, it became what the wizarding world looks like today. Today's wizarding world has restored some of the glory of ancient wizards. Ancient potions may indeed be useless to other wizards, but for Renault, who has a chip, there are many possibilities. Renault can fully utilize the powerful analytical ability of the chip to find substitutes for extinct materials and finally successfully make ancient potions. It can be said that ancient potions are very attractive to Renault, but Renault did not show it. Instead, he said calmly, "The ancient potion formula can indeed provide me with some inspiration. Okay, I'll buy it." Renault simply took out a mid-level magic stone and handed it to Malos. Malos took the magic stone and took out an ancient parchment from the counter. It was the formula of the ancient blue potion and handed it to Renault. Renault put away the parchment and left directly. Malos was very happy to accept this mid-level magic stone. After the research of the family pharmacist, most of the materials on that formula have become extinct, so they are basically useless. That's why they are brought to him for sale. This formula has also been copied many times, and it can be sold all the time, but there are only a few people who buy it. Malos took out another identical recipe from the cabinet and put it back in place. After Renault finished the most important thing, he wandered around the market in this deserted village. There were all kinds of shops in the market, some selling witchcraft models, some selling potions, and some selling various groceries. Of course, the most luxuriously decorated shops among these shops were the shops selling witchcraft tools. But Renault was not prepared to go shopping. A basic witchcraft tool would easily cost hundreds of magic stones. Renault had previously bought witchcraft models, related knowledge, and potions from Mentor Klein at the Crow's Nest Academy, and all the magic stones were directly spent. Although the potion was sold for more than 300 magic stones this time, it was spent another 100 magic stones to buy the ancient potion formula, leaving only more than 200 magic stones, which was not enough to buy witchcraft tools. The role of witchcraft tools is still very large. If an intermediate wizard apprentice has a basic witchcraft tool, the combat power can directly catch up with that of a senior wizard apprentice. If a high-level wizard apprentice has enough magic weapons, he can fight against the top apprentices, but the top apprentices basically have magic weapons. Renault also has a magic weapon ring in his hand, but Renault has checked all the information of the academy and has not found what kind of magic weapon this ring is. Renault once tried to inject magic power into it, but the ring just emitted a white light, and then nothing happened. As for the ring's previous function of confusing the target, Renault also tried it. Renault found that this ability seemed to be the ring's self-protection mechanism, which would only be triggered when threatened at close range. But most of the wizard profession are long-range spellcasters, so this ability is a bit useless. Renault had to give up the research on the mysterious ring and still hung the ring around his neck. In addition to various shops, there are many wizard apprentices who directly set up carpets in the market. The things placed on the carpets are nominally brought out from various wizard relics. But after Renault scanned with a chip, he found that most of them were counterfeit goods. Even if there were some genuine ones, they were not of much value. Renault had originally been shopping at the street stalls with the mentality of picking up bargains, but he was disappointed. There was basically no bargain to pick up. Renault shook his head in disappointment and left the market the same way. A sneaky figure in a black robe looked at the place where Renault left and followed him quietly. Renault did not return to his carriage after leaving the market, but walked towards a forest next to him. The sneaky figure looked at the direction where Renault left, sneered, then turned into a black shadow and followed him quietly. Renault seemed to be looking for something, and suddenly a wild boar appeared in Renault's sight. Renault quietly approached the wild boar, and when the wild boar was about to notice, he directly recited a spell, and the wild boar was frozen in place. Renault was about to go forward to check, and a figure suddenly appeared in the shadow of the tree next to him. He smiled grimly and stabbed Renault in the back with a purple dagger. However, the imagined blood-spattering scene did not happen. The dagger seemed to have stabbed a hard object and could not move forward at all. Then a light yellow potion fell to the ground and broke apart. A light yellow smoke completely enveloped Renault and the other two. The black figure wanted to cover his mouth and nose, but the light yellow smoke had already been inhaled into his mouth subconsciously. After a while, the smoke dissipated, and the figure that emerged from the shadow had already released the shadow form and lay quietly on the ground. Renault had already covered his mouth and nose and stood quietly aside. When he came out of the market, Renault let the chip monitor the surroundings in real time, and he really noticed the sneaky figure. According to the mental power fluctuations detected by the chip, this figure was only at the level of an intermediate wizard apprentice, so Renault decided to sell a weakness and lead him out directly. This person turned into a shadow and kept following Renault. He obviously wanted to take advantage of Renault's inattention and directly attack him in close combat. After all, the biggest weakness of wizard apprentices is close combat. That's why Renault seemed to be hunting. The magic Renault released was not the magic to freeze the wild boar. Renault simply controlled the ice element and froze the wild boar. Renault secretly released a small ice shield, hidden in the wide wizard robe. As for the position of the ice shield, the chip had already calculated it based on the position of the person's attack. So the ground where the dagger pierced was the ice shield prepared by Renault in advance. And that tube of light yellow potion is the basic stun potion made by Renault. As long as the target inhales a little bit of the light yellow smoke, it will instantly fall into coma. Renault mobilized his magic power to freeze all the man's limbs to prevent him from resisting. Then he took out a milky white potion, opened his mouth directly, and poured it in. Then Renault directly summoned an ice pick and pierced the man's thigh. The severe pain caused the man to wake up instantly and scream. Sure enough, pain is the best way to relieve dizziness. Renault thought to himself. Renault will never be merciful to enemies who want to harm him. After the man screamed, he came back to his senses, looked at Renault in front of him with a horrified look and said, "Please, let me go, I have done no harm to you, I will give you whatever you want." Renault didn't care what he said and asked directly, "Who are you? Who sent you here?" This man originally wanted to continue begging for mercy, but his mouth refused to obey and he said directly, "My name is Emma, and I am an ordinary wizard apprentice from the Clower family. No one sent me to assassinate you. I just noticed that you stayed in the pharmacy shop for a long time. You must have gained something, so I wanted to rob you." Emma opened his eyes wide. He didn't expect that his mouth was completely out of control and he told all his details directly. In fact, the milky white potion that Renault poured into him was a basic truth potion, so his mouth told all his details. Renault got the information he wanted. Emma had lost her value. He directly summoned an ice cone to penetrate Emma's head. Emma didn't struggle and lost her breath of life directly. Then Renaud took the valuable things on Emma's body, took out a yellow potion, and dripped a drop on Emma's body. Emma's body suddenly emitted a pungent smoke, and finally there was only a pool of yellow liquid left on the spot. Nothing was left. Renaud finally put his mind at ease and let the chip confirm again that there was no one else following around. He took the hunted wild boar back to the carriage and drove the carriage away quickly. Renaud didn't want to be too conspicuous, so he only sold 1/3 of the potion. But he was still targeted by someone with ulterior motives. Fortunately, this Emma was just interested in his wealth. In fact, what Renaud feared most was being targeted by the Glur family. If targeted by such a top family, Renaud would have no capital to resist. At that time, he could only try to see if the face of Mentor Klein was useful. Renaud had heard that some families would force pharmacists to make potions, and Renaud felt that he should be more cautious. At night Renaud built a temporary camp in a forest as a place to rest. While roasting wild boar meat, Renaud checked today's harvest. The biggest harvest today was the ancient spiritual potion formula, the Azure Potion. Renaud opened the parchment with the potion formula printed on it and read it carefully. Main ingredients: Wicked Soul Tears ingredients, Kanglan fruit, 7-leaf lotus, blue sea pearl, white dolphin fins, flame bird feathers. After reading the formula, Renaud couldn't help but frown. There are more than a dozen main ingredients in the formula, most of which Renaud has never heard of. He can only rely on the chip to find substitutes according to the material ingredients described in the formula. Moreover, the difficulty of making this potion can be said to be the most advanced among the basic potions. What worries Renaud even more is the main material, the tears of the wronged souls. There is basically no way to replace the main material, so he can only find a way to find it. But Renaud is an elemental wizard after all, and he is not good at soul knowledge. There is no way to capture the wronged souls. It seems that Renaud has to find a way to learn soul witchcraft in order to have a hope of obtaining the tears of the wronged souls. So Renaud ordered the chip in his mind. Number 1, analyze the formula of the Azure Potion, find alternative materials, and optimize the potion formula. Ding! The task was established successfully, and the Azure Potion formula is being analyzed and optimized. It is expected to be completed in 3 months. Looking at the long task progress bar, Renaud couldn't help muttering, does it take a month with the computing power of the chip? If I rely on myself to test the materials one by one, I don't know how long it will take. No wonder no one is willing to study the ancient potion formula. After studying the Azure Potion, Renaud looked at an apprentice backpack next to him. This is exactly what Renaud looted from Emma's body. Emma was indeed poor. In his backpack, besides some daily potions, there were only a dozen low-level magic stones left. The only valuable thing was the purple dagger. This purple dagger was made of special metal and was very strong and sharp. The purple color on the dagger was detected by Renaud's chip and found to be extracted with the toxin of datura. Although this toxin is not fatal, as long as it is injured a little, it will instantly coma and lose the ability to move. Although this dagger is not as good as a witch weapon, it is also a very good weapon, which is most suitable for surprise attacks. Renaud put all of Emma's things in his pocket, and then ate roasted wild boar meat. The wild boar meat became extremely crispy and fragrant after being smoked by the witchcraft flame. Renaud also made barbecue seasonings based on the materials of this world. The crispy wild boar meat with barbecue seasonings is simply a delicacy on Earth. Thinking back to the time when Renaud's barbecue completely conquered Alice's stomach, and later made senior sister Ziana praise it endlessly. After Renaud had eaten and drunk enough, he set up the warning magic array and began his daily meditation. Unexpectedly, Renaud had a very good effect this time and directly completed the imprint of the 6th spiritual rune. After Renaud finished meditating, he couldn't wait to order the chip. Number 1, call up my body data. Ding! Renaud, Intermediate Wizard Apprentice Physique, 1.83 Strength, 1.45 Agility, 1.6 Mental Power, 5.0 Magic Power, 50 Status, Healthy. Renaud's current meditation progress can basically catch up with the progress of a wizard apprentice with 4th class qualifications. But Renaud felt that this was not enough. According to the knowledge collected by the chip, the sooner he became a peak apprentice, the greater the success rate of impacting a formal wizard. Therefore, if Renaud wants to go further, he must complete the imprint of the spiritual rune as soon as possible, become a peak apprentice, and impact a formal wizard. After more than half a month, Renaud came to the capital of the most powerful empire, the Quran Empire, in the sphere of influence of the Crow's Nest, the Polar Night City. This city is also the most prosperous capital in the northern part of the western continent. Under this prosperous capital, there is also a large wizard market hidden, the Midnight Market, which was jointly founded by the Pharaoh family, the largest family behind the Crow's Nest, and the Corone Empire. This is also the largest wizard market in the northern part of the western continent. I don't know what method this polar night market used to completely isolate the influence of wizard radiation on ordinary people. So the residents of Polar Night City were not affected at all. Moreover, wizards are not uncommon here. Even on the ordinary streets of Polar Night City, wizards can be seen. At this time, Renaud had changed his clothes. He used a wide gray cloak to completely cover his body. The whole person was hidden under the cloak. Renaud also used witchcraft to change his voice to make it vicissitudes and powerful. Renaud's tall figure and vicissitudes of voice made him look like a middle-aged man. Renaud walked on the streets of Polar Night City. The residents of Polar Night City were no longer surprised by people in such strange clothes and didn't care at all. Because Polar Night City has a clear rule that if a wizard kills ordinary people in Polar Night City, he will be defined as an evil wizard and will be jointly wanted and hunted by Crow's Nest and Corone Empire for life. Ordinary wizards dare not hurt ordinary people in Polar Night City, so ordinary people here are not as scared as those in the outside world when they see wizards. Renaud was also very surprised. It was the first time he saw wizards and ordinary people living in harmony. Renaud also wanted to know why ordinary people in Polar Night City were not affected by the radiation from wizards. So Renaud asked the chip to scan the surroundings carefully and finally found something. Renaud found that there was a huge natural fountain in the center of Polar Night City. There were 3 wizard statues above the fountain holding a huge blue gem together. Through the perspective of the chip, Renaud found that the gem continued to emit purifying energy into the spring water. The residents of the entire Polar Night City drank this spring water, and their bodies were naturally purified. In this way, they would not be affected by the radiation of wizards. Indeed, there are many ways to prevent radiation from wizards, but being able to think of this method can make the people in the entire capital city defend against the radiation of wizards without knowing it. Renaud couldn't help but admire the wizard who could come up with this method. Renaud's purpose of coming to Polar Night City was naturally for the Polar Night Market, the largest wizard market in the north. In addition to selling potions, Renaud also had another purpose, which was to buy slaves. Renaud originally wanted to buy some slaves after arriving in the Principality of Croatia to take care of his daily life. Because he had to stay in the Principality of Croatia for at least 3 years, he still had to be taken care of in life so that he could have time to concentrate on his own experimental research. But Renaud had been acting alone for more than half a month, and he had to solve all the troublesome things such as robbery by himself, which undoubtedly wasted a lot of time. So Renaud thought that he would buy a few slaves in the Polar Night Market. After all, the Polar Night Market was the largest slave market in the entire western continent, and the slaves in it were also strange and varied, with all kinds of races, and even slaves from other worlds as rumored. Renaud was also very curious about other races, and he took this opportunity to see them. The wizard market in Polar Night City was not hidden, but a fixed area was swaggeringly demarcated. Even ordinary people could enter it. Of course, ordinary people could not enter the area that was exclusive to the wizard resource trading area. But ordinary people can also go to buy in places like slave markets. Renaud still chose to go to the official potion shop in Polar Night City to trade first. After all, the potion Renaud wanted to sell was of high value. If it was sold in a small stall, it would be easy to be targeted by someone with ulterior motives. These potions of his own might not be a big deal for the official shop. And through the last experience, it was proved that the official shop still had some guarantees and would not disclose the information of the seller at will. When Renaud walked out of the official potion shop in Polar Night Market, he already had a huge sum of more than 1,000 low-level magic stones in his arms. Since Polar Night Market is the largest market in the north of the western continent, Renaud decided to sell most of the potions in his hands from here, which was exchanged for more than 1,000 magic stones. After Renaud came out, he walked around carefully again and collected the materials needed to make the azure potion that the chip had calculated. Renaud also tried to ask some shops if they still had the ancient potion formula, but the answers he got were all negative. It seems that this ancient potion formula is hard to come by. Renaud suddenly noticed the witchcraft shop in the center. After all, Renaud had 1,000 magic stones, so he walked in directly. The witchcraft shop has 3 floors. The first floor sells all basic witchcraft. The second floor and above sell high-level witchcraft, but only those with strength above the official wizard can enter. There are not many witchcraft on the first floor of the witchcraft shop, but the lowest price is 500 magic stones, so there are only a handful of wizard apprentices who dare to come in and choose witchcraft. According to his current situation, Renault has various potions and ice cones, so he is not too short of offensive means. What Renault lacks at present is defensive means and mobility. Renault can only dodge with his agility when facing attacks. So Renault's first choice of witchcraft must be a witchcraft with mobility and defense. When Renault entered the witchcraft shop, his eyes were attracted by a black cloak. Renault approached and read the introduction of this magic weapon carefully. Shadow cloak. It was made by the famous alchemist Wales in the early days using the shadow of an amoeba. Main abilities: 1. Shadow defense. The shadow cloak only needs to consume a small amount of magic power to defend against any attack below 5 degrees. For attacks above 5 degrees, it can offset a certain degree of attack according to the magic output of the user. It consumes 10 points of magic power to resist 1 degree of attack, and can resist up to 8 degrees of attack. 2. Shadow stealth. When the shadow cloak completely wraps the user, it can take the user to sneak quickly in the shadow. 3. Transformation. The shadow cloak can be transformed into any form according to the user's thoughts, and it can gain a short-term flying ability by turning into wings. After reading the introduction of the shadow cloak, Renault found that it completely met his requirements. The only drawback of this shadow cloak is that it has almost no attack power. And the cloak that can change its form freely is very handsome just thinking about it. Renault's elemental affinity is darkness, which is also very suitable. Renault looked at the shadow cloak and liked it more and more. He found the wizard apprentice in charge of selling it and asked, "Excuse me, how many magic stones does this shadow cloak cost?" The person in charge of selling magic weapons on the first floor was a white-haired old man, who was lying on a rocking chair behind the counter. This was how magic weapon shops were. The price of magic weapons was very expensive, and they would not sell one piece a day normally, so it was normal for the old man in charge of selling to be so lazy. However, through the detection of the chip, the mental fluctuations of this old man had reached the level of a peak apprentice. The old man raised one eye, glanced at the shadow cloak and said, "Good vision. The shadow cloak is a rare fine product, but it has no attack ability, so it has not been sold until now. The original price of this cloak is 1,000 magic stones. I can give you a discount, just 800 magic stones." "You shouldn't bargain. 800 magic stones for a discount?" Renault's heart was bleeding. He had to spend more than half of the more than 1,000 magic stones he had just obtained. Renault felt like he was back to the pre-liberation era. But Renault still gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll buy it." After that, Renault took out 8 intermediate magic stones and handed them to the old man. This shadow cloak has been in the magic weapon shop for a long time. It is indeed the top basic magic weapon, but it has not been sold because it has no attack power and is expensive. The old man saw that someone was finally interested, so he decided to sell it at a discount. Unexpectedly, it was really sold. The old man took the magic stone and gave the shadow cloak directly to Renault. Renault happily took the cloak and left with satisfaction. Renault came directly to the slave area, and Renault suddenly felt a pungent smell, which was a mixture of sweat and various excrement. The slave area was surrounded by iron fences on both sides. There were all kinds of naked slaves in the fences. The pungent smell naturally came from here. There were all kinds of slaves, including men, women, old people, and children. Renault even saw half-orcs with animal organs. But without exception, their faces were all filled with numb expressions. It was hard to imagine how cruel torture they had experienced to make their expressions so numb. Some nobles walked in the middle of the fence, picking and choosing the slaves inside, while the merchants on the side were working hard to sell these slaves. Seeing Renault walking in, a fat businessman greeted Renault with a smile on his face, and said enthusiastically, "Hello, sir, I am Elon. What kind of slave do you need? I can find it for you and let you choose." Renault has already had these slaves scanned by chips. The slaves here are ordinary people and do not meet Renault's requirements. So Renault said to the businessman in front of him in a hoarse voice, "The slaves you have here are all ordinary goods. I want to select slaves who are qualified for the role of guard. Do you have any here?" After hearing Renault's request, Elon thought for a moment and asked carefully, "Excuse me, sir, are you a transcendent?" Renault nodded non-committally. Elon's attitude suddenly became more respectful, and she said, "Sir, please come with me. I believe that one of my friends can meet your request." Then Elon led the way, and Renault followed him quietly, passing through the slave area and arriving at a huge white tent. Elon took Renault into the tent. The environment in the tent immediately improved a lot, and a scent of incense came, neutralizing the pungent smell around it. Moreover, the treatment of slaves here is obviously much better than outside. At least these slaves have simple clothes to cover their shameful parts. Moreover, they were locked in iron cages, which were at least much better than the slaves outside who look like gregarious animals. Elaine brought Renault to a middle-aged bald man and said, "Sir, this is Sims. There must be one of his slaves who can meet your requirements." According to the detection of the chip, this Sims actually has the mental fluctuations of a junior wizard apprentice, but it seems to be very unstable. After chip analysis, a conclusion is drawn. This Sims must have forcibly used potions to increase his mental power to the point where he could become a wizard's apprentice in order to live longer. But in this case, Sims's potential is completely overstretched, and he is no more than a junior wizard apprentice at best. Examples like Sims's are not uncommon in aristocratic circles. Elaine told Sims again about Rainer's request and left. Sims took Renault to a huge iron cage, which contained a group of well-built men, but the expressions on these men's faces were a little dull. Sims introduced, "Sir, these men have gone through special knight training. They are knights who were captured on the battlefield. Their fighting abilities are much stronger than ordinary people. Can you see if they meet your requirements?" Renault used chips to scan the physical data of these men. Unexpectedly, the physical fitness of these men generally reached 2 points, which was higher than Renault. Renault was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the knight's training could improve his physical fitness to such an extent. When Renault was still young, Renault's father, Lord Monty, only took Renault for simple physical training and did not learn the real knight training methods. However, the physical fitness of these knights is already the limit of ordinary people, and it is difficult to surpass them. Renault looked at their dull expressions and asked curiously, "They seem to be mentally abnormal?" Sims quickly explained, "The knights have stronger willpower after training. In order to facilitate control, we gave them drugs to reduce their mental resistance. After continuous training, they became what they are now. Sir, please rest assured that the knights we have trained will never betray their masters." Renault nodded to express his understanding, then pointed at the 2 knights with the highest physical fitness and said, "Just the 2 of them, how many magic stones do they have?" Sims clapped his hands, and the men next to him immediately opened the iron cage and took out the 2 people pointed out by Renault. Sims said, "My lord, these 2 knights are worth 20 magic stones." Renault decisively took out 20 magic stones and handed them to Sims. Sims clapped his hands again, and a sexy maid came to Renault and Sims carrying 2 boxes. Sims opened the box and saw a pair of red worms lying inside, entangled with each other. Sims took a worm from each box and fed it into the mouths of the 2 knights. While explaining, "Sir, these are the heart-linked worms used to control slaves. The one they eat will crawl directly to their hearts. The one left in the box is connected to the heart. If you are dissatisfied with them, you can torture the bug directly. Their heart will be damaged as well, and they will suffer endlessly. If you kill the bug, they die directly." After Sims explained, he handed the 2 boxes to Renault. Renault is also quite satisfied with this method of controlling slaves. The 2 slaves also stood directly behind Renault obediently. Renault suddenly noticed that there was a small cage in the corner of this huge tent. Inside the cage, a girl from the cat tribe with a pair of black cat ears and a black cat tail was curled up in the cage. This cat tribe girl was literally covered in bruises, with scars from whips everywhere on her body, and some of the scars were even bleeding out. The girl's small body could not stop trembling in the cage. Renault walked up to the cage containing the cat girl and asked Sims, "Is this a slave too? How to sell it?" Sims quickly explained, "Sir, this cat girl has just arrived. She has not been trained well and does not meet the standards of a slave. Her wild nature has not been completely tamed, and the controlling drugs have not been taken. She may harm the buyer and is not suitable for sale. That's why I locked her here." The reason why Renault noticed this girl from the cat tribe was because the chip scan showed that the blood from this girl seemed to have unusual energy. This girl might be able to awaken the power of the cat tribe's blood. That's why Renault wanted to buy her as a slave, so that he could study the power of blood and cultivate a subordinate with extraordinary power. It could be said that he killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Renault ordered the chip in his mind. Number 1, scan the body data of the Catwoman in front of you. Ding. Name, unknown race, cat tribe constitution 1.96 strength, 1.78 agility, 3.31 status, weak. Renault didn't expect that the Catwoman's values were so high. You know, the highest value that ordinary people can reach through training is 2 points. As long as one value exceeds 2 points, it can be considered a supernatural person. It seems that the blood of this Catwoman has indeed awakened, otherwise she would not have such physical data at such a young age. I just don't know which blood of the cat tribe this Catwoman awakened. The cat tribe is widely distributed, and the blood of the race is also diverse. The top one is called Jiuming Xinming. Legend has it that this blood can compete with rule wizards when it grows up. Renault approached the iron cage and looked down at the Catwoman inside. Catwoman noticed someone approaching, and also raised her head and looked at Renault. Catwoman's tender face was still covered with tears. She looked at the tall figure that suddenly appeared in front of her with a vigilant and stubborn look. Renault knew that if such a Catwoman could be captured as a slave, it meant that her race had been wiped out. So Renault looked into Catwoman's eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "Come with me, I will give you power, and you will never be hurt again." Catwoman didn't expect that the person in front of her was completely different from the one she had seen before. Since being caught, everyone Catwoman met had tortured her in every way, just to make her surrender. However, the person in front of her actually promised to give her power so that she would no longer be hurt. Catwoman's eyes began to become confused, and then became firm. She saw from Renault's eyes that Renault did not lie to her, and her intuition also told her to believe the man in front of her and follow him. So the cat girl nodded firmly and knelt down and said, "My lord, please take me away. I want to get power. I am willing to follow you forever and will not disobey any of your orders." Renault looked at the cat girl kneeling in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. He saw that this cat girl also had the determination to pursue power. Renault looked at Sims next to him and said, "How much magic stones is she worth? I'll buy it." Sims didn't expect that Renault actually fell in love with this little cat girl. This little cat girl's physical fitness is much stronger than that of ordinary cats, and since she was captured, even if he tried his best, this little cat girl still refused to surrender. Sims originally envisioned that he would tame this little cat girl and perform some special assassination missions for him, or directly sell her to wizard apprentices with special fetishes. But Sims didn't expect that before he tamed this little cat girl, she was favored by the mysterious man in front of him. And the words of this mysterious man seemed to have a kind of magic, which actually made this little cat girl who never surrendered recognize him as her master. In fact, Renault did not use any special means to coax the little cat girl. Renault saw her desire for power from the little cat girl's stubborn eyes. Renault used the little cat girl's most desired thing as a bargaining chip, and naturally he could exchange her loyalty. Sims pretended to be a little embarrassed and said, "Sir, in theory, we are not allowed to sell untamed slaves, because if the guests are injured by slaves later, we will be blamed. And this cat girl is a little special, we don't plan to sell it." Renault interrupted directly, "Okay, no need to say more, if I get hurt, it has nothing to do with you, you can write a receipt, you just tell me the price." Sims was not angry because of the interruption, and still said respectfully, "Sir, since you said so, there is no need for a receipt. We believe in your strength. The price of this cat girl is 100 magic stones." After all, Renault has lived 2 lives. He knows that Sims said so much, just because he knew that he had taken a fancy to this cat girl and wanted to raise the price, but he didn't expect to ask for 100 magic stones directly. So Renault said in an angry voice, "She is just an ordinary cat girl, not yet tamed. You actually sold me 100 magic stones, isn't that too dark?" Then Renault released his intermediate wizard apprentice's mental power and suddenly pressed towards Sims. Cold sweat suddenly broke out on Sims' forehead, and he hurriedly said in a trembling voice, "My lord, please calm down, I was wrong just now, it's not 100 magic stones but 10 magic stones, it's 10 magic stones." When Renault heard Sims' words, he instantly retracted his mental power. Renault just wanted to scare Sims. After all, being able to forcibly rise from an ordinary person to the level of a junior wizard apprentice proved that there must be a stronger person behind him. Renault always wanted to keep a low profile and didn't want to cause trouble, so he wouldn't really get angry and hurt Sims. But Renault didn't expect that this scare would be so effective that it directly turned into 10 magic stones. Renault decisively took out 10 magic stones and handed them to Sims. Sims took the magic stone and opened the iron cage. The little cat girl staggered out of the iron cage and stood respectfully beside Renault. Sims approached Renault and said, "Don't worry, sir. This cat girl's body is clean. No one has touched it. You can enjoy it with confidence." Renault understood what Sims meant and nodded calmly. The little cat girl next to him looked ignorant and stared at Renault curiously with her big eyes. After Renault and Sims completed the transaction, they left with Kitty and the 2 knights. Sims looked at Renault's back and said with some annoyance, "I should have known not to offer such a high price. I could only lower it to the lowest price. It's really a loss of both the wife and the army." Renaud took the three of them directly to the room of the tavern where he lived. After living in the wild for too long, Renaud also wanted to experience life in the city. So after entering the Polar Night City, Renaud directly found a tavern and stayed there. Entering the room, Renaud took off his cloak and sat directly on the chair, while the three of them stood respectfully aside. Renaud asked directly, "Do you have a name?" The two knights said in unison, "No master, please give us a name." So Renaud thought for a while and pointed to the older knight and said, "Your name is Ham." Then he said to the other knight, "Your name is Beth." Ham and Beth said respectfully, "Thank you for the name, master." Renaud looked at the little cat girl beside him. The little cat girl was a little at a loss. She didn't know whether she should follow the other two people and let Renaud give her a name. The little cat girl noticed Renaud's gaze, so she said timidly, "Master, I have a name, my name is Carter." Renaud nodded, took out a green test tube and threw it to Cat Girl Carter. Cat Girl Carter quickly caught it and looked at the green test tube with some curiosity. Renaud said, "This is a healing potion that can help your body recover. Drink it." Cat Girl Carter listened to Renaud's words, opened the test tube without hesitation, and poured the healing potion directly into her mouth. A magical scene happened. The scars on Cat Girl Carter's body were healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, there were no obvious scars on Cat Girl Carter's body. Renaud looked at the three people who were half-clothed, took out a money bag and handed it to Ham and said, "Go and buy some clothes that fit you, and then put them all on." Ham said respectfully, "As you command, master," and then quickly left to buy clothes. Renaud looked at Bess again and asked curiously, "Bess, do you still remember your past?" Bess shook his head in confusion and said, "Master, I don't remember, and I don't dare to think about it. Every time I want to think about my past, my head hurts and I can't think of anything." Renaud nodded in understanding. Renaud knew in his heart that this was probably the effect of taking controlled drugs for a long time. Renaud said to Cat Girl Carter, "Carter, do you remember your past?" Cat Girl Carter nodded and said, "Master, I used to live a carefree life in the mysterious cat tribe of Meowstar. However, one day, when I was about to sneak out of the tribe to play in the forest, I saw a group of wizards dressed in black. The robed wizard came to the tribe. This group of wizards came to our tribe as if they were looking for something. I just wanted to go play in the forest, so I took the opportunity to slip away. However, when I was playing in the forest, I suddenly saw flames and smoke filling the sky in the direction of the tribe. I realized that something was wrong with the tribe. So I quickly ran in the direction of the tribe, but when I returned to the tribe was in ruins. Many tribesmen fell in a pool of blood, and some tribesmen were making desperate resistance. I found my family by smell, but they were all dead at this time. Only my mother was still breathing. She used her last strength to say to me, 'Run, run, don't look back.' After my mother said her heart it stopped beating. I listened to my mother's words and kept running outside the tribe. It seemed that a wizard noticed me and quickly chased me. In desperation, I jumped into a space crack that was about to close, and that's how I came to the wizarding world. Later on, I was deceived by human traffickers and fell into the hands of that Sims." After Catgirl talked about her experience, tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, which made Renaud feel sympathetic. Renaud looked at Catwoman and asked seriously, "Do you know why I brought you out?" Catgirl Carter shook her head blankly. Renaud continued, "Because I see your stubbornness and your desire for power. I want to train you to be the sharpest sword in my hand. I believe you have such potential. Are you willing to be the sharpest sword in my hand?" Renaud asked Catgirl Carter seriously. Catgirl Carter heard Renaud's words, knelt down and said sincerely, "Master, I need strength, I want revenge, please let me be your sharpest sword." "Okay, I will give you the most rigorous training next. I hope you can persist and don't die." Renaud said seriously. "Master, you gave me a second life. I will definitely stick to it. I am not afraid of death." Kitten Girl Carter said seriously. Renaud buying her from Sims is indeed equivalent to giving Catgirl Carter a second life. Catgirl has the arrogance of the cat tribe, and she will not give in. If Renaud didn't buy her out, she would probably kill herself without giving in. Renaud nodded with satisfaction and said, "Okay, you'll start your training tomorrow." Through the chip scan, Renaud determined that Catgirl Carter had awakened part of the bloodline power, but the bloodline power was not fully awakened, and she has not been able to master the bloodline combat skills until now. Bloodline combat skills can also be called bloodline witchcraft, but the difference from ordinary witchcraft is that the release of ordinary witchcraft requires mental power to mobilize magic power to transform elements. Bloodline combat skills are simpler. Bloodline combat skills are released directly through the power of bloodline, and their power is comparable to witchcraft of the same level. It's just that bloodline combat skills don't need to be learned. They are a combat skill awakened directly from the bloodline. It can be said that Catgirl Carter is now equivalent to a blood wizard apprentice, except that the wizard's bloodline power comes from the bloodline of the extraordinary creature it is fused to, while Catgirl has the bloodline itself. If you want to awaken bloodline combat skills, you must increase the power of your own bloodline. Renault has asked Chip to develop a special training method for Catgirl Carter based on the training methods of the bloodline wizard apprentice, combined with the speed that Catgirl Carter is best at. A month later, Renault's carriage was driving rapidly through the forest. Ham and Bess were responsible for driving the carriage, and the other was responsible for guarding the surroundings. Renault finally had free time to do his own experiments and prepare his own potions. Behind the carriage, a petite figure was jumping quickly on the surrounding trees, following the carriage closely. This petite figure is Catwoman Carter. Since the training began, Catwoman Carter has never ridden in a carriage. She can only follow the carriage by her own strength. At night, Renault ordered the carriage to stop and prepare for a rest. Catwoman Carter jumped to the side of the carriage panting. For a day, Catwoman Carter almost did not rest and kept following the carriage. Even though she had awakened some blood power, she was tired and panting. But Catwoman Carter never complained. From the beginning, she could only hold on for half a day, and now she can keep following the carriage. This is a visible progress. If you want to improve the power of blood, you need to stimulate the improvement of blood by overdrawing the body. However, this is not over yet. Renault has set up a tent with a bathtub filled with rich purple liquid. This is a medicinal bath specially prepared by Renault for Catwoman Carter. There are many materials that can stimulate blood, so it turns purple. Catwoman Carter took a rest, walked into the tent expressionlessly, and soaked in the medicinal bath. Although this medicinal bath can stimulate blood vessels, soaking in it is like having countless ants biting every inch of your skin, which is very painful. However, Catwoman Carter soaked in it without making any sound. After a month of training, Catwoman Carter's former immaturity has gradually faded away, and she has gradually become more resolute. After taking the medicinal bath, Catwoman Carter's whole body turned red. However, the day was not over yet. It was time to practice combat skills. For the extraordinary who fight with the power of blood, combat skills are crucial. Among the two night slaves, Ham, who is older, is not as physically fit as Beth, who is younger, but has much richer combat skills. So it is basically Ham who practices with Catwoman Carter, and today is no exception. Ham, holding a long sword, and Catwoman Carter, holding a dagger, have already started their daily combat training, while Renault is enjoying dinner while watching the two with relish. In the complex terrain of the forest, Catwoman Carter, who is known for her speed and flexibility, is obviously more advantageous. Catwoman Carter, like a kitten, flexibly shuttles between trees, constantly looking for opportunities to try to attack Ham. And Ham wields his long sword freely, and can block Catwoman Carter's attack at the right time every time, and the surrounding trees can't even affect his movements at all. Renault had the chip analysis, and he had to admire Ham's fighting skills. With the body of an ordinary person, he was not at all inferior to Catwoman Carter, who was considered half a superhuman. This was the result of Catwoman Carter's training for a month. Catwoman Carter had no chance to fight back in front of Ham at the beginning. As time went on, every attack of Catwoman Carter was easily resolved by Ham, and Carter had obviously lost some patience at this time. Suddenly Carter seized a flaw of Ham, jumped directly from the tree to Ham's back, and stabbed Ham's lower back with a dagger. As if he had expected it, Ham turned around quickly, waved his long sword and directly picked Carter's dagger with a stronger force. Just when Ham thought everything was over, Catwoman Carter's eyes suddenly became fierce, and the two cat ears and the cat on the tail stood up. Carter's hands instantly turned into sharp cat claws, and Carter's body strength and speed suddenly increased, turning into a black light and rushing directly in front of Ham. A sharp claw mark passed by, and blood splashed immediately. A drop of blood splashed on Catwoman Carter's face, making her sober instantly and stop attacking. Catwoman Carter looked at her claws with blood on them, standing there in a daze. At this time, Ham had fallen to the ground, and the 3 bloody claw marks on his chest were a bit shocking. Renault's chip detected abnormalities when Carter grew cat claws, but it was too late to stop it. In fact, Renault did not want to stop it. Renault knew that Catwoman Carter's bloodline was completely awakened at the moment when the cat claws grew, and Renault wanted to see how powerful this attack was. Renault was very satisfied with Catwoman's attack. He came to Ham and directly gave him a tube of healing potion. The wounds on Ham's body stopped bleeding and healed slowly. Ham's breath also stabilized and he was no longer in danger of life. If Ham had not reacted instinctively and stepped back, Catwoman Carter's attack might have killed him directly, and there would have been no chance to use the healing potion. Renault ordered the chip in his mind. Chip, detect Carter's current physical data. Ding. Name, Carter Race, Cat Physique 2.54 Strength, 2.63 Agility, 4.15 Status, Bloodline Awakening. Looking at the data in front of him, Renault was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the Bloodline Awakening just now would directly improve Carter's physical data so much. Her current physical data is comparable to that of a wizard apprentice who has just reached the intermediate level, especially in terms of speed. Catwoman Carter looked at Ham, who was slowly waking up, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Uncle Ham, I didn't mean it just now, I couldn't control myself." Ham endured the pain, shook his head and comforted, "It's okay, little Carter, but I'm afraid I won't be able to train with you in the future, you've surpassed me." Renault explained at the right time, "Okay, Carter's state just now should be that her bloodline has awakened, so she is out of control, and this situation should not happen in the future. Carter, what is your bloodline called, and what is the skill just now?" Renault asked Carter curiously. With the awakening of Carter's bloodline, the basic information of the bloodline will naturally be engraved in Carter's mind. Carter thought for a while and said, "Master, my bloodline is called Nether Spirit Cat, the skill just now is Nether Stab, the effect can instantly double the speed and strength, and tear the target apart with claws." Nether Spirit Cat. No wonder it has improved so much just after awakening, a very good bloodline. Renault praised. The Nether Spirit Cat is a very strong bloodline. A real Nether Spirit Cat can grow to the level of a 4th level wizard. Renault is somewhat envious of such a bloodline. The Nether Spirit Cat has a trace of the bloodline of the 9-life Nether Cat, and has the opportunity to grow into the 9-life Nether Cat, the top bloodline of the Cat clan that Renault has heard of. Renault asked Carter for a tube of blood, preparing to conduct experiments in the future. Maybe he can really extract the bloodline of the 9-life Nether Cat. Renault asked the chip to record the analysis of Carter's previous state, named it the Bloodline Awakening state, and let them all rest. 2 days later, Renault and his party finally arrived at the destination of this mission, the capital of the Principality of Crotia, Aden City. Renault had put on a shadowy cloak as dark as a shadow, and inside the cloak was the apprentice grey robe exclusive to the Crow's Nest Academy. Renault came to the Principality of Crotia as a member of the Crow's Nest this time, so he naturally no longer needed to disguise himself. Catwoman Carter, on the other hand, was wrapped in a black cloak, covering her cat ears and cat tail to avoid attracting too much attention from ordinary people. But Carter's petite figure, standing next to the 3 tall figures, still attracted a lot of attention. Renault didn't care, he just wanted to let people know that he had come on behalf of the Crow's Nest. Renault came directly to the castle gate of the king of the Principality of Crotia. Unexpectedly, the current Grand Duke of the Principality of Crotia, that is, the King Sersta, actually stood in front of the castle gate in person to greet him. Selstad was an old man with white hair but full of energy. Although he was wearing a luxurious dress, he had a very amiable smile on his face and did not have the airs of a superior. Renault tested the chip and found that Selstad also exuded the fluctuations of a junior wizard apprentice. It was obvious that he also used special means to force himself to become a junior wizard apprentice. Beside Selsta stood a middle-aged wizard in a dark blue wizard robe, emitting intense radiation. It was obvious that this person was the current guardian wizard of the Principality of Crotia and Renault's senior brother Kalman. Renault stepped forward and performed the standard wizard salute to King Selsta and Kalman, then smiled friendly and said, "Meet your majesty, meet senior brother Kalman." Although Selsta and Kalman were the king of the Principality and a formal wizard, Renault represented the Crow's Nest, so he didn't need to be too respectful, as long as the etiquette was in place. King Selsta stepped forward and smiled enthusiastically, saying, "Renault, my friend, welcome to your arrival. I have prepared a grand welcome ball for you. Let's go." Faced with the king's invitation, Renault naturally couldn't refuse, so he said, "Being respectful is worse than obeying orders." Then he followed King Selsta and Kalman into the castle. And Carter and the other 2 were naturally not allowed to participate in such activities, and were invited by the castle's servants to the specially prepared lounge. Entering the castle gate, there is a garden first, and then you can really enter the king's castle. The decoration in King Seltzer's castle is not too luxurious. Obviously, this Seltzer is not a person who pays too much attention to enjoyment. The castle is occasionally equipped with purification crystals, presumably to offset the influence of radiation on Kalman. The welcome ball is usually held in the evening. There is still some time now, and King Seltzer has to arrange the ball himself. Renaud came to his residence in the castle at Kalman's invitation to rest for a while. Kalman's room is very simple. In addition to a big bed, there is a set of bookcases and desks, which are neatly arranged with various books. After all, Kalman has become a formal wizard and has no pursuit of ordinary materials. Through communication, Renaud learned that the room in this castle is only used by Kalman for rest. The place where he does experiments is located in a remote 3-story wizard tower in the northeast corner of Aden City. The wizard tower is a building that has been popular since ancient times and is exclusively for formal wizards to live in. The wizard tower gives wizards enough personal space and can also isolate wizards from the influence of surrounding radiation. Moreover, the wizard tower is not a pure building. There is a special element reactor in the wizard tower to provide energy for the entire wizard tower. At the same time, many runes and magic arrays will be engraved when the wizard tower is built. A first-level wizard can even resist the attack of a second-level wizard with the energy and magic array of the wizard tower, so the wizard tower is more like a war fortress and a wizard's trump card. Although the ability of the wizard tower is powerful, the construction cost is quite high, which is not affordable for ordinary wizards. Kalman's wizard tower is not his own, but belongs to the entire Principality of Croatia. It is the power of the entire principality and was built after hundreds of years. Seeing that Renaud was very curious about the wizard tower, Kalman enthusiastically invited Renaud to visit it in 2 days. Renaud naturally agreed happily. Kalman brought out 2 cups of steaming white drinks, put them on the table, and invited Renaud to sit down. Renaud picked up a drink, put it to his nose, smelled it, took a sip and said, "The powder of the litua fruit is added with moxa leaves and black mulberry beads. I didn't expect the taste to be so unique. It has the effect of refreshing and assisting meditation." Kalman smiled and said, "Yes, my junior brother's attainments in pharmacy are as good as the rumors say. No wonder the teacher always praises it." Renaud responded, "Brother Kalman, it's great." Then Renaud asked, "Brother Kalman, why did the war happen, and how is the war situation now?" Kalman said easily, "Do you know why the Principality of Croatia is so valued by the mentor, and even sent me here as a guardian wizard? It's just for the so-called descendants, which is not worth the mentor's efforts. And except for King Sursta and his children who have some blood relationship with the mentor, the other tribesmen have basically no blood relationship with the mentor." Renaud shook his head in confusion. Kalman continued, 100 years ago, a magic stone mine was discovered in the Principality of Croatia. The magic stones we use in daily transactions, whether they are intermediate or advanced magic stones or the most basic low-level magic stones, are all mined from the magic stone mine. It is precisely because of the existence of the magic stone mine that the Principality of Croatia has been taken seriously. In addition to the magic stones that the Principality of Croatia hands over to the Crow's Nest and Mentor Klein every year, the rest are all its own. Although there are not many left, it is much better than other principalities without resources. After so many years of accumulation of magic stones, the wizard tower was finally built. The Principality of Croatia is located on the edge of the Crow's Nest. It has extraordinary resources such as magic stone mines, so it will naturally be coveted by neighboring countries. The only threat to the Principality of Croatia is the Principality of Casada, which is located in the west and belongs to the Blackbone Tomb. Taking advantage of the confrontation between the Crow's Nest and the Blackbone Tomb apprentices for the site, the Principality of Casada took the lead in launching an attack on the Principality of Croatia. However, the current situation of the war between the two countries is just a war between ordinary people, and there is no extraordinary power involved. So naturally, there is no need for us to take action. This is the rule set by the entire Western Continent Association," Kalman said with a change of tone. Renaud nodded in understanding and asked, "Brother Kalman, what do you need me to do now?" Kalman said easily, "You don't need to do anything, you just need to stay here on behalf of the Crow's Nest. I heard that the Blackbone Tomb sent a senior wizard apprentice, and it seems to be called Sevilla." Hearing the name Kalman said, Renaud was shocked and thought, "Sevilla? The one who really killed my father in this body? Is he already a senior wizard apprentice?" Renaud couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency in his heart. Renaud promised to kill Sevilla himself, but now the other party is already a senior wizard apprentice, and he is only a mid-level wizard apprentice. Although with the shadow cloak and his own potion, Renaud is confident that he can fight him, but he is not completely sure. After all, the two are still one level apart. Kalman noticed something was wrong with Renaud, so he asked, "Renaud, what's wrong with you?" Renaud came back to his senses and said calmly, "Brother Kalman, I've seen this Sevilla before, and we have some grudges." Kalman said easily, "Really? Then I'll kill him for you if I have a chance." Kalman didn't care at all. After all, an ordinary senior wizard apprentice is nothing in the eyes of the formal wizard Kalman. Renaud said calmly, "Thank you for your kindness, brother. Please believe me and let me do it myself. I want to kill him myself." Kalman looked at Renaud's determined eyes and didn't say anything more. The two chatted for a while, and were told by the servants that the ball was about to start and the king invited them to participate. The welcome ball was held in the hall on the first floor of the king's castle. At this time, the hall had been decorated extremely gorgeously. Various delicacies were neatly placed aside. Many nobles in formal attire had already come to the hall. There is also a group of people in the hall who are wearing wizard robes and are somewhat incompatible with the nobles. They are the wizard apprentices hired by the Principality of Crotia. Renaud and Kalman walked into the ball hall side by side. King Celsta saw Renaud's arrival and hurriedly greeted him to the rostrum. The king's move immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the ball hall. King Celsta said loudly on the rostrum, "Everyone, please be quiet and let me introduce to you the protagonist of our dance. Let us welcome the wizard Rainer from Crow's Nest." After King Celsta finished speaking, the nobles in the audience burst into warm applause. Renaud performed the standard wizard ceremony, which was regarded as meeting everyone. "Okay, let me announce that the dance has officially begun." After King Celsta said, the music started and the dance really started. The nobles began to get together one by one and dance to the music. Kalman made an excuse and disappeared directly. Obviously he didn't like this kind of occasion, and in the eyes of official wizards, ordinary people were not creatures of the same world as him. Kalman will naturally not participate in ordinary people's activities. Being able to appear at the dance is completely to give Renaud face. Renaud didn't like such an occasion either, but he couldn't leave. After all, this was the first ball he attended in the Principality of Crotia, and it was held to welcome him. He had to give King Celsta a face, and stay until the dance is over. During the dance, the circle of wizard apprentices consisted of a total of 6 wizard apprentices, including 2 senior wizard apprentices and 4 intermediate wizard apprentices. One of the 2 senior wizard apprentices was an old man with white hair. He came to Renaud with 4 intermediate wizard apprentices holding a wine glass. The white-haired old man was the first to speak. "Hello, Master Renaud, I am Heim. I heard that you are a pharmacist. I have long admired your name." Renaud responded modestly, "Hello, Heim, I just know how to make some basic potions, I'm not a master." Heim continued with a smile, "That's also very powerful. Pharmacists are so rare." After speaking, Heim introduced the other 4 intermediate wizard apprentices to Renaud one by one. After Renaud greeted them politely, he looked at the other senior wizard apprentice. The senior wizard apprentice seemed to notice Renaud's gaze. He turned his head away with a hint of disdain and drank the wine alone. No one around him dared to approach. Hayam said in Renaud's ear, "He is Yorick, and that's what he is like. He doesn't like anyone except Lord Kalman." After several wizard apprentices exchanged greetings with Renaud, they happily joined the dance and danced with the noble ladies. Even Hayam did the same. Renaud didn't expect that wizard apprentices like them would integrate into the life of the nobles. Renaud thought about it and realized that it was normal. Most of these wizard apprentices who could be hired by a principality were wandering wizard apprentices with ordinary qualifications and no hope of advancement. They have lost their belief in the constant pursuit of power and have turned to enjoying material life, naturally integrating into the life of the nobility. It is very different from a wizard apprentice like Renaud who comes from a large wizard organization. In Renaud's view, this kind of dance is a pure waste of time. Although Heim is a high-level wizard apprentice, after chip analysis, this Heim may not be able to defeat Renaud, an intermediate wizard apprentice. However, there is something interesting about Yorick standing alone in the corner. He is not as simple as he seems. During the ball, several young and beautiful aristocratic ladies came to invite the young and handsome Renaud to dance, but they were all politely rejected by him. Renaud has a traditional Eastern mindset and doesn't like this kind of dance. Moreover, his heart has been filled with Alice and he can't tolerate others at all. Naturally, he doesn't want to have unnecessary contact with other women. King Zelsta also took his descendants to meet Renaud one by one. King Zelsta has 3 sons in total. The eldest prince, Kari, is nearly 40 years old and is currently the apparent heir to the throne. He seems to have some kingly demeanor, calm and capable. The second prince Sussy, who is in his 30s, always has a signature smile on his face, but his intentions are obviously deeper. The third prince, Leonor, was 18 years old like Renaud, and he still looked like a teenager, without any scheming. The ball ended miserably until midnight, and Renaud had to deal with greetings from all kinds of people at the ball. Renaud felt more tired than doing an experiment at this time. King Zelsta has arranged a residence for Renaud, which is an independent courtyard near the Wizard Tower. King Zelsta arranged a gorgeous carriage to transport Renaud, as well as a dozen maids, who nominally took care of Renaud's daily life. Renaud decisively refused them all. Renaud had Carter and the three of them, and no one else was needed. King Zelstad no longer pressed, gave Renaud a bag of magic stones, arranged for people to send Renaud and the others to the yard, and left. Renaud looked at the magic stones in the bag. There were more than 200 low-level magic stones. He couldn't help complaining in his heart, "It's really different with mines. There are just 200 magic stones." Renaud took Carter and the others to a specially prepared yard, which had been cleaned up. So Renaud gave Carter a rare holiday and let her rest directly. After all, Carter's bloodline had just awakened and was not too stable, and Ham was no match for Carter at all. It was estimated that Renaud would have to do it himself if he wanted to give Carter actual combat training in the future. Renaud entered the largest room and was about to meditate as usual, when the chip gave him a surprise. The mechanical sound of the chip sounded in Renaud's mind. Ding! The analysis and optimization of the Azure Potion is complete. Do you want to transfer it to the memory area? Renaud did not expect that the analysis of the Azure Potion was finally completed at this time. Renaud happily ordered, transfer. A detailed method for making the Azure Potion appeared in Renaud's mind. Among them, the chip has found substitutes for all the extinct materials. This is the power of the chip's analysis ability. It's just that the main material for making the potion, the Tears of the Wrong Soul, is irreplaceable. Renaud still has to find a way to find it, or make it in his own way. Tears of Wrong Souls, as the name suggests, are the tears of wrong souls. If you want to make the wrong souls cry, you must find them first. Although the soul sounds a bit mysterious, Renaud's own experience of traveling through time is enough to prove that the soul is real. Through the knowledge of wizards, Renaud learned that the soul is like a special energy particle, which ordinary people with insufficient mental power can't see at all. And wizard apprentices like Renaud who have reached the standard of mental power can feel the existence of the soul. Ordinary souls will naturally dissipate after a period of time, but the wronged souls are different. In essence, the wronged soul is a more powerful soul. Before the soul dies, it is unwilling to condense resentment, so the soul gathers a large number of energy particles, which can last for a long time and even affect matter, forming the wrong soul. The tears of the wrong soul are a special liquid similar to the tears of ordinary people produced by the violent emotional fluctuations of the wrong soul. To get the tears of the wrong soul, you must first find the wrong soul. After considering the materials needed for the blue potion, Renaud began his daily meditation. After meditation, he fell asleep. The next morning, Renaud arranged Ham to guard the yard, Carter went out for training, and then brought Beth to Kalman's Wizard Tower. This Wizard Tower is completely black and only 3 stories high. It is the simplest Wizard Tower, but it also costs a lot. There are no other buildings within 500 meters around the Wizard Tower, and ordinary people dare not approach it. Although the Wizard Tower can isolate the radiation of wizards, it will still have an impact if you are too close. And in people's impression, formal wizards are still more feared. When Renaud heard that Kalman was going to take him to visit the Wizard Tower, he couldn't wait to come. Renaud has always been very interested in the structure of the Wizard Tower. Kalman happily took Renaud to visit the Wizard Tower. Although the Wizard Tower has only 3 floors on the ground, there is another floor underground. The underground floor is the location of the element reactor, which provides energy for the entire Wizard Tower. The energy for lighting and daily experimental instruments in the Wizard Tower all comes from the element reactor. These things don't use too much energy, and more energy is accumulated and stored for emergency use. What really consumes energy on the Wizard Tower is the various wizard arrays on it, including defensive wizard arrays and offensive wizard arrays. If war comes, this Wizard Tower can be transformed into a war fortress with the magic array and stored energy above, but it's a pity that the Wizard Tower cannot be moved. The first floor of the Wizard Tower is a reception room and a place for daily life, responsible for receiving guests. The second floor of the Wizard Tower is Kalman's laboratory, which has many professional instruments, various creatures, and specimens. It is obvious that Kalman is better at anatomy. There are also several incubators covered with black cloth, which obviously contain some shameful things. This is also normal among wizards, and Renaud did not explore it. The third floor of the Wizard Tower is Kalman's meditation room, witchcraft laboratory, and lounge. After Renaud visited, he sat and chatted with Kalman on the first floor of the Wizard Tower. Renault was a little curious why Kalman did not choose to stay in Crow's Nest after becoming a formal wizard and became the guardian wizard of the Principality of Crotia. If I had known that in terms of wizard resources and knowledge, Crow's Nest Academy would definitely be more suitable. In most cases, only wizards who have no hope of promotion will choose to become guardian wizards and enjoy life. And now looking at the state of Kalman's laboratory, it is obviously not a state of enjoying life. So Renault asked curiously, "Brother Kalman, why did you choose to become the guardian wizard of the Principality of Crotia?" Kalman did not refuse to answer, but sighed and said, "Because I became a formal wizard with the funding of the Principality of Crotia." Renault, you should also know something. There are only two ways to become a formal wizard from a wizard apprentice. The first is to reach the peak of mental power as an apprentice, get a first-level defensive witchcraft model and a standard portion of void water. The second method is to naturally advance through advanced meditation. Ancient wizards all used advanced meditation methods to advance, and only the modern wizard world invented the first method of advancing by relying on void water. This method has lowered the threshold for becoming a formal wizard a lot, and a large number of formal wizards have emerged in an instant, which indirectly promoted the prosperity of the modern wizard world. But the method of advancing with void water also has great disadvantages. Using void water after advancing to a formal wizard, the strength is much lower than that of the wizards of the same level who have advanced meditation methods, and it is difficult to find a suitable higher-level witchcraft model to help them advance to a higher level. So the formal wizards who use the water of the void to advance can basically only stay at the level of first-level wizards. But the advanced meditation method is only available in wizard families that have been passed down for countless years. Ordinary wizard apprentices can't get it at all. Even if they get it, they have to sign a strict contract, almost selling themselves to this family. So I used the first method at that time. I was also arranged by Mentor Klein to be stationed in the Principality of Crotia like you. At that time, the last guardian wizard of the Principality of Crotia was about to reach the end of his life, so he urgently needed a successor. I am already a peak apprentice and fully meet the requirements, so the previous king of the Principality of Crotia found me and was willing to provide all the resources needed for promotion. The price is to become the guardian wizard of the Principality of Crotia. I was already quite old at the time, and the chance of breaking through to become an official wizard was very low. I was not taken seriously by the academy. Naturally, no wizard family was willing to give me advanced meditation methods, so I decided to take the last shot. Fortunately, I succeeded in the end, so I became the guardian wizard of the Principality of Crotia and need to protect the principality for the rest of my life. Kalman said with some regret. Obviously Kalman wanted to pursue freedom. He became an official wizard, but he lost his freedom and could only guard the Principality of Crotia, so he sighed with regret. Renault also had some understanding of the method of advancing to a formal wizard mentioned by Kalman, but Renault was still only an intermediate wizard apprentice and had not considered it that much. But after listening to Kalman's experience, Renault also felt that it was time to consider how to get promoted. This is related to how far Renault can go in the future. Renault gently comforted the regretful Kalman, and continued to inquire, "Senior brother Kalman, I don't know if you have an innocent soul or who has it. I can buy it at a high price." After hearing Renault's words, Kalman put away his previous emotions and said, "Wrongful soul, what do you want that thing for?" Wrongful soul is knowledge related to the soul. I am not good at it, so I did not collect it. The wizard apprentices here basically we have already lost the motivation to move forward, let alone have any more. Renault replied regretfully, "I have an experiment that requires the use of ghosts." Is there no other way? Kalman thought for a while and said, "You can try your luck at the Milan market." The Milan market is also marked on Renault's map. It is also the place Renault originally wanted to go. He also has a small part of the potion to sell. The Milan market is located in the border area in the northwest of the Principality of Crotia, and it is also the border of the Crow's Nest sphere of influence. There are all kinds of people there, and there are people from all over the world. But there are also advantages. Compared with other markets, the Milan market has all the resources from all over the world, and it is one of the markets with the richest resources. The Milan market was established by the free wizard Rizar, who is a second-level wizard. It is because of his existence that the Milan market can maintain its daily order. And it costs 5 magic stones to enter the market, and it is not like other markets that can be entered at will. All this information is recorded on the map given to Renault by Mentor Klein. Renault touched the ring on his hand and fell into thought. Suddenly, Kalman slapped his forehead and said, "I remembered that there might be a place in Aden where ghosts may exist. In the western part of Aden, there is an abandoned manor, which is said to be haunted. Someone reported this to the king some time ago. But I was too lazy to care about this kind of thing, so I never dealt with it. Renaud, you can just go and check it out for me, maybe there will be unexpected gains. This is really good news for Renaud. Renaud patted his chest and said, leave it to me, senior brother Kalman. Renaud suddenly found that every time he touched the mysterious ring on his hand, something good seemed to happen. In the slave market, Renaud also touched the mysterious ring to find Catwoman Carter. Catwoman Carter directly awakened the blood of the Nether Spirit Cat, which can reach the blood of a 4th-level wizard. Any low-level wizard who encounters it will probably go crazy, so Renaud was lucky enough to encounter it. This time, there was no news of ghosts, but Kalman suddenly remembered it. Renaud couldn't help but wonder if it was the effect of the mysterious ring, but this kind of thing seemed to be very common, and there was no serious basis. Renaud just had this guess. Renaud discussed the experience of releasing witchcraft with Kalman again. Kalman generously pointed out Renaud, which made Renaud feel that he had gained a lot. Renaud had a delicious lunch with Kalman, then said goodbye and left the wizard tower and returned to his own courtyard. At night Renaud, wearing a shadow cloak, turned directly into a black shadow, blended into the surrounding night, and left quietly. Renaud was going to the Milin market alone, not wanting to attract anyone's attention. This was Renaud's first attempt to use the shadow cloak for shadow stealth, and the effect made Renaud very satisfied. After a while, Renaud left Aden City and sneaked in the direction of the Milin market. The next morning, Renaud, wearing a shadow cloak, had arrived near the Milin market. The shadow cloak is indeed very suitable for sneaking at night. Without the shadow cloak, it would take at least one day for Renaud to get from Aden to the Maze Forest market. Now Renaud only took one night to reach the outside of the Maze Forest, and the mental energy consumed was not much, which was completely within Renaud's acceptable range. The Maze Forest is just as its name suggests. It is filled with white fog all year round, which will make ordinary people lost in it, so it is named the Maze Forest. Renaud knows that this white fog is similar to the fog outside the crow's nest. They are both means for wizards to prevent ordinary people from entering. Renaud changed the form of the shadow cloak, wrapped his whole body, and only revealed a pair of black eyes, and walked into the Maze Forest. The fog can indeed make ordinary people lost, but it has no effect on Renaud. Renaud walked into the Maze Forest and finally found a brick-paved path. Walking along the path, Renaud finally found the entrance to the Maze Forest market. The Milin market is located in the middle of the Milin, surrounded by a tall wall made of vines. The gate is also made of vines, but it is tightly closed at this time. A black kitten with a golden bell stood on the stone next to the gate, licking its fur patiently. The kitten noticed Renaud's arrival, stopped licking its fur, and said in human language, "Hello, outsider, please pay the magic stone to enter." Renaud took out 5 magic stones and threw them to the kitten. The kitten caught them directly with his mouth and swallowed all the magic stones into his stomach, with a satisfied expression on his face. The gate behind the kitten automatically contracted the vines and opened the passage to the market. Renaud walked in directly, and the vines stretched out again, forming a tightly closed gate again. The Milin market is indeed a bit chaotic as rumored. There is no so-called official store at all, only stalls with different characteristics. However, the resources inside are indeed rich. There are many materials that Renaud has only seen in books, and he didn't expect that there are real objects for sale here. However, Renaud's chip also scanned many fakes. There is no formal management here, so fakes are rampant. Renaud first exchanged the potion for magic stones, and then began to buy the materials needed for the blue potion. Unfortunately, there are still 2 materials that have not been purchased. Maybe these materials are too rare. Renaud can only try to find substitutes or find other ways to purchase them. And Renaud searched around but couldn't find a stall selling wrong souls. Sure enough, this kind of niche thing is hard to find. Renaud thought to himself. But Renaud was not without gain. Renaud bought tools to collect wrong souls. Ordinary containers cannot hold wrong souls that can shuttle freely. Only special ones can do it. And Renaud didn't know the witchcraft of capturing wrong souls. He just bought a basic witchcraft model soul manipulation. After a day of shopping, Renaud left the Milin market with satisfaction. When he went out of the exit, Renaud found that he had actually come directly to the outside of the Milin, and it was not the place where he entered, and there was no one else around. Obviously, this was specially set up by the Milin market. It was to protect the safety of the entrance, and set up random teleportation points to avoid being tracked. This point of the Milin market made Renaud feel that the 5 magic stones he paid were not unfair, and even a bit worthwhile. After Renault left the market, the outside was gradually immersed in the night. Wrapped in a shadow cloak, Renault identified the direction, blended into the night, and left quickly. The next morning, Renault appeared in the yard. He only disappeared for a day and did not attract anyone's attention. In the next few days, Renault stayed in the yard honestly and did not go out. Instead, he concentrated on studying the basic witchcraft soul manipulation. Soul manipulation is the most basic witchcraft for controlling souls in soul witchcraft. The user needs to condense his soul power into silk threads and wrap them around the target soul, so that the target soul is like a puppet to achieve soul manipulation. However, there is a disadvantage of soul manipulation. Soul manipulation can only manipulate targets with weaker soul power than the caster. For targets with stronger soul power than the caster, it is impossible to manipulate them at all, and they may even be manipulated by the other party. Therefore, when using soul manipulation, you must be careful, otherwise it may backfire on yourself. Although Renault is not a soul wizard and has no way to exercise soul power. But as an intermediate wizard apprentice, his soul power must be much better than that of ordinary ghosts, so Renault is not worried. A week later, Renault has completely mastered the basic witchcraft soul manipulation, so he took Tools and Catwoman Carter to the abandoned factory that was rumored to be haunted. Renault only brought Carter this time, because ordinary people are useless in front of the ghosts, and may be possessed by the ghosts and cause trouble. So Renault directly left Ham and Beth to guard the courtyard. The reason why he brought Catwoman Carter was that Carter's ability was almost the same as that of an intermediate wizard apprentice, and she could be a helper. Second, as a Catwoman, Carter seemed to have a unique sense of souls, which could help Renault find the ghosts. Renault brought Catwoman Carter directly to the front of the abandoned manor. The location of this manor is relatively remote, and there are not many other buildings around. The area of the manor is not small. It is obvious that it was a place where nobles lived in the past, but now it is overgrown with weeds, and the buildings have been in disrepair for many years, which looks a bit dilapidated. The ghosts usually like to appear at night, and when Renault and Carter came to this manor, the sun had not set yet, and there was still some time. Renault just used this time to find out the news of this manor. Under the scanning of the chip, Renault found a target and turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. At this time, in a dilapidated wooden house 500 meters away from the manor, an old woman was preparing dinner alone. Suddenly, a figure covered in a cloak appeared in front of the old woman. This figure was Renault. When the old woman saw Renault suddenly appear, she was instinctively a little scared and wanted to call for help. However, when she saw Renault's dark eyes, the words she wanted to shout stopped at her lips, her eyes gradually blurred, and her body relaxed. "Tell me everything you know about the abandoned manor," Renault said in an unquestionable tone. The old woman spoke mechanically without any emotion. 20 years ago, the manor was built by a wealthy businessman at that time, and then the businessman lived in the manor with his family of 4 and 10 slaves. However, one day people nearby suddenly found that no one seemed to have appeared in the manor for a long time, and no slaves cleaned the weeds in the yard, but the yard looked normal. People couldn't help but wonder if the owner of the manor was out, but at least a few slaves would be left to clean and guard the manor. After a while, the manor became overgrown with weeds, and it was obvious that no one had lived there for a long time. People reported this situation to the noble who was in charge of managing this area. So the noble took a team of soldiers to force open the door of the manor and searched inside. However, the things in the house were placed normally, with no signs of cleaning, and even found the gold coins that the original owner secretly hid in the wall. It didn't look like the owner had left with his family. Even some traces of food were found in the kitchen, but they had become hairy and deteriorated into a pile of black things. Strange, however, the nobleman did not find any traces or corpses left by anyone, nor any traces of fighting or blood, as if the people here had disappeared out of thin air. The nobleman took a fancy to this manor, so he wanted to secretly take it for himself. However, the nobleman did not dare to live there for a short time. He heard from his servants that it seemed to be haunted, so the nobleman did not dare to live there. Then, the nobleman tried to sell the manor, but all the people who bought the manor and lived there said that they had encountered ghosts and did not dare to live there anymore. In this way, this manor was sold. It was abandoned, and strangely, everyone who lived in this manor soon fell seriously ill and died early. This manor was rumored to be even more terrifying, and no one dared to approach it. As time passed, people gradually regarded the previous rumors about the manor as fabricated horror stories. Until recently, I heard that someone else entered the manor and encountered ghosts, so he reported the matter to the king. Renault got the information he wanted, so he said, "Forget everything just now." After Renault finished speaking, he turned into a shadow and disappeared directly, leaving a gold coin on the ground. The old woman came back to her senses and murmured in a trance, "I am really old, why did I suddenly lose my mind? Hey! How come there is a gold coin on the ground? Is it a gift from heaven?" The old woman found the gold coin on the ground and said with some surprise. Renault had returned to the gate of the abandoned manor at this time, waiting for the night to fall. Renault had just used a kind of spiritual guidance on the old woman, which could allow people with much lower spiritual power than himself to obey his orders and answer any of his questions without knowing it. The old woman's spiritual power was naturally much lower than Renault's, which met the conditions for using spiritual guidance. Renault did not want to hurt ordinary people, so it was just a simple spiritual guidance, which would not cause any harm to the old woman, and left a gold coin in exchange for the message. Renault, like most wizards, adheres to the principle of equal exchange. Since Renault got what he wanted, he naturally had to pay something. Look at Catwoman Carter again. After the systematic training arranged by Renault's chip, she has matured a lot. When Renault asked for the news, Catwoman Carter stayed honestly in place and carefully observed the situation of the abandoned manor. Night fell quietly, and Renault turned into a shadow and quietly entered the manor. Catwoman Carter was even more direct, jumping onto the wall of the manor with a light leap, and when she landed again, she was already in the manor without making any sound. After listening to the old woman's description of the abandoned manor, Renault felt that something was strange, that is, how could this family all disappear strangely? The ghosts that people saw later might be the wronged ghosts of this family, or they might be the culprits who killed this family. It seems that only by finding the wronged ghosts can we know the real reason for the disappearance of this family. After Renault and Catwoman Carter entered the gate of the manor, they walked through the weedy garden and came to the house together. Renault and Catwoman Carter did not choose to act separately. After all, this is an unfamiliar environment. Maybe something will happen. It is better to be cautious. Ding! Scanning is restricted due to interference from an unknown force field. As soon as Renault entered the house, the chip popped up this prompt directly. Obviously there is something here, which affects the scanning of the chip. The soft moonlight shone into the room, allowing Renault and Carter to see the situation in the house clearly. I don't know if it's because no one has cleaned it up for too long, or if someone broke in. The things in the room are placed in a mess, as if they had been robbed. Suddenly, Catwoman Carter's ears moved slightly, as if she sensed something, and stopped. Renault noticed Carter's change, and stopped, observing the surrounding situation attentively. Ding! Unknown energy particles are detected approaching. The chip's prompt sounded at the right time, and Renault looked in the direction of the chip prompt. A nearly transparent, disheveled, ragged figure floated up from the ground. This was also the first time Renault really saw a wronged soul, and he couldn't help but be a little surprised. The form of the wronged soul is basically the same as before death. Looking at the wronged soul in front of him, it is obviously a woman, and she suffered inhuman abuse before her death, so she will appear in front of him. The wronged soul smelled the breath of the living on Renault and Carter, and suddenly became fierce, and was still muttering something vaguely. Carter narrowed his eyes and directly stabbed at the wronged soul with a netherworld stab. However, Catwoman Carter's figure directly passed through the wronged soul without causing any harm to the wronged soul. Sure enough, ordinary attacks have no effect on the wronged soul, Renault came to the conclusion. The wronged soul was obviously angered by Carter's behavior just now. She began to roar loudly, and black air gradually condensed on her body. That is the so-called resentment. It is precisely because of these resentments that the wronged soul has existed until now. Otherwise, ordinary souls would have dissipated long ago. As the wronged soul roared, various furniture around began to shake slowly, and then all floated up. The wronged soul waved his hands, and all these furniture smashed towards Renault and Carter. Obviously, the resentment of this wronged soul is enough to affect the real material. Facing the attack of these furniture, Renault wrapped himself in a shadow cloak and directly merged into the shadow. These furniture controlled by the wronged soul could not hurt Renault at all. Looking at Catwoman Carter, she is good at speed. She uses flexible body movements to jump quickly among these furniture to avoid attacks. Similarly, this kind of furniture cannot hurt Carter at all. Seeing that his attack just now had no effect, the ghost became even more angry, and the black air on his body increased. This time, the ghost floated up directly, stretched out his hands, and grew sharp nails on his hands, and then rushed towards Carter angrily. However, its speed could not catch up with the agile Carter at all, and naturally it could not cause any harm to Carter. Renault hid in the shadows, using the chip to observe and collect data from the ghost in real time. Renaud was mainly concerned about the concentration of resentment in the ghost. The resentment in the ghost is the main material for producing the tears of the ghost, and naturally the more the better. Renaud did not attack just now, also to allow the ghost to accumulate more resentment. As the ghost became more and more angry, the concentration of resentment in it also increased. Ding! The target resentment concentration has reached the maximum value. With the prompt of the chip, Renaud knew that the resentment would not increase if it continued to accumulate, and it had reached the maximum value. So Renaud appeared from the shadows, slowly stretched out his right hand, chanted a spell, and directly used the basic witchcraft soul manipulation. I saw a series of light blue silk threads slowly flying out from the fingertips of Renaud's right hand. At first, they were still looking for a target. After sensing the breath of the wrong soul, they quickly wrapped around the body of the wrong soul. The wrong soul was still trying to struggle at first, but as the silk threads were entangled more and more, and even a silk thread directly stretched into the head of the wrong soul slowly stopped struggling and his eyes became dull. As Renaud's fingertips moved, the wrong soul also moved like a puppet, completely following Renaud's instructions. Then Renaud took out a light blue glass bottle, opened the bottle cap, chanted a spell, and the wrong soul was directly sucked into it. This light blue bottle is a tool specially used to capture souls, called the soul-catching bottle. The soul-catching bottle is made of special materials, and the soul cannot pass through it, so as to achieve the purpose of capturing souls. But this soul-catching bottle also has a disadvantage. It can only capture souls that will not resist, otherwise it cannot directly absorb the soul. If the soul is forcibly absorbed, it is likely to directly damage the soul-catching bottle. That's why Renaud had to learn the art of soul manipulation to make the wrong soul stop resisting, and with the help of the soul-catching bottle, he could successfully capture the wrong souls. After the wrong soul entered the soul-catching bottle, Renaud retracted the light blue thread in his hand. The wrong soul regained consciousness instantly and began to struggle frantically, trying to get out, but all this was in vain. Renaud directly closed the lid and threw the soul-catching bottle into the apprentice's backpack. The capture of the wrong soul was completed, and Renaud had completed the purpose of this trip. But Renaud was not in a hurry to leave. He was a little curious about why the whole family disappeared, and how the wrong soul was formed. You know, the formation of the wrong soul is not simple, and even requires the right time, right place, and right people. The right time and right place require a dark environment with relatively more elemental particles, and the right people require a great stimulation to the wrong soul before death. And looking at the dress of the wrong soul, it is very likely that it is the wrong soul transformed by the hostess of this family. When dealing with the wrong soul, don't think about communicating with the wrong soul to get the information you want. Because the wrong souls are greatly stimulated and full of resentment, they can become wrong souls. Their minds are completely disordered and they cannot communicate at all. Therefore, it is impossible to get accurate information from the ghosts. Renaud can only try to find useful clues by himself. Without the interference of the ghosts, Renaud directly ordered the chip to scan the entire building. A three-dimensional model of the building appeared in front of Renaud, and Renaud soon saw something different. On the three-dimensional model of the entire building, Renaud discovered that there was an underground space similar to a wine cellar under the house. In the underground space, there were 14 strangely shaped skeletons, and the chip even detected some traces of energy particles gathered. This discovery made Renaud convinced that the answer to the strange disappearance of this family should be in the underground space. It's just that the entrance to this cellar seems to be very hidden, and even the nobles who once lived here didn't find it. Otherwise, it is estimated that the reason for the disappearance of this family would have been known long ago. Renaud activated the powerful scanning ability of the chip and tried his best to analyze and find the entrance to the cellar. Based on the scanning analysis of the chip, Renaud finally found a suspicious place. In this house, everything is in disarray, only in the study, an oil painting is neatly hung on the wall. If it was placed in the past, this oil painting would not attract attention at all. Nowadays, everything in the house has been manipulated by the wrong souls, and the oil painting that has not moved seems out of place. Obviously, the painting was connected to the wall, so it was not easily manipulated. Renaud took Catwoman Carter into the study. Renaud used his mental power to condense a spiritual hand, grabbed the painting and turned it. As the painting turned, a mechanical sound came, and a dark passage suddenly opened on the floor of the study. A rotten, sour smell came up. Catwoman Carter had a keen sense of smell, and she covered her nose in an instant, looking disgusted. Renaud knew that this was the smell of corpses rotting underground for a long time, but the smell was not too strong, and it didn't seem to be produced by 14 corpses. Renaud, with some doubts, casually performed a light spell. A bright light source floated above Renault's head, illuminating the steps below. Renault looked at Catwoman Carter, who looked uncomfortable, and said, "Carter, you stay here, I will go down by myself." Carter shook her head firmly and said, "Master, I want to be your sharpest sword, I am not afraid of anything." Then she took the lead and walked in front of Renault. Catwoman Carter has the blood of the Cat clan, so she naturally has the ability of night vision and does not need the light source on Renault at all. Renault shook his head helplessly. He had already scanned it with the chip, and the chip scan had no obstacles, proving that there was no danger. Catwoman Carter obviously misunderstood something, so Renault had to follow Catwoman Carter and walked in. The light source above Renault's head also floated in with Renault. Before Renault really walked into the underground space, a sharp scream came from it. Obviously, Catwoman Carter was frightened by something. Renault manipulated the light source directly to the top of the underground space, illuminating all corners of the underground space, and Renault really saw the situation in the cellar. The area of the underground space is not large, just the size of a storage room. There were some shelves with expensive wines around, and 2 locked boxes. Through the chip scan, there were some gold coins and jewelry inside. These ordinary things had no appeal to wizards. The center of the underground space was cleared out, and 13 skeletons of various sizes with strange shapes were arranged in a circle according to a special pattern. Catwoman Carter looked at these skeletons with some horror, covering her mouth to prevent herself from making any sound, and the cat hair on her body had exploded. Although Catwoman Carter had followed Renault for more than a month, and had killed many bandits who were preparing to rob on the road. But she was still very young after all, and had never seen such a horrible scene in front of her. It was normal for her to be frightened. Catwoman Carter saw Renault coming in and hurriedly ran behind Renault. Renault was also a little surprised when he looked at these 13 skeletons of various sizes and strange shapes. According to the chip's detection, there were no signs of corpse decay around these 13 skeletons. The chip scanned traces of blood next to these skeletons. Renault used the chip to overlap the traces of these skeletons and blood carvings, which seemed to be a sacrificial ceremony. Moreover, the energy particles in the air of this cellar were obviously more concentrated, and there seemed to be a special smell of other creatures. However, it has been too long, and Renault can only roughly perceive this information with the chip. Without the chip, it would be impossible to find it. Moreover, Renault has not encountered creatures with this smell, so he can only let the chip record it. What is certain is that these skeletons are the people who disappeared in the manor. Through the structure of this witch array, the chip gave the conclusion that this is most likely a sacrificial ceremony. It should be a certain evil wizard who used the sacrificial ceremony to sacrifice these 13 people to a certain existence as sacrifices in exchange for something. Therefore, there are no signs of corpse corrosion around these skeletons. They should have been directly sucked away by that existence, leaving only the skeletons. However, this method of sacrificing to obtain benefits is expressly prohibited in the Western continent. Because this method is likely to attract the attention of some powerful beings or planes, and have a bad impact on the wizard world. Therefore, the evil wizard carved the sacrificial ceremony in the underground space, so as to avoid exposing the breath of foreign existence as much as possible and avoid attracting the attention of the Wizarding Association. You know, if you are found using the sacrificial ritual in the Western continent, you will be directly classified as an evil wizard and be wanted by the entire Western continent wizard community. Renault sorted out the course of events and asked the chip to record and organize all this information. Renault also noticed that there was a lonely skeleton next to it, with obvious signs of corpse decay around the skeleton. Renault has concluded that this skeleton should be the body of the captured wronged soul. It should be that only 13 people are needed for this sacrificial ritual. And this seems to be the wronged soul of the hostess, who watched her family being absorbed into skeletons with her own eyes. In addition, the concentration of elemental particles in the cellar increased due to the sacrificial ritual, and the soul of the hostess turned into a wronged soul full of resentment and wanting revenge. It takes some time for the soul to turn into a wronged soul. Apparently, the wizard did not notice that the hostess's soul had begun to transform into a wronged soul. He sacrificed what he wanted and left directly without destroying the hostess's soul. In the end, the hostess's soul was successfully transformed into a wronged soul, but after becoming a wronged soul, its memory was completely confused by the resentment. It was impossible to find the wizard for revenge, so it could only stay in the manor with endless resentment. It was not until Renault's arrival that the root cause was found. However, Renault did not do anything, nor did he touch the sacrificial ceremony. Who knows if he would be noticed by that existence if he touched the ceremony. Renaud did not want to take the risk. Renaud's current strength is not enough to provoke the existence that can be sacrificed. Being able to catch the wrong soul, Renaud's purpose of this trip has been achieved. Renaud took Carter out of the underground space directly, and then moved the oil painting back to its original position, and the door of the underground space was closed, and then he left quietly. After Renaud and Catwoman Carter left the abandoned manor, they took advantage of the night and returned to the courtyard where they lived quietly. Renaud asked Catwoman Carter to rest and went back to his room to think. Overall, this operation has gained a lot. The main material of the most important blue potion has been obtained, which is the biggest gain. The sacrificial ceremony was an unexpected gain, but Renaud didn't dare to try it at all with his current strength, at least until he became a formal wizard. The remaining 2 materials have not been purchased, and now he can only find a way to find a substitute. After thinking about these, Renaud entered his daily meditation. After the meditation, Renaud was very dissatisfied with this meditation. Renaud ordered the chip in his mind. Number 1, call up my physical data. Ding. Renaud, Intermediate Wizard Apprentice Physique, 1.85 Strength, 1.46 Agility, 1.62 Mental Power, 5.1 Magic Power, 51 Status, Healthy. Renaud looked at his data and was a little dissatisfied. It has been more than 2 months since he left the academy and arrived in the Principality of Croatia. His mental power has only increased by 0.1 points. No wonder most apprentices have to stay in the intermediate and advanced wizard apprentice stages for a long time. The improvement of intermediate wizard apprentices through basic meditation is already very slow, let alone the advanced wizard apprentice stage. The last 4 mental runes are more complicated and the speed will only be slower. It seems that if I want to improve as soon as possible, I can only start with potions. Renaud thought silently in his heart. The next morning, Renaud took out a bag of gold coins and ordered Ham and Beth to go to the herbal medicine store to buy all the herbs. Renaud knew that since the 2 materials could not be purchased from the wizard market, he could only find substitutes from ordinary medicinal materials. The reason why medicinal materials are called medicinal materials is that they have some special ingredients. The potion materials that Renaud learned in Crow's Nest Academy in recent years are all about extraordinary resources. On the contrary, there is less information about ordinary materials and chips in the wizard world. This time, Renaud just tried to use ordinary materials to find substitutes for the 2 materials and enrich the database of ordinary materials. In one morning, Ham and Beth bought all kinds of medicinal materials in the medicinal materials store in Aden City and put them in a room next to Renaud's room. Renaud prepared to use this room as a temporary laboratory, although it was far less professional than the laboratory in the wizard tower of Brother Kalman. But Renaud currently had no other choice but to carve some rune magic arrays for reinforcement and protection. Ham and Beth moved the medicinal materials into this room and quickly retreated. No one could enter this room without Renaud's permission. Renaud looked at the medicinal herbs that filled the room with some helplessness, because if he wanted to use the chip to detect the medicinal properties of ordinary medicinal herbs, the most direct way was to taste them with his mouth. You know, most medicinal herbs are very unpalatable. Renaud tasted them one by one with a sad face, and then recorded the medicinal properties of the herbs one by one with the chip. It took Renaud 3 days to record the medicinal properties of all the purchased medicinal herbs. What made Renaud happy was that he successfully found substitutes for the materials that were not purchased from ordinary medicinal herbs. It's just that the content of the same ingredients in ordinary medicinal herbs is relatively low, so they need to be purchased in large quantities and purified and accumulated to achieve the effect. So Renaud asked Ham and Beth to purchase a large number of these 2 ordinary medicinal herbs, and Renaud's behavior also attracted the attention of other wizard apprentices. It's just that the wizard apprentices in Aden City all knew that Renaud was a pharmacist, but they didn't think it was too strange. Just when Renaud finished collecting the medicinal herbs and was ready to start trying to make the blue potion, Renaud received another invitation to the ball from King Seltserda, but he politely refused it on the grounds that he was doing an experiment. Although Renaud was only an intermediate wizard apprentice, he represented the Crow's Nest, and his status was higher than that of a senior wizard apprentice, so he naturally had the right to refuse. Renaud's senior brother Kalman, as a formal wizard, would never attend any ball organized by the king. He only made an exception for Renaud. In fact, Renaud has received many invitations in the past few days, including invitations from 3 princes. But Renaud politely refused them all. King Seltserda is not young anymore. Although his 3 princes are harmonious on the surface, they also have a lot of open and secret struggles. After all, who doesn't want to be king? These are all told to Renaud by Kalman. Kalman never participates in the struggle between the three princes. Kalman is not interested in this kind of power struggle between ordinary people. He only needs to fulfill the contract and protect the country and the king's family. Renaud was the same. He didn't want to get involved in the vortex of power struggle. He just wanted to spend more time to improve himself. So Renaud refused all these daily invitations. After solving these trivial matters, Renaud began to concentrate on making the Azure Potion. Renaud had let the chip simulate the method of making the Azure Potion thousands of times and then transferred it into Renaud's memory. Although there was the assistance of the chip, Renaud did not dare to guarantee his success rate this time. Although ordinary basic potions are now easy for Renaud to make, Azure Potions are different. The difficulty of making Azure Potions can be said to be the top among basic potions, and many materials have been replaced, which further increases the difficulty of making them. It can be said that the difficulty of making the Azure Potion is no less than that of making the first-level potion. Renaud first had to extract the main ingredient of the Azure Potion, the tears of the wrong soul. Renaud first carved a special witch array on the ground, and then released the wrong soul from the soul-catching bottle. The wrong soul didn't react at first, but when he saw Renaud, he instinctively rushed towards him. Renaud didn't move at all, and looked at the wrong soul in front of him calmly. Before the wrong soul moved much, the witch array on the ground lit up, and the wrong soul was blocked by a layer of transparent wall. No matter how angry the wrong soul attacked the transparent walls around it, it didn't work at all. Renaud began to chant the spell, and the witch array carved on the ground shone brightly. The black resentment wrapped around the wrong soul began to turn into wisps of green smoke and drifted in the air. The wrong soul also became motionless. A magical scene appeared. As the black resentment dissipated, drops of gray tears flowed from the corners of the wrong soul's eyes. This is the so-called tears of wrong souls. As the resentment around the wrong souls gradually consumed, the tears of wrong souls stopped flowing. Renaud collected all the tears of wrong souls with his spiritual hand. A total of 20 were collected, which was only enough for Renaud to conduct 20 potion experiments. As the resentment disappeared, the wrong soul gradually became transparent, and the expression on its face was no longer ferocious. When all the resentment disappeared, the wrong soul was almost completely transparent. She smiled at Renaud and dissipated into the air. For this soul, Renaud consumed all the resentment in it, which was a kind of relief. The wrong soul had existed for so long because of resentment. Now that all the resentment has disappeared, the remaining soul can no longer support it and will naturally dissipate into the air. The main material has been extracted, so what remains is the extraction and blending of auxiliary materials. Since the main material, the tears of the wrong soul, is less, Renaud plans to extract and configure the auxiliary materials first, and then merge the main materials. This is the most economical way to save the main materials. However, since the auxiliary materials are all replaced materials, and there are even 2 materials extracted from ordinary medicinal materials, the production difficulty is quite large. Although these materials are substitutes for the materials in the formula, there are other ingredients that will affect the medicine after all. With the chip, it is not possible to fully simulate the actual situation, and it can only be tried little by little in practice. One day later in the temporary laboratory, Renaud stared nervously at the test tube burning on the alcohol lamp in front of him. The blue liquid in the test tube was rolling and bubbling. This is the basic solution that has been successfully extracted and fused with all the auxiliary materials. The chip has been detecting the temperature in the solution and the state of the solution at the same time. Drop. The auxiliary materials have been completely fused. Please add the main materials. Hearing the prompt of the chip, Renaud quickly dropped a drop of gray tears into the test tube. The blue liquid in the test tube gradually began to fade, and a black mist rose from the liquid, turning into a terrifying ghost face, roaring angrily at Renaud. To successfully make the Azure Potion, you must resist the roar of resentment. Renaud had expected it long ago. His mental power mobilized magic power and concentrated it on his ears to resist the harsh sound. After a quarter of an hour, the ghost face roared and ended, as if it had lost all its strength at once, and turned into liquid and was transferred into the test tube, slowly merging with other liquids. Renaud touched the mysterious ring on his hand and stared at the test tube in front of him. He had a hunch that this time the production might be successful. Finally, the liquid in the test tube gradually became stable, and the color changed from blue to transparent, with only a little bit of sky blue showing through. Renaud breathed a sigh of relief, and the Azure Potion was finally made. Renaud took the Azure Potion, restored his mental power to a full state, and couldn't wait to start taking the Azure Potion. Renaud poured the azure potion directly into his mouth, and suddenly a bitter taste with some sourness burst out from Renaud's mouth. Renaud endured the unpalatable taste and swallowed the azure potion into his stomach. Is this ancient potion so unpalatable? It's simply the most unpalatable potion I've ever drunk. Renaud couldn't help but complain in his heart. After drinking the azure potion, Renaud sat cross-legged on the ground and prepared to meditate. Only with meditation can the efficacy of the azure potion be maximized. Renaud's mental power instantly entered his own spiritual world, and then began to carve spiritual runes. This time, the carving was obviously different from other times. It became very smooth and handy. Renaud had already started carving the 7th rune. Unexpectedly, this meditation went very smoothly. He finished carving the 7th rune directly and then exited the spiritual world. After Renaud woke up, he checked the time record of the chip and found that 6 hours had passed. You should know that Renaud usually meditates for more than 2 hours and has never meditated for such a long time. Number 1. Call up the data just monitored. Renaud issued an order to the chip. When Renaud started meditating, he asked the chip to monitor the changes in his body data in real time so as to better understand the effect of the blue potion. Suddenly, data appeared in front of Renaud. It is detected that the subject has taken in the gained substance, and the mental power is rising rapidly. The subject's mental power increased by 0.01. The subject's mental power increased by 0.01. The subject entered the meditation state, the effect was improved, and the mental power increased by 0.03. Meditation is over, and the subject's body data has changed. Ding! Renaud, Intermediate Wizard Apprentice Constitution, 1.88 Strength, 1.5 Agility, 1.65 Mental Power, 5.4 Magic Power, 52 Status, Healthy. The subject's mental power is slowly increasing. Looking at the data in front of him, Renaud was very surprised. Renaud saw that this time taking the azure potion actually directly increased the mental power by 0.3, and it did not end, but the speed slowed down. With the improvement of mental power, the speed of meditation has also been greatly improved. Now Renaud can become a high-level wizard apprentice directly as long as he finishes carving the 8th rune in the spiritual world. Renaud couldn't help but sigh at the power of this ancient potion. Although it is very difficult to make ancient potions and the materials are complicated, the benefits are completely worth it. Number 1. Calculate the time when the blue potion's effect disappears, and the final improvement effect. Ding! The task was successfully established, calculating. After more than 10 seconds, the sound of the chip machine sounded from Renaud's mind. Ding! The blue potion's effect is expected to disappear completely in 15 days, and it is expected to increase mental strength by 0.5 points in total. Looking at the conclusion given by the chip, Renaud was very satisfied, and then ordered, Number 1, calculate the amount of blue potion and the time required to become a senior wizard apprentice and a peak wizard apprentice. Ding! Task established, simulation experiment in progress. Renaud's goal is of course not a senior wizard apprentice, but a peak apprentice, so he must arrange the use of blue potions reasonably. 1 minute later, the sound of the chip machine sounded. Ding! After calculation, the subject becomes a senior wizard apprentice, and it is estimated that 1 standard portion of blue potion is needed. In order to give full play to the medicinal properties and reduce the subject's drug resistance, it is recommended that the subject take it 1 month later. It is estimated that 10 standard portions of blue potion are needed to become a peak wizard apprentice, and the time required is 2 years. Due to excessive use of blue potion, the subject will develop drug resistance, and it is necessary to take blue potion at more intervals to reduce drug resistance and make full use of the efficacy of blue potion. Renaud looked at the chip's analysis and was also a little helpless. If 1 standard portion of azure potion can increase the spiritual power by 0.5, Renaud only needs 7 standard portions of azure potion to reach the spiritual power of 9 points of the peak apprentice. However, after the simulation experiment of the chip, it actually takes 10 standard portions of azure potion. This is caused by the long-term use of a potion, which will produce drug resistance. This drug resistance cannot be avoided, so in order to make full use of the azure potion and increase the interval time, it takes 2 years. The first time Renaud successfully produced the blue potion, he had already consumed 3 copies of Tears of Wronged Souls, and all other auxiliary materials were basically exhausted. The production of azure potion is indeed very difficult, so if he wants 10 standard portions of azure potion, Renaud is also under a lot of pressure. After all, the main material, Tears of Wronged Souls, is difficult to find. However, Renaud has succeeded once, and Renaud's current level of making potions is already very good. Coupled with the assistance of the chip, Renault is confident that he can successfully produce 10 standard portions of Azure Potion. Renault was ready to strike while the iron was hot and used the next time to make all the blue potions. So Renault started the buy mode and bought all the auxiliary materials. For the next month, Renault was immersed in the experiment of making Azure Potion. Moreover, Renault also tried to use the mysterious ring on his hand. Renault discovered that as long as the potion was about to fail, he used magic power to activate the mysterious ring on his hand, and the potion would magically be restored. Through many experiments and reasonable guesses, Renault found that the mysterious ring on Renault's hand seemed to really have the ability to bring luck. But the mysterious ring does not seem to be omnipotent. If it is an irreversible mistake, even if the mysterious ring is used, the potion production will still fail. Luck allows you to find the best choice when faced with multiple choices, but it cannot change the outcome of your choice. This is Renault's understanding of lucky rings. Only by fully understanding the ability of luck can you make good use of the mysterious ring. With the help of the mysterious ring, Renault successfully produced a total of 11 standard portions of blue potion. Of course, this is not to say that the success rate of Renault's production of Azure Potion is so high, but that Renault opportunistically put the use of Tears of Wronged Souls in the last step, so that even if there are many mistakes in the early stage, the final material Tears of Wronged Souls will not be affected. So counting the one standard portion of Azure Potion that Renault had already used, Renault used 20 portions of Tears of Wronged Souls to successfully produce 12 standard portions of Azure Potion. Renault is already very satisfied with this, thanks to the mysterious ring. Renault has named the mysterious ring the Lucky Ring. Renault walked out of the laboratory, and the long-lost sunshine shone on Renault's stubble-covered face. Apparently Renault has been busy making Azure Potion recently and has no time to pay attention to his personal image. When Ham saw Renault coming out of the laboratory, he respectfully walked up to Renault and said, "Master, the king just sent another invitation to the ball." "How do you reply, master?" "Basically, the king holds a ball every week. Renault has already refused 4 times in the past month. Now it seems a bit inappropriate to refuse again. After all, my status was given to me by Crow's Nest, and I don't have the capital to refuse like senior brother Kalman. If he refuses again, even if King Zelsta won't say anything on the surface, he will definitely be dissatisfied in his heart. Moreover, since I have been concentrating on making the blue potion, I have been living in seclusion. It's time to relax and taste the delicious food of the ball." So Renault said, "Go and reply, I will go." "Yes, master." After Ham answered, he respectfully stepped back and responded to the king's invitation. Renault asked the servants to prepare hot water. Renault was ready to take a good wash before going to the dance party in the evening. There are currently 5 servants in Renault's courtyard, purchased by Ham to serve Renault's daily life. After all, Ham and Bess are both knights and are better at fighting than serving others. Catwoman Carter is focused on improving her own strength and cannot take care of Renault's daily life, so she buys servants. After Renault took a shower, he felt much better. Renault transformed the shadow cloak into a pitch-black wizard robe, and headed to the ball in a carriage specially arranged by the king. The basic witchcraft weapon of shadow cloak really provides great convenience to Renault, and Renault likes it more and more. Renault came to the ball wearing a shadow cloak and immediately attracted the attention of many people. When King Zelsta saw Renault, he immediately walked up enthusiastically and asked with concern, "Reynold, my friend, how are you doing recently? You have a good habit of living in Aden." Renault replied politely, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Your Majesty's arrangements are very thoughtful. I am living a good life." King Zelsta heard Renault's answer and said with satisfaction, that's good, please enjoy the dance." After King Zelsta finished speaking, he went to talk to others. Renault ran to the dining table nearby and enjoyed the food. Before Renault could take 2 bites, senior wizard apprentice Chaim came over and asked curiously, "Reynold, I heard that you have purchased a lot of medicinal materials and have been staying behind closed doors. Are you researching new potions? If you have any results, can you share them? I'm really curious about pharmacists." Renault had already expected that there would be someone paying attention to his every move. "I just didn't expect Chaim to ask so directly, but I could feel that Chaim didn't mean anything else, he was just curious about the potion." Renault said vaguely using the words he had already thought of, "I really want to study whether ordinary medicinal materials can be used in the production of potions. It's just that in this month's experiment, nothing has been discovered. The medicinal properties of ordinary medicinal materials are still too poor, and they cannot be compared with extraordinary resources." Renault said with some frustration. Heng looked at the somewhat frustrated Reno and comforted him. Most wizards' experiments are like this. A great wizard once said, truth is based on countless experiments. Don't be discouraged, my friend. You are still young. There is still time. Reno nodded and said, well, I won't give up. Thank you, Heng. Heng laughed and said, Reno, you continue to pursue the truth. My truth is based on women. Heng left Reno and ran to the dance floor to dance with the ladies. Reno shook his head helplessly and complained in his heart, Heng is so old, but he is still so energetic for women. Sure enough, he has given up the pursuit of power and used all the abilities of a wizard apprentice for pleasure. But looking at his curiosity about potions, he may have been a young man with unlimited expectations for the future. After complaining, Reno continued to eat. In the corner of the dance party, Yorick was watching Reno, who was eating crazily. Yorick heard that Reno had been conducting experiments for a month. Yorick now looked at Reno differently. He knew that Reno was different from those wizard apprentices who only knew how to enjoy themselves. The party was not over yet, but Reno was already satisfied with his meal, so he quietly left early. Reno returned to his room. His body was in the best condition at this time. Reno decided to use the Azure Potion again tonight. It had been 2 months since the last time he used the Azure Potion, and he had used it twice. Reno ordered the chip in his mind. Number 1, show our physical data. Ding. Reno, Intermediate Wizard Apprentice Constitution, 1.9 Strength, 1.6 Agility, 1.75 Mental Power, 6.6 Magic Power, 56 Status, Healthy. Reno looked at his data, which was the same as the result calculated by the chip. A standard portion of Azure Potion increased his mental power by 0.5. Reno took out a standard portion of Azure Potion and poured it into his mouth in one breath. The Azure Potion was still so hard to swallow. After Reno drank the potion, he started meditating without stopping. In this way, another half a month passed. Reno is finally ready to officially become a senior wizard apprentice. The most obvious difference between intermediate wizard apprentices and junior wizard apprentices is that intermediate wizard apprentices can officially use basic witchcraft and basic magic tools. There is no such obvious difference between senior wizard apprentices and intermediate wizard apprentices. But there are still great changes between senior wizard apprentices and intermediate wizard apprentices. Becoming a senior wizard apprentice means completing the imprint of the first 8 spiritual runes, making the spiritual world more complete, and greatly improving the recovery speed of spiritual power and magic power. The main function of the 8th spiritual rune is to speed up the recovery of spiritual power and magic power. Generally, a well-functioning intermediate wizard apprentice will exhaust his spiritual power and lose his combat ability after releasing 3 to 4 basic witchcrafts at a time. And a senior wizard apprentice can release 9 to 12 basic witchcrafts at a time. While the senior wizard apprentice releases basic witchcraft and consumes spiritual power and magic power, the spiritual world is also rapidly recovering spiritual power and magic power. This is also the fundamental reason why the intermediate wizard apprentice cannot compete with the advanced wizard apprentice. The intermediate wizard apprentice can't consume more than the advanced wizard apprentice. But why is it said that with the basic magic weapon, the intermediate wizard apprentice can compete with the advanced wizard apprentice? Because the consumption of using the basic magic weapon is much smaller than that of releasing a basic magic. This allows the intermediate wizard apprentice to use the basic magic weapon to offset the consumption of the magic of the 3rd level wizard apprentice. Reno's current mental power has reached 7 points, which has reached the level of a senior wizard apprentice, but the 8th mental rune in the mental world is almost not completed. At this time, in Reno's mental world, 7 complete mental runes are emitting golden light, and the 8th mental rune is also approaching perfection and is about to be completed. With the completion of the last stroke of the imprint, the 8th mental rune is finally complete, and it shines directly with dazzling golden light. Reno suddenly felt that the magic power in the mental world was much more active, as if it had a qualitative improvement, which also marked that Reno finally became a senior wizard apprentice. Reno has been in the Principality of Croatia for more than 4 months, and he has already become a senior wizard apprentice. You should know that when Reno left the crow's nest, he had only been an intermediate wizard apprentice for about a year. Now, more than 4 months have passed, and he has become a senior wizard apprentice. The speed has increased too much. The chip calculates that the time required for an intermediate wizard apprentice is about 3 years. Using the Azure Potion is equivalent to compressing 2 years into 4 months. Reno is very satisfied with the Azure Potion. Reno estimates that even Lucas, who has the 5th level qualifications, is probably about the same as himself now. This time, choosing to go out on a mission is a very correct choice. Not only did he exchange the extra potions for magic stones, but he also got the Azure Potion. With the Azure Potion, Renault believes that he will soon reach the height of a peak apprentice, and then he will be able to impact the official wizard. Renault thought that he was not too conspicuous to become a senior wizard apprentice now, but if he could soon become a peak apprentice, it would be a bit too conspicuous. If it is too conspicuous, it will inevitably attract the attention of those who are interested. At that time, not only the Azure Potion but even the chip may be exposed. Renault currently needs a way to cover up his mental fluctuations. The simplest way is to find a magic weapon. Renault touched the lucky ring on his hand and decided to try his luck at the Milin market. Renault came to the Milin market with ease. The Milin market is still a mixed bag, and there are even wizards of other races. There is no big change. Renault exudes the fluctuations of a third-level wizard, but no one dares to provoke him. Renault still went to the potion shop and sold the potions he had configured in the past few months. Then Renault came to a shop specializing in selling magic weapons. Entering the shop, there was only an old man with white hair lying leisurely on a rocking chair with his eyes closed. But please don't underestimate this old man. According to the chip test, this old man exudes the mental fluctuations of a peak apprentice. The magic weapon shop and the potion shop are the most valuable shops. In a place like the Milin market, it really takes a top apprentice to keep it under control. Renault glanced at the things on display in the shop and found that they were all ordinary utensils, and there were no magic weapons. So Renault could only look at the old man lying next to him with an inquiring look. The old man seemed to feel Renault's eyes, so he looked up at Renault and said lazily, "Want to buy a witchcraft?" Renault nodded. So the old man then asked, "What kind do you want?" "I'll get it for you." Renault thought for a while and said in a hoarse voice, "I want a witchcraft that can adjust the fluctuations of my own mental power or resist illusions. If there is a witchcraft that can resist curses, that's fine too." Renault still has to focus on his own defense. Renault's shadow cloak can already defend against direct attacks, but Renault's defense against illusions and curses is still completely blank. It's just that curse wizards are very rare, so Renault doesn't pay too much attention to them. However, there are many wizards who are good at illusions, because illusions are an application of mental power, and most wizards are good at using mental power. The old man thought for a while and said, "There is no magic weapon to protect against curses, but there is one to resist illusions." After the old man finished speaking, he got up and went to the back of the shop to get the witchcraft. After a while, the old man came out holding a pure white mask. The old man introduced to Renault, "This is the Pale Mask, which has 3 abilities. The first ability can resist illusions and mental attacks to a certain extent. The second ability can change the wearer's mental fluctuations. The third ability, the ability can release the pale face, causing the viewer to fall into an illusion. The duration of the illusion is determined by the difference in mental power between the two. If the mental power is lower than the target, it will be difficult to make the target fall into the illusion. The price is 800 magic stones. Should I make a counter-offer?" This pale mask is simply the witchcraft that Renault needs most at the moment. It fully meets Renault's current needs and can even activate illusions. It's just that the price is indeed not cheap. It is already considered the price of a top-notch basic witchcraft weapon. Renault had accumulated enough magic stones recently, but he still felt a little painful. In the end, Renault no longer hesitated and decided to bite the bullet and buy the witchcraft pale mask. Renault took out 8 intermediate magic stones and handed them to the old man. The old man handed the pale mask directly to Renault. Renault put the pale mask directly on his face. Renault suddenly felt as if he had an extra layer of mental protection. This should be the ability of the pale mask to defend against illusions. Renault's current appearance can be considered strange, with a white pale mask on his face and a black shadow cloak on his body. It's just that in the wizarding world, there are many more strange shapes, and Renault is not too weird. Renault just left the mysterious forest market. Renault turned into a shadow and returned to his room under the cover of night. The pale mask has the ability to change the mental power fluctuations. Renault directly tried to use the pale mask to adjust based on the mental power fluctuations of the intermediate wizard apprentices recorded by the chip. After several attempts, the mental power fluctuations that Renault now exudes are directly consistent with the mental power fluctuations when he was still an intermediate wizard apprentice. As long as Renault doesn't fully release his spiritual power, which belongs to the senior wizard apprentice, he will not be discovered. The pale mask does not necessarily have to be worn on the face to be useful. Normally, Renault can hide the pale mask in the shadow cloak, and it can still change his mental fluctuations. Of course, Renault's favorite witchcraft is the shadow cloak, because the shadow cloak is the most practical, and its variability makes Renault feel like he has an extra assistant. And shadow sneaking is also very useful, making Renault's actions much easier. In the next time, Renault, in addition to making potions, will have to learn more powerful witchcraft. Before leaving, Renault purchased many basic witchcraft models from Master Klein in order to learn how to use them after becoming a senior wizard apprentice. Renault's days became regular in the following days. In addition to meditating every day, he practiced witchcraft, made potions, and occasionally participated in dances organized by the king. A year passed quickly, and on this day Renault came to the wizard tower of senior brother Kalman as a guest. Renault sipped the white drink and chatted with Kalman. The main purpose of Renault coming to Kalman was to inquire about the news about the academy and the situation of the war in the Principality of Croatia. It has been a year and a half since Renault came out, and I miss Parker and my senior brothers and sisters a little bit. Renault was the first to ask, "Brother Kalman, I wonder what the situation is like in the academy? Has the apprentice war concluded?" Kalman took a sip of his drink and said, "The apprentice war is not over yet, but our crow's nest has already taken advantage. Although the black bone tomb has been developing rapidly recently, there is still a big gap compared to our crow's nest. I don't know the specific situation. Teacher Klein has been busy attacking the second-level wizards recently and we haven't contacted him for a long time. The war between wizard apprentices will continue for a while." This was expected by Renault, but he didn't expect that Master Klein would already start attacking the second-level wizards. Renault knew that Master Klein had advanced meditation methods, and he was also hailed by Crow's Nest as the most promising person to reach the level 2 wizard. If Master Klein really becomes a second-level wizard, the meaning will be different. A first-level wizard with advanced meditation methods has a much higher combat power and status than a first-level wizard promoted with the Water of the Void. If Master Klein becomes a second-level wizard, his salary will be greatly improved compared to the first-level wizard, and he can even directly become a senior executive of Crow's Nest Academy. After all, the current dean of Crow's Nest College is only a third-level wizard. Disciples like Renault will also have some benefits. After all, it means that the background becomes stronger and the resources will also receive a certain tilt. After learning about the situation in the academy, Renault continued to ask, "Brother Kalman, how is the war on the border?" Kalman looked at Renault and teased with a smile, "What? You want to go back to the academy? Is there someone you miss in the academy?" Kalman knew that Renault had not been close to women at all after coming to the Principality of Croatia, so he would naturally think that Renault had a partner. Renault quickly denied, "Senior brother Kalman, I don't have it, I just miss the academy a little bit." Kalman no longer teased Renault, but said seriously, "Originally, the Principality of Croatia had the upper hand and was about to win, but it seems that something has happened recently." As soon as Kalman finished speaking, he saw a servant hurried in and said respectfully, "Sir Kalman, the king invited you and Lord Renault to the castle to discuss matters. It seems that there is a problem on the border." Renault and Kalman came directly to the meeting hall of the king's castle. At this time, all the other wizard apprentices and officials and ministers were already present in the meeting hall. Even the 3 princes all arrived and sat aside with heavy expressions. The most intermediate position in the meeting hall is naturally King Zelsta. His expression is very serious, and he does not know what he is thinking about. Renault and Kalman pushed the door open, and King Zelsta seemed to have seen his savior and quickly asked them to sit down. Renault chose a seat and sat down, while Kalman sat directly behind the King of Zelsta. King Zelsta saw that everyone had arrived, so he said seriously, "I invite everyone to come because of the border war. I believe everyone has heard about some of the situation, so just let me believe it. We originally had an absolute advantage in the war, but the Principality of Casada has begun to retreat. We even occupied 2 cities. But a few days ago, our soldiers suddenly began to fall ill on a large scale and lost their combat capabilities. Military doctors were also helpless and could not find the cause at all. In this way, we began to retreat steadily, and finally we could only retreat to Linshan City. We suspect that it was caused by supernatural forces, but there is no real evidence. If the opponent's extraordinary power has already intervened, our extraordinary power must also join in, otherwise it will be impossible to resist. So I invited you all here just to discuss countermeasures." After hearing what King Zelsta said, everyone immediately started discussing. Listening to King Zelsta's description, Renault believed that it was caused by extraordinary power, so he asked, "Excuse me, King, if there are any sick soldiers coming back from the front line, I can check them." I am quite good at this. King Zelsta shook his head and said, their disease is contagious. In order to prevent it from affecting ordinary people, I directly isolated them on the front line. After some discussion, everyone finally came to the conclusion that what is most needed now is to find the root cause of the soldier's illness in order to solve the problem before them. If it can be proven that it was caused by extraordinary power, then the wizard apprentices of the Principality of Crotia can legitimately participate in the war. In the end, it was King Zelsta who made the decision to take the wizard apprentices to the front line to investigate the cause of the soldier's illness. If it is caused by extraordinary power, then the wizard apprentices of the Principality of Crotia will also directly participate in the war. This war has been going on for a long time. King Zelsta has obviously lost his patience and wants to end the war as soon as possible. The king of Zelstad did not directly ask Renaud to go to the front line, but Renaud knew that he would be more comfortable with a chip when investigating the causes of soldiers' illnesses. Moreover, Renaud also hoped that the war would end soon and he could return to the academy, so Renaud offered to go to the front line. This made King Zelsta very happy, and even directly gave Renaud a magic stone. Renaud couldn't help but sigh again. It's different for those who have a mine at home. It's just that except for Yorick, the other wizard apprentices are a little sad. They are obviously more interested in enjoying life and don't want to participate in war at all, and they are not good at fighting. But there is no way, who made them accept the tribute from the Principality of Crotia. In this way, Renaud followed the large army and headed to the front line. The Principality of Crotia was not very large, so it took Renaud and the others only 2 days to arrive at Linshan City. Linshan City has been completely sealed off at this time. People inside are not allowed to come out at all, and people from outside are not allowed to enter at will. Everyone in the city covered their mouths and noses with cloth to avoid being infected by this mysterious disease. Those who have been infected are arranged to be intensively monitored in fixed places. People who died due to this disease were burned directly to prevent the disease from spreading further. As someone who has witnessed the spread of modern infectious diseases, Rainer had to praise King Zelstad's handling of this mysterious disease. Renaud feels that for ordinary people, this is the best plan that can be implemented in the face of this contagious mysterious disease. Renaud followed the large army directly into Linshan City. Before entering, everyone was given a scarf to cover their mouth and nose to avoid infection. Seeing the situation in Linshan City, Renaud had already made some guesses. In order to verify his guess, Renaud ordered directly to the chip, number 1, detect the components in the environment. Beep. The mission was successfully established and the environment is being tested. The chip is a technological product and is naturally capable of detecting various tiny bacteria and viruses. 5 minutes later, the chip's prompt sounded again, beep. A large amount of gramophil virus has been detected in the environment. It is recommended that the subject avoid inhaling it as much as possible. Chromophile virus? Renaud had the impression that he had seen it in a book introducing bacterial organisms, but he couldn't remember it clearly, so he continued to order the chip, number 1, retrieve the information about the gramophil virus. Dip. Chromophile virus is a virus carried by the raging ape, a supernatural creature of the ape kind. This virus has almost no effect on creatures with extraordinary power, but it is completely different for fragile ordinary people. Chromophile virus can directly invade the immune system of ordinary people, and ordinary people with poor physical fitness can easily be infected. Symptoms of people infected with chromophila virus include severe coughing, fever all over the body, weakness in the limbs, and coma. In severe cases, it can even be life-threatening. Chromophile virus can also multiply rapidly in the body of an infected person and spread rapidly in the air through the severe coughing of the infected person, making it highly infectious. Renaud looked at the information about the chromophila virus given by the chip, and his heart sank. Organisms that can only be regarded as bacteria in extraordinary creatures become terrible viruses that can threaten life when ordinary people are infected. This is the difference between extraordinary creatures and ordinary people. In today's wizarding world, extraordinary creatures generally live in inaccessible places, and it is difficult for them to affect the lives of ordinary people. This time, the chromophila virus infection was obviously caused by humans. And those who can take advantage of viruses on extraordinary creatures must also be wizard apprentices with extraordinary power. From this, Renaud has concluded that the other party's wizard apprentice must have participated in the war. Even Renaud had to admire someone who could think of using bacteria from extraordinary creatures to infect ordinary people. This method is very secretive. If Renaud didn't have a chip that can scan for viruses, even if the official wizard came, he wouldn't be able to find the abnormality. Moreover, this method consumes very few resources. All you need to do is find the virus on the violent ape and put it into the soldiers of the Principality of Crotia. If it hadn't been for Renault with the chip, I believe it wouldn't take long for the Principality of Cassida to win without a fight. Although Renault had directly analyzed the conclusion, he did not make it public. Instead, he asked the soldiers to bring up a person who was infected with the disease. I saw 2 soldiers carrying an infected soldier up on a simple stretcher. The other wizard apprentices all took a few steps back in fear, avoiding the infected. Only Renault calmly stepped forward to inspect them carefully. Seeing these cowardly wizard apprentices, King Zelsta could only shake his head helplessly, and looked at Renault with a hint of true admiration. As an official wizard, Kalman was not good at this kind of thing. He just stood beside King Zelsta, protecting his safety and letting Renault do what he wanted. Kalman looked at the skillful Renault and couldn't help but nodded with relief. After all, Kalman is an official wizard. His initial friendliness toward Renault was entirely because Renault was a direct disciple of Master Klein. You must know that Kalman has never become a new disciple of Master Klein. It was not until later through daily communication and interaction with Renault that Kalman gradually recognized this junior brother. Until now, Kalman has changed from recognition to appreciation for Renault. He believes that Renault in the future will definitely surpass himself now. There was one wizard apprentice who was an exception, and that was Yorick. He didn't retreat, he just looked at Renault quietly and didn't know what he was thinking. Renault found that the infected person in front of him had fallen into a coma and was running hot all over, occasionally accompanied by severe coughing, which was exactly the same as the symptoms recorded on the chip. Renault even saw through the chip's perspective that when the infected person coughed, a large amount of virus was sprayed into the air. Renault has been completely sure that these patients are infected with the Chromophila virus. After Renault carefully examined the infected soldier, he pretended to think for a while, and then slowly said, they should be infected with a virus called Gramophil. After hearing Renault's words, everyone began to retreat, even King Zelsta was no exception. While they may not know what Chromophila virus is, they clearly don't want to be infected by it. Looking at everyone's reaction, Renault had no choice but to say, don't worry, this chromophil virus has no effect on extraordinary beings. After everyone listened, they felt relieved and walked closer to Renault. Renault told everyone the information about the Chromophila virus again, and also expressed his guess. Everyone agreed with Renault's guess. King Zelsta suddenly bowed to Renault and said, Master Renault, I have a heartfelt request. Since you can recognize the type of this virus, can you make an antidote to save my people? Everyone's eyes widened when they saw King Zelsta's actions. Renault hurriedly said, Your Majesty, please don't do this. I will try my best, but I can't guarantee that I will be able to make an antidote. It will take a lot of time and materials to try. Renault knew that King Zelsta's request to Renault in public was just for the people and soldiers around him to see. At this time, the people around him all looked at King Zelsta with admiration. Renault did not easily promise to make an antidote, because Renault is a wizard, and wizards are most particular about equal exchange. King Zelsta must have heard the meaning of Renault's words. In fact, Renault is already using the chip to simulate the production of antidote. King Zelsta said directly, Master Renault, just ask for any materials you need, and we will do our best to prepare them. In addition, if the master successfully prepares the antidote, I, the Principality of Crotia, will be grateful. Renault nodded and asked King Zelsta to arrange a quiet room as a temporary laboratory to make potions. Renault came to the makeshift laboratory and ostensibly closed his eyes to think. In fact, Renault was waiting for the chip to calculate the formula for the basic antidote. The basic detoxification potion has a complete formula, but it is only effective against a wide range of toxins. In the face of other special toxins, such as Chromophila virus, it is necessary to improve the formula of the antidote according to the characteristics of the virus, so that the antidote can exert its maximum effect. The chip mechanical prompt sounded in Renault's mind. Dip. The calculation of the antidote potion formula is completed. Will it be transferred to the memory area? Transmission. Renault ordered directly without hesitation. After the transmission was completed, Renault opened his eyes, picked up a quill, and wrote the name of a pile of materials directly on the parchment, and asked the king to prepare it. In the temporary laboratory, he began to prepare the antidote. In fact, Renault had nothing to prepare for. Viruses like Chromophila virus were only targeted at ordinary people and were not very toxic. The great thing about this virus is how transmissible it is. Therefore, for Renault, it is not difficult to produce an antidote for the Euchromophil virus. Most of the materials listed by Renault are for making antidote potions, and some are valuable and precious materials that Renault is usually reluctant to buy casually. Renault also took this opportunity to extort a fortune, who would let the other party have a mine at home. Moreover, the materials used in pharmacy are all kinds of strange. Unless it is checked by a professional pharmacist, even a formal wizard will not be able to see anything wrong with Renault's materials. Pharmacists were already very scarce, and it was a matter of whether King Zelsta could invite them or not. And in this situation, King Zelsta simply didn't have time to go to the pharmacist to check if there was anything wrong with the materials listed by Renault. So Renault didn't worry about being discovered at all. King Zelsta was very efficient, and the materials were quickly sent to Renault's temporary laboratory, and Renault also started making antidote potions. Renault was very efficient. After a while, a tube of light green potion was taken out. King Zelsta had been waiting outside the laboratory with many ministers. When he saw Renault coming out with the potion, he couldn't help but ask excitedly, "Master Renault, have you succeeded?" Renault shook his head and said, "Not yet. The infected people must try the effect. I need to improve the formula according to the efficacy of the medicine." After hearing what Renault said, King Zelsta felt that he was too impatient, so he immediately arranged for someone to bring up an infected person. Renault stepped forward and poured the tube of light green medicine into the mouth of the infected person. A green halo flashed around the infected person, and then the infected person suddenly woke up, lay on the ground and vomited. From the perspective of the Reynolds chip, it can be seen that a large amount of viruses are excreted out of the body along with the vomit of the infected person, but some remain, and these viruses are not completely dead. After vomiting, the infected person seemed to really wake up, and his symptoms were relieved a lot, but his limbs were still weak. The infected person looked around blankly and said weakly, "Where is this? What happened?" King Zelsta did not explain, but asked someone to carry the infected person away, and then said to Renault with some excitement, "Master Renault, is it effective? It proves that this potion is effective." Renault nodded and shook his head and said, "It is indeed effective, but the potion did not kill all the viruses. It is not good enough." So Renault returned to the laboratory and continued to make it. King Zelsta did not say anything, and could only wait at the door. Then he tried 4 or 5 more times, and the results were different, but he never achieved a satisfactory effect. In fact, Renault had already made a real antidote for the Euchomophi virus. Every time Renault took out a defective product, just to show the difficulty of making an antidote. Next, Renault came out with the real antidote. As soon as the infected drank the antidote, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood, and then he recovered completely, but he was still a little weak due to the torture of the virus. King Zelsta and other bystanders also clearly felt that the effect of this potion was different from the previous one. Renault went forward and carefully examined the infected person, then smiled faintly and said, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, the experiment was successful." When King Zelsta heard what Renault said, he immediately became very happy and gave Renault a lot of compliments. Renault continued to return to the temporary laboratory and began to prepare the medicine in batches. In 2 days, Renault produced a total of 20 concentrated antidotes. Renault said to the soldier in charge, "Pour these 18 medicines into clean water at a ratio of 1 to 100 and distribute them to all infected people. Then pour the remaining 2 medicines into clean water at a ratio of 1 to 1000, and then sprinkle them in the surrounding air for disinfection." The soldiers received instructions and immediately arranged people to act according to Renault's requirements. Because there are already thousands of people infected with the Comophil virus, Renault's medicine can't cure so many people. So Renault directly used 2 days to produce 20 concentrated medicines, which are enough to cure all the infected people and completely eliminate the Comophil virus. After 5 days, all the infected people have recovered, and no new infected people have appeared, which is enough to prove that the virus has been completely eliminated. In fact, Renault had passed the chip test a day ago and saw that the virus had been completely eliminated. Suddenly, the spies outside the city hurried back to Linshan City and urgently reported the situation outside the city to King Zelsta. It turned out that the spies saw that the Principality of Cassida had begun to gather troops outside the city and could launch an attack at any time. Upon hearing this news, King Zelsta could not sit still and urgently called everyone to come to discuss. Although the virus has been eliminated and the infected have returned to normal, many soldiers have been lost due to the virus. The combat effectiveness of the army of the Principality of Croatia has completely lost its advantage. In fact, most people also thought that the Principality of Cassida would definitely take this opportunity to attack, but they did not expect it to be so soon. King Sursta sat in the main seat, and the ministers and generals below were discussing countermeasures fiercely. Kalman stayed behind King Sursta silently. His only task was to protect King Sursta. He did not care about other things and he was not interested. Renaud and other wizard apprentices also stayed quietly aside and did not seem to participate in the discussion. As extraordinary people, Renaud and his team only need to pay attention to the other party's extraordinary people, and they don't need to worry about the war of ordinary people. After a fierce discussion, everyone decided to catch the turtle in the jar. Since the Principality of Cassida has assembled an army, it proves that they don't know that the virus has been completely eliminated. Why not let them attack and let them fall into the trap? King Sursta thought about this plan and nodded in agreement. In this way, everyone took action and began to implement the plan of catching the turtle in the jar, and Renaud and his team only needed to keep an eye on the other party's wizard apprentices. They didn't need to and couldn't casually participate in the war of ordinary people. The next morning, before it was completely bright, the nearly 10,000 troops of the Principality of Cassida had all assembled and rushed towards Linshan City. There were only a few people on the gate of Linshan City, and they looked sick. And the nearly 10,000 soldiers of the Principality of Cassida all wore face scarves and charged. Obviously, the soldiers defending Linshan City could not stop the army of nearly 10,000 people, and the city gate was soon breached. The army of the Principality of Cassida marched straight into Linshan City. At this time, there were no people on the streets of Linshan City, and it was very deserted. This was also in line with the expectations of the Principality of Cassida. They believed that after so many days of virus spread, there must be not many people left in Linshan City, and most people would even retreat to other places for help, which would speed up the spread of the virus. When the virus spreads to all parts of the Principality of Croatia, the Principality of Cassida will win without a fight, and the coveted magic stone mine will also belong to the Principality of Cassida. More directly, it belongs to the Black Bone Tomb. According to the regulations of the Western Continent Wizard Association, all wizards cannot harm ordinary people at will, nor can they participate in wars at will. So when the Principality of Croatia was occupied by the Principality of Cassida, Crow's Nest had no way to directly participate. They could only admit defeat or let other principalities attack the Principality of Cassida, but this would take a long time. Even if the magic stone mine was taken back by then, it would take enough time for the Principality of Cassida to mine a lot of magic stones. Although this was a war between two countries on the surface, it was actually a fight between two wizard organizations for resources. The soldiers of the Principality of Cassida who entered Linshan City did not find anything unusual at first, but as they went deeper into Linshan City, they still did not see a single person on the street, not even a single corpse. The leading officer immediately noticed something unusual and ordered the army to stop advancing and turn back. However, it was too late. The gates of Linshan City were closed again, and countless soldiers of the Principality of Croatia rushed out from the houses in various corners on both sides of the street, and the battle really started. The gates were closed, which meant that the retreat had been cut off, and the soldiers of the Principality of Cassida were immediately in a state of confusion. On the other hand, the soldiers of the Principality of Croatia had the advantage of home court and had experienced the torture of the virus. They obviously hated the people of the Principality of Cassida and were all bloodthirsty. In this way, the battle lasted for a while and ended. Except for those who died in the battle, all the soldiers of the Principality of Cassida surrendered and became prisoners. The Principality of Croatia won a great victory this time, and this great victory was also attributed to Renaud. Originally, there was nothing wrong with the plan to catch the enemy in a trap, but after the baptism of the virus, the soldiers of the Principality of Croatia had no advantage in terms of numbers or physical strength. This was the reason why everyone had discussed for so long. Some people were afraid that they would not be able to resist the soldiers of the Principality of Cassida, which would be like inviting a wolf into the house. Renaud then took out a bag of brown powder, mixed it into a cup of hot water, and gave it to a soldier who had just recovered. Unexpectedly, the soldier who was still a little sick suddenly became lively and energetic, just like he had been injected with chicken blood. Renaud explained, "This is a kind of brown bean I accidentally found in the wild, ground into powder. I found that this powder has a stimulant-like effect after brewing and drinking, which can make people energetic and rejuvenated. I named this bean coffee bean, and this powder is coffee powder. This drink can be called coffee. There are many trees near this bean, so you can collect it directly." Renaud took out a brown bean and put it in his hand. King Zelsta hurriedly asked the soldiers to remember the appearance of the beans and collect them around and grind them into coffee powder. In the end, all the soldiers drank coffee, and everyone became lively and energetic. One person is worth two, so they easily won the war. It can be said that Renault is the biggest contributor to the victory of this war, but this is just a piece of cake for Renault. Night falls. Linshan City is decorated with lights and held a grand celebration, which clears away the haze caused by the war and the virus. The celebration is to celebrate the victory over the virus and the victory in the war. The biggest contributor to these two things is Renault. King Selsda also held a grand celebration dinner in the city lord's mansion of Linshan City. At the dinner, King Selsda emphasized his gratitude to Renault and promised to reward him after returning to the royal city. Renault is now curious about what kind of gift King Selsda will give him to thank him. After the celebration, everything returned to calm. Just when everyone in Linshan City fell asleep, 8 mysterious figures in black robes climbed over the Linshan City wall in the night and came to Linshan City. At this time, Renault was sitting quietly in a quiet room with all the wizard apprentices and senior brother Kalman. Kalman suddenly opened his eyes and whispered, "Here we come." After hearing this, the others all opened their eyes and followed Kalman out of the room. 8 mysterious men in black robes appeared in front of the city lord's mansion of Linshan City. The leaders suddenly stopped, and the others also stopped. The leader said in an old voice, "Since you have found it, just come out." Kalman. As soon as this person's voice fell, Kalman walked out of the shadows with the wizard apprentices. Kalman said easily, "We have been waiting for you for a long time, Isoni." This Isoni is the guardian wizard of the Principality of Cassida, and is also a first-level wizard. It is obvious that Kalman is also familiar with this Isoni. In the past, the two have fought many times, but Kalman has always had the upper hand. And the identity of this group of mysterious black-robed people is also very obvious. They are the wizard apprentices worshipped by the Principality of Cassida. Kalman had already thought of it. The nearly 1,000-man army of the Principality of Cassida was all lost in Linshan City and did not return. Cassida must have sent people to investigate and found out the reason. A principality does not have many armies of 1,000 people. If no measures are taken, the balance of victory will naturally fall to the side of the Principality of Croatia. Obviously, this is unacceptable to the Principality of Cassida, so the most likely way to do it next is to capture the king first. They must have known that King Sursta had arrived at the battlefield in person, so they could only capture King Sursta as a threat to win back a city and save the doomed outcome. So they are likely to send wizards to take King Sursta as a hostage. Since they are going to capture King Sursta, they have to come when everyone is most relaxed, and the best time is naturally tonight. So Kalman summoned all the wizard apprentices to stay and wait for Isoni's arrival. Sure enough, they waited for them. Isoni obviously didn't want to waste time, so he said directly, "No need to say more, let's fight." Isoni fought directly with Kalman, and the other wizard apprentices also chose their opponents and quickly moved away from the battlefield between the two. The battle between formal wizards is not something that wizard apprentices like them can participate in. The witchcraft of formal wizards is not the same as that of wizard apprentices. If they are affected, they may be directly wiped out. Kalman and Isoni also knew that this place was not suitable for two people to fight. If they were not careful, they would cause accidental injuries. If it was too serious, they would be convicted by the Western Continent Wizard Association. So the two of them tacitly moved away from Linshan City and came to the uninhabited area in the suburbs to fight. Kalman is a first-level wind element wizard, and Kalman took the lead in attacking. Kalman waved his right hand, and several huge green wind blades attacked Isoni. Isoni is an earth element wizard, and a high wall condensed by earth elements blocked Isoni in front of him. The wind blade attacked the earth wall, leaving deep marks, but it did not break the earth wall. The earth element is the element that is best at defense. Kalman's wind blade could not break the earth wall of the same level at once. Kalman taunted, "Isoni, your tortoise shell is still so hard." Isoni started to counterattack directly. Isoni chanted a spell, and a dragon head condensed from the earth element grew in front of him. The dragon head opened its mouth, and earth element missiles flew out of it and shot at Kalman at a high speed. Seeing this, Kalman chanted a spell, and a pair of wings with emerald feathers condensed from the wind element grew out of his body. With his wings spread, Kalman flew up in the wind and quickly dodged the attack of the earth element missiles. At the same time, the feathers on Kalman's wings flew out and turned into wind arrows that shot at Isoni. Isoni knew that Kalman had this attack, and the earth elements around him condensed into an earth element snake with metallic scales, surrounding Isoni and protecting him. Each wind arrow that hit the earth snake made a sound of metal clashing, and even sparks, but such an attack could not hurt Isoni hiding in the earth snake. The two were already very familiar with each other, so at present, it was a stalemate, and neither could do anything to the other. It was just that Kalman was better at attacking and seemed more proactive, while Isoni was better at defense, so he was a little passive. At present, it seemed difficult to quickly determine the outcome of the battle between the two. Let's look at the other wizard apprentices. Everyone has found his own opponent. Sevilla, who was hiding in a black robe, was walking on the street. Suddenly, the shadow in front of him moved, and Renaud, wearing a shadow cloak, walked out. Sevilla raised his eyebrows and said, "You are the representative of the crow's nest. You are just an intermediate wizard apprentice. I thought it was Yorick who came to face me. You can't stop me." Renaud looked at Sevilla calmly and said, "How do you know if you don't try? Maybe you will die in my hands." Sevilla smiled and said, "He, you are so arrogant. For the sake of the crow's nest, if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I can consider sparing your life." Renaud answered him with 2 tubes of red explosive potion. A violent explosion sounded, the smoke and dust dissipated, and a big pit was blown out on the ground. Sevilla was surrounded by a circle of black shadows and resisted the attack of the explosive potion. Sevilla licked his lips and said, "Interesting, you're a pharmacist? I underestimated you." Renaud thought to himself that it was a pity. Renaud wanted to use the explosive potion to seriously injure Sevilla unexpectedly, but Sevilla reacted quickly and resisted it. At this time, the shadow on Sevilla's body quickly retreated and returned to a black ring on his hand. Only then did Renaud realize that Sevilla's defense was not due to how quickly he reacted, but because he directly activated the black ring on his hand. The black ring was obviously a basic witchcraft. Unexpectedly, Sevilla also has a magic weapon, so his strength is much stronger than that of ordinary high-level wizard apprentices. Sevilla also quickly started to counterattack. He chanted a spell and a dark green halo was released around him. It was the poisonous ring of basic witchcraft that he was best at. Although Renaud has never seen it, he has heard the description of his poisonous ring, and Renaud's father, Lord Monty, died of this witchcraft. It's just that Sevilla is now a senior wizard apprentice, and the poisonous ring he releases is more powerful and faster than before. Wherever the dark green halo passed, the vegetation quickly withered. But Renaud just let the poisonous ring sweep past him without dodging. Sevilla couldn't believe his eyes. You must know that the poisonous ring is his specialty witchcraft, and even the top apprentices will not bear the poisonous ring head-on. Although Renaud has a shadow cloak that can withstand direct attacks, the shadow cloak is useless against this poisonous attack. What Renaud relied on was his own antidote. For witchcraft like the poison ring, the poison produced by witchcraft also has specific ingredients, and the antidote was developed just to restrain this witchcraft. Renaud's face turned green, which was an obvious sign of poisoning. Seeing Renaud's face, Sevilla burst into laughter and said excitedly, "Kneel down and beg me, I can consider giving you the antidote." Renaud calmly took out a tube of milky white antidote and drank it directly. The green color on Renaud's face disappeared immediately. Sevilla's smile froze on his face, and he turned to yell angrily, "You dare to trick me? I want you to die." Renaud's purpose was to anger him. An angry and irrational wizard was much easier to deal with than a normal wizard. When Renaud saw that Sevilla also had a witchcraft, he knew that it would be difficult to catch or kill Sevilla. Only by irritating him would he have a chance, so he came up with this idea. Sevilla was indeed angered, and he directly launched a witchcraft attack on Renaud. He also knew that poison witchcraft was useless against Renaud, so he had to use dark witchcraft. Black shadow balls attacked Renaud one by one. Renaud was already prepared. He condensed ice picks one by one. Under the control of the chip, he accurately penetrated into each shadow ball. The shadow balls exploded directly in mid-air, completely unable to attack. To Renaud, Sevilla has always been aloof, but Renaud teased him. He would never allow anyone to treat him like this. At this time, he already hated Renaud for daring to tease him. Sevilla's eyes were already bloodshot, and he melted into the darkness with a grin. After several waves of witchcraft attacks, Renaud suddenly discovered that Sevilla had disappeared. Renaud had no choice but to stand there looking a little dazed. Renaud's shadow under the moonlight suddenly moved. Sevilla emerged from Renaud's shadow, holding the dagger of shadow condensed with shadow in his hand, and pierced Renaud's head directly. An accident happened. The cloak on Renaud's body seemed to come to life. 2 black tentacles stretched out and wrapped Sevilla's hand tightly. The shadow dagger could no longer move forward. A smile appeared on Renaud's face and he said softly, "I finally caught you, Sevilla." When Sevilla heard Renaud's words, he immediately felt something bad and was about to activate the shadow ring on his hand. But it was already too late. Renaud had already secretly prepared the witchcraft. Renaud's right clenched fist was covered with a thick layer of frost, and he punched Sevilla directly. In fact, Sevilla's every move is under the surveillance of Renaud's chip, so Renaud has long noticed that Sevilla uses basic witchcraft to sneak into the shadows, hides in the shadows, and is ready to attack at any time. Renaud can also use the shadow cloak to directly use this witchcraft, so he is very familiar with this witchcraft. When Sevilla appeared, the chip had already detected it, so this scene happened. Sevilla probably didn't expect that the seemingly ordinary cloak on Renaud was actually a witchcraft, so he stumbled and was directly caught by the shadow cloak. The witchcraft used by Renaud is the basic witchcraft Frost Fist that Renaud has newly learned. This witchcraft has also been improved by Master Klein and can adjust the intensity with the injection of magic power. Renaud had secretly prepared this punch, which directly caused the witchcraft to reach 8 degrees of intensity, which is already close to the highest witchcraft intensity that a senior wizard apprentice can achieve. In addition, Renaud's own physical strength is not too low, and Sevilla's physical strength is very weak under the detection of Renaud's chip. This is obviously a sequelae of long-term use of poisonous witchcraft. Therefore, Renaud's punch can be said to be very powerful. As expected, Sevilla was directly knocked out by Renaud's punch and fell to the ground. Renaud's frost fist was slowly being corroded and melted. Renaud quickly released the frost fist and silently complained in his heart, "This Sevilla is indeed full of poison. It's better not to touch it." Sevilla climbed up with difficulty and spit out a large mouthful of blood. If it weren't for the shadow ring on Sevilla's hand that used his shadow to bear some of the damage for him, I'm afraid Sevilla wouldn't be able to stand up at all now, and it's very possible that he might even be killed directly. Sevilla has been using poisonous witchcraft for a long time, and his whole body is full of poison, which allows him to kill people invisibly. Even the top apprentices rarely provoke him. This has cultivated his arrogant character. But the long-term use of poisonous witchcraft has made his body very fragile, even worse than ordinary wizards, so the direct attack of Renaud's Frostfist has caused great harm to Sevilla. Sevilla touched the blood at the corner of his mouth and said in shock, "You are not an intermediate wizard apprentice. Intermediate wizard apprentices cannot use such an attack. You are a senior wizard apprentice." Renaud said, "You guessed right." Then he took out the pale mask and put it on his face. When Sevilla knew that Renaud was a senior wizard apprentice, he had no intention of fighting. Renaud and he had the same magic weapon, and Renaud also restrained his poisonous witchcraft. He knew that it was almost impossible for him to defeat Renaud. Now seeing that Renaud had taken out a mask-like magic weapon and put it on his face, Sevilla no longer had the mind to kill Renaud. The only thing he could think of was to escape. Sevilla threw a smoke bomb directly and fell to the ground. Black smoke instantly filled the surroundings, blocking Renaud's sight. Then Sevilla directly merged into the darkness, intending to take the opportunity to escape. How could Renaud let Sevilla escape so easily? The reason why he put on the pale mask was to prevent this from happening. Renaud saw that Sevilla wanted to escape directly, so he silently activated the pale mask's ability to create illusions. A pale face suddenly appeared in front of Sevilla, which made Sevilla's figure that wanted to blend into the shadows momentarily froze. Renaud's mental power is similar to Sevilla's, so the pale sight can only control Sevilla for a short time. Just a moment was enough, and a huge ice pick was seen piercing through Sevilla's chest. Sevilla instantly lost all his strength and fell to the ground dying. Renaud, wearing a pale mask, walked to Sevilla. In Sevilla's eyes, Renaud is now like the legendary god of death. Sevilla used his last strength to ask, "Why do you insist on killing me? I am a wizard apprentice in the Blackbone Tomb. Aren't you afraid of revenge?" Renaud planned to let him die as a clear conscience, so he explained, "Sevilla, I have a reason to kill you. Do you remember Lord Monty on the Grand Islands?" Sevilla's eyes narrowed and she fell into memories. Wizard apprentices have relatively high mental power, are smart people, and will remember everything that has happened around them. Sevilla seemed to have remembered something, and suddenly said, "Ahem, cough, cough, are you the one who slipped through the net?" Renaud said calmly, "Yes." Sevilla laughed at himself and said, "Ahem, I didn't expect that the fish that slipped through the net that I didn't even bother to chase could kill me in just a few years. How ironic." Sevilla coughed as he spoke, and blood continued to flow from his mouth. Finally, Sevilla completely lost the breath of life. Renaud looked at the dead Sevilla and suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. This means that Renaud has severed all previous ties to this body, and Renaud can truly embark on his own path. Renaud first used his spiritual hand to take off Sevilla's basic witchcraft shadow ring. Renaud did not directly touch Sevilla's other things, but used his spiritual hand to rummage through the air. Renault suddenly found a map drawn on parchment, and the map also contained an ancient key. Renault was very interested in this map and put it away without looking at it further. As for other things in Sevilla, they are all related to poison, and Renault has no interest in them. Renault took out the yellow potion and dropped a drop on Sevilla's body. Sevilla's body immediately emitted a pungent smoke. After the smoke passed, there was only a pool of light yellow liquid in place. Sevilla's body had completely disappeared, leaving nothing behind. Only then did Renault leave with satisfaction. At this time, on a branch 200 meters away from the battlefields of Reno and Sevilla, an ordinary carrion crow witnessed the entire battle. The crow spread its wings and flew into the distance. At this time, the battle among the apprentices was basically over. Since Renault directly chose Sevilla, Yorick, the most powerful among the apprentices, quickly won, and then helped other apprentices defeat the wizard from the Principality of Quesada. Apprentice. Originally, Renault wanted to choose Sevilla, and Kalman firmly disagreed. However, Renault showed his two witchcraft to senior brother Kalman, and the antidote potion restrained Sevilla's poisonous witchcraft. Kalman then agreed. The task Kalman gave to Renault was just to contain Sevilla, and then wait for the support of others. When Yorick and Hyam brought all the wizard apprentices to support Rainer, Rainer had finished the battle. Renault did not say that he killed Sevilla, but that Sevilla escaped on his own. But this was enough to surprise Hyam and the others, but Yorick's eyes flickered and he didn't know what he was thinking. They would never have thought that Renault would directly kill Sevilla. Because they encountered an insurmountable situation, most of the wizard apprentices chose to run away. It is impossible for these wizard apprentices to risk their lives for a country founded by ordinary people. Renault was able to kill Sevilla entirely with the help of the chip. The chip calculated almost all of Sevilla's movements in advance and informed Renault. The ability of the chip's combat assistance has been fully utilized this time. After Renault and the wizard apprentices gathered together, they came to the door of the city lord's mansion again and waited quietly. The same is true for the wizard apprentices in the Principality of Quesada. They are just hiding and waiting. What made them confused was that Sevilla never showed up. They didn't care, because Sevilla usually had an arrogant attitude, which made them very dissatisfied. They wished Sevilla would disappear. Now they have no chance to capture King Zelsta, and they can only count on Isoni's victory. Because the success of this sneak attack really depends on the battle between Kalman and Isoni. At this time, the battle between the two has entered a fierce stage. The situation is still that Kalman is the active offensive party, while Isoni is the passive defensive party. It's just that Kalman has been unable to break through Isoni's defense, and he can't help but feel a little anxious. He is a little worried that something will happen to Renault. So Kalman prepared to use his killer move. Kalman stopped attacking and used his wings to fly quickly to avoid Isoni's attack. Kalman was concentrating on chanting spells in his mouth, obviously preparing some witchcraft. Isoni also noticed the abnormality and felt something was wrong, so he also patiently prepared defensive witchcraft to deal with Kalman's attack at any time. After a long spell chanting, Kalman was finally ready. Kalman stopped in mid-air, first took a deep breath, and then exhaled with all his strength towards Isoni. But the breath Kalman exhaled turned dark green, which was the first level wind system top witchcraft corrosion wind that Kalman had prepared for a long time before using. Isoni was also prepared, and a wall of earth elements appeared in front of him. However, in front of the corrosion wind, these defenses became futile. Wherever the corrosion wind passed, the earth wall was immediately corroded and weathered. The corrosion wind is specially used to deal with wizards like Isoni who are good at defense. Wherever the wind of corrosion passed, any defense was useless. Isoni was defeated and sank into the soil in an instant. Kalman used the wind of corrosion to blow a big pit where Isoni disappeared, and there was no trace of Isoni. Kalman had to stop. The wind of corrosion consumed too much magic power, and Kalman, as a formal wizard, could not hold on for long. And it was obvious that Isoni had already run away, so even if Kalman continued to maintain the wind of corrosion, it would be useless. The witchcraft of corrosive wind has very distinct characteristics and great advantages, and it can corrode defenses. The disadvantages are also not small. 1. The preparation time is too long, 2. The speed of the wind is too slow, and 3. It consumes a lot of magic power. It was precisely because the speed of the corrosive wind was too slow that Isoni took the opportunity to escape. Kalman did not continue the pursuit. Kalman only had to be responsible for protecting King Zelsta and he would have completed his mission. This kind of power struggle between ordinary people is not worth fighting for as an official wizard. With Kalman also winning, it can be said that the Principality of Croatia achieved a complete victory in this battle. Kelman opened the wings of wind behind him and turned into a green stream of light, landing directly next to Renault and the others. Kelman was relieved to see that Renault was not injured at all. Renault and the others were relieved to see Kelman return victorious. The wizard apprentices of the Principality of Casada, who were hiding in the dark in the distance, saw Kelman's arrival and knew that the sneak attack had completely failed. They quickly left Linshan City. Kelman took Renault and the others back to the city lord's mansion, where King Zelsta was waiting for them with a smile on his face. Obviously King Zelsta already knew everything that happened. Judging from his calm look, if Renault and the others could not stop the enemy, he must have a backup plan, but Renault and the others did not know it. King Zelsta praised everyone again, made a promise, and left. The wizard apprentices also went back to rest. Early morning. Renault was awakened by the sound of the army gathering. After cleaning up, Renault came to the door of the city lord's palace. At this time, nearly 10,000 troops had already assembled in the square in front of the city lord's palace. Renault came to Kelman. Kelman was a little surprised when he saw Renault and said, "Reynold, have you made a breakthrough?" Renault nodded and said, "Yes, senior brother Kelman, after yesterday's battle, I had some insights, and while meditating, I directly broke through and became a senior wizard apprentice." In fact, Renault had already broken through the high-level wizard apprentice, but he had been using the pale mask to adjust his mental power fluctuations to the level of an intermediate wizard apprentice. Now, the time was almost up, so Renault found an excuse to show off the mental power of his senior wizard apprentice. Kelman continued, "Renault, your talent is really good. It has been less than 4 years since you became a wizard apprentice, and you are already a senior wizard apprentice. Your future achievements will definitely be higher than mine. I used to use it took 6 years to become a senior wizard apprentice." Renault responded politely, "Brother, that's a great compliment. I still have a long way to go in the future." Kelman nodded happily, looked at the army and said nothing. Now Renault has begun to meditate on the 11th spiritual rune, and his spiritual power has reached 8 points. He is no longer in the state of just becoming a senior wizard apprentice. Just relying on paper strength, Renault believes that he is no worse than Sevilla now. With the help of the chip, it is not difficult to kill Sevilla. Renault ordered the chip in his mind. Number 1, display our body data. Bit. Renault, senior wizard apprentice physique, 2 strength, 2 agility, 2 mental power, 8.2 magic power, 82 status, genetic limit has been reached. Renault's physical strength and agility all reached 2 points not long after Renault became a senior wizard apprentice, but after reaching 2 points, they never improved. The explanation given by the chip is that the genetic limit has been reached, and the genetic limit should be the limit that the body's potential can reach. For ordinary people in this world, the highest physical strength is 2 points. The wizard apprentice stage has not yet broken away from the category of ordinary people. Except for blood wizard apprentices who have changed their genes according to their bloodline, the highest physical fitness that all wizard apprentices can reach is 2 points. This is genetically limited by the body and will not change unless you break through and become an official wizard. What makes Renault more uncomfortable is that the chip is still unable to penetrate the force field of an official wizard, and it is impossible to know the detailed data of an official wizard and make comparisons. While Renault was thinking about this, the army of the Principality of Croatia had already been assembled. The army began to move towards the Principality of Casada and launched a comprehensive counterattack. The ensuing battle basically no longer requires the participation of extraordinary people like Renault. According to the rules of the Western Continent Wizards Association, since the wizards and wizard apprentices of the Principality of Casada have failed, they can no longer participate in the next war unless they reach the point where the country will be destroyed. Moreover, Sevilla, the wizard apprentice who represents the black bone tomb behind the Principality of Casada, is still missing. Even the official wizard Isoni has not found Sevilla. The Principality of Casada is currently equivalent to having no backstage. The army of the Principality of Casada may not be able to stop the army of the Principality of Croatia. The Principality of Casada is now destined to fail. The next thing the Principality of Casada will have to think about and face is probably the cession of territory and compensation. King Sersta watched the army leave and prepared to return to Aden with Renault and the other wizard apprentices and ministers. They were no longer needed in the next war. King Selsta left the eldest prince and the third prince to supervise the battle, and then returned to the city of Aden with Renault and the others. 2 days later, King Selsta led everyone back to the king's castle in Aden. King Selsta immediately prepared a grand celebration dance. At the ball, King Selsta praised and thanked Kelman and 7 wizard apprentices including Reno who participated in the war, and gave each of them a reward of 200 magic stones. This was almost equivalent to their annual offerings, and they only participated in a battle, so it was worth it. King Selsta's generous reward made every wizard apprentice feel very satisfied. After the ball, King Selsta left Reno alone. Reno knew that King Selsta was going to fulfill his promise to Reno. King Selsta took Reno to a secret room, in the middle of which were 3 peculiarly shaped objects, which emitted the fluctuations of magic tools. King Selsta gave Reno another 300 magic stones as a reward, and then pointed to the 3 magic weapons on the table and said, Reno, to thank you for your contribution to our Principality of Croatia, here are 3 basic magic weapons, which are our collection of the Principality of Croatia. You can choose one from them. Reno knew that the Principality of Croatia, as a country with magic stone mines, naturally had a collection of magic weapons. Through the chip scan, Reno knew that King Selsta definitely had a magic weapon on him. And this magic weapon was very special, even King Selsta, who had not reached the intermediate wizard apprentice, could use it. At present, Reno already has 3 magic weapons, namely the Shadow Cloak, the Pale Mask and the Shadow Ring just obtained from Sevilla. The Shadow Cloak and the Shadow Ring have some overlap in ability, and Reno is ready to sell the Shadow Cloak when he has time. What Reno needs now is a magic weapon for defending against curses or an offensive magic weapon. Curse witchcraft is a very niche type of witchcraft, and few wizards can master it. But curse witchcraft often kills people invisibly through strange means, making it hard to defend against, so Reno has always wanted a magic weapon that can resist curses. It's just that magic weapons that can resist curses are too rare, and Reno has not encountered them yet. As for attack, Reno currently relies on his own potions and the ice witchcraft he is good at. Ice witchcraft can be said to be a very comprehensive elemental witchcraft, which can form a solid defense and attack. But ice witchcraft also has a disadvantage, which is the lack of explosive power. With the same output of magic power, the destructiveness of ice magic is far lower than that of fire or thunder magic, which are good at explosive power. Therefore, the offensive magic that Reno currently needs must naturally make up for this deficiency as much as possible. Reno began to carefully examine the 3 magic tools on the table. The shapes of these 3 magic tools are also very strange, a silver cross, a dark blue ball, and a golden knife. King Selsta began to introduce and said, this silver cross is called Mysterious Guardian. It can instantly activate an all-round protective shield. The strength and duration of the protective shield are determined by the amount and time of the user's magic output. It can defend up to 9 degrees of attack. It is a very useful all-round defensive basic magic weapon. This dark blue ball is called Thunder Eye. It can instantly burst out several lightning attacks. The attack strength is determined by the magic input of the user. It can cause up to 9 degrees of lightning attacks. It is a basic magic weapon purely for attack. This golden knife is called Golden Snitch. It can float in the air and attack according to the user's thoughts. It is very fast and has the ability to break defense. It can destroy 4 points of defense attributes and cause 5 degrees of attack. Its attack freedom is hard to defend against. After King Selsta introduced the abilities of the 3 basic magic weapons, he stood aside and waited for Reno's choice. These 3 basic magic weapons are all very good magic weapons, which can completely rival Reno's Shadow Cloak and Pale Mask, but their functions are relatively specific. However, being single-minded also means being better at this aspect. Reno already has the Shadow Cloak, so he naturally won't choose the Mysterious Guardian. The remaining 2 basic attack magic weapons are a bit difficult to choose. The Thunder Eye is better at burst and range attacks, while the advantage of the Golden Snitch is its speed and stealth, which can often catch people off guard. Reno's ice magic is better at single target attacks, so Reno thought about it and made a decision. Reno pointed to the Thunder Eye and said to King Seltserda, Your Majesty, I will choose this Thunder Eye. King Seltserda nodded and handed the Thunder Eye directly to Reno, and then said, Reno, thank you again for your help to our Principality of Croatia, you are our eternal friend. King Seltserda said very sincerely. Although he has not really won the victory over the Principality of Cassida, it is only a matter of time. And the one who helped the war the most was naturally Reno. It can be said that if Reno had not solved the chemophil virus, then the Principality of Croatia would probably have failed. King Seltserda was also grateful to Reno from the bottom of his heart. Reno got the Eye of Thunder and left the king's castle contentedly and returned to his own courtyard. Ham and Beth had received the news in advance and had been waiting for Reno's arrival at the door. Reno was usually busy with experiments, and the older Ham had already played the role of housekeeper, managing Reno's courtyard in an orderly manner. What was rare was that Catwoman Carter, who was busy with training every day, was also waiting for Reno's return. When Carter saw Reno, a rare smile appeared on her cold face. It can be seen that Catwoman Carter really cared about Reno's safety. Catwoman Carter once wanted to go to the battlefield with Reno in order to protect Reno's safety, but was severely rejected by Reno. Reno did not want Carter to be exposed to everyone. First of all, Reno wanted to train Carter to be as sharp as sword and help him do things that were not convenient to put in the open. Secondly, Carter's bloodline is extremely rare, even a third-level wizard will covet it. So before Carter really grows up, it is better to show up less. Catwoman Carter now has the strength of a high-level wizard apprentice. As expected, she has the bloodline of the fourth-level extraordinary creature Nether Spirit Cat. The improvement speed is no slower than Reno, who has the spiritual potion. Reno simply explained a few words, then returned to his room and began to count the gains this time. Reno received a reward of 500 magic stones and a basic wizard weapon Thunder Eye from King Sursta, and a shadow ring, a mysterious map and a key from Seville. The other things are very direct, only this mysterious map aroused Reno's curiosity. Reno began to observe the map carefully. What surprised Reno was that the map seemed to mark the location of an ancient wizard laboratory site. The laboratory site of the ancient wizard is very valuable, and many wizard apprentices like to explore this kind of site. Reno had heard that some wizard apprentices became high-level wizards because of exploring the ruins of the ancient wizard laboratory. However, even though many years have passed, this kind of ancient wizard laboratory still has many dangers, and many apprentices have died in it. However, for the probability of soaring to the sky, there are still many wizard apprentices who want to find the ancient wizard site and explore it even if they risk their lives. It's just that the ruins of the ancient wizard are very hidden and rarely discovered. Now this map actually marks such a place. How could it not surprise Reno? And the key wrapped in this map is likely to come from this ancient laboratory, and it may be of great use. Reno directly ordered the chip in his mind. Number 1, scan the map in front of you and retrieve the location marked on the map. Ding! Mission established, map information matching. Ding! Location matching successful. The marked location is in the Sunset Canyon west of the Principality of Croatia. Sunset Canyon is a canyon where extraordinary creatures gather. Ordinary people dare not set foot there. The scope of Sunset Canyon is very large. The mysterious map only marks the approximate location. The specific entrance to the laboratory needs to be found after arriving. The mysterious map records the clues to find, so it is not too difficult to find. Reno looked at the mysterious map in his hand and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This map that records the location of the ancient wizard's laboratory must not have been circulated from the laboratory. The wizards in ancient times were eager to hide their laboratories, so it is impossible for them to actively disclose the specific location of the laboratory. Moreover, according to the detection of the chip, the parchment carrying this mysterious map was produced very recently, and it is obviously a product of recent years. It is impossible to be something that has been passed down from ancient times to the present, which makes Reno doubt who spread this mysterious map, and what is the purpose of the person who leaked this mysterious map. According to Reno's speculation, there must be more than one mysterious map. Moreover, this map also clearly records the time when the ancient wizard's laboratory can be entered. The ancient wizard's laboratory is equipped with defensive magic arrays. Ordinary formal wizards dare not approach it easily, let alone wizard apprentices like Reno. However, after countless years of baptism, these magic arrays will inevitably have various problems, which gives others an opportunity to take advantage of it. According to the records on the map, this ancient wizard laboratory has been baptized by a long time, and the defensive magic array on it has been damaged. Every 3 years, the outer defensive magic array will be damaged, resulting in insufficient energy supply, and the defensive magic array will be ineffective for a period of time. Only during this time can this ancient wizard laboratory be explored. Now there are less than 3 months before the magic array fails. Looking at the mysterious map that records the information of the ancient wizard laboratory in such detail, Reno is more suspicious that the person who released this map must have explored this ancient wizard laboratory. This person must have other purposes to release this mysterious map. Even though he knew that this ancient wizard laboratory must have other secrets, Reno decided to explore it. Because the temptation of the ancient wizard laboratory was too great, Reno didn't want to miss it, and Reno also had his own trump card. 2 months passed quietly, and Reno returned to a peaceful life in these 2 months, but the arrival of an uninvited guest broke this peace. On this day, Renault had just finished making a potion and walked out of the laboratory. Ham hurried over to report that it turned out that the senior wizard apprentice Yorick had come to the courtyard to visit Renault. This Yorick looked at other wizard apprentices and always looked high and mighty, and had no intersection with himself. Why did he suddenly come to visit? Although Renault had many questions in his mind, he sorted them out of politeness and asked Ham to invite Yorick in. Renault invited Yorick to the reception room, and the maid brought 2 cups of steaming coffee that had been ground, and then respectfully withdrew. At this time, only Renault and Yorick were left in the reception room, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Renault was not familiar with Yorick and didn't know what to say. It was Yorick who spoke first. "Reno, it's not easy to see you. I came several times and you were doing experiments." Reno said awkwardly, "Sorry, I have some new inspirations recently and have been doing experiments." Yorick nodded and said, "Sure enough, you are different from those wizard apprentices who only know how to enjoy themselves and give up the pursuit of power." Reno certainly knew which wizard apprentices Yorick was talking about. Renault didn't want to talk too much about other people, so he wanted to change the subject and asked, "Yorick, why did you suddenly come to me? Is there anything?" Yorick stopped talking about other wizard apprentices after hearing what Renault said, but took the coffee on the table and drank it directly. The coffee tasted very bitter, but Yorick had an expression of enjoyment, which showed that Yorick liked coffee very much. Renault remembered that when Renault showed the coffee to everyone in Linshan City and invited everyone to taste it, Yorick seemed to show a strong interest. After 2 months, coffee has become a new drink among the nobles, but the coffee of these nobles is not comparable to the coffee of Renault, the inventor. After drinking the coffee, Yorick also showed a satisfied expression on his face, and then Yorick released his mental power to surround the living room to prevent others from eavesdropping. After doing this, Yorick said with confidence, "Renault, I came to you to cooperate with you." "Cooperation? What cooperation? What do you want to do?" Renault asked curiously. Yorick smiled mysteriously and said, "Renault, I know it was you who killed Seville. I'm afraid you have already been a senior wizard apprentice." Hearing Yorick's words, Renault's expression suddenly became serious, his mental power was tense, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Renault knew that the wizard's methods were strange and unpredictable, and the news that he killed Seville could not be completely hidden. Renault just didn't want to expose himself too early. I didn't expect that Yorick had already known about it, and he also saw that Renault was not the senior wizard apprentice he had just become. This made Renault really have the urge to kill Yorick. Yorick felt the flash of killing intent in Renault and hurriedly said, "Renault, don't worry, I didn't tell anyone about this. I saw your strength and wanted to cooperate with you." Hearing Yorick's words, Renault also calmed down and asked calmly, "How do you want to cooperate? What do you need me to do?" Yorick was relieved to see Renault calm down. He didn't want to have some conflicts with Renault here. This is Renault's home court. He has no advantage at all, and if he makes a big fuss, it will inevitably attract more attention. Yorick directly took out a parchment, on which was drawn a map exactly the same as the one in Renault's hand, and Renault's pupils suddenly shrank. Yorick has been watching Renault's reaction. Seeing Renault's pupils shrink, Yorick quickly put away the map, smiled slightly and said, "Renault, I guess you have also seen that our goals are the same." Renault already knew that this Yorick must have seen the process of his battle with Sevilla. No wonder Renault always felt like he was being spied on, but after scanning with a chip, nothing abnormal was found, so Renault didn't think much about it. Nowadays, it seems that wizards have various methods, and some special abilities cannot be detected even by chips, so we should still be cautious. Renault thought briefly and then took the initiative to speak. "What, do you want to go to this ancient wizard's laboratory with me?" Yorick. Yorick smiled slightly and said, "It's easy to talk to smart people. Yes, I just want to team up with you to go to this ancient wizard's laboratory. 3 years ago, by chance, I got this map, so I came to the Principality of Croatia. However, I missed the opening time of the ancient wizard laboratory, so I chose to stay here. Through various investigations, I found that this map is not unique, and someone else has obtained the same map. Obviously this map was deliberately spread, so there will definitely be many wizard apprentices coveting this ancient wizard's laboratory in 3 years. I will need a strong teammate. So I have been looking for candidates, but these wizard apprentices in the Principality of Croatia are so useless, none of them are reliable. Until Sevilla came to the Principality of Casada, Sevilla's strength was very good, and I knew that he must have a map in his hand. His goal was also the ancient wizard laboratory. Otherwise, how could a senior wizard apprentice like him do this? Come to the ordinary Principality of Casada. But usually I don't have direct contact with Sevilla. If King Zelsta discovers it, I won't be able to take advantage of it. The opportunity finally came a while ago. We were arranged to go to the front line. I originally wanted to take the opportunity of fighting Sevilla to reach cooperation with him. But what I didn't expect was that you actually stepped in and wanted to fight Sevilla alone. I don't think highly of you at all. I wanted to end the battle as soon as possible and then find a chance to communicate with Sevilla. I didn't expect you to give me a surprise. You were actually stronger than Sevilla and killed him easily. I was really happy at the time. Sevilla is not a trustworthy person, and I have always had doubts about whether to cooperate with him. Reno is obviously much more reliable and more powerful than Sevilla. You are obviously a better choice. That's why I came here today. The purpose is to cooperate with you to go to the ancient wizard laboratory. Yurik explained the whole story clearly in one breath, and looked at Renault, waiting for Renault's answer. Renault didn't answer in a hurry, but thought about it seriously. Renault also gained some understanding of these wizard apprentices through Kalman. Yurik was a pure wandering wizard apprentice. His former wizarding organization had been wiped out in the war, so there was no organization behind him now. And he had basically no contact with Yurik before, and there was no dispute, so Yurik had no reason to frame him, which made Renault feel relieved a little. Similarly, because he had no contact with him, Renault didn't know what kind of person Yurik was. Through the scanning of the chip, Renault can confirm that Yurik is very strong and is close to the peak apprentice. It is indeed worth carefully weighing the pros and cons of working with someone who is good but whom you don't know at all. Renault said, "Cooperation is okay, but how should I trust you?" When Yurik heard that Renault agreed, his face showed joy and he hurriedly said, "This is not easy, let's sign a contract." After Yurik finished speaking, he took out a strange-looking scroll and said, "This is a contract scroll. Let's sign a contract not to harm each other." That's it. Renault didn't expect that Yurik actually took out a contract scroll. This thing was not cheap. Yurik obviously still had some wealth. Renault nodded, "Okay." So Yurik opened the scroll, and as the scroll opened, a small eyeball appeared on the scroll. This eyeball is called the Eye of Judgment. The Eye of Judgment is a rule wizard level existence. It controls the body of rules of justice and judgment and is the embodiment of the rules. Therefore, the Eye of Judgment is often used to witness the contract. If the contract is violated, the soul of the violator will be judged by the Eye of Judgment. The judgment of the Eye of Judgment directly affects the soul, and it is impossible to escape by ordinary means. Therefore, the contract signed with the Eyes of Judgment is still very binding. Of course, the Eye of Judgment that appears on the scroll at this time is only the smallest regular clone of the Eye of Judgment, and does not have the consciousness of the Eye of Judgment, just relying on the instinct of rules to witness the signing of the contract. Yurik took out a quill and began to write the contents of the contract. The main content of the contract is nothing more than that during the exploration of the ancient wizard's laboratory, both parties must not do anything that harms each other's interests, otherwise the soul will be punished by the Eye of Judgment. As for the harvest of exploration, of course everyone depends on their own abilities. After Yurik finished writing the contract, he signed his name first, and then handed the contract scroll to Renault. Renault took the contract scroll and observed it carefully. In fact, Renault had secretly scanned the chip. Contracts, which are constraints directly signed on the soul, must be more cautious. After the chip confirmed that the content of the contract did not have any hidden traps, Renault signed his name. As Renault's name was printed on the contract scroll began to emit light and then burned automatically. After a while, the contract scroll burned out, which meant that the contract was signed. The clone of the Eye of Judgment also dissipated into the air as the contract was signed. With the disappearance of the Eye of Judgment, Renault suddenly felt that there seemed to be an extra constraint on his soul, which was the contract. Seeing that the contract had been signed, Yurik laughed and said, "Renault, now we are friends you can trust. Let's discuss the details of exploring the ancient wizard laboratory." Renault nodded and communicated with Yurik. They exchanged the information they understood from the map and discussed the details of exploring the ancient wizard laboratory. In this way, half a day passed before the two of them finished their discussion. Renault politely kept Yurik for lunch before sending him away. Before Yurik left, Renault generously gave Yurik a bag of coffee beans he made himself, which made Yurik very happy. A month later, Rainer and Yurik came to Sunset Canyon together. The terrain of Sunset Canyon is uneven and undulating. It is located in the west, where the sun sets, so it is named Sunset Canyon. Sunset Canyon also has a specialty called sunset fruit, which is a supernatural material that can be used to make potions. The main material of Sunset Potion is sunset fruit. Unfortunately, due to the complex terrain of Sunset Canyon and the existence of supernatural creatures, it is very difficult to obtain sunset fruit. Even Rainer, a pharmacist, has only heard of it and has never seen it. Sunset Potion is a first-level potion that can create illusions that are effective for formal wizards. With Rainer's current ability, it is difficult to make it successfully. However, Rainer still wants to try his luck and try to collect sunset fruit. Although Rainer cannot make Sunset Potion now, it does not mean that he cannot in the future. If there is a chance to collect sunset fruit, Rainer will not give up. The terrain of Sunset Canyon is complex, with a variety of plants and a complex ecology. There are many supernatural creatures here, and the degree of danger is no less than the Black Forest outside the Crow's Nest Academy. As two senior wizard apprentices, Renaud and Yorick were also very cautious when walking in Sunset Canyon. After all, the body of a wizard apprentice is only slightly stronger than that of an ordinary person, and is completely incomparable to supernatural creatures. When encountering supernatural creatures, they still have to be careful. Physical fragility is the most common weakness of wizard apprentices, so the battle between wizard apprentices still depends on whose witchcraft hits the other party first. There are still very few wizard apprentices like Renaud who have defensive magic weapons. Renaud has so many magic stones and wealth by selling potions, and ordinary wizard apprentices are also very careful with magic stones. After entering Sunset Canyon, Renaud has been turning the chip's detection range to the maximum. However, there are also supernatural powers in Sunset Canyon, and the chip is affected, with a detection range of only 500 meters. Yorick also has his own means. After entering Sunset Canyon, Yorick released a witchcraft. Suddenly, a bunch of ordinary animals appeared beside Yorick, and an ordinary creature, a scavenging crow, landed on Yorick's shoulder. Yorick waved his hand, and all the other small animals dispersed, leaving only the carrion crow on Yorick's shoulder. Yorick closed his eyes directly, and Renaud felt that the carrion crow's eyes seemed to become brighter and smarter. Yorick closed his eyes and explained, "This is a special kind of witchcraft of mine, which can share vision, of course, it is only effective for ordinary creatures." After hearing Yorick's explanation, Renaud understood that Yorick probably saw his battle with Sevilla through this special witchcraft. This witchcraft seems to be performed through soul power, so Renaud's chip is completely unaware of it. Renaud is very interested in this witchcraft, but this witchcraft obviously has its drawbacks. When using this witchcraft, the user seems to no longer be able to observe the surroundings through his own vision. This is equivalent to a change of perspective, and it must be adapted through constant practice. Now the carrion crow standing on Yorick's shoulder is equivalent to his eyes. Renaud and the others continued to go deeper into the Sunset Canyon according to the locations marked on the mysterious map. After the two passed by, the vines moved quietly. Suddenly, thick vines attacked Renaud and Yorick from all directions from the depths of the woods. Renaud and Yorick stopped immediately, and Yorick smiled and said, "I've discovered you a long time ago." Yorick instantly chanted a spell, and a group of strange creatures with grey mist around them, limbs but skin like mummies, were summoned by Yorick. Yorick is good at summoning, and these strange creatures are the lowest creatures in the Misty World Mist Servants. Yorick summoned a total of 5 Mist Servants, and these Mist Servants directly hit the surrounding vines with their claws and teeth, and bit them. And Renaud's response was much simpler. Renaud directly threw out 4 explosive potions to detonate and ignite the surrounding vines. Yorick had already discovered the existence of these vines from the perspective of some ordinary creatures through shared vision. Yorick also informed Renaud of this discovery, and Renaud had also discovered these vines through the chip a long time ago, but he didn't say it. As these vines were blocked, this extraordinary creature seemed to be angry, roared angrily, and appeared directly in front of Renaud and Yorick. A huge ancient tree appeared in front of Renaud and Yorick. The ancient tree was about 30 meters high, and green branches extended outward to form a huge umbrella-shaped canopy. Thick vines were hanging on these branches. The vines that just attacked Renaud and his team probably came from here. On the thick trunk under the canopy, there was a pair of green eyes and a huge mouth. There were also many creatures with transparent wings flying around the canopy. These creatures were similar in shape to humans, but much smaller, naked, and their skin was gray-green. These creatures had green hair on their heads and a pair of pointed ears like elves, but their expressions were a bit ferocious. The chip quickly scanned the creature in front of it and provided the information of the creature to Renaud. Ding! Tree Demon Giant, Physique 8.8, Strength 7.2, Agility 1.3, Spirit 3.5, Skills, Vine Attack, Ancient Tree Trampling Ding. Green Tree Fairy, Constitution 1.5, Strength 1, Agility 2.5, Spirit 3, Skill, Confusion. The green tree fairy and the tree fairy giant have a symbiotic relationship. Usually, the green tree fairy confuses the target into the attack range of the tree fairy giant, and then the tree fairy giant attacks to capture the prey. The existence of the green tree fairy makes up for the lack of agility of the tree fairy giant, and the tree fairy giant makes up for the lack of attack power of the green tree fairy. The two have a very good cooperative symbiotic relationship. A green tree fairy quickly flew down from under the canopy, approached Renaud, with a strange smile on his face, and said in a sweet voice, "Big brother, come on, let's play together." Renaud slowly raised his hand, and an ice cone directly penetrated the green tree fairy. The green tree fairy fell directly to the ground and lost the breath of life. Its body still showed a surprised expression. It didn't understand why its invincible confusion skill failed. In fact, Renaud had already put on the pale mask on his face, which has the function of resisting illusions. So this ordinary bewitching skill naturally cannot affect Renaud. If the green tree fairy wants to blame, it can only blame itself for choosing the wrong person. If it chooses Yorick, there may be a chance to confuse successfully. Seeing the death of the green tree fairy, the tree fairy giant became even more angry. The tree fairy giant trembled all over, opened his mouth and roared, "Dare to hurt my child, die." As the tree giant finished speaking, the vines on the tree giant quickly attacked Renaud and Yorick, and the green tree fairies on the treetops also flew towards Renaud and Yorick with shrill smiles. Renaud said to Yorick, "Leave these green tree fairies to me, keep an eye on the vines of the tree giant." Yorick nodded and chanted a spell after hearing Renaud's words, summoning a mist servant holding a worn-out sickle. This mist servant was much taller than ordinary mist servants and was as tall as an adult. Ding! Summoned creature, mist servant. Constitution, 7.5 strength, 7.0 agility, 2.5 skills, / the chip immediately displayed the data of this mist servant. From the data detected by the chip, it can be seen that this mist servant is already a supernatural creature with the strength close to the level of a senior wizard apprentice. This mist servant directly waved the worn-out sickle, moved quickly around Renaud and Yorick, and cut off all the vines that surrounded them. It was much easier for Renaud to face the green tree goblins. The pale mask on Renaud's face emitted an energy wave, and Renaud directly activated the ability of the pale mask, the pale face. A pale mask appeared in front of the green tree goblins, and all of them stopped in mid-air, their eyes dull and motionless. Obviously, facing the green tree goblins with lower mental power than themselves, the illusion of the pale face of the pale mask played a very good effect. Renaud casually summoned a series of ice cones to penetrate all the green tree goblins. The green tree goblins fell to the ground like dumplings, and the tree goblin giant became even crazier when he saw this. "I'm going to kill you, all of you die." The tree goblin giant roared angrily, and the vines on his body flew, all attacking Renaud and Yorick. The tree goblin giant began to shake its huge body, and its roots were pulled out of the ground, then it bent and jumped up, and quickly fell to the ground. The killing move of the tree demon giant, the ancient tree trampling skill, is activated. A transparent ripple spread out from the place where the tree demon giant fell, and the ground shook instantly. Wherever this transparent ripple passed, there was a huge impact force, and all the small trees around were broken, and even some thick trees were tilted by the ripple. The ordinary mist servant that Yorick summoned first was directly turned into mist by this ripple. Renaud's chip has already detected the movement of the tree demon giant. Renaud can directly use the shadow cloak to resist the damage of the ripple, but Renaud does not want to expose all his cards. So Renaud summoned an ice shield to block in front of him, and at the same time controlled the ice element to concentrate on his feet, freezing himself firmly on the ground to prevent being knocked down. And Yorick summoned a mist servant holding a shabby shield to block in front of him, and the carrion crow on his shoulder flew directly into the air. After the earthquake ripples spread, the ground became a mess. The ice shield in front of Renaud was full of cracks and seemed to be broken at any time, while Renaud himself stood steadily on the ground. Yorick's body hid behind the mist servant holding the old shield, and he was also not hurt, but this mist servant had many scars on his body, and the old shield was all broken. Another mist servant holding a sickle was directly shaken into the ground, and his body was also covered with scars. Just looking at the appearance of these mist servants, it seems that they don't feel any pain at all. The carrion crow flew into the air and perfectly avoided the damage of the ancient tree trampling. From the scene, this ancient tree trampling is worthy of being the killing move of the tree demon giant. The damage caused is considerable, but this is a range damage skill, the damage is not strong enough, and it did not really hurt Renaud and Yorick. After the tree demon giant released the ancient tree trampling, it was also affected and did not launch a vine attack. Yorick was obviously a little angry. He directly controlled the mist servant holding a sickle to crawl out of the ground, holding the worn sickle, and chopped at the tree giant. Renault also wanted to end the battle as soon as possible, so he threw 3 tubes of explosive potion directly at the tree giant. A violent explosion directly occurred on the body of the tree giant. The tree giant wailed in pain. It manipulated the vines to attack Renault and Yorick, but was cut off by the mist servant. Under the joint attack of Renault and Yorick, the tree giant eventually died and turned into a black dead tree stump. Renault walked towards the stump, condensed the ice element on his right hand, and directly pierced into the inside of the stump. After a while of groping, Renault said with some surprise, "Sure enough." Then Renault directly took out a heart-shaped thing with green light. Renault explained to Yorick, who looked confused, "This is the core of the ancient tree. The tree demon giant has a small chance of condensing it. I think this tree demon giant is quite capable and has indeed condensed the core of the ancient tree. The tree demon giant with the core of the ancient tree can grow to the level of a formal wizard, but it's a pity that it met us. This ancient tree core is only at the apprentice level and is worth 100 magic stones. Let's split it in half. I need it to make potions. I'll give you 50 magic stones." Renault said to Yorick. This ancient tree core is really useless to Yorick, who doesn't know alchemy. Yorick probably uses it directly to exchange for magic stones, so Yorick readily agreed. After dividing the spoils, Renault and Yorick quickly left the place. The commotion caused by the ancient tree trampling by the tree demon giant just now was not small. It is likely to attract the attention of other wizard apprentices or extraordinary creatures, so Renault and Yorick immediately left here. After Renault and Yorick left for a while, a figure in a white robe appeared on the battlefield. The white-robed figure carefully observed the traces of the battle and murmured, "Is it that guy Yorick? Sure enough, he is here too." Then the white-robed figure came to the dark wooden stake again, looking at the wooden stake that had been hollowed out by Renault, and said with some regret, "It's a pity that the core of the ancient tree was taken away, but it's okay, everything is mine in the end, hee. After the white-robed figure checked the scene, he quickly left, and the direction he was heading was obviously the same as the direction Renault and Yorick left. Yorick suddenly said to Renault, "It seems that someone went to the battlefield we just went to and came towards us again." Renault was not surprised, because there were obviously more than 1 or 2 mysterious maps, and it would be strange if no one came. Rainer asked, "Can you recognize who it is?" Yorick shook his head and said, "He is wearing a white robe and his face is covered, so I can't tell." It is normal that Yorick could not recognize the man in white robes, because Yorick's witchcraft is pure visual sharing, and cannot sense the fluctuation of mental power. It is precisely because of this that mental power cannot detect Yorick's peeping. But this ordinary peeping can only see the most superficial things, and it is quite simple for a wizard apprentice to change his appearance. In fact, wizards remember each other more through the fluctuation of mental power. Because the appearance of each wizard can be changed at will, but the fluctuation of mental power is difficult to change. And Yorick's visual sharing cannot sense the fluctuation of mental power, so it is normal that he can't recognize each other. Renault and Yorick did not dwell too much on the identity of the man in white robes. The visual sharing creature left by Yorick was just to see if there were other wizards coming, but he didn't expect that there were indeed. Renault and Yorick noticed the arrival of other wizard apprentices, and unconsciously accelerated their pace. Renault has a 2.0 physique, which is already the limit of the human body, and it is not difficult to travel in this valley. Although Yorick's physique is not as good as Renault's, it is not much worse. Moreover, the ability of vision sharing makes Yorick's vision all round and easy to move. The two encountered some extraordinary creatures along the way. These extraordinary creatures have the strength of intermediate wizard apprentices at least. Fortunately, there are no extraordinary creatures as powerful as the tree demon giant. For Renault and Yorick, who have the strength of advanced wizard apprentices, it is easy to deal with these extraordinary creatures. However, it can be seen from these extraordinary creatures that if you don't have the strength of advanced wizard apprentices or above, there is no way to stay in Sunset Canyon for a long time. Sunset Canyon soon entered the night, and Renault and Yorick also chose to stop and rest for a while. Although the two of them, as advanced wizard apprentices, will not feel tired even if they don't sleep and rest, it is better to keep their spirits in the best state in such a dangerous place. Renault took out a green seed and threw it under his feet. For huge leaves grew out from under Renault's feet, completely wrapped Renault and dragged him into the ground. This seed is called sleeping spores. It was bought by Renault at the Milan market. It is very suitable for this kind of outdoor environment. Renault can rest well in the spores, and the spores will hide underground, which undoubtedly adds a sense of concealment and safety. This sleeping spore can still be reused. When it is used up, it will turn back into a seed, which is very practical. When Renault rests, Yorick is responsible for vigilance, and when Yorick rests, Renault is responsible for vigilance. After the two took turns to rest, the night was still thick. The two did not stop, but immediately started to move. When the sun rose, Renault and Yorick finally came to the place indicated by the mysterious map. The place marked on the mysterious map is in front of a not too high mountain. Presumably, the ancient wizard laboratory was built in this mountain. On the surface, this mountain is no different from the surrounding mountains. There are already 4 senior wizard apprentices standing in front of the mountain. Obviously, these 4 wizard apprentices also got the mysterious map, so they came here, but earlier than Renault and Yorick. Judging from the positions of the 4 senior wizard apprentices, the 4 of them kept their distance from each other, and it was obvious that they were not in the same group, but fighting on their own. When Renault and Yorick arrived, the 4 of them just looked at them and did not make any other moves. Renault and Yorick walked to the corner of the mountain and observed carefully, trying to find the entrance to the ancient wizard laboratory. No wonder these senior wizard apprentices are waiting honestly by the side. Obviously, they have not found the entrance to the ancient wizard laboratory, so they can only wait by the side. Renault thought silently in his heart. And now even the entrance to the ancient wizard laboratory has not been found, so there is no need for these 4 people to conflict. With the arrival of Renault and Yorick, the 4 people looked at the 2 of them with much more vigilance. Because the 4 of them all acted alone, only Renault and Yorick came together, and it was obvious that the 2 of them were more threatening. Renault and Yorick carefully observed the surroundings for a long time, and the 2 looked at each other and shook their heads. Obviously, Renault and Yorick also did not gain anything. It seems that they can only wait on the side like other wizard apprentices, just as described on the map, waiting for the ancient wizard laboratory to appear by itself. According to the description on the map, the defensive magic array outside the ancient wizard laboratory will appear tomorrow due to the damage of the magic array. Only then can we enter the ancient wizard laboratory. Renault and Yorick had no choice but to choose a place and wait. As time went by, 2 more waves of wizard apprentices came with Renault and Yorick. The last one to arrive was a figure in a white robe, which attracted everyone's attention. Because the northern part of the western continent belongs to the territory of black wizards, most wizards here choose dark-colored clothes. Most of the light-colored clothes such as white are preferred by white wizards. This wizard apprentice in a white robe is particularly conspicuous among the wizard apprentices. Yorick also made eye contact with Rainer, and it was obvious that Yorick was telling Rainer that the white-robed figure he saw through shared vision was the wizard's apprentice. The whole body of this white-robed wizard apprentice is hidden under the white robe, with only the eyes exposed. Renault's shadow cloak is like an ordinary cloak at this time, wrapping Renault, and Renault is wearing a pale mask on his face, but Renault did not use the pale mask to change his mental power fluctuations, so familiar people can still recognize Renault's mental power fluctuations. When this white-robed wizard apprentice saw Renault, his eyes paused for a moment. Although it was not obvious, Renault's chip still captured this information keenly. Renault also felt a little familiar with this white-robed figure, but he could not match it with anyone in his memory. What surprised Renault even more was that the chip could not scan the detailed data of this white-robed wizard apprentice. The white robe on him seemed to be unusual, and it was that white robe that blocked all the detection. Renault was instantly alert to this white-robed wizard apprentice in his heart. Such unknown things often indicate danger. With the arrival of the white-robed wizard apprentice, the time also reached the time recorded on the map. Everyone's eyes turned to the mountain in front of them, only to see that the mountain in front of them had actually changed. The mountain in front of Renault and the others suddenly shook, and then 5 dark caves appeared. In the perspective of Renault's chip, all the surrounding elemental particles were attracted into these caves, and other wizard apprentices obviously felt it. Obviously, this is the entrance to the ancient wizard laboratory recorded on the map. Due to the damage of some wizard arrays, the outer defense wizard array of the ancient wizard laboratory is insufficient. That's why these 5 caves appear regularly to attract energy particles in the air and replenish the energy of the defense wizard array. These 5 caves naturally become the entrance to the ancient wizard laboratory. When enough energy is absorbed, these caves will automatically close, and the defense wizard array will restart. If you don't get out of the laboratory before the cave closes in time, you will be trapped inside. These 5 caves appeared randomly on the mountain in front of you without any rules, and the highest cave is close to the top of the mountain. The other wizard apprentices did not hesitate, and quickly used their own methods to climb to the top of the mountain, choose a cave and rush in. At this time, whoever can seize the opportunity first may have more gains, so they rushed into the cave one after another. But the earlier they enter the ancient wizard laboratory, the more risks they may face. Because they don't know what is in this ancient wizard laboratory. Only Renaud, Yorick, and the white-robed wizard apprentice were left. Yorick was obviously a little anxious and looked at Renaud next to him. But the white-robed wizard apprentice didn't seem to be in a hurry. He looked at Renaud and Yorick, as if waiting for them to enter the cave first. Yorick couldn't help but say, "Hurry up, Renaud, otherwise the good things will be taken by others first." Renaud said, "No hurry, let me choose." Renaud rubbed the lucky ring with his right hand, picked a pointed leaf from the tree next to him, and then threw it out casually. The leaf fell to the ground, and the tip of the leaf just pointed to the lowest cave. Renaud said, "That's it, let's go, Yorick." This cave is basically level with the ground and is the easiest cave to enter, but none of the previous wizard apprentices chose it. These wizard apprentices may think that the easiest one is the one they least want to fight for. Yorick felt speechless when he saw Renaud choose the cave so perfunctorily. Since he had made the choice, Yorick no longer hesitated and hurriedly said, "Let's go, Renaud." Renaud and Yorick walked into the lowest cave and disappeared into the darkness. The only one left was the white-robed wizard apprentice. The white-robed wizard apprentice showed an interested smile at the corner of his mouth and muttered to himself, "Yes, since you have chosen this path, I will lead you to the end. He. Then the white-robed wizard apprentice walked to the front of the mountain, chanted this strange spell, and then reached out to touch the stone wall. Unexpectedly, the stone wall was like the surface of the water, rippling a circle of ripples. Then the hand of the white-robed wizard apprentice actually reached directly into the stone wall, and then his whole body actually entered the stone wall and disappeared. Renaud and Yorick walked in the dark cave, and the two did not use the light spell. Yorick can obtain the night vision ability of animals through shared vision, and Renaud can also have night vision ability with the chip, so there is no need to use the light spell. And the light spell is too eye-catching. In this ancient wizard laboratory, it might attract something, so it is better to be cautious. This cave has nothing but darkness, and it is very empty. And the cave is very winding. Renaud and Yorick walked for nearly 3 hours before they saw a ray of light in front. According to the calculation of the chip, Renaud and Yorick have walked 20 kilometers, and they finally saw hope. If you stay in this dark environment without any light for a long time, it is easy to make people collapse directly. Seeing the light now is like seeing hope, and Renaud and Yorick unconsciously speed up their pace. Just when the two were about to enter the bright place, Renaud stopped Yorick, and Yorick calmed down. It was obvious that he was overwhelmed by the joy of finally seeing the light after being in the dark environment for a long time. The light in front of them seemed to be a light emitted by a protective film. Renaud and Yorick could not see the situation behind the light with their naked eyes. Of course, Renaud tried to scan with a chip, but the chip could not penetrate the bright film in front of him and could not detect the situation behind the bright film. The chip only detected that the bright film in front of him seemed to have strong radiation, which could isolate the chip's detection. These radiations seemed to have no effect on high-level wizard apprentices like Renaud. But Renaud did not want to gamble on things that he was not sure of, so Renaud stopped Yorick. After all, Yorick was his current ally, and Yorick was very strong and could provide great help. Renaud did not want Yorick to take risks. Yorick cast a grateful look at Renaud, and then ordered the ordinary creatures around him to explore the light film. However, these ordinary creatures died as soon as they came into contact with the light film. It was obvious that ordinary creatures could not resist the radiation emitted by the light film. Yorick also showed a painful expression on his face and broke out in a cold sweat. Obviously, the death of these ordinary creatures also had a certain impact on Yorick, who was participating in the visual sharing. After Yorick calmed down for a while, Renaud asked, "How is it? Did you see anything?" Yorick shook his head and said, "No, I can't see anything. They can't pass through this light film at all." Yorick immediately lifted the magic of visual sharing and opened his eyes. Renaud said, "It seems that we can only go in by ourselves." Yorick patted his chest and said, "Renaud, you follow me." Then Yorick chanted a spell to summon a mist servant holding a shield. Yorick ordered the mist servant to walk in front, and he hid behind the mist servant. Renaud tightened his black cloak and followed at the end. Renaud and Yorick passed through the light film like this. The imagined attack did not happen. Renaud just smelled the smell of blood. When they saw the scene in front of them, Renaud and Yorick opened their eyes in shock. Behind the light film was an empty square, surrounded by a circle of bright candlelight, illuminating the area. In the center of the square were 8 corpses lying in a regular pattern. They were the 8 wizard apprentices who came in first. Obviously, this was a trap to lure these wizard apprentices in. And in the middle of these 8 corpses, standing was the white-robed wizard apprentice from before, who had taken off his hat. When Renaud and Yorick saw the face of this white-robed wizard apprentice, they were so shocked that they could not speak. The face of this white-robed wizard was a person that Renaud and Yorick were very familiar with but had never expected the senior wizard apprentice Haim. Yorick even exclaimed directly, "Haim, why is it you?" Haim usually showed the image of an ordinary scholar who had given up the pursuit of strength and was finally happy to enjoy life. Although he also had the mental power of a senior wizard apprentice, he did not have the airs of a strong man, and could communicate well with all wizard apprentices. In the nearly 2 years since Renaud came to the Principality of Crotia, he had visited Haim's mansion many times. Before Renaud and Yorick came together, Renaud felt that the wizard apprentice he was most familiar with was Haim. It's just that the two of them discussed more about various knowledge, but never discussed anything related to witchcraft. So Renaud admitted that Hegmi was a polymath, but he never thought that Hegmi's strength was so strong. Looking at the bodies of the 8 senior wizard apprentices lying on the ground, it was obvious that it was Hegmi in front of him. Yorick had similar views to Renaud, and he even looked down on Hegmi's strength for a while. He never thought of inviting Hegmi to cooperate. Seeing such a scene, Yorick couldn't believe his eyes, so he couldn't help but exclaimed. Hegmi looked at the surprised two and smiled, and with the 8 corpses on the ground, it suddenly looked a little weird. Hegmi said in a sharp voice, didn't expect it, I specially left you to the end, just to see your surprised expressions. Welcome to the cemetery I prepared for you, you will become my nourishment. Hegmi's voice gradually became crazy. Renaud and Yorick looked at each other. Through Hegmi's performance, they already knew that this battle was inevitable, and Hegmi had made up his mind to kill them. Yorick quickly chanted and used his killer move, and a mist maid wrapped in black mist was summoned. This mist maid had the strength of a high-level wizard apprentice, and she howled directly at Hejim. This is the special skill of the mist maid, the maid's howl, which can shock and directly control the target, and is a very strong control skill. Renaud threw several red explosive potions directly at Hejim. Hejim did not move, and mysterious symbols lit up under his feet. A transparent protective shield appeared in front of Hejim, blocking all the attacks of Renaud and Yorick. Renaud noticed that under Hejim's feet, it was obviously a very complicated witch formation composed of various runes. Haim resisted the attacks of Renaud and Yorick without any damage, and said with some sarcasm, is this the extent of your attacks? It's my turn next. The witch array under Haim's feet lit up again, and 2 transparent chains appeared, piercing directly towards Renaud and Yorick. Yorick summoned the mist servant holding a shield in front of him, trying to block the chain, but the chain went straight through the mist servant's body and pierced into Yorick's body. Strangely, no blood flowed out. Renaud released the ice shield to block in front of him, but it also had no effect. The transparent chain went straight through the ice shield, and even the shadow cloak had no effect, and pierced directly into Renaud's body. When Renaud and Yorick were pierced by the transparent chains, they immediately lost control of their own magic. All the mist creatures summoned by Yorick turned into mist and dissipated in the air, and Renaud's ice shield also dissipated directly. When Renaud and Yorick lost control of their own magic power, they completely lost their ability to resist, like lambs to be slaughtered. Seeing Renaud and Yorick being tied up by transparent chains, Haim relaxed, removed the protective shield in front of him, and taunted Yorick, "How is it? Yorick, I didn't expect that you who used to look down on everyone would fall into my hands. In front of the real me, you are still too weak." What Haim said was right. Although Renaud could not mobilize his own magic power, the chip was not affected at all. Under the detection of the chip, Haim is now quite close to the level of a peak apprentice, much stronger than Yorick. Yorick was so angry that his face turned red. He tried to struggle to pull off the transparent chain, but it was useless. He could only say stubbornly, "Haim, you bastard, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. If you have the ability, let me go and fight me openly." Haim ignored Yorick's curse and directly activated the witch formation under his feet. A huge suction force came from the chain that was tied to Yorick, and Yorick's vitality and magic were directly sucked out by this transparent chain. The transparent chain turned bright red as Yorick's vitality and magic were sucked out. And Hejim on the other end of the chain showed an expression of enjoyment. Obviously, Yorick's vitality and magic were transferred to Hejim by this transparent chain. When Yorick felt his vitality and magic being sucked out, he began to struggle and curse desperately, but it was all in vain. As time went by, Yorick gradually lost the strength to continue struggling, until the last bit of vitality and magic power was absorbed. Yorick lost the breath of life directly, and fell to the ground. The bright red chain was pulled out of Yorick's body at once, and slowly returned to Hejim's body. Bright red blood also flowed out from the place where Yorick was pierced by the chain. After absorbing all of Yorick's vitality and magic power, Hejim licked the corner of his mouth with satisfaction, as if he had just had a full meal. Hejim felt his own mental power, frowned, looked at Renaud who had been silent, and said with some regret, "Renaud, I wanted to let you go, but now it seems that it is not enough. I need your vitality. But Renaud, since we were friends before, I can give you some time to say what you want to say and ask what you want to know." Renaud looked at Hejim calmly and asked, "Hejim, is all this your plan? What is it for?" Hejim generously admitted, "Yes, all this was arranged by me. I started to arrange all this 3 years ago." Hejim didn't seem to be in a hurry and explained patiently. 3 years ago, I came to this sunset canyon, looking for sunset fruit, and accidentally discovered this place. This is indeed an ancient wizard's laboratory, but I didn't find the real entrance. When I was looking for the entrance, I found this strange ancient wizard array. Through research, I found that the ability of this ancient wizard array is to transform the target's vitality and magic power into a special spiritual energy, which can improve the user's spiritual power. When I discovered the ability of this wizard array, I fell into great ecstasy. Renaud, you have been a wizard apprentice for too short a time, and you have not experienced the pain of stagnant spiritual power. You must know that I have been a senior wizard apprentice for nearly 50 years. My spiritual world has already completed the imprint of all spiritual runes, but after that, my spiritual power has been difficult to advance. It is impossible to break through to the level of a peak apprentice. If you can't become a peak apprentice, then don't even think about becoming a formal wizard. Renaud also knows that if you want to become a formal wizard, you must reach the level of a peak apprentice. The peak apprentice is also called the reserve of a formal wizard. But Renaud didn't expect that it would be so difficult to become a peak apprentice. It's not possible to become a peak apprentice by completing the imprint of all the spiritual runes. It's a little different from Renaud's previous cognition. Renaud really lacks knowledge in this area. Mentor Klein didn't teach Renaud this knowledge either, because he never thought that Renaud could become a senior wizard apprentice in such a short time. Renaud now knows why so many wizard apprentices have been staying at the senior wizard apprentice stage. However, the number of peak apprentices is very small, because being able to become a peak apprentice means being qualified to become a formal wizard. Many wizard apprentices in ordinary forces will work hard to find witchcraft models in Voidwater after becoming peak apprentices, and directly become formal wizards, and will not stay at the peak apprentice stage for too long. Only wizard apprentices from top forces like Crow's Nest Academy will stay for a long time after becoming peak apprentices, trying to find advanced meditation methods before becoming formal wizards. As for how to become a top apprentice, Renaud's current knowledge is blank. It seems that he has to find an opportunity to learn about this knowledge. Renaud silently arranged the next things for himself. You don't know my pain at all. When I found the effect of this magic array, it was like finding a treasure. This magic array gave me hope. I must use it. When Heim said this, a somewhat crazy expression appeared on his face. So, you planned all this? Renaud asked calmly. Heim also regained his composure and said, yes, when I figured out the full capabilities of this magic array, the defensive magic array was about to recover, so I had to withdraw from this ancient wizard laboratory as soon as possible. In order to be able to push my mental power to the level of a peak apprentice, I carefully arranged all this. I disguised myself as a senior wizard apprentice who had lost his goal and hid in the Principality of Crotia, which is closest to Sunset Canyon. Then I carefully planned the scam of this ancient wizard laboratory to attract senior wizard apprentices to come and become my nourishment. This Yorick is the most annoying. He looks high and mighty every day, but in fact he is just a clown in front of me. Heim said while looking at Yorick's body. I already knew the purpose of Yorick's coming to the Principality of Crotia, which is this ancient wizard laboratory. It's so naive. Heim showed a mocking expression. I have long wanted to get rid of this Yorick, and now he has become my nourishment. But Renaud, I didn't expect you to come here. To be honest, I thought about letting you go. I treat you as a friend. Unfortunately, after absorbing Yorick's vitality, my mental power still hasn't been pushed to the level of a peak apprentice, so Renaud, you have to become my nourishment too. Do you treat me as a friend or because of the crow's nest behind me? Renaud asked directly. Heim laughed and said, of course, the crow's nest behind you also makes me very afraid, but it is nothing compared to the opportunity to become a peak apprentice. When I become a peak apprentice or even a formal wizard, who will care whether I kill you who is only a senior wizard apprentice? Really? Since I already know the ins and outs of the matter, I can kill you. Come out, brother Kalman. Renaud said to the air with confidence. Hearing Renaud's words, Hejim immediately said in a hurry, Impossible, I have already sensed it, Kalman can't be here. Hejim looked around while looking for Kalman's figure, as if he didn't believe what he just said. But Hejim looked around and found nothing, so he looked at Renaud and said angrily, Renaud, you lied to me? Renaud smiled slightly and said, What if I lied to you? Then Renaud threw a crimson potion at Hejim's feet. A violent explosion suddenly occurred at Hejim's feet, and the space seemed to vibrate, and then the fire swept every inch of the space. This is Renaud's trump card, the first level potion, the Rage Potion. This is the life-saving trump card that Renaud got from his mentor Klein before leaving the academy, using all his savings and even owing some magic stones on credit. This is a first-level potion, and the power of this potion has reached the level of first-level witchcraft. It is precisely because of this Rage Potion as a trump card that Renaud dared to come to this ancient wizard laboratory that was suspected to be a trap. After the flames dissipated, the chains on Renaud's body had disappeared. Obviously, this transparent chain that could work on wizard apprentices could not withstand the attack of first-level witchcraft. And Renaud was not hurt by the Rage Potion because he was the releaser. On the other hand, Hejim looked a little miserable at this time. Hejim was lying on the ground helplessly at this time. His white robe had become tattered and there were many burn marks on his body. Hejim's breath was already very weak. He was able to withstand the full power of the first-level potion Rage Potion head-on, which must have been with the help of the power of this ancient witch formation. Unfortunately, the upper limit of this ancient witch formation is only for the apprentice level, and it has no way to resist the Rage Potion of the first-level witchcraft power. At this time, this ancient witch formation has been completely damaged. The reason why Renaud deceived Hejim just now was to distract his attention and prepare for the unexpected release of the Rage Potion. In the end, the Rage Potion had a very good effect, which directly laid the foundation for Renaud's victory. Renaud walked to Hejim's side. Hejim tried to open his eyes and looked at Renaud and said hoarsely, It was almost there, I can't accept it. Renaud, please save me. If you can save me, you can ask me to do anything. I am willing to be your cow and horse. Hejim begged in a hoarse voice. Renaud didn't expect that Hejim, who was so arrogant just now, would change his attitude so quickly. Renaud glanced at Hejim, without any hesitation, summoned an ice cone and pierced Hejim's heart directly. Hejim opened his eyes wide and stared at Renaud angrily, but he couldn't say a word, until Hejim completely lost his breath of life. Renaud didn't want to keep a man as scheming as Hejim around. Even if there was a contractual constraint, there would be a risk of being bitten back. Renaud chose to nip this risk in the bud, and he would never show mercy to his enemies. So Renaud used the ice cone to end Hejim's life. Renaud became the final winner. Based on the principle of never wasting, Renaud searched all the belongings of these wizard apprentices. Unfortunately, these wizard apprentices were all paupers, and there was nothing valuable on them except some magic stones. The white robe on Hejim was a good basic wizard weapon, but it was destroyed by the Rage Potion and had no value. Yorick had a book on his body that recorded the information of the Foggy World. All his summons came from the Foggy World. Renaud was also interested in this world, so he wrote the book and put it away. After Renaud searched the bodies of these wizard apprentices, he began to observe this ancient wizard formation. The so-called witch formation is a special formation formed by the combination and arrangement of various runes. Each witch formation has its own unique ability. Although this ancient witch formation has been destroyed by the Rage Potion, it still has a very high research value. And Renaud is very interested in the ability of this witch formation to absorb vitality and magic power and transform it into a driving force to increase mental power. Renaud has just entered this ancient wizard laboratory for half a day. According to the calculation of the chip, this cave will be closed at least 5 days later. Renaud still has plenty of time, so Renaud ordered the chip, number 1, record the ancient witch formation in front of you and try to analyze it. Ding! The task was established successfully, and the ancient witch formation is being recorded. Ding! The witch formation record is completed, suspected to be a modern witch formation, being analyzed. Modern witch formation. Renaud saw the information given by the chip and suddenly felt a little unusual. There has been a gap of nearly 100,000 years between the ancient times and the modern times, so the witch formation has also undergone great changes. Therefore, even if Renaud is not proficient in witch formations, he can distinguish between ancient witch formations and modern witch formations. However, Renaud did not see that this magic array was a modern magic array, and the other wizard apprentices did not see it either. Even Hejim, who thought he was proficient in this magic array, did not find it. Obviously, This was intentional by the engraver of this magic array. The engraver of this magic array left this magic array imitating the ancient times, and naturally there was a purpose. And this engraver of the magic array might be the first person to discover this ancient wizard laboratory. Although Renaud had these speculations in his mind, there was no strong evidence to prove the correctness of these speculations, and he could only wait for the results of the chip analysis. An hour passed quickly, and the chip finally sent the results of the analysis. Ding! This magic array is a modern product, not an ancient magic array. The magic array is mainly composed of soul runes and conversion runes. The main ability is to convert the target energy into soul power, and it also has the ability to exchange souls. Renaud looked at the results given by the chip and was a little surprised. Renaud did not expect that the ability of this magic array was mainly about the soul. Then the special energy that helped Hejim improve his mental power can be explained, that is, soul power. Soul power is a very mysterious energy. It is said that it can directly improve mental power, but Renaud had never considered it before. This magic array converts the vitality and magic power of these senior wizard apprentices into soul power, which helps Hejim improve his mental power. According to the conversion efficiency of this magic array calculated by the chip, only the vitality and magic power of 2 or 3 senior wizard apprentices are needed to push Hejim's mental power to the level of a peak apprentice. However, Hejim has absorbed the vitality and magic power of 9 senior wizard apprentices, including Yorick, and still failed to push his mental power to the level of a peak apprentice, which is even more intriguing. Seeing the ability of soul conversion, Renaud has every reason to suspect that there is a deeper initiator behind all this. It was this initiator who absorbed most of the soul power converted by the magic array, which prevented Hejim from reaching the level of a peak apprentice. The ultimate goal of this initiator is likely to be the ability of soul conversion. Through this series of analysis, Renaud is very close to the truth. Now it seems that Hejim is just a mantis, and the real Oriole has been hiding in a more hidden place. After thinking about all this, Renaud carefully observed in this space again. The space where Renaud is now has not really reached the interior of the ancient wizard laboratory, but can only be regarded as the middle part. The outer defense magic array of this ancient wizard laboratory should be the mountain where Renaud and his team arrived at the beginning. And these caves should have been the passages to enter the laboratory, but because of the damage of the defense magic array, in order to allow the magic array to absorb external energy particles, these channels began to appear randomly on the mountain. And the light film that Renaud passed through before should be used to filter these energy particles and prevent some ordinary creatures from entering the laboratory. And the space where Renaud is now is where these channels converge. It can be said that he has walked to the door of the laboratory, but he has not really entered the laboratory. Renaud looked in the direction of the 5 cave entrances, which now looks like an ordinary wall. Theoretically, this should be the door to the ancient wizard's laboratory. And after the analysis of the chip, the soul power transformed by this wizard array was also transmitted to the back of this wall. Renaud walked to the wall and touched it. The wall felt cold and hard, and he didn't feel anything unusual. The chip also scanned the wall in detail, but also found nothing. The strange thing is that the chip can only detect the surface of the wall and can't penetrate into it at all. If it is an ordinary wall, it can't block the chip's detection, which explains the problem. Suddenly, Renaud's mind flashed, and he suddenly remembered that the mysterious map he got seemed to contain an ancient key. And Yorick's map didn't seem to have this key. In addition to the key, there were no other clues, and Renaud decided to take it out and try. Renaud took out the ancient key from the apprentice backpack, but found that there was no keyhole on the wall in front of him. Renaud had to try to touch the key to the wall, and a magical scene happened. The ancient key directly merged into the stone wall. Transparent ripples spread from the place where the ancient key merged, and the wall seemed to have changed. Renaud used the shadow cloak to transform a black tentacle and stretched it to the wall. The tentacle actually penetrated directly into the wall. Renaud did not let the tentacles of the shadow cloak go deeper, and retracted them. Renaud was relieved to see that the tentacles were intact. It seemed that as long as he went directly through this wall, he could enter the real ancient wizard laboratory. Renaud wrapped his whole body with the shadow cloak, mobilized magic power on the shadow cloak, and made comprehensive defense. He raised his feet and walked into the wall. Renaud's body directly merged into the wall and disappeared in this space. After Renaud entered the wall, a beam of bright sunlight shone into Renaud's eyes, making it difficult for Renaud to adapt for a while. Renaud was a little surprised. He was clearly in the cave. How could there be sunlight? Has he come to the outside world? After Renaud's eyes adapted for a while, he could see the scene in front of him clearly. Renaud is still in the cave, but this cave is much larger than the cave in front of the stone wall. The sunlight just now came from a strange plant growing on the top of the cave. Renaud recognized these plants directly, named sunlight moss. As the name suggests, this moss can produce sunlight and is often planted in the underground environment of the cave to simulate the sunlight. Sunlight moss is not cheap. It is generally only used in plantations to simulate the outdoor sunlight environment to ensure the growth of extraordinary plants. And the top of this cave is planted with sunlight moss, which shows that the original owner of this ancient wizard laboratory is also wealthy. This cave is divided into several rooms, and the purpose of each room is marked in ancient Byron. There are lounges, material rooms, dissection rooms, incubation rooms, and pharmacy rooms, and in front of Renaud is a large plantation. There is a layer of black special soil under the plantation, and a path paved with stone slabs divides the plantation into two. After a long period of baptism, there are few plants left in the plantation. Renaud didn't recognize most of the remaining plants. They were obviously plants that had been preserved in this special environment from ancient times. Renaud's eyes lit up when he saw these ancient plants. These plants were very valuable to Renaud. Renaud could use chips to analyze the components of these ancient plants, use them in the production of medicines, and even try to continue to cultivate and reproduce these ancient plants. So Renaud must take these ancient plants away, but he didn't move. Both plantations were protected by a transparent protective cover. It was precisely because of this protective cover that these plants could survive the baptism of long years and survive until now. If Renaud wanted to enter these two botanical gardens, he could only walk to the entrance of the botanical garden from the stone slab in the middle. But on this stone slab, there was a pile of bones lying on it, and there were some weathered wizard robe fragments around the bones. There seemed to be a book under the bones that was well preserved. The wizard world attaches great importance to the preservation of knowledge, so the books circulated among wizards have been specially treated and can be preserved for a long time without being corroded and weathered. So the corpse on the stone road has turned into a pile of bones, and the wizard robe on his body has also been weathered, but the books under him are intact. The bones in front of him are also warning Renaud that this stone road is not as ordinary as it seems on the surface, and there must be danger hidden in it. Renaud took out a puppet from his apprentice backpack. Renaud bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood on the puppet, and then chanted a spell. After chanting the spell, Renaud threw the puppet on the ground. The puppet seemed to come alive and stood directly on the ground. The body quickly grew larger and finally became exactly the same as Renaud. Renaud touched the body of the puppet, and it was the same texture as Renaud's body, not like a puppet at all. And the puppet also exudes the same mental power fluctuations as Renaud. Obviously, this puppet is not only exactly the same as Renaud in appearance, but also in other aspects. I believe that even those who are most familiar with Renaud will find it difficult to tell which one is the real Renaud for a while. This puppet is called the substitute puppet. Renaud spent 100 magic stones to buy it. The ability of the substitute puppet is to completely imitate all the information of the user. It can play the role of a perfect substitute, but the substitute puppet can only last for a short time, only a quarter of an hour. But this is enough for Renaud to explore the stone road in front of him. Renaud ordered the substitute puppet in front of him, who was exactly the same as himself, to walk in along the stone road in front of him. The substitute puppet obediently followed Renaud's request and moved slowly. When the substitute puppet approached the pile of bones, a sudden change occurred. The substitute puppet stepped on a stone slab with one foot at this time, and the stone slab seemed to come alive suddenly. With a click, the stone slab directly cracked, revealing a big mouth full of white spiked teeth, biting the substitute puppet in half. The stone slab immediately returned to an ordinary stone slab, as if nothing had happened. The substitute puppet had returned to its original appearance, breaking into two sections and falling to the ground. Is this a nod slate? This is a bit of trouble. Renaud muttered to himself as he looked at the miserable state of the substitute puppet. The nod slate is a special witchcraft trap. It is very good at hiding and can randomly change positions with other slates on the ground. It also attacks quickly and powerfully. It is a very useful witchcraft trap. Looking at the slate being bitten, Renaud directly asked the chip, Number 1, find a solution to the slate being bitten. Ding. Task established, method search in progress. Ding. Method 1, use powerful witchcraft to destroy all the slates at once. Method 2, make vomiting powder to restrain the slate being bitten. The witchcraft that can destroy all the slates at once requires at least a peak apprentice to release, which is still a bit difficult for Renaud, who is still a senior wizard apprentice. It seems that only the second method can be chosen. Renaud muttered to himself while he began to search his apprentice backpack. Stinky flower, ladybug, rotten root. Renaud directly took out these three materials that emit a foul smell. The production of vomiting powder is much simpler than potion, and it is a piece of cake for Renaud, who is already an excellent basic pharmacist. It's just that these three materials are usually sealed and preserved. Now that they are all taken out, Renaud can't help but cover his nose. Renaud dried all three materials into powder and mixed them together in a certain proportion, and finally kneaded them into a black pill. The vomiting powder is ready. Renaud took the vomiting powder and confidently stepped onto the stone road. Before Renaud took 2 steps, the stone under his feet suddenly vibrated. The stone slab cracked directly, opening a big mouth full of sharp teeth. Renaud quickly threw the black pill into the big mouth, and he quickly stepped back. The stone slab had something in its mouth and began to chew. The stone slab suddenly stopped chewing, opened its big mouth and spit out all the black residue, and then a red tongue kept stretching out, spitting out yellow-green saliva. The effect of the vomiting powder was very good. The stone slab kept spitting for a quarter of an hour before it stopped. After spitting out, the stone slab became listless, and the whole body shrank a lot, and then the stone slab went directly into the ground and disappeared. It looks like the person who chewed the stone slab won't appear again, at least for this period of time. Renaud continued to move forward with a smile and walked to the bones on the stone road. Renaud searched directly in the pile of bones. Renaud found some magic stones, a badge that seemed to represent a certain organization, and a thick book. Most of the other things have decayed and weathered. According to the scanning detection of the chip, this pile of bones has been here for nearly 100 years, and according to the scars on the bones, this person died from chewing the stone slab. Among these things, the most useful one is this thick book. The title of this book is Exploring the Combination of Ancient Magic Array and Modern Magic Array. This is actually a book about ancient magic array and modern magic array. Most of the magic array knowledge that Renaud has mastered comes from the basic magic array of Crow's Nest Academy and the magic array knowledge recorded from the library. And this book is about ancient wizards. This kind of knowledge about ancient wizards is very valuable, and it can just enrich Renaud's knowledge reserve about magic array. Renaud happily put the book into his backpack. Next, Renaud walked directly into the 2 botanical gardens and carefully put all these unknown ancient plants and their roots into a black box. This box is a special fresh-keeping box for storing these plants, which can maintain the state of the plants just unearthed for a certain period of time. This kind of fresh-keeping box is basically one of the necessary items for pharmacists like Renaud. Then Renaud came to the lounge, which is where wizards meditate and rest. Renaud did not find anything valuable. On the table, he found some parchment recording certain data and daily events and a peculiarly shaped K badge. According to the chip's scanning and sorting analysis of this data, these data should be studying some kind of void creatures. Void creatures are known to everyone in the wizarding world today, because the end of the glorious era of ancient wizards was due to the invasion of void creatures, and this laboratory was probably established at that time to study void creatures. In the modern wizard world, although void creatures rarely appear, every wizard will do his best to eliminate them if he finds void creatures. The shadow left by void creatures on the wizard world is too big. According to the information recorded on the parchment, this ancient wizard laboratory did not seem to find too much useful information, and the ancient wizards fought a war with void creatures. The owner of this ancient wizard laboratory also directly participated in that war, and the laboratory was abandoned. The owner of this laboratory is called Kodora, and his organization is called Black Soda. Black Soda was once the top wizard organization on the western continent in ancient times, but now it has completely disappeared. Renaud recorded all the information on the parchment, took the badge and left the lounge, and walked to the material room next to it. The material room can be said to be empty. It should be that the wizard Kodora took away all the precious materials when he left, leaving only the plants in the botanical garden without time to deal with. Renaud had to shake his head with some regret and came to the anatomy room next to him. After opening the door of the dissection room, Renaud trembled and felt a gust of cold wind sweeping over his body. The chip also indicated that the energy concentration of the dark particles here was much stronger than that outside. The dissection room is usually where wizards dissect various experimental subjects. Many creatures die here, so it is normal for the concentration of dark particles here to be high. Renaud walked directly into the dissection room. The environment in the dissection room was dark. There were only some weathered bones left on the dissection tables. It was impossible to see the previous shapes of these experimental subjects. Suddenly, the door of the dissection room closed automatically, and the dissection room fell into darkness. Renaud was also shocked. In front of Renaud, an old soul slowly emerged. The old soul saw Renaud and sighed, "It's been so many years, I finally see a living person again." Renaud looked at the transparent soul in front of him, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he thought in his heart, "Is this the legendary spirit?" The spirit is a special life form that exists in the world in the form of a soul. Every creature in this world has a soul. When the creature dies, the soul will gradually dissipate. Under special conditions, the soul can continue to exist, which is called a spirit. The wronged souls that Renaud had captured before were also a kind of spirits, but the wronged souls existed through resentment. As for how to stably produce spirits, the wizarding world has not yet figured it out. At present, the generation of spirits is completely random. You should know that every wizard has a very strong soul power, but it is still rare for them to become spirits after death. Renaud looked at the spirit in front of him and asked with some caution, "Who are you?" The spirit's somewhat blurred face showed a thoughtful look and said, "For nearly 10,000 years, I have been wandering in my laboratory. I can't remember my name anymore. Until today, I sensed that you broke into my laboratory, so I came out to meet you." Renaud's eyes flashed, and he said respectfully, "So you are the owner of this laboratory. I'm sorry, I disturbed you." After that, Renaud bowed directly and performed a standard wizard's salute. The spirit smiled on his blurred face and said, "I like polite little guys. You can get a gift from the great wizard." After the spirit said, the translucent hand stretched forward, and a colorful ball of light appeared in the spirit's hand. The spirit explained, "This is the knowledge I have mastered. Come here and I will pass it directly to your mind." "Really? Thank you so much, sir." Renaud showed ecstasy on his face, walked forward, and suddenly an ice cone shot at the spirit in front of him. However, the ice cone directly penetrated the spirit in front of him and shot at the wall behind him. Is it true that physical attacks are useless? It seems that I can only try that trick. Renaud murmured while staring at the spirit in front of him, silently preparing witchcraft. Renaud actually saw that the spirit in front of him was not the owner of this laboratory at all. This spirit had too many flaws. The reason why Renaud has been cooperating until now is nothing more than curiosity about the spirit. Obviously, this spirit is different from the wronged souls Renaud encountered before. Although they can change their virtual and real forms at any time, the wronged souls have obviously completely lost their minds. The spirit in front of him still has the memory and complete wisdom of his life. Such a spirit is much more valuable than an ordinary wronged soul. "Little guy, what are you going to do?" "My knowledge can help you successfully advance to a formal wizard," the spirit said, and the expression on his face became a little ferocious. "Humph. Do you really think I'm stupid? There's no such thing as a pie in the sky. Besides, you're not even a formal wizard, let alone can you help me become a formal wizard? You're not the owner of this laboratory at all, you're just a spirit pretending to be the owner. The colorful light ball in your hand is just to occupy my body, I've seen it a long time ago. You've already lost your body, so I'm afraid you've always wanted a fresh body," Renaud said to the spirit in front of him angrily. He. It seems that you've seen through it, so just contribute your body." The spirit's expression has become very hideous and terrifying, and it's obvious that it doesn't want to pretend anymore. All its previous disguises were just to easily occupy Renaud's body. Now that the plan has been seen through, there's no need to pretend anymore. The spirit stretched out its translucent hands, which turned into a pair of sharp claws and quickly grabbed Renaud. The chip had already predicted the spirit's movements. According to the chip's prompts, Renaud directly wrapped his whole body with a shadow cloak and turned into a shadow to avoid the attack of the spirit. Renaud dealt with the spirit like this. While dodging the attack, Renaud asked, "Your true form is the skeleton on the stone road, right? 100 years ago, you discovered and entered this ancient wizard laboratory. After you entered, you were attacked by the stone slabs and died on the spot. By chance, you became a spirit. In order to maintain your existence and find a suitable body, you planned all this. I guess that disguised ancient wizard formation is your work. You are the mastermind behind all this," Renaud said firmly. Hearing Renaud's analysis, the spirit laughed and said, "I didn't expect you to be so smart and analyze all this. I really like your body more and more. That idiot Heim thought he was the master of all this, but in fact he is just a pawn of mine. What a pity. If he can completely absorb your vitality and magic power, my soul power as a peak apprentice can reach the level of a first-level wizard. At that time, I can directly occupy Heim's body and get a new life. It's all you who ruined my plan, so I'll use your body as compensation. Your body is much stronger than Heim's old body." After the spirit finished speaking, it pounced on Renault again, much faster than before, and it was obvious that it was a little anxious. At this time, Renault showed a smile on his face. Renault stretched out his hands, and light blue silk threads from Renault's fingertips entangled with the spirit in front of him. "You can actually use soul manipulation," the spirit said with some horror. The spirit could actually see the soul manipulation technique used by Renault, but Renault did not speak, but focused on controlling the light blue silk thread. The light blue silk thread had surrounded the spirit and was constantly entangled with its translucent body. The translucent spirit began to struggle frantically. As the spirit struggled hard, several silk threads were actually torn off, but more silk threads were entangled with the spirit. In the end, the translucent spirit was wrapped like a dumpling, and it completely stopped struggling. Renault's forehead was covered with sweat. It was obvious that the spirit with the soul power of a peak apprentice was not so easy to control. Renault almost exhausted his magic power. Fortunately, he finally succeeded in completely controlling the spirit. If the soul power of this spirit successfully reached the level of a first-level wizard, Renault's soul control technique would be useless and it would be impossible to control this spirit. By then, Renault's body might not belong to him anymore. Fortunately, all this was still within Renault's ability. Renault took out the soul-catching bottle and put the spirit directly into it. As soon as the spirit entered the soul-catching bottle, it began to attack the surroundings frantically. The soul-catching bottle is indeed a tool specially used to capture spirits. The attack of this spirit did not leave any traces on the soul-catching bottle. Renault saw that the soul-catching bottle was reliable and there was no problem at all, so he was completely relieved. Renault directly put the soul-catching bottle into his backpack and kept it to deal with the mastermind in the future and tap the full value of this spirit. Renault left the dissection room full of dark particles and walked around other rooms, but did not find anything else. Apparently, this ancient wizard laboratory was abandoned, and the valuable things had been taken away long ago, and the remaining materials were not valuable and inconvenient to carry. Although the gains from this ancient wizard laboratory were not much, Renault was already satisfied. Renault searched again and confirmed that there was nothing valuable, so he left this ancient wizard laboratory while the cave was still open. After Renault came out of the cave, the 5 caves on the mountain completely disappeared, and the mountain returned to its previous appearance, which was no different from the other mountains around it. This ancient wizard's laboratory was hidden again, and ordinary people could not find it at all. It is estimated that it will only be opened again in 3 years. However, there is no valuable thing in this ancient wizard laboratory. Renault couldn't help but sigh at the magic of the ancient wizard's experimental defense magic array. This defense magic array obviously pays more attention to mimicry and concealment, so that people can't see any abnormality of the mountain at all, and naturally can't find the existence of the laboratory. If it weren't for the long time that caused the defense magic array to be damaged, no one would have found this ancient wizard laboratory hidden in the valley. After Renault left the ancient wizard laboratory, he was not in a hurry to leave. After all, he came to the Sunset Valley. Renault wanted to try his luck and see if he could find the rumored sunset fruit. The sunset fruit is equivalent to the resources of a formal wizard, which can be said to be priceless. Since he came here, Renault naturally wanted to try to find it. Renault rubbed the lucky ring in his hand, plucked a leaf and threw it in the air. The leaf slowly fell to the ground with the wind, and the direction pointed by the fallen leaf was deeper in the Sunset Canyon. Without hesitation, Renault continued to move forward in the direction of the Sunset Canyon. Renault walked in the Sunset Canyon for another day. In the evening of this day, Renault came to a very short mountain. In front of Renault, there were 2 tall peaks standing side by side, and the sun was slowly setting down from the middle of the 2 peaks. The last sunset afterglow shone on a mound behind the 2 peaks. On this mound, a huge fruit tree stood in it, and the fruit tree was hung with yellow and orange fruits. This is the most famous specialty of the Sunset Canyon, the sunset fruit. These sunset fruits absorbed the last sunset afterglow, and all became active, swaying happily on the huge fruit tree. As the sunset fruit swayed, small golden fruit powder particles fell from the sunset fruit. One by one, huge golden butterflies flew out of the fruit trees, dancing in the fruit powder particles, absorbing the particles of the sunset fruit as food. This group of golden butterflies is called hunting swallowtail butterflies. They feed on fruit powder on a daily basis. The color of their bodies will show various colors according to the color of the fruit powder they absorb. This group of hunting swallowtail butterflies in front of us obviously feeds on the fruit powder of the sunset fruit, which is why they are golden in color. There must be accompanying extraordinary creatures around ordinary extraordinary resources. As guardians, it is obvious that the guardian of this sunset fruit is this group of hunting swallowtail butterflies. Under the scanning of the chip, the strength of this group of hunting swallowtail butterflies was also displayed. Most of them have reached the strength of intermediate wizard apprentices, and 10 of them have the strength of advanced wizard apprentices. Among them, there are 2 of the largest and most dazzling ones, whose strength has reached the level of peak apprentices. This is also the reason why Renaud found the sunset fruit but did not act rashly. The strength of this group of hunting swallowtail butterflies is too strong. With this group of hunting swallowtail butterflies as guardians, no wonder no one can collect the sunset fruit. Moreover, in the deepest part of the canopy of this fruit tree, the chip detected a violent radiation source. According to the radiation concentration, the strength of this radiation source may have reached the level of a first-level wizard. However, the energy fluctuations of this radiation source are very weak, and it seems to be in a dormant state. It is precisely because of this that Renaud did not leave directly. Otherwise, with Renaud's current strength, he would not dare to provoke a supernatural creature with the strength of a first-level wizard. As the sun completely set over the mountain, the surroundings gradually fell into darkness, and the hunting swallowtail butterflies also finished eating and hid in the fruit tree. Renaud took advantage of the night and turned into a black shadow, quietly approaching the sunset fruit tree. Renaud's shadow secretly climbed up the sunset fruit tree, and these hunting swallowtail butterflies seemed to be completely unaware. Renaud did not dare to go deep, but approached a not-so-big sunset fruit at the outermost edge. Renaud manipulated the shadow cloak, stretched out a dark tentacle and slowly grabbed the sunset fruit, then grabbed the sunset fruit with force and quickly put it into the shadow. Renaud's shadow then fled from the sunset fruit tree without looking back. The moment the sunset fruit was picked, the surrounding hunting swallowtail butterflies sensed it directly, all woke up and flew quickly. The golden light instantly illuminated every inch of land around the sunset fruit tree, and Renaud's shadow was also directly illuminated. These hunting swallowtail butterflies sensed Renaud's presence and immediately split half of their number and flew towards Renaud frantically. The rest of the hunting swallowtail butterflies stayed in place. The golden wings fluttered, and golden blades condensed from the wings of these hunting swallowtail butterflies, attacking Renaud, who had turned into a shadow. Renaud kept dodging the attack under the prompting of the chip, and at the same time ran away at his fastest speed. I saw a black shadow running in front, and golden lights following closely behind the shadow. In this way, Renaud tried his best and ran nearly 10 kilometers before these hunting swallowtail butterflies gave up the chase and flew back to the sunset fruit tree one by one. Renaud had a chance to catch his breath. He stepped out of the shadow and spit out a mouthful of blood. At this time, Renaud looked miserable. The shadow cloak on his body was damaged. There were also 2 huge wounds on his body with blood. Facing the attacks of so many hunting swallowtails, even the shadow cloak could not resist them all. The 2 biggest wounds on Renaud were caused by a hunting swallowtail with the strength of a peak apprentice. Renaud hurriedly took out a tube of green healing potion and poured it directly into his mouth. He felt that the wound on his body was no longer bleeding, and Renaud breathed a sigh of relief. Although the wound on Renaud's body was no longer bleeding, a golden energy was preventing the wound from healing. This golden energy was polluted by the power of the hunting swallowtail. Facing this pollution, Renaud was currently helpless and could only go back to find relevant information and configure the corresponding potion to eliminate it. It can be said that Renaud is now the most embarrassed since he became a wizard apprentice. Fortunately, the sunset fruit was finally stolen. The damage to the shadow cloak was entirely because Renaud's magic power could no longer support it. When Renaud's magic power is restored and injected into the shadow cloak will be restored to its original state. What Renaud needs to solve most at the moment is the wound that is difficult to heal. Renaud simply recovered and no longer lingered, and quickly moved in the direction of the Sunset Canyon. Renaud was not sure whether these crazy hunting swallowtail butterflies would come again, so Renaud left the Sunset Canyon directly. 3 days later, Renaud took advantage of the darkness and turned into a black shadow, quietly returning to his room without disturbing anyone. After Renaud returned to his room, he felt a little safer. But at this time, Renaud's face was pale, his lips were bloodless, and even the shadow cloak on his body was in tatters and had not recovered. Obviously, Renaud was in a very bad state at this time. Due to the contamination from hunting swallowtail butterflies and being on the road, Renaud's injuries never had time to recover. Renaud can finally take a good rest now. Early the next morning, Renaud appeared in the courtyard as if nothing had happened. By this time, all the scars on Renaud's body had disappeared. Of course, these injuries have not recovered, they are just hidden by Renaud. Obviously Renaud does not want others to see it. Catwoman Carter flashed and appeared respectfully next to Renault. Catwoman Carter sniffed her nose and asked with some worry, "Sir Renault, your body." Catwoman Carter was interrupted by a look from Renault before she finished speaking, and Catwoman Carter stopped asking any more questions. Renault took out a piece of parchment with various materials recorded on it, handed it to Catwoman Carter and said, "Carter, go to the mysterious forest gathering and buy all these materials." Renault has already taken Catwoman Carter to the mysterious forest market away from the Principality of Croatia, and the purchase of extraordinary materials can only be left to Catwoman Carter, who has the strength of a senior wizard apprentice. Catwoman Carter took the parchment and left impatiently. Apparently she had noticed something strange about Renault with her keen sense of smell. Catwoman Carter also guessed that the material recorded on this parchment must be the material that Renault lacked to heal himself. So, Catwoman Carter turned into a black shadow and headed to the mysterious forest market as fast as she could. Renault told Ham a few words, and at the same time gave the order that no one except Catwoman Carter was allowed to approach the laboratory, and then rushed into the laboratory. What Renault needs most now is to solve the pollution problem caused by hunting swallowtail butterflies. With the existence of this pollution, Renault's wounds will never heal, and Renault still needs to use magic to prevent the spread of pollution. Otherwise, Renault will be directly killed by this pollution. This has resulted in Renault's condition having been bad and getting worse. Therefore, Renault must solve its pollution problem as soon as possible. Through chip detection and analysis these days, Renault has analyzed and compiled a formula for purifying pollution. It's just that Renault didn't have many of the ingredients in this recipe in stock, so Carter was asked to buy them. In half a day, Carter purchased all the materials that Renault had told him and handed them into his hands. Renault couldn't help but be envious of Carter's speed. Carter's bloodline was worthy of being a ghost cat known for its speed. If Renault turned into a shadow at the speed, it would be impossible to run back and forth to the mysterious forest market in half a day. After gathering his mood, Renault devoted himself to making the purification potion. Time flies, one day and one night passes quickly. Renault's purification potion was finally completed, and a test tube containing a transparent liquid was held in Renault's hand. Renault wiped the sweat from his brow. Because Renault was in poor condition and had been suppressing his injuries, Renault's success rate in making potions also plummeted. The preparation of the purification potion was not difficult, but it took Renault a day and a night to complete it, which was not up to standard. Renault looked at the transparent potion in his hand, no longer hesitated, and poured it into his mouth impatiently. The purification potion entered Renault's stomach and soon had an effect. The golden energy in Renault's body began to slowly disappear, and eventually disappeared completely. Renault directly spurted out a mouthful of blood with golden energy. After the blood spurted out, Renault suddenly felt much more relaxed. Number 1, check whether all contamination has been removed. Renault ordered directly to the chip. Hey! The mission has been established, and the body is undergoing comprehensive testing. Following the chip's prompts, a three-dimensional model of himself appeared in front of Renault's eyes, and the chip was constantly scanning Renault's body. Bit. The scan is completed and all the contamination has been removed. Number 1, call up my body data. Renault then ordered. Bit. Renault, Senior Sorcerer Apprentice Physique, 1.5 Strength, 1.6 Agility, 1.4 Mental Power, 8.7 Magic Power, 46 Status, affected by pollution, weak. Although the pollution on Renault's body has been completely removed, the impact on his body is still there, and it seems that it will take some time for Renault to fully recover. Renault was sure that the pollution had been completely removed, and he felt relieved. Renault once again took out a tube of green healing potion and poured it into his mouth. This time the healing potion finally took effect, and the wounds on Renault's body began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. A quarter of an hour later, the wounds on Renault's body had completely recovered, leaving only traces of new white and tender flesh on the wounds. But I believe these traces will gradually disappear before long. After fully recovering from his physical injuries, Renault directly entered a state of meditation. Renault wanted to quickly restore his magic power through meditation. One day later, Renault woke up from meditation. At this time, Renault's magic power had been fully restored, and the shadow cloak behind him had also returned to its integrity. Now that Renault's body has returned to normal, Renault is in the mood to sort out the harvest this time. Since this ancient wizard laboratory was abandoned at that time, there are not many resources left in it, so Renault's harvest is not much at this time. Renault thinks that the biggest harvest this time is the sunset fruit in the book about the combination of ancient wizard array and modern wizard array. As for the value of other things, it is not high. Renaud is already very satisfied, but what makes Renaud a little sad is that the 2 senior wizard apprentices in the Principality of Crotia have all died, and the place of death is exactly the same. Renaud estimates that because of the disappearance of these 2 senior wizard apprentices, the battle between the Principality of Crotia and the Principality of Cassida will probably need to continue for a while. After all, it seems that the extraordinary combat power of the Principality of Crotia is completely inferior to that of the Principality of Cassida. The Principality of Cassida, which is already close to failure, will definitely seize this opportunity and counterattack. Renaud no longer cared about the battle between the Principality of Crotia and the Principality of Cassida. He returned to his daily life in the Principality of Crotia. The days seemed to have returned to peace, but this peace did not last long. After all, the sea is the calmest before the storm. 2 months passed in a flash. On this day, Renaud received an invitation from King Zelsta and came to the king's castle. The attendant took Renaud directly outside King Zelsta's study and left. It seems that not many people participated in the meeting this time. Renaud muttered in his heart. Renaud knocked lightly on the door. Please come in. King Zelsta's deep voice came out. Renaud then opened the door and walked in. King Zelsta was seen sitting on the main seat with a heavy expression, and 3 intermediate wizard apprentices were sitting on the sofa next to him with blank expressions. When King Zelsta saw that it was Renaud who came in, his brows relaxed a little and he said, Renaud is here, sit down quickly. After hearing what King Zelsta said, Renaud found an empty seat and sat down. Looking at the posture in front of him, Renaud also had some guesses about this discussion. It's just that Renaud didn't show it, but looked at the other intermediate wizard apprentices with a trace of probing eyes. Several other intermediate wizard apprentices noticed Renaud's gaze, but they were also in a state of confusion and could only shake their heads at Renaud. Everyone waited for a while before Kalman hurried over. After Kalman entered the study, he said to King Zelsta, Sorry, I was delayed due to some things. King Zelsta nodded without saying anything, and Kalman sat directly next to King Zelsta. When King Zelsta saw that everyone had arrived, he said, Now that all the people in the Principality of Crotia who have extraordinary powers are here, let's start today's meeting. Everyone was a little surprised when they heard King Zelsta's words. One of the wizard apprentices couldn't help but remind him, Your Majesty, haven't Lord Yorick and Lord Hyam arrived yet? King Zelsta sighed, his face became more serious and he said, I invite you all to come this time because of these 2. According to the servants at Yorick and Hyam's residence, they have not been seen for more than 2 months, and the strange thing is that they disappeared at exactly the same time. Although wizard apprentices often stay locked away for a long time due to experiments, the experiments of wizard apprentices usually last only a month. Not seeing anyone for more than 2 months will indeed make people suspicious of the 2's whereabouts. After King Zelsta finished speaking, he said no more, but carefully observed the reactions of everyone present. However, King Zelsta is destined to gain nothing. Renaud had already made some conjectures just now, so naturally there would be no flaws at this time. So Renaud behaved like other wizard apprentices, all showing surprised expressions without revealing any flaws. Kalman, on the other hand, showed a thoughtful expression. Seeing that nothing was found, King Zelsta continued, The disappearance of the 2 senior wizard apprentices means the lack of high-end combat power in our principality. If this news is known to the Principality of Cassida, even if we are about to confirm victory now, we may have to face a counterattack by the other party, so I have ordered people to completely block this news. I invited everyone here just to know if you have any news about Hyam and Yorick. I also want to remind everyone that we may face a counterattack from the Principality of Cassida at any time, so don't take it lightly. Several intermediate wizard apprentices and Renaud looked at each other, shaking their heads and saying that there was no news about Hyam and Yorick. King Zelsta turned his gaze to Renaud and asked, Renaud, after investigation, it seems that Yorick went to your residence before disappearing. Do you know any news? Before Yorick went to Sunset Canyon with Renaud, he only met with Renaud once and made a contract. Unexpectedly, King Zelsta knew everything. Sure enough, every move of the wizard apprentice in Aden is under the surveillance of King Selstad. Renaud thought silently in his heart. But this is normal. If Renaud himself was the superior, Renaud would probably send someone to monitor these uncontrollable extraordinary powers at all times. Now it is estimated that there is only Kalman's wizard tower, and there is no spy from King Zelsta. Renaud said calmly, Yorick did come to see me more than 3 months ago, but the reason he came to see me was for my coffee, so he came to buy it. We bargained a bit, but through the conversation I seemed to hear that he was planning to go to an ancient ruins. I don't know the specifics. Yorick didn't say much. Renaud said half-truthfully. Ancient ruins? Are you trapped in the ruins? King Zelsta guessed. At this time, Kalman made a clear cough sound, attracting the attention of everyone present. Kalman then said, "The reason why I came late is because there are two pieces of news. The first one is about Crow's Nest. This one is only related to Renault. Renault, please go directly to the Witch Tower with me later and I will tell you in detail." Hearing Kalman's words, Renault nodded slightly. Kalman continued, "The second one is about the disappearance of the senior wizard apprentice. According to the latest news, not only us, but also senior wizard apprentices in the nearby Principality of Casada and my Baron have disappeared. This may be related to the ancient ruins Yorick is going to." After hearing the news from Kalman, King Zelsta's heavy expression finally eased. King Zelsta asked Kalman directly, "So, the Principality of Casada no longer has the fighting power of senior wizard apprentices?" Kalman nodded and said, "Yes, the senior wizard apprentices of the Principality of Casada also disappeared more than 2 months ago. Together with Seville who disappeared earlier, the Principality of Casada no longer has a single senior wizard apprentice. According to my speculation, they may have all gone to the so-called ancient ruins." King Zelsta suddenly realized, no wonder many senior wizard apprentices have appeared in nearby principalities in recent years. They may have come for the ancient ruins. Now it seems that they have either left after getting what they wanted or died in the ruins. King Zelsta analyzed. Renault had to sigh that King Zelsta and Kalman were both smart people, and their analysis was very close to the truth of the matter. But Renault would not tell the whole truth. Renault did not want to expose his secrets. King Zelsta was obviously relieved. He obviously didn't care about the life and death of Hejim and Yorick at all. He was only worried about the counterattack of the Principality of Casarda. Now that both sides have no senior wizard apprentices, there is no need to worry. King Zelsta said directly, "Since the Principality of Casarda has no senior wizard apprentices, there is no need to worry. I will send someone to investigate the ancient ruins. Let's go back." In this way, everyone left the king's castle, and Renault followed Brother Kalman to his wizard tower. Renault followed Kalman into his wizard tower. After they sat down, Kalman asked before Renault could speak, "You killed Sevilla, didn't you?" Renault was not too surprised to hear Kalman's words. The wizard's methods were strange and unpredictable, and it was within Renault's expectation that Kalman would find out. Renault answered truthfully, "I did it, Brother Kalman. I actually had already been promoted to a senior wizard apprentice before going to the battlefield. With the addition of 2 basic magic weapons, I was able to kill Sevilla." Kalman saw that Renault told the truth directly and frankly, and he smiled with appreciation and said, "Yes, your talent is much better than I thought, and you know how to hide your edge. Renault, I admire you more and more. Don't worry, I have helped you hide the traces. Even formal wizards will find it difficult to find clues. You don't need to worry about the revenge of the Blackbone Tomb. Besides, our crow's nest is now in a state of war with the Blackbone Tomb." After listening to Kalman's words, Renault was also relieved. Sure enough, Kalman's performance was not much different from what Renault expected. Renault and Kalman are both students of Klein. They are in the same camp, so Kalman not only did not blame Renault for concealing, but helped clean up the traces. Kalman then asked, "Renault, how much do you know about the disappearance of the senior wizard apprentices around this time? Are you involved in it?" This time, Renault shook his head and said sincerely, "I only know that Yorick is going to a wizard ruins, and I don't know the rest." Renault did not tell the truth this time. Renault believed that Kalman would not be so bored as to monitor his every move as a senior wizard apprentice. And Renault has a chip. If someone monitors him for a long time, he will definitely notice it. So Renault took a gamble. He believed that Kalman did not know the truth of the matter. It was indeed as Renault thought. Kalman did not know the truth of the matter. Moreover, as a formal wizard, Kalman did not care much about the death of several senior wizard apprentices. And he, Kalman, was still fine. No one could shake the foundation of the Principality of Croatia. The disappearance of several senior wizard apprentices did not have such a big impact. Kalman nodded gently and continued, "Before I was about to go to the king's castle, Mentor Klein sent a message that our crow's nest, led by Ziana and other top apprentices, won the apprentice war. That space gap has been completely controlled by our crow's nest, and Mentor Klein has been promoted to a second-level wizard." When Renault heard Kalman's words, he was surprised and said, "Really? Senior Brother Kalman, that's great, congratulations to the mentor." Kalman continued, "The news is true. It was Mentor Klein who told me personally. You can contact the mentor after you go back and congratulate the mentor." And in the current situation, the victory of the Principality of Croatia is a foregone conclusion. When the time comes, let King Sirsta write you a certificate, and you can return to the academy. Renaud was very surprised. In fact, Renaud had wanted to return to the academy a long time ago. Renaud had already mastered the knowledge in books that Renaud brought out before. It is difficult to learn new knowledge in the outside world. Only the knowledge of the Wizard Academy is rich enough. Renaud continued chatting with senior brother Kalman for a few more words, then left the Wizard Tower and returned to his own courtyard. After Renaud returned to the courtyard, he went directly into his room and took out a blue crystal ball. This is a long-distance communication crystal, which was given to him by Teacher Klein before Renaud left, just to facilitate future contact. Renaud chanted a special spell and injected his magic power into the crystal ball at the same time. As the crystal ball lit up, Teacher Klein's figure appeared in the crystal ball. Renaud saw Teacher Klein and hurriedly congratulated him. "Congratulations, teacher, on your successful promotion to a second-level wizard." Klein's face on the crystal ball smiled, and it was obvious that Klein was in a very good mood now. Then Klein's voice came out of the crystal ball. "Long time no see, Renaud. It seems that Kalman has told you the news. You performed very well in the Principality of Croatia. The apprentice war has ended. You have completed your mission very well. You can prepare to return to the academy." Renaud was very happy to get the confirmation of the news from Teacher Klein. Renaud replied respectfully, "Thank you for your affirmation, I will prepare to return to the academy now." Klein in the crystal ball nodded and said, "Okay, I will talk about the details when we meet. You should prepare to return to the academy." Before Teacher Klein finished speaking, the image of Klein on the crystal ball disappeared directly. As Klein's voice came out, the crystal ball lost all its light. Obviously, the communication time of this long-distance communication crystal has reached its limit and cannot be sustained. But this is enough. Renaud got the answer he wanted, so he started to prepare to return to the academy. Renaud first sorted out his laboratory and asked Catwoman Carter to take all the useless things and potions to the Milan market for sale. Renaud also went to find King Seltserda. King Seltserda had already received the news of Crow's Nest. Seeing Renaud's arrival, he already knew Renaud's purpose. King Seltserda wrote a certificate of mission completion to Renaud, which meant that Renaud had truly completed the mission. After getting the certificate, Renaud said goodbye to King Seltserda and left the king's castle. In 3 days, Renaud had dealt with all the things. Renaud also gave a sum of money to the servants in his yard and fired them. At this time, only Catwoman Carter and the 2 slaves Ham and Beth bought before were left in Renaud's yard. Renaud looked at the 3 people in front of him and was a little entangled. How to deal with them? These 3 people can be said to be the people Renaud trusts most at present, and they are also conscientious. But Renaud can't take the 3 people to the Crow's Nest Academy. Renaud thought about it briefly, looked at Catwoman Carter, who already had the strength of a senior wizard apprentice, and made up his mind. It's better to take this opportunity to let Catwoman Carter develop a force in the outside world, and he will be the manipulator behind the scenes. And the northern Black Wizard area of the entire western continent is the most suitable for developing a new force, which is naturally the largest city in the North Night City. Renaud made a decision, so he set off with the 3 of them. Anyway, Renaud had to pass through Midnight City if he wanted to return to Crow's Nest, so it was a good opportunity to leave Catwoman Carter and the other 3 there. The last time Renaud passed through GS City was more than 2 years ago. Now that he has returned to GS City again, there seems to be no change in GS City. But Renaud has become different. Once Renaud was only an intermediate wizard apprentice, but now Renaud has become a senior wizard apprentice. And with the blue potion, Renaud's mental power is now close to the peak apprentice's 9.9 points. Renaud ordered the chip in his mind. Number 1, call up my body data. Bit. Renaud, senior wizard apprentice, physique, 2, strength, 2, agility, 2, mental power, 9.5, magic power, 91, status, healthy, reached genetic limit. The last time he went to the ancient wizard's laboratory, Renaud's mental power was only 8.8 points. Now more than 2 months have passed and Renaud used the blue potion twice, which raised his mental power to 9.5 points. Now, Renaud still has 2 standard portions of blue potion in his hand, which is enough for Renaud to increase his mental power to the 9.9 points required for a peak apprentice. After Renaud became a senior wizard, he also found that basic meditation methods were of little use, and the improvement in mental power provided by meditation was very slow. It is estimated that first and second class apprentices will find it difficult to improve their spiritual power through basic meditation methods at the advanced wizard apprenticeship stage. This is also the reason why many apprentices stay in the advanced wizard apprenticeship stage. At this time, Renault can already understand Hygam's original mood. That's why Hyam used the witch formation to create a trap to catch the senior wizard apprentice and improve his spiritual power. If Renault were in Hyam's position at that time, he would probably do everything possible to improve his mental strength. Only 5th level wizard apprentices like Lucas don't have this kind of trouble, which further reflects the importance of qualifications. Fortunately, Renault was lucky enough to get the formula of Azure Potion, so he could quickly reach his current strength. It won't be long before Renault can challenge the Peak Apprentice, but becoming a Peak Apprentice doesn't seem to be an easy task. Renault still has to find an opportunity to consult with Master Klein. Renault's mood to return to Crow's Nest Academy became even more urgent. So after Renault brought Catwoman and Carter to GS City, Renault didn't stay too long before setting off again. On the contrary, Catwoman, Carter, Ham, and Bess were left behind. Renault only gave Carter one order, and that was to develop his own power by any means necessary. GS City is a city where people and wizards live together. The forces here are complicated. Even Crow's Nest Academy cannot fully control GS City. Therefore, this is the most suitable place for Catwoman Carter to develop new forces, but to what extent it can develop, Renault has no expectations. Renault and Catwoman Carter parted ways in the Night City. What Renault didn't expect was that a few months later, a new killer organization would be established in the Night City called Black Rose. The founder of this Black Rose is Catwoman Carter. This organization is a killer organization that only recruits women. Black Rose also adheres to the principle of equal exchange. As long as you pay something that matches its value, Black Rose can kill anyone. Renault had already arrived at the gate of Crow's Nest Academy. 2 huge crow statues were still guarding the gate of Crow's Nest. Renault walked to the gate, and one of the statues came to life, stared at Renault and said, "Outsiders, please show your proof." Renault showed the crow mark on his hand and the metal plate proving the mission. The statue carefully felt the authenticity of the certificate. After confirming that it was correct, Renault was allowed to enter Crow's Nest Academy. After entering Crow's Nest Academy, Renault walked directly towards the dormitory where he once lived. When he gently opened the familiar door, a faint smell of dust hit his face. I saw that the furnishings in the room were still the same as before, but the originally neat beds, tables and chairs were now covered in thick dust. The dust seems to be the traces left by time, quietly telling the story that no one has visited this place for a long time. However, all this is not a problem for Renault, who has witchcraft. Renault chanted a spell in his mouth, and in an instant, a light green light shot out from his hand, condensing into a small and exquisite whirlwind in the air. This whirlwind is like a smart elf, spinning and dancing happily in the dormitory. Wherever it goes, the dust rises up and is then swept into the whirlwind. In just a moment, the entire dormitory took on a new look. All the dust disappeared without a trace, leaving only spotless beds, tables and chairs, and a smooth and new floor. Renault put the things he carried in the dormitory and went directly to Tutor Klein's laboratory. When Renault entered the laboratory, the first thing he saw was senior brother Mark, who was still doing experiments next to him. Mark saw Renault's arrival and greeted Renault gently. At this time, Klein was sitting at his desk working, carefully studying a piece of information that seemed to be very old. Renault walked to Instructor Klein's desk and said respectfully, "Instructor Klein, I'm back." Klein looked up at Renault, nodded with a smile and said, "It's good to be back. You are already a senior wizard apprentice. It seems that you did not slack off while you were out on missions." "Not bad." Teacher Klein's appearance has not changed at all compared to before Renault left. After all, Renault has only been away for nearly 3 years, and 3 years is just a blink of an eye for a formal wizard. However, from the perspective of the chip, the radiation concentration on Teacher Klein is more than twice as strong as before. Is this a level 2 wizard? A level 1 wizard can't compete with him at all. It seems that the level gap between wizards is difficult to cross by other means, so it is basically impossible to achieve a cross-level battle. Renault silently compared in his mind. Renault replied modestly, "Thank you for the compliment, mentor. I still have a lot to learn." Teacher Klein nodded with satisfaction and continued, "If there is nothing else, you can go back and pack up and submit your completed tasks. Tomorrow, Mark and I are going to study a potion formula obtained from the ancient wizard ruins this time. You can choose to join us. I also want to test whether your potion level is slack." Hearing Klein's words, Renault also showed great interest and said without hesitation, "Teacher, I want to join. I am also very curious about the ancient potion formula." Klein nodded and said, "Okay, then you will join us starting tomorrow." Seeing that Teacher Klein agreed, Renault was very happy and was about to leave. Then he suddenly remembered something and asked Teacher Klein, "Teacher, I have a question for you. How can I become a top apprentice?" Hearing Renault's question, Mentor Klein nodded and said, "Since you have become a senior wizard apprentice, it is time to know this. I think you have also felt that after becoming a senior wizard apprentice, the basic meditation method has less and less effect on your mental power. This is also the fundamental reason why the mental power of senior wizard apprentices is slowly improving. When the mental power is slowly improving, the speed of the spiritual rune imprinting will also slow down, so the apprentice will stay in the senior wizard apprentice stage for a long time. Only wizard apprentices with 5th level qualifications can rely on basic meditation to steadily improve their mental power. When all the spiritual runes are imprinted in the spiritual world, the apprentice's mental power often cannot reach the apprentice's limit. Only when the apprentice's mental power reaches the apprentice's limit can it be called peak apprentice. Peak apprentices can become formal wizards if they find the first level defensive magic that suits them and solidify it in their spiritual world. This is also the most mainstream way to become a formal wizard in the wizard world. You must know that this method also requires the cooperation of a potion. Reno blurted out, "Water of the Void." Instructor Klein nodded and said, "Yes, it is the water of the void. The function of the water of the void is to push the apprentice's mental power to the peak level. So the key to becoming a peak apprentice is to push the mental power to the peak that the apprentice level can reach, surpassing ordinary high-level wizard apprentices, and this is called a peak apprentice." Then instructor, "Do all peak apprentices use the water of the void?" Reno asked back. Teacher Klein patiently explained, "Of course not all. The role of the void water is to push the mental power to the limit at one time. All the mental rune imprints must be completed before the spiritual world can withstand the power of the void water. If there is another way to push the mental power to the limit, it is also possible. At present, advanced meditation methods and potions that enhance mental power can do this. But these two things are also difficult to obtain." Teacher Klein said with a serious face. After listening to Teacher Klein's explanation, Renault really understood how to become a peak apprentice. The so-called apprentice limit mental power should be the 9.9 mental power of the peak apprentice detected by the chip. In layman's terms, as long as the mental power can reach 9.9 points, it is the so-called peak apprentice. 9.9 points of mental power is also the threshold for promotion to a formal wizard, and the void water is the potion that can help high-level wizard apprentices break through this threshold. Renault had indeed never truly felt the pain of difficulty in improving his mental power. Before he was promoted to a senior wizard apprentice, he had successfully made the Azure Potion. So Renault's mental power had never stopped growing, and the progress of branding the mental runes had never slowed down. Renault was now very fortunate that he had successfully made the Azure Potion. With the Azure Potion, Renault no longer had to worry about becoming a top apprentice. What Renault needed to worry about now was how to choose to be promoted to a formal wizard. The first method required a model of the first-level defensive witchcraft, a resource that Renault and his apprentices could not access at all, and Renault did not know how to obtain it. The advanced meditation method was even more of a legendary thing, but Instructor Klein should have the advanced meditation method, otherwise he would not have been promoted to a second-level wizard so easily. So Renault asked again, "Teacher, is there any difference between using the first-level defensive magic array to promote to a formal wizard and using the advanced meditation method to promote?" Klein took a sip of the drink on the table and patiently explained, "The main difference between a formal wizard and a wizard apprentice is that a formal wizard has a first-level defensive magic solidified in him. This magic protects the formal wizard all year round and is instantaneous. With this, the wizard apprentice cannot defeat the formal wizard." Let's talk about the difference between advanced meditation and solidified defensive magic. To promote to a first-level wizard using solidified defensive magic, this defensive magic must match the affinity of one's own elements and be an existing first-level defensive magic model. When you want to become a second-level wizard, you must find a magic model that complements the defensive magic solidified when you were a first-level wizard. The same is true if you want to upgrade to a higher level. This difficulty is really too great. So most of the people who use solidified defensive magic, a first-level wizard who is promoted by advanced meditation cannot be promoted to a second-level wizard or even a higher level. A first-level wizard who is promoted by advanced meditation does not have this problem, because the defensive magic solidified during promotion is tailored by advanced meditation according to the user's own situation. After the advanced meditation method is promoted, each solidified magic is matched with the user, and it is easier to promote. And the magic solidified by the advanced meditation method is more suitable for the user, so the strength of wizards with advanced meditation methods is often stronger than that of wizards with solidified defensive magic. It's just that it's more difficult to obtain advanced meditation methods, not to mention finding an advanced meditation method that matches your own elemental affinity, which can only be said to be extremely difficult. Through the explanation of Mentor Klein, Renaud already knew how to choose. In order to go further in the future, Renaud will definitely choose to use advanced meditation methods to promote to formal wizards. However, Renaud currently has no clues about advanced meditation methods, so Renaud had to look at Mentor Klein. Klein seemed to have guessed Renaud's thoughts and said directly, "I do have an incomplete advanced meditation method called Endless Frost. I also used this advanced meditation method to be promoted to a second-level wizard so quickly, but this advanced meditation method is incomplete and can only help me be promoted to a third-level wizard. Moreover, this advanced meditation belongs to the property of Crow's Nest Academy. I signed a contract to serve Crow's Nest for free for 500 years to obtain this advanced meditation method. The Crow's Nest Academy has 3 advanced meditation methods, namely Wings of Dark Night, Endless Frost, and Elemental Shadow. Among them, only Wings of Dark Night is a complete advanced meditation method, and the other 2 are all incomplete. Fortunately, you and I are both compatible with the ice element. You can consider signing a contract with Crow's Nest and learning the advanced meditation method of Endless Frost. And you can rest assured that I am now one of the senior executives of Crow's Nest. If you sign a contract with Crow's Nest, you will not be too embarrassed," Klein suggested to Renaud. Renaud thought for a moment and said, "Thank you for your help, teacher. I will think about it carefully." After Renaud finished speaking, he respectfully left Professor Klein's laboratory. On the way back to the dormitory, Renaud kept thinking about advanced meditation methods. In fact, Renaud didn't want to sign a contract with Crow's Nest at all, because the contract lasted for 500 years, so Renaud was equivalent to being trapped in Crow's Nest during this period. Moreover, Renaud cannot disobey Crow's Nest's orders, which is something Renaud doesn't want to endure. What Renaud yearns for more is freedom, so Renaud has decided to try to find an advanced meditation method on his own. Those who have stayed at the peak for a long time are all trying to find advanced meditation methods, even senior sister Sienna, the daughter of Master Klein. So Renaud decided to try to find an advanced meditation method on his own first, and if it didn't work, he would consider signing a contract with Crow's Nest Academy. As for the method of using solidified defensive witchcraft to be promoted to a formal wizard, Renaud has completely given up on this option. After understanding all this, Renaud made it clear that his next goal was to find an advanced meditation method that suited him. Renaud walked thoughtfully, his mind constantly racing with the questions that troubled him. He lowered his head and his steps were a little heavy, as if every step carried heavy thoughts. In this way, he meditated all the way without paying attention to the changes in the surrounding environment. After an unknown amount of time, when Renaud raised his head again, he was surprised to find that he was already standing at the door of the dormitory. Just as he was about to take out his keys and open the door, a chubby figure suddenly broke into his sight. Before he could react, the figure rushed over like a whirlwind, followed by a huge and passionate hug. Renaud, who was startled by this sudden move, took a closer look and saw that it was Parker. I saw Parker smiling all over his face, his eyes shining with excitement and joy. He hugged Renaud tightly and kept mumbling, "Renaud, I knew you would be able to come back safely. God bless you, it really worried me. Seeing that you were unharmed, not to mention how happy I am." Renaud suddenly felt speechless. He rolled his eyes and pushed Parker away and said, "I just went on a garrison mission and didn't participate in the Apprentice War." "What are you worrying about?" Parker said with some embarrassment, "I don't want to express that I'm worried about you." Ha ha. Renaud was very happy when he saw his friend Parker appearing in front of him safe and sound, and a smile appeared on his face involuntarily. In fact, as early as on the way back, Renaud was keenly aware of something strange. He found that the number of apprentices around him had significantly decreased, and the originally bustling dormitory area now seemed deserted. Those once familiar faces may have disappeared forever in the cruel Apprentice War. Thinking of this, Renaud couldn't help but feel his heart sink, feeling deeply regretful and helpless for the huge casualties caused by this war. Renaud calmed down and pulled Parker directly to his dormitory. The two hadn't seen each other for 2 years and had a lot to talk about. Entering Renaud's dormitory, before Renaud could ask any questions, Parker started talking non-stop, recounting everything that had happened during the apprenticeship war in the past 2 years. Through Parker's narration, most of the wizard apprentices who came to Crow's Nest Academy from the West Coast with them were sacrificed in the apprentice war. Now, apart from Reno and Parker, the only ones left alive among this group of people are Leon, Anna, Beck, Lena, and Lucas. A total of 37 wizard apprentices were once recruited from the West Coast, but now there are only 7 left. This mortality rate is still quite high. Lena, Lucas, like Renault, are also direct disciples of the official wizards. Naturally, they can be exempted from participating in the apprentice war, and it is no surprise that they are safe and sound. Anna and Leon have good qualifications, and Anna has Parker's help, so it is expected that she can survive. But I didn't expect that Baker would survive. Back then, Baker's body was eroded by the cells of the ancient war tree, and he might have turned into a tree man without wisdom. Even Sienna felt that Baker had no value, but Baker miraculously survived, which surprised even Renault. Parker saw Renault's surprised expression and explained, "Speaking of Baker, I don't know if he is lucky or unlucky. Fortunately, although his body was fused with the cells of the ancient war tree, his consciousness was completely preserved, and it also pushed him to reach the level of a senior wizard apprentice. So he can now be said to be a wizard apprentice taking the bloodline wizard route, and his combat effectiveness and defense are very high, and he is also considered the best among high-level wizard apprentices. Unfortunately, his body has now turned into a tree-like material, and he looks like a pure tree man. For a young wizard apprentice who is in adolescence, this is unacceptable," Parker said with a look of regret. It can be seen that Parker still cares about the appearance, but more wizards don't care about the appearance, just like Renault once saw the wizard apprentice with a snake head. More wizards care about their own strength, not their appearance at all. It's just that Baker's fate was indeed a bit unfortunate. He lost his arm at the beginning, and then his mentor transplanted the arm of the ancient tree of war. Finally, his whole body was eroded by the cells of the ancient tree. Now, in Renault's opinion, Baker's results are pretty good. At least he has gained strength, so he doesn't have to worry about appearance. When it comes to Leon and Anna, Parker still has an angry expression on his face. He cursed loudly that Leon, he relies on all kinds of women to get so many resources and be promoted to a senior wizard apprentice. Anna is still so obsessed with him, she is really blind. Renault was not very interested in this kind of thing, just listening to it as gossip. Renault scanned Parker, who was cursing Leon with a chip. What surprised Renault was that Parker's current mental power had reached 9.3 points, which was not much different from his own. So Renault asked curiously, "How come your mental power is growing so fast? It doesn't look like you have just become a senior wizard apprentice." Parker looked at Renault with a confused face and said, "Is it strange? You and I are almost the same. My ancestors gave me a bunch of messy potions, and my mental power has never stopped growing after drinking them." Renault slapped his forehead and regretted asking the question just now. Renault almost forgot that Parker was a prophecy wizard behind him. The prophecy wizards are not short of money, so they naturally have potions to improve their mental power. What surprised Renault was that Parker could see that his mental power was almost the same as his. As expected, the prophecy wizard's abilities were really amazing. His pale mask changed the mental power fluctuations and even hid it from Teacher Klein, but it was only Parker who saw it directly. "Renault, your mental power growth rate is about the same as mine, what's so surprising?" Before Parker finished speaking, Renault quickly covered Parker's mouth to stop him from continuing. Renault said to Parker seriously, "Don't reveal the true situation of my mental power, this is my secret." Renault's strength made Parker a little breathless, and Parker quickly blinked to indicate that he understood. Renault then let Parker go, and Parker took a deep breath, and then he relaxed and complained helplessly, "Renault, you are really strong, isn't the growth of mental power very normal? What's there to keep secret?" Renault suddenly felt speechless again. Yes, Parker, the prophecy wizard apprentice who was fully trained by the Crow's Nest, may not have experienced the difficulties of the mental power growth of senior wizard apprentices. So Parker thought that his mental power growth rate was the same as Renault's, and the same as others. Renault had to explain to Parker the true situation of the growth of the mental power of the senior wizard apprentice, and also told Parker all about his configuration of the ancient mental power potion. For Renault, Parker was the only person in the Crow's Nest who could tell his secrets to him. Parker suddenly realized and murmured, "No wonder I feel that other people's mental power can't keep up with me. I thought they were busy with tasks, which slowed down the growth of mental power." Listening to Parker's Versailles speech, Renault could only smile helplessly. Renault and Parker chatted for a long time until night fell, and Parker said goodbye to Renault and left Renault's dormitory. Renault's mood improved a lot through chatting with Parker. Parker talked about all kinds of gossips, and Renault felt like he was back in his student days. The next morning, Renault came to the laboratory of Mentor Klein on time, ready to join the experiment of this ancient potion. Mentor Klein generously handed over the ancient potion formula from the wizard ruins to Renault. Renault looked at the formula and couldn't help but frowned. This ancient potion is called Vantia Invisibility Potion, which is a primary potion. Primary potions are potions suitable for low-level wizards. Level 1, 2, and 3 wizards are called low-level wizards. Level 4, 5, and 6 wizards are called mid-level wizards, and the potions they use are mid-level potions. Wizards above level 6 are called high-level wizards, and the potions suitable for them are also called high-level potions. And this Vantia Invisibility Potion is quite special. Vantia Invisibility Potion was developed and produced by a wizard named Vantia. To make this potion, you need to reach the level of a first-level wizard at least, so it is called a primary potion. And the effect of this potion is very powerful. Its function is to make the user invisible for a period of time. His invisibility is not just visual invisibility, but also invisibility in mental perception. After using the Vantia Invisibility Potion, not only can you become invisible visually, but your mental power can also disappear, so that even a mid-level wizard cannot easily find it. Only high-level wizards who have mastered the power of rules above level 6 can find it through the perception of the power of rules. It can be said that the effect of this Vantia Invisibility Potion has reached the level of a mid-level potion, and the difficulty of making it is only the requirement of a low-level wizard. Therefore, the formula of this Vantia Invisibility Potion can be said to be a very precious thing in the ancient wizard era. However, in the modern wizard world, due to changes in the ecological environment, various materials have become extinct, and the value of the ancient potion formula has been greatly reduced. However, the formula of this Vantia Invisibility Potion was obtained by Mentor Klein with the strength of having been promoted to a second-level wizard. Therefore, this potion formula is also very precious among the ancient potion formulas. Vantia Invisibility Potion Recipe, main material, jumping parachute cap. Supplementary materials, two-eared grass twigs, giant-nosed monster snot, human-faced bead venom, white moss juice. There are a total of more than 20 materials scattered here and there. Although it is not too many, Renault has almost never heard of them. Obviously, most of these materials have become extinct. Renault recorded the formula of the Vantia Invisibility Potion with a chip and returned the parchment with the formula to Mentor Klein. Then Mentor Klein assigned tasks to Renault and Mark. Since the two have not yet reached the level of formal wizards, they cannot make primary potions. So the main task of the two is to find substitutes for ancient materials by analyzing the reaction effects of various materials. And the production of the potion is of course completed by Mentor Klein himself. The workload of finding substitutes is already very large. The ancient potion formula only briefly describes the effect of this material. If you want to find substitutes, you need to find materials with similar effects from thousands of modern materials, and you also need to continue to experiment. Because some materials may produce other effects after being fused with other materials, which will directly lead to the failure of potion configuration. Renault is quite familiar with this work. In the past, Renault used a similar method to find substitutes to configure the Azure Potion. However, the production of the Azure Potion is much simpler than that of the Vantia Invisibility Potion. First of all, the main material of the Azure Potion, the Wrath, has always existed since ancient times, and some materials are also available in modern times. There are only a few materials that need to be replaced, and Renault can successfully produce them so quickly with the analysis assistance of the chip. The main material of the current Vantia Invisible Potion, the jumping parasol cap, has been completely extinct, and most of the other materials are the same. In this way, the difficulty of finding a substitute has increased exponentially. Fortunately, there is a genius in pharmacy, senior brother Mark, and a junior pharmacist, Mentor Klein. Otherwise, Renault thinks that this experiment will not achieve any results in less than a year or two. The three masters and apprentices did not waste time and started various experiments directly. Various materials were constantly tested and compared by Renault and Mark. A day passed quickly, and piles of materials were consumed, but Renault and Mark did not find any substitutes for ancient materials. Only in the laboratory of the primary potion, such as Klein, there are such rich materials to support the use of this method to find substitutes. In fact, Klein decided to try to make this Vantia Invisible Potion because of the support of the resources of the Crow's Nest Academy. For an ancient potion, consuming astronomical resources, no one would do it without the support of the top wizard organization in the Western continent, Crow's Nest. This can be said to be a completely losing business. Outside the library, the largest building in Crow's Nest, Renault appeared here with his hair as messy as a bird's nest. In the past few days, Renault basically shuttled back and forth between Instructor Klein's laboratory and the library. He lived directly in the room next to the laboratory and rarely even went back to his own dormitory. The person responsible for managing this huge and mysterious library in Crow's Nest is a mysterious old man who was very old, with a white beard and a wrinkled face. That beard is like the icicles hanging from the eaves in winter, white and flawless but with a sense of vicissitudes accumulated over the years. His face, covered with deep and shallow wrinkles, was like parchment that had been repeatedly kneaded by the hands of time. Every wrinkle seemed to tell an unknown story. This old man's name is Culinando. Although he looks senile on the outside, when his eyes as deep as a pool of water stare at you, an invisible coercion will rush towards you, which makes people feel heartbroken. Ah! What surprised Renault was that the chip could not detect the specific level of Culinando at all. He only knew that the radiation concentration on his body was much stronger than that of Mentor Klein. The reason why Renault came to the library was because of the characteristics of the ancient materials recorded in the formula. Some of them require going to the library to find detailed information. And even for modern materials, you still need to find relevant information from the library, and you can't just experiment by yourself. So Renault has been traveling back and forth between the library and the laboratory. But it is also very beneficial. The library of Crow's Nest College can be said to be one of the top libraries in the Western continent. It contains quite a wealth of knowledge and materials. Every time Renault borrows a book, the chip will scan and record all the contents of the book. This will also continuously enrich the chip's database. Renault measured the crow mark on Cullinan's hand and entered the library belonging to the apprentice area. There are many bookshelves nearly 20 meters high in the library, which are placed around and filled with all kinds of books. There is a transparent protective cover on these bookshelves to protect the books inside. From this point, we can see the importance that wizards attach to knowledge. In the center of the library is a huge blue crystal ball inlaid on a table. Renault skillfully pressed his hand on the crystal ball and silently thought about the information he wanted to inquire. A blue light lit up on the crystal ball, and related books flew out from the bookshelf, floating in front of Renault. Renault reached out and took the needed books into his arms, and the other books flew back to their original positions. This is the automatic search function of Crow's Nest Library. This function makes Renault quite satisfied and saves a lot of time in searching. Renault took the book he wanted and sat on the table next to him, flipping through it quickly. Looking at Renault's actions, onlookers would think that Renault was just reading superficially. In fact, Renault is using chips to scan and record all the content. The real effect of Renault's reading is much better than that of people who read carefully. After Renault finished recording the knowledge he wanted, he closed the book and took the book to the crystal ball. The book automatically flew back to its original position. Some books in the library can also be taken out, but only some special books are not allowed to be taken out of the library. If you just want to take the books out, you need to handle relevant records and pay a certain amount of magic stones as collateral and usage fees. Renault found it troublesome, so he returned it directly after reading the complete contents of the record. After getting the information he wanted, Renault left the library with satisfaction and returned to Tutor Klein's laboratory again to continue the experiment. In the center of the vast western continent, the city in the sky towers into the clouds and looks like a dream. In the core of the city, a solemn highest conference room is surrounded by a huge round table and neatly arranged with 11 exquisite and luxurious seats. At this moment, except for the central seat, which symbolizes supreme authority and status, is vacant, the other 10 seats are all occupied. Upon closer observation, you can find that the 10 people seated are divided into two obvious camps. The figures sitting on 6 of the seats are all wearing wizard robes as white as snow, and they exude a mysterious and holy aura. On the other 4 corresponding seats, there were figures wearing black wizard robes. There was an eerie and strange atmosphere surrounding these black-robed figures. In front of each seat, unique and eye-catching nameplates are carefully placed. These nameplates are symbols and logos of various forces, through which the powerful force represented by each seat can be easily identified. Among the many famous brands, one is particularly eye-catching. Its shape is like a black crow. There is no doubt that this nameplate represents the Crow's Nest Academy where Reno is located. On the seat corresponding to the crow's nameplate, a figure completely shrouded in black wizard robes sat quietly. He is the awe-inspiring dean of Crow's Nest College today, Lord Frasimorg, who possesses the strength of a third-level peak wizard. Directly opposite Frasimorg, a middle-aged wizard with blonde hair sat on the beautifully carved seat, like a majestic mountain peak, giving people a calm and unshakable feeling. The face of this middle-aged wizard is firm yet gentle, and there is always a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. The nameplate in front of him is a pagoda shape made up of 9 golden rings shining with bright light. This unique logo undoubtedly shows his identity. This person is the dean of the famous 9 Rings Holy Tower Academy, Lord Leinster, who also has the powerful strength of a third-level peak wizard. At this moment, when we cast our eyes on other seats in the conference room, we will find that the true identities of those originally slightly blurred figures have become clear. That's right, they are the deans of the other 8 top wizard academies. Although the energy fluctuations emitted by these deans are slightly weaker than those of Leinster and Frasimorg, there is no doubt that the strength of each of them has reached the level of a third-level wizard. It is no exaggeration to say that at this moment, in this seemingly ordinary conference room, the most powerful and fierce wizards from the entire Western Continent wizard world have gathered. Among them, Leinster and Frasimorg are both highly respected executive members of the Western Continent Wizard Association and serve as vice presidents. As for the other 8 deans from different wizard academies, they are also core members of the association and participate in major decisions as executive members. It can be said that the power gathered in this small conference room is enough to influence the future development of the entire Western Continent wizard world. In this spacious and bright conference room, 10 deans sat on both sides of the long table, and their camps were divided very clearly. Among them, the white wizards, who represented justice and light, occupied 6 seats, while the black wizards, who symbolized darkness and evil, had only 4 seats. Although the black wizards were clearly at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, the powerful aura they exuded did not diminish at all. The white wizards were all dressed in white robes, with solemn faces, while the black wizards were dressed in black robes, exuding a mysterious aura. There seemed to be an invisible gap between the 2 camps, which completely separated each other and had clear boundaries. As time went on, the entire conference room was filled with a solemn and depressing atmosphere. The 2 sides looked at each other without giving in, their eyes full of hostility and disdain. No matter whether it was the white wizard or the black wizard, no one was willing to speak first to break the silence, so the air in the conference room seemed to become more stagnant and heavy because of this stalemate. At this moment, a violent spatial fluctuation suddenly surged on the main seat, spreading rapidly like ripples on a calm lake. This sudden change instantly attracted the attention of all wizards present, and everyone turned their eyes to the spatial node that was constantly twisting and deforming. After a dazzling spatial distortion, a figure appeared on the main seat like a ghost. The man was wearing an ordinary blue wizard robe, and the sleeves of the robe fluttered gently with his appearance, as if he was integrated with the surrounding space. He wore a pointed wizard hat and his curly white hair was casually scattered on his shoulders. His face was covered with wrinkles from countless years of baptism. But his face was kind and calm, and at first glance he seemed to be just an ordinary old man. However, a closer look revealed that his deep eyes were shining with wisdom, as if he could see through the mysteries of all things in the world. What was even more peculiar was that no energy fluctuations could be felt from him, as if he had completely merged into the world. But the moment the old man appeared on the main seat, the originally solemn and depressing atmosphere on the scene suddenly changed. The deans of the 10 major wizard academies sitting in the audience stood up solemnly the moment they saw the old man. Even the proud Leinster and Frasimorg stood up. They bowed deeply to the old man in unison and shouted respectfully in unison, "Welcome, President." The voice was loud and solemn, echoing throughout the hall. This was the president of the Western Continent Wizard Association, and also the most powerful person recognized by the Western Continent. Like a towering mountain, he stood at the top of the entire Western Continent wizard world. He was the 4th-level wizard Al Grant. The deans of the wizard academies were very respectful to the president, not only because of his 4th-level wizard strength as deep as the sea. It is because of his great contribution to the wizarding world of the Western Continent, which is like a bright star, illuminating the sky of the entire wizarding world. In the distant past, when Al Grant had not yet set foot on this mysterious land of the Western Continent, the wizarding world here was like a chaos, in a state of extreme dispersion and disorder. Each wizard group was independent, like a pile of loose sand, unable to condense into a powerful force. Among them, the fight between black wizards and white wizards has never stopped. They hate each other and regard each other as mortal enemies. Fierce conflicts continue to break out, making the entire Western Continent shrouded in the shadow of war and disputes. However, when El Grant finally set foot on this land full of war and turmoil, he was deeply shocked by what he saw. Faced with such a tragic situation, he had a strong sense of mission in his heart. He must change all this. So, El Grant did not hesitate to devote himself to this difficult journey of change. After countless days and nights of unremitting efforts, El Grant ran around and called for help. With his outstanding wisdom and extraordinary leadership, he gradually won the trust and support of more and more wizards. Finally, with the concerted efforts of everyone, the Western Continent Wizard Association was officially established. This association has become a common home for all wizards, providing them with a platform for communication and cooperation. Not only that, El Grant knew that if he wanted to completely quell the long-standing hatred and war between black wizards and white wizards, it would not be enough to rely on just one association. To this end, he took the trouble to deeply study the characteristics and needs of both sides, and cleverly formulated a reasonable regional division plan. In this way, the black wizards and white wizards were successfully placed in different areas, thus effectively avoiding conflicts caused by direct contact between the two sides. As time went on, this plan showed amazing results. The two wizard camps that were once as hostile as water and fire gradually put aside their prejudices and no longer easily provoked wars. The wizard world of the Western Continent also ushered in the long-lost peace and tranquility, and began to enter the track of stable development. There is no doubt that El Grant's great contribution to the wizarding world of the Western Continent is a historic feat. He turned the tide with his own strength, ended the long-term chaos and war, and left an immortal legend for future generations. His great achievements are enough to be engraved in the long river of history and will be praised and admired forever. After hearing everyone's words, El Grant nodded slightly and said, "No need to be polite, everyone, please sit down." After hearing El Grant's words, everyone sat down. Before anyone could ask questions, El Grant took the lead and said, "You must have guessed the reason why I asked everyone to come to the meeting. The apprenticeship trial that happens every 10 years starts in 1 year. It's time to make some arrangements, so I called everyone here." The apprentice trial was first initiated by El Grant and has been going on for nearly 1,000 years. The purpose of the apprenticeship trial is to allocate the resources of each wizarding college through the battle between apprentices. It can be said that the apprenticeship trial is very important to the wizarding college. Because the battles of formal wizards are often extremely destructive and even continue to affect the surrounding environment, it is not conducive to the development of the entire wizarding world. The apprentices represent the foundation of a wizard academy, and the impact of battles between apprentices is relatively small. Therefore, through the apprenticeship trial, the Wizarding Academy can not only devote its efforts to the training of apprentices, but also train the apprentices' abilities, and compare the overall strength of the Wizarding Academy. It can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. It is for this reason that the Western Continent Apprentice Trial every 10 years continues until now.